Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Sailing. Me God Arceus from 800 years ago. 1 Ga Chapter 1 Creation God Arceus, 800 years, I'm back. No, Arceus has returned to the land. He opened his eyes and looked at everything outside. His body was covered with gray-black dust, I saw as he woke up. The dust that had been silent for 800 years began to fall. His true face was revealed. A white, horse-like creature, Qilin. He is Arceus, the creator of Pokémon and the universe. He was originally a human being, and traveled to the world of One Piece 1000 years ago. Gained the power and appearance of Pokémon creator Arceus. At that point in time, he created countless Pokémon. And established his Pokémon kingdom, until, 800 years ago, the world of One Piece was invaded by other worlds. The whole world has absolutely no ability to resist. Only he led the beasts to fight wildly against those enemies outside the territory. Only then did the world of One Piece be protected. However, that battle was too brutal. He lost his divine power and was seriously injured, so he could only restore his divine power through self-cultivation. In this way, he fell asleep for 800 years. I don't know if my Pokémon kingdom is still there. Ron walked on the road. The surrounding humans pointed at him, as if seeing him for the first time. This gave Arceus a bad feeling. Is there no Pokémon in this world? Ron was a little puzzled. Follow him into Makino's tavern. He became more certain of his guess, because these alcoholics who were drinking, saw him as if they had seen a monster. There are also greedy people who regard him as a treasure and draw knives at him. Just the next second, Ron released the skill gravity. Boom! It was like the sky was falling. The gravity field enveloped those present. The drunkards around him who were holding knives at him all fell to the ground. They looked at Ron in disbelief. They didn't expect such a monster to have such great power. Tell me, do you know the existence of Pokémon? Ron looked at these drunkards and asked his doubts. Ron's words startled the drunkards. They didn't expect this white creature to be able to speak. If they had known Ron was so difficult, they wouldn't have tried to defend him. Under deep fear, soon a drunkard spoke up, have no idea. The alcoholic's entire face was pressed to the floor. He saw that Ron wasn't struggling at all. Then they understood that this pure white jade creature could control their life and death by Suicune. What about Pokémon? Ron continued asking. I don't know. Pokémon? Ron's heart had already cooled down, and he asked the last question. Never heard of. Drunkards, the honest expression made Ron instantly understand that the Pokémon should be gone. So that means his Pokémon kingdom no longer exists. Who on earth destroyed my kingdom? Ron frowned, and the drunkards around him seemed to be crushed by a huge force of 10,000 tons. Start colliding with planks on the ground. There was a creaking sound. Boom. Finally, the floor couldn't bear the force and began to crumble. Ron didn't care whether these people lived or died. Instead, he went to Makino. Is there anything I can do to help you? Makino was a little scared. She used honorifics to Ron. A newspaper? No, give me all the newspapers during this time. Ron intends to find the truth from the newspaper. Okay, I'll bring it to you. Makino finally breathed a sigh of relief, although this white creature just defeated some idlers in Windmill Village. However, she was not sure if she would do anything to her. After all, the creature in front of him possessed absolutely overwhelming power. Soon, Makino handed all the newspapers to Ron. Ron flipped through the pages. His face became more and more ugly. Gone, utterly gone, not a trace of the Pokémon kingdom he built. The legend of him as a god has not been left behind. Now claiming to be a god is a celestial dragon. The guy who runs the world is the world government. Even the Pokémon he created didn't have the slightest message. You know, there are thousands of Pokémon, not even a single message was left. What happened? Ron looked at the reports one by one, and doubts abounded in his heart. He knew that what happened in it could only be known by finding the Tianlong people. I don't know if there is the king of the world, I am, behind the Tianlong people. Now that the Pokémon kingdom is gone, so let's revive some of my beasts first. Ron thought of being alone. It was decided to resurrect all the beasts left in this land first. However, resurrection requires divine power. Ron has just been revived and his powers are thin. Only some region-level beasts can be revived, although the fighting power of these divine beasts is not particularly powerful. However, it is enough in the East Daxia Sea. Raikou, Entei, Suicune. Let's revive you first. A powerful beam shot straight into the sky as Ron breathed out a beam of awakening light. This awakening light is directly divided into 3 parts. They shot in 3 directions, namely Kokoja Village, Shields Town, and Sarab Village. The 3 holy beasts are now announcing to the world that the gods from 800 years ago have returned. After announcing this order, Ron began to use his divine power to look at Raikou, who woke up first. He wanted to see if Raikou could show the majesty of a divine beast. Chapter 2 Awakening Kokoja Village. Here is being ruled by the evil dragon, the leader of the evil dragon pirates. Under the rule of the dragon, the entire Kokoja village was bloody. The Murloc has become a creature that must not be provoked in the entire village. These humans are really damn. It's against our Murlocs, so we're going to be completely finished. A few more villages were slaughtered today, haha. In the Dragon Paradise, a group of Murlocs were discussing the results of this operation. It can be said that their victory this time was quite rich. An entire disobedient village was wiped out, and now, they're enjoying the fruits of victory. It's actually a devil fruit. The evil dragon looked a little surprised at a devil fruit in the treasure. He didn't expect that there would be such a mysterious thing here. Although he didn't intend to eat it, such a devil fruit could be sold. A devil fruit is worth 100 million berries. Thinking of this, he was a little ecstatic. This made him a little impatient to take the 100 million Baileys he bought from the devil fruit to buy some new possessions. Even, building a big ship leading to a great route is also possible. Boss Dragon, today is Bailey's day, do you want to go to town? Just when the dragon was in ecstasy, a little Murloc came over. He reminded the dragon that this was the annual Pole Fee Day. The dragon's ecstasy was interrupted, but seeing that it was his little brother, he didn't get angry. But these angers, he is bound to vent on the humans in Kokocha village. He equipped with a pistol, put on a windbreaker and a round cap, and waved. In this case, let's go. Following the order of the evil dragon, all the Murlocs in the Dragon Paradise were dispatched. All went to the town of Kokocha village. And right in town, Nuo Kagao and Nami are following the village policeman Jinsake to a statue at the moment. The statue is covered with moss and weather. The statue resembles a saber-toothed tiger, with wavy hair, strong limbs and sharp fangs. With lightning marks all over his body, he looks fierce. Jianju, uncle, what is this? Nuo Kagao asked Jianju. She has a strong curiosity about this statue. This is the guardian beast that our Kokocha village believes in. This statue was here when I was a child. I heard that thanks to it, our Kokocha village can survive every disaster. Jinsake responded after hearing Nuo Chigo's words. Divine beast. Guarding the village after hearing this, Nuo Kagao was a little in awe of the statue. However, Nami was somewhat disapproving after hearing this. Uncle Jianju, there are no gods and beasts in this world. Otherwise how could our Kakexia village be ruled by evil dragons? Nami doesn't believe that a statue can protect the village of Kokocha. Otherwise, how dare the evil dragon treat the villagers of Kokocha village like this? In her opinion, this is nothing more than a rumor. But he still placed the oranges he brought in front of the statue to enshrine the unknown beast. In her heart, she still hopes to have such a beast that can help Kokocha village get rid of the sea of suffering. Although, she knew it wasn't realistic, after offering sacrifices to the statue. Everyone is going to leave. However, suddenly there was a whining flute sound from Kokocha village. This is, the Murlocs are collecting head fees again. The three of them thought of this possibility together. Tong Tong's face turned cold, in recent years, as the dragon's appetite has grown. The head fee is also increasing. As a result, the villagers in the village can no longer be self-sufficient. And the extra part, all given through Nami. Let's go to the village quickly. Nami is worried that the Murlocs are causing trouble in the village. To Jianju, Nuo Kagao said, then quickly ran to the village. Nuo Kagao also hurriedly followed, and the village policeman Jianju was a little helpless at the moment. The life of the village now depends on Nami alone. He could deeply feel Nami's pressure, but there was nothing he could do. Can only keep up. The patron saint of the village, if you can help Kokocha village, please save this poor village. The village policeman Kensuke uttered his inner cry the moment he left. Although, he knew it was useless. However, he still couldn't help looking forward to it, hoping that the guardian beast of the village would help the village drive away the evil dragon. End the bloody reign of the dragon. Let Kokocha village return to peace. After the three of them left, the wasteland became a little quiet again. But with the awakening light and soaring in the sky comes from soaring in the sky. Shine directly on the body of the statue began to crack. I saw the gray soil layer on my body that had been baptized by the years began to slowly fall off. Revealing the vivid yellow skin inside. A pair of majestic eyes looked out to the outside world. With his appearance, a flash of lightning struck him in soaring in the sky. But he seemed to be bathing in a hot spring. No discomfort at all, but comfort. He is Ron Resurrected, one of the three holy beasts that appeared along with Thunder, the region-level divine beast, Raikou. Chapter 3 appears, Chuangshi God, did you resurrect me? Raikou expressed his doubts to the surroundings. Soon, he got a firm response. That's right, Ron called Raikou Void using Arceus power. This is an ability that only he, the creator god Pokémon, possesses. Raikou, please listen to your instructions, Chuangshi Shen. Raikou leaning forward on both legs represents submission to Ron. From their point of view, Pokémon were created by Ron. That means Ron is their father. Treat God with the respect they deserve. 800 years have passed, the world has forgotten about our Pokémon, and even the Pokémon Kingdom no longer exists. Now I want you to announce the return of Pokémon. Let them see how powerful our Pokémon is, and take back what we lost, take it all back. Ron gave directions to Raikou. In his opinion, the only option is to reconquer the world of One Piece and re-establish the Pokémon Kingdom. To satisfy him, I will definitely fulfill God's entrustment. Raikou did not expect that 800 years had passed. The entire nautical world has unexpectedly undergone such a big change. Even the Pokémon Kingdom is shattered. No wonder Father God is so rage. Action, I have already sensed that there are treasures to restore divine power in this place, you go and collect them for me. Ron can check everything on this island. Just now, he successfully detected the divine power fluctuations in the direction of the dragon paradise. He immediately understood that this must have something to do with the devil fruit. Thinking back to 800 years ago, he tried to recover his divine power by devouring a devil fruit. However, devil fruits were still very rare at that time. So he only tried it once, and there's not much use for it. It's different now. The 3 sacred birds, the 3 sacred pillars, the 3 sacred clouds, the 3 sacred swords and other divine beasts have not yet awakened. There are even more powerful Ho-Oh, Lugia, Regigigas. Even the ancient beasts Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre and so on. Reviving these beasts requires divine power. Therefore, he can only collect the stockpile of the beast now. In this way, we are fully prepared to confront the world government. Rebuild his Pokemon kingdom. Yes, Father God. With spark in Raikou's eyes, he agreed. He wanted to know exactly who had the treasure to restore divine power. Now, he can now perceive that this place has a deep evil atmosphere. There are some magical treasures on the body of the evil breath. Distinguishing between good and evil is the instinctive ability of divine beasts. He began to trace the whereabouts of this evil aura. Soon, he found a direction, and began to move towards the direction of breath with lightning-fast speed. The direction that Raikou is heading is the direction of the village on the island. On the village, countless Murlocs searched from house to house. If once someone didn't come up with the right Bailey, they will be picked out and placed in an open space. At this time, several executives of the Dragon Pirates are here. They are Murloc Little Hachi, Murloc Crow Obi, and Murloc Chirp, 3 executives. Murloc Zauba is an octopus Murloc with 6 knives. Murloc Kruby is proficient in Murloc Karate, and can punch 1,000 caddies with a single punch. Murloc Shu is a kissing Murloc who is good at spitting out hydro pump from his mouth to attack enemies. It can be said that the executives of the 3 evil dragon pirates all have good attack methods. Otherwise, there is no way to sit in the executive position of the Murloc pirates. Nami, don't think that with you protecting these villagers, we can't do anything to them. You must know that Kokoja village is our Murloc territory. That's right, don't be ignorant of good and evil. The Murlocs were counting the head count once a month as usual. Only this time something was wrong, because someone escaped from Kokoja village. Follow the rules stipulated by the Murlocs for Kokoja village. As long as someone escapes from Kokoja village, then they have to kill a person to warn the villagers. However, just when they were about to do it, Nami stopped the Murloc. That's why this dispute started. How much? I'll pay. I'll pay the head office. Nami was a little sad, since the dragon massacred Kokoja village last time. She never wanted to see anyone killed or injured in the village again. However, these Murlocs ignored Nami's plan to redeem people with money. The matter this time cannot be solved by money. Don't you know that this time, our evil dragon leader will come to inspect in person? You don't want us to kill anyone now. After the evil dragon leader comes later, can you more than 10 people will die in West Asia village? Haha, maybe Nami executive just wants to kill 10 people in Kokoja village. Dare to escape, this matter is what they deserve. The Murlocs laughed loudly, but the hearts of the villagers sank to the bottom of the valley. The evil dragon is the knot in the hearts of all of them. The power of the evil dragon has long been deeply engraved in their hearts. If, after the evil dragon came to know about this, they would really die 10 people. Let me die as soon as I'm old, it's still me. It's meaningless for me to be a village policeman. I might as well die sooner. After learning of this result, the elders in Kokoja village began to fight over who would die under the butcher's knife of the Murloc. Nami also wants to redeem people with money, but the Murlocs kept a cold face and refused to talk to Nami. This made Nami fall into despair. If Kokoja really has a patron saint, please come out and save Kokoja village now. In desperation, Nami could only pray to the patron saint of Kokoja. Let the patron saint come to save Kokoja village. Haha. Patronus, you really believe in those things. It's so funny. If you want to talk about gods, our dragon leader is the god of your Kokoja. Don't say there has never been a god. Even if there is a god, our dragon leader will kill the god with one blow. The Murlocs have been entrenched in Kokoja village for so long. I have long heard the legend that there is a guardian beast in Kokoja. It's just that they don't believe it at all. He even used this incident as an excuse to humiliate the villagers. At this moment, I saw that Nami actually used the guardian beast as a good medicine to save them. Immediately couldn't help laughing one by one. In their view, this is a completely illusory idea. Even the old people in the village didn't believe it at all. After all, the legend of the Patronus has been circulating for hundreds of years. But they have never seen the real body of God. Now they just want to kill at the neck, in exchange for a way out for the young lives in Kokoja village. Just when no one expected it, a lightning-like figure flashed across the roof, and Nuo Kagao happened to see it. Wait, what is that? Nuo Kagao exclaimed. She saw that the statue of the Patronus actually came alive. Happy reading every day during Spring Festival in the year of the Chapter 4. The dragon appears. That's the guardian beast. The legend is not wrong. The guardian beast has come to save us, accompanied by Nuo Chigao's exclamation. Everyone looked in the direction that Nuo Kagao pointed. It was found that there was a very noble creature on it. A pair of majestic eyes lock on the Murloc. He is the newly revived Raikou. Pokémon have a particularly strong sense of evil. He could tell at a glance that there was a strong evil aura on the bodies of these Murlocs. This is the breath that their beasts hate very much. Usually encounter creatures with evil breath. Whether it's humans or Murlocs, they will directly destroy them. The legend turned out to be true. Nami froze for a moment when she saw this haughty figure. She didn't expect the legend of the beast to be true. Kokocha village actually has a guardian beast, and from the outside, it doesn't look like a mess. Raikou is 1.9 meters tall and weighs 178 kg, a head taller than normal humans. With a pair of fierce eyes, it directly made the Murloc tremble a little. There are really mythical beasts in Kokocha village. Kruby looked at Raikou in surprise. It never occurred to him that such a legendary thing was actually true. This is going to be difficult. Shu looked at Raikou with some concern. He subconsciously judged that this Raikou was not a creature to be messed with. Or, let's call the dragon leader. Xiao Ba was directly persuaded. He wanted to let the leader of the evil dragon solve this matter. For a moment, no one dared to act rashly. The Murlocs looked at each other. They never thought of the legendary beast they just denied. It actually appeared, and right in front of their eyes. The two sides were deadlocked. Raikou is checking whether there are magical treasures on these Murlocs and humans. The conclusion reached was no just when he was considering whether to attack these evil Murlocs. A throwing knife shot at him. This is obviously because the Murlocs acted ahead of time. Raikou directly dodged sideways to avoid the thrown knife. Don't think about it now, just wipe them all out. Yao Xiao, you actually shot directly. Shu didn't expect that it was his Murloc Shioyaki who directly attacked. Chirp executive, isn't it just an ordinary beast? If you're afraid, just let me be executive. Yan Xiao smiled disdainfully, then continued to drink strong wine and throw a thrown knife at Raikou on the roof. Only this time, his luck was not so good. I saw that a bolt of lightning suddenly struck towards him. Boom! The lightning was a full meter wide and directly enveloped Yan Xiao's entire body. Thunder shock directly turned the salt into a charred corpse. Faster than ever. This is what no one thought of. In just one encounter, Raikou wiped out a Murloc. And it doesn't seem to consume any physical strength at all. How can the beast discharge? This can't be a wild beast, it can't really be a divine beast. The surrounding Murlocs trembled. They really believed Shioyaki's words just now. Mistaking this Raikou for a beast, but not yet for them to attack. Shioyaki was wiped out by this Raikou. This can be regarded as completely breaking the assumption of salt burning. This Raikou in front of me is really no ordinary beast. Killed. It was the first time for the villagers to see the death of a Murloc. They were a little shocked. They want the Patronus to wipe out more Murlocs. However, there are dozens of Murlocs and they don't know if the patron saint can do it. Come on, there is only one of him. We have so many Murlocs, we can definitely kill him. The Murlocs saw Shioyaki's death, aroused their blood. You must know that they are pirates, and pirates are a group of people who abandon their lives to roam the sea. Just dying a salt burn doesn't scare them at all. There are so many miscellaneous fish delivering food. Ron had been watching through Raikou's eyes, when I saw that the Murlocs planned to surround Raikou with human sea tactics. He couldn't help laughing. Raikou is not just a single target lightning skill. He also has a group of lightning skills. How could these Murlocs in front of them be Raikou's rival? In the next second, Raikou screamed at soaring in the sky. Countless lightning bolts spread out from his body like spiders. Each of the Murlocs that rushed up was attacked by the power of the Thunder Shock. This skill is exactly the group skill, Discharge, mastered by Raikou. Some Murlocs were directly shocked and twitched on the ground. Some Murlocs were knocked down by Thunder Shock and foamed at the mouth. Some even passed out directly, with the strengthening of electricity. The lives of a dozen Murlocs were thus harvested by Raikou's electricity. This is too powerful. Is this the guardian beast of our Kokoja? Only then did the villagers react. The Murlocs had no resistance at all in Raikou's hands. Just as everyone thinks, when the battle was won like this. Suddenly, a figure wearing a large windbreaker rushed out in the distance. He has a pointed nose and a hideous face. It's a dragon. Why did he come here? Can the Patronus destroy him? The villagers panicked when they saw the dragon. They didn't expect that the evil dragon would appear now. Chapter 5, Destroying the Dragon. What kind of monster is this? The evil dragon came out of the jungle, and when it saw Raikou release the discharge net, he rubbed all his executive thundershock on the ground. He was startled. It was a creature he had never seen before. It was also a creature he had never heard of. After all, he'd never heard of it. Where is there such a monster that controls lightning? Raikou stared at the dragon with his eyes. This was the first time he had heard someone call him a monster. He calls himself a beast, a pawn of the creator God Arceus. The words of the monster, he would never allow others to call him that. This is discrediting the father God Arceus. Thinking of this, he decided to express his attitude. My name is Raikou, the embodiment of thunder. Raikou spoke out, and directly said his name, as he uttered these words. In soaring in the sky, there was a loud thunder, and one after another thunder struck the ground. It frightened the evil dragon for a moment. This monster can actually talk. The evil dragon was stunned. He didn't expect the monster in front of him to speak out. He had never seen such a creature even on the Great Route. The patron saint can actually speak human language. Nuo Kagao was also a little shocked. He didn't expect that the patron saint could speak human words. That's right, this is the patron saint of our Kokoja village. No matter how magical it is, it should be taken for granted. Kensuke looked at Raikou devoutly. Now he knew the Patronus' real name. Just hearing the name, you can tell that it is so domineering, named after thunder. With such power displayed by Raikou, Kensuke has become a fanatical believer of Raikou. He will never allow others to slander the patron saint Raikou. Guardian, I beg you to defeat the evil dragon and save Kokoja village from the sea of suffering. I am willing to enshrine all Baileys to you. Nami sincerely made a wish. This is the only time Nami the thieving cat is willing to sacrifice money as a price. In his opinion, these villagers and his sister Nuoki Gao are far more important than Bailey. All of a sudden, everyone in Kokoja village cast their hopeful eyes on Raikou, wanting Raikou to show his power and destroy the dragon. But at this moment, Raikou's electro web disappeared. Could it be that the electricity cannot be maintained? This thought is on everyone's mind. Especially in the mind of the evil dragon, just when he thought there was an opportunity to take advantage of it. The next moment, the skies suddenly changed. I saw that the originally sunny soaring in the skies suddenly became gloomy. It began to drizzle. This change in the celestial phenomena made everyone unexpected. It's just that compared with other people's unexpected. Raikou had an expected expression on his face. This attitude directly made everyone think wildly. Could it be that this celestial phenomenon is related to this Raikou in front of me? The evil dragon vaguely guessed. He looked at Raikou in disbelief, but he thought it was impossible. Even if Raikou told these villagers that he was really the patron saint of Kokoja Island, it is also impossible to grasp the astronomical phenomena. However, at this moment, in soaring in the sky, a thunderous snake appeared and chased the dragon directly. It's really him, he can change the sky. Seeing this, the evil dragon already knew that Raikou must have done this. He knew he was no match for Raikou, thinking of taking the opportunity to escape. He started running frantically into the villagers to dodge. In his opinion, since this monster is the patron saint of Kokoja, it should not harm the villagers of Kokoja. His plan was right, but his thinking was wrong. I saw that this thunder snake seemed to have a normal mind. No matter how the dragon evades, go forward or turn, this thunder snake is still directly following the figure of the evil dragon. Until the dragon couldn't move anymore, the thunder also directly struck up. Boom! Precision strike. The evil dragon was directly hit in the back by the hot thunder snake. Limp on the ground, the dragon screamed in pain. The whole person exudes a burnt smell. This Lei Ting actually recognizes people. The evil dragon was completely dumbfounded. No matter how he got rid of it, this thunder was like a wolf dog that was chasing after him. Keep chasing him, but I survived, I didn't die. The evil dragon laughed wildly, even though there was thunder in his body. But this thunder did not kill him, he is not dead. However, the next second, he was stunned. In the soaring in the sky covered with dark clouds, more than a dozen thunderbolts suddenly appeared. These thunderbolts were no different from the ones that struck him before. Even slightly thicker than the one that hit him just now. How is this possible? The dragon looked at thunder on soaring in the sky, and then at Raikou. Raikou's haughty eyes seemed to say, it was just an appetizer. Now, it's time to have a big meal with him. And the surrounding Murlocs who were fortunate enough not to be completely dead were Crow Obi, Hachi, and Chirp. He also looked at Lei Ting and soaring in the sky with an expression of disbelief. They didn't expect that they would be suppressed by thunder before they had a chance to make a move. This is simply not like a mortal's move, it's more like God's punishment. Roar. Accompanied by Raikou's roar, all the thunder and soaring in the sky fell. These thunderbolts precisely hit the Murlocs and dragons present. No matter how they dodged, the razor still stared at them. Until the dragon couldn't run anymore, the dragon was struck by the thunder one after another on the body. Constantly washing the flesh, there was regret in his eyes. He didn't expect his ambition to stop here. If there was a possibility of encore, he would never step out of Murloc Island. Not to mention Raikou in front of Taunt. When he sees Raikou, he will only run farther and farther away, and will never contact him. And the villagers couldn't imagine it even more. This mighty dragon pirate captain, Dragon. To be hit by the guardian god Raikou to the point where he has no resistance at all. Couldn't even run away. This intensified their awe of Raikou, the Patronus. In the end, dozens of thunderbolts all fell. The dragon and the Murloc had been crushed to death by Raikou's thunder. Only then did Raikou take back the thunder and turn his head away. This is the price of insulting the beast, which is unforgivable. In the void, Ron was not surprised by this result. This is the result of Raikou changing the celestial phenomenon. Under Raindance's celestial phenomenon contest condition, Raikou's use of thunder is a must. Not to mention that the dragon ran into the villagers. Even if he ran to the dragon paradise, it was of no use, the thunder and lightning would still punish the dragon to death. The dragon is killed like this. Nami watched this scene in disbelief. The evil dragon had already been split into a scorched corpse by lightning, and the surrounding Murlocs were even worse. It was directly carbonized, and there are still some thunder and lightning around these Murlocs making a continuous hissing sound. She thought that the dragon would lose, but she never thought that she would die so easily. It was like a scene in a dream for her. Nami wants to thank Raikou. But he found that the direction Raikou's head was looking at was not the dragon's body or them. It's Dragon Paradise. Is there anything else in Dragon Paradise? Nami was a little puzzled. Chapter 6 Dragon Paradise. The magical treasure is still in that direction. Raikou looked in the direction of Dragon Paradise. He could clearly feel that the magical treasure was in that direction. He had also felt the aura of the magical treasure from the evil dragon. But it's just breath. Thinking of this, he planned to run wildly. But these villagers blocked his way. Master Raikou, please accept our thanks. Yes, Master Raikou, thanks to you for saving our Kokoja village, please be sure to accept our thanks. Jianju led all the villagers to rush forward. They are sincerely thanking the patron saint Raikou. Otherwise, they don't know how long they will be persecuted by the dragon. It is precisely because of this that they are so happy at this moment. I'm just a pawn of the creator God Arceus, one of the 3 sacred beasts. Raikou, if you really want to thank you, please remember the creator God Arceus in your heart. I'm just a weak beast created by a creator god. Raikou did not take the credit. In his view, this is all brought by the father God Arceus. How could he exist if Arceus had not created him? If Arceus hadn't resurrected him, how could he have come to rescue these weak humans? Thinking of Father God Arceus asking him to prove the power of Pokémon to humans and announce the return of Pokémon. In his opinion, his strength is not even 1/10,000th of that of God the Father. It would be better to directly proclaim God the Father. 3 holy beasts, don't tell me there are 3 more powerful beings like you. Nochigao was stunned. She didn't expect that there were 3 powerful guardian beasts like Raikou. They are called Entei, Suicune, and they are all as powerful as me. Raikou didn't deny it, although they were so powerful in the eyes of others. But in front of Arceus, it is not worth mentioning, it is just a defective product. Ho-Oh, Lugia, Regigigas. Father God Arceus created many Pokémon stronger than them. Creator God. How strong is he? Nami looked at Raikou curiously. She was very curious. Raikou called himself a pawn. Then how powerful the creation God Arceus behind him should be. Definitely have to surpass Raikou. The power of the creator God is boundless. He controls everything. Words alone can't express it. You must know that he is the Father God who created us. Raikou had all the good things to say about Arceus. This is his real thought. Because, in his opinion, the Father God is so powerful, even with all the beautiful words in the world, it is impossible to describe the strength of the Father God. However, it suddenly occurred to him that there was still work to be done. He decided that this was the end of the proclamation of God the Father. Okay, I still have something left to do, see you later. Raikou through sentience, it can be perceived that these people around are good people. Father God Arceus seldom kills the pure in heart. Therefore, most of the beasts choose to learn from the Father God, and rarely kill good people. Raikou just finished speaking. The whole body is like a bolt of lightning normal is heading towards the Dragon Paradise. The surrounding villagers did not expect Raikou to leave like this. But see the direction Raikou is traveling, they were a little touched. Could it be, Raikou wants to help us eradicate the remaining Murlocs? The legend of Kokoja is indeed true, and the patron saint is the savior of our Kokoja village. We can't let Master Raikou go alone, we have to go together. That is, the residents of the entire Kokoja village were immediately moved. They decided to share troubles with Raikou, Nami. Nuokagao also wanted to go, but after glancing at Nami, she hesitated. In her eyes, Nami hates Dragon Paradise very much. Since the dragon forced Nami to become the executive of the Dragon Pirates, Nami has hated Dragon Paradise. In addition, the evil dragon forced Nami to draw sea charts, which also made Nami feel uninterested in drawing sea charts, which she loved so much. So letting Nami go to Dragon Paradise is putting salt on Nami's wounds. I'm fine, Nuokagao. The dragon has been wiped out. I don't need to continue stealing money to redeem the village, everything is back to normal adults cheer. Nami smiled, a genuine smile. Although she used to laugh a lot, it was just because she didn't want others to worry about her. After all, she was coerced by the Dragon Pirates to become executive. She doesn't want other people to worry about her. But now there is nothing to worry about. Master Raikou, the patron saint, directly wiped out the dragon. The entire Kokoja village returned to a moment of peace once again. However, as they got closer and closer, they came to the Dragon Paradise. My heart gradually became worried again, because, without knowing it, many navies came to Dragon Paradise. And these navies had a good chat with the Murlocs. Why is the navy here? Nami didn't understand, because as a human being, she was rejected by the Dragon Pirates. There are many times when you cannot enter Dragon Paradise. But judging from the current situation, there is nothing wrong with the navy colluding with the Murlocs. Chapter 7 Obtaining Devil Fruit inside Dragon Paradise. Colonel Mouse looked impatiently at the Murlocs in front of him. He began to urge, Dragon, why haven't you come yet? He was a little puzzled. Obviously the evil dragon asked him to come here to trade devil fruits. As a result, when he came, the dragon did not come. Colonel Mouse, our leader went to Kokoja village to collect head fees. The reason why he didn't come now is probably because the villagers delayed. Don't forget Colonel, Bailey here also has her share. Mr. Murloc reminded Colonel Mouse. Now the Dragon Pirates have no executive and no leader. As a result, as the leader of the party, he became the manager of the Murlocs present. Of course I haven't forgotten, but this can't make me wait stupidly. Colonel Mouse was a little upset. In his opinion, it was obviously because he allowed the dragon to plunder wantonly. Only the evil dragon can grow from this. If it wasn't for him to cover up the naval level for the dragon, how could the dragon rule 20 villages? As a result, the evil dragon became stronger and threatened him instead. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't beat the evil dragon, they were afraid that the evil dragon would tell about their collusion. He will not be so weak, it's almost here, right now. Murloc Zhang couldn't tell a punctual time either. Then, at least you can show me the devil fruit. Colonel Mouse reveals his target devil fruit. That's what he came for, after he knew the dragon got a devil fruit. He came over without stopping. This is a good thing, as long as it is dedicated to the top of the Navy headquarters, then he is very likely to be promoted from Colonel to Major General. Therefore, this devil fruit is very important to him. Okay, I'll ask my men to bring it over. Zhang readily agreed. He was not worried that Colonel Mouse would snatch this devil fruit. After all, they're in Dragon Paradise, the lair of the dragon pirates. There are dozens or even hundreds of murlocs in this place. Really want to grab something here? That would be tantamount to courting death. With this thought in mind, Zhang asked his subordinates to take out an iron cage. The iron cage was ventilated on all sides, and the devil fruit contained in it could be clearly seen. This is a fruit of the animal family. Although it is only the animal department, it is still worth more than 100 million Baileys in this sea. Is extremely expensive stuff. This is really a good baby, it would be great if we can trade now. Colonel Mouse turned around and looked at the devil fruit. When thinking that this devil fruit will soon belong to him. The excitement in my heart is full of joy. Colonel Mouse, this devil fruit doesn't belong to you yet, we have to wait for our dragon leader to come back to decide. Zhang didn't dare to make decisions without authorization, although the evil dragon treats them well on weekdays. But devil fruit is something that the evil dragon attaches great importance to. If it is really lost, there is no doubt that even he will be severely punished. Then we have to wait for the dragon to come back. Although Colonel Mouse really wants this devil fruit. But he also knew that there was no dragon present. He can't get this devil fruit, but just when they were planning to take back the devil fruit. The iron cage actually flew up out of thin air, then fly higher and higher. It was even about to fly out of the dragon paradise. What's going on here? Did Colonel Mouse do something good for you? Zhang's face turned pale with fright. He was full of confidence in protecting the devil fruit before. But he didn't expect the devil fruit to be lost in this way. If the devil fruit is really lost from his body, the dragon will punish him severely when he returns. Maybe even be beaten into a comminuted fracture of the whole body. Don't blame me, I didn't do anything. Colonel Mouse was also taken aback. He was really wronged. Obviously he didn't do anything. Just when the two sides were about to fight. Suddenly a murloc discovered something and shouted loudly. There's a monster over there, accompanied by a reminder from the murloc. Both the mouse colonel and the murloc Zhang looked at the location where the murloc reminded them. Discover the monster that the murlocs speak of. It was a saber-toothed tiger-like creature crawling on the beams of the house. It has lightning marks on its body. The devil fruit they just lost is in the creature's hand. So he stole it. Only then did Colonel Mouse understand who stole the devil fruit. How did he do that? Zhang was full of doubts in his heart. He originally thought that no one in the dragon paradise could invade and take away the devil fruit. But I didn't expect that this creature could do it so easily. This made him feel a little confused under his rage. But in the next second, he no longer doubted, because the saber-toothed tiger-like creature in front of him once again demonstrated its powerful ability to manipulate objects. It's just that he used this ability just now to steal the devil fruit. But now, he used this ability to attack. I saw several murlocs floating uncontrollably. Then he fled towards Colonel Mouse and Zhang. Boom. I saw the next second. The two were buried at the bottom of the crowd by the murlocs. There is no ability to resist. The creature shot was obviously Raikou. He has long noticed the magical treasure of this devil fruit. In his eyes it is just like the bright sun. And the power he displayed this time is different from the power of the main attribute electric system. He uses the psychic skill extrasensory. It is possible to control other people's bodies or objects through extrasensory. Chapter 8. Eradication of Colonel Mouse. Catch him. There is such a big mess in Dragon Paradise. Can't hide it from others. I saw that the murlocs all surrounded Raikou. But the next moment, he began to float up one by one. Cooperate with Raikou's discharge skill. Each of these murlocs was paralyzed by electricity. Miserable growl can't stop hearing. How did you do this? Could it be someone with a devil fruit ability? Colonel Mouse managed to get out of the crowd. As a result, I saw this scene. Being timid by nature, he planned to escape, but it was soon noticed by Raikou. Raikou cast thunder. I saw soaring in the sky was shrouded in dark clouds again. A series of thunder and lightning fell from the sky and struck the dragon paradise. Bricks, beams, stone pillars, all these items were covered by thunder. Boom boom boom. The continuous thunderbolts directly smashed the dragon paradise into ruins. No piece is left intact. Marines aimed their guns at the ruins. If it wasn't Colonel Mouse who came out, they were going to draw their guns and shoot. But it's a pity. Colonel Mouse has been crushed to death under the ruins. Including these murlocs. One can imagine who can come out. Only Raikou. Raikou came out of the dragon paradise unscathed. He releases Reflect. The whole body is covered by a purple protective shield. Not even a speck of dust, and under the ruins, there are corpses everywhere. Inside was the corpse of Colonel Mouse. There are also many Murloc corpses. When the Navy soldiers saw Raikou coming out, they were directly overwhelmed by Raikou's might. A little half didn't dare to shoot directly, but some sailors are bolder. Pulled the trigger directly. The bullet was fired at Raikou. It's just that these bullets were completely swallowed by Raikou's Reflect. Just like a mud cow entering the sea normal, it didn't have any effect on Raikou. Instead, these Marines who shoot. The next moment, they felt a mysterious force impacting their bodies. These forces directly caused their limbs to be damaged in different situations. Some go straight to human explosions. Bang bang bang. Raikou didn't give them a second look. This is another use of extrasensory. Directly send out an invisible force to impact the body. Those who are not physically strong will explode and die, and even those who survive will have sequelae that will accompany them for life. Master Raikou actually killed the Navy too. A villager was a little panicked. For him, the Navy is still very deterrent. After all, the Navy rules the seas and the great sea routes. Newspapers have never lacked information about the Navy. Kill it if you kill it. We'll pretend we didn't see it. Don't you guys understand? The Navy and the Dragon Pirates are in collusion. They're all bad guys. The village policeman Giansuke said that in his opinion, what the patron saint did was right. If it weren't for Master Raikou to destroy the Navy and the Dragon Pirates, Kokoja village may still be persecuted by them. Lord Raikou totally saved them. Yes, Kensuke is right, these navies are bad guys. We didn't see anything. The villagers were soon united by Jianju's words. But when they all calmed down, only to find that Raikou had quietly disappeared. This made them a little puzzled. Why did Raikou suddenly disappear after helping them a lot? You know, they haven't thanked Raikou yet. As everyone knows, Ron has already sent Raikou to the Windmill Village. After all, Devil Fruit is something he urgently needs right now. Ron looked away from Raikou. Raikou completed the task well this time. At least spread the reputation of Pokémon. As for whether to kill the Navy or not, it wasn't that important in Ron's eyes. After all, the Navy is the henchmen of the Tianlong people. This is an indisputable fact, but in terms of the conduct of these Tianlong people, the demise of the Pokémon Kingdom must have something to do with them. Since sooner or later we have to meet each other. Why should Ron tolerate them, after sorting out the key to the matter? Ron didn't think too much about the Navy either. You know, Raikou is just one of the 3 beasts he revived. Now the second beast, Entei, is about to wake up. Ron came to see how Entei was doing. Thinking of this, Ron turned his gaze to Shield's Town. He found it by accident. The stone statue of the mythical beast Entei is actually in the 153rd branch of the Navy in Shield's Town. That is the naval base in Shield's Town. This place has a large blank field. However, Ron saw a familiar person on the wooden cross in the empty field. Rorinoa Zoro. The current green algae head pirate hunter, who will be responsible for the combat power of the Straw Hats in the future, is being tied to the cross at this moment. Ron quickly sorted out the timeline. This is probably not long before Luffy went to sea. Zoro has yet to join the Straw Hat Pirates. However, Ron has no intention of recruiting Sauron. As long as there are Pokémon under his command. Chapter 9 Entei. Shield's Town, 153 Branch Square. Countless people turned their attention to the Navy hunter, Zoro, bound inside. Sauron seemed foolish to them. He actually believed the nonsense of Helu Meepo. Hieromipox never kept a promise. What's more, the date agreed between Shilu Maibo and the green algae-headed swordsman in front of him is still not to eat for a month. Ordinary people will die if they don't eat for 3 to 5 days. But the Sierra Meepo in front of him asked him not to eat for a month. The final result is probably not just death, but a complete cold, and the body stinks. This is an impossible gamble. It was clear to everyone that Hieromipo wanted to kill Sauron, who killed his pet wolf. So everyone who passed by here sighed at Soren's experience. Untouchables, get out of the way, get out of the way, Master Shalumipo is here. I saw that the Navy soldiers drove away the civilians outside the square. The surrounding civilians dared not speak out, but Hieromipo was a notorious dude in Shield's Town. A road opened up among the crowded crowd. Hill Maibo walked in haughtily. At his waist was a pistol. Wearing light purple underwear, yellow hair like a mushroom. There was a smug look in his mouth. It's been a whole week now. He just wanted to see if Sauron was dead now. You need to know a human being who has not taken a drop of water or eaten any food. It is absolutely impossible to be alive. It's still alive. Sierra Meepo walked up to Sauron. Surprisingly, it was discovered that Sauron was still alive. This is something he didn't expect. How did he do that? Hieromipo couldn't believe it. But Sauron was really alive, and he raised his head to meet him. This scene was also conveyed to the outside world. Communicated to the crowd. That's why everyone didn't expect this. They didn't expect that the pirate hunter was still alive. The bet is still going on. I didn't lose. Sauron fixed his eyes on Hieromipo. Hieromipo was startled by the swordsman's courage, but immediately followed by intense anger. It's only the 7th day. Don't get too excited. The soldiers keep an eye on him. Don't let him eat anything, not even dirt. Sierra Meepo ordered the surrounding naval soldiers. The surrounding naval soldiers could only do as they heard it, even though the strength of Hyalumepo was not that strong. But he has a big backstage. That is Branch Colonel Monka, Helimal's father. This is a ruthless character, and he never shows mercy when punishing subordinate officers. They don't want to end up like Sauron. The villagers saw that Sauron was still alive though. But it's no different from being dead. Now Sauron has only survived for 7 days. There is still half a month to go. If Sauron was tortured like this simply because he offended Hermione. They don't feel overly sympathetic. However, this time Sauron beheaded Hirumibo's pet wolf in order to save a little Stephanie. That is, to protect the people of Shield's town, he provoked Shilu-Mibo. This made them feel sympathy for Sauron. Just when everyone thought that Shilu-Mibo should be the same as the previous few days this time. When he left after humiliating Sauron. Unexpectedly, when Shilu-Mibo was leaving, he bumped into a rock and fell hard. This is a huge stone. It just seems like it's been around for too long. His body was covered with moss and silt, making it impossible to see clearly. Bastards, sailors, you smash this broken rock now. Seeing that it was a broken rock that caused him to fall, Shiru-Mibo couldn't help fiery wrath in his heart. He's going to throw this broken rock and lash out. As you order, Master Hillamibel. The surrounding navies did not dare to disobey. They began to pick up the stone manuscripts and began to hammer the stone. I saw that the surface of the stone was peeled off little by little, gradually revealing the real body inside. There is actually a stone lion inside. It's so strange, why these marine soldiers hammered the stone lion with superpower, but didn't hurt the stone lion at all, not even the hair. This lion is so handsome, it looks like it is alive. As the stone lions were excavated step by step, the villagers were all shocked. They didn't have such ingenious carvers in Shield's town. Like this kind of craft that can even carve hair strands. It's simply not like a human being can do it. This is a treasure. Everyone immediately understood that this stone lion must be a treasure. Otherwise, how could there be so many miracles? Bang bang bang. But the Marines were tasked with destroying the stone. But the pickaxes they struck on were like striking an iron plate. There is no way to print even a single mark. Instead, it hurt their jaws and arms. Don't knock, I want to take this statue away and send it to my home. Seeing the statue, Shiru-Mibo had a greedy look in his eyes. He also understood that this is a treasure. He wants to remove the treasure, move it to his house, and show his father, Colonel Monka, that he has found a treasure. Remove. Navy soldiers saw the 2.1-meter tall stone lion. Dumbfounded, they never expected that there would be physical work today. So they began digging deep into the soil beneath the stone lion. But after working for a long time, the soil layer below was barely loosened. The stone lions seemed to have great strength. They loosen each layer. The stone lion pressed down 1 point. Master Shilu-Mibo, there are not enough of us. We need to find some more Navy soldiers. That's right, otherwise we won't be able to dig it out until tomorrow. After seeing that digging for a while had no effect, the Navy soldiers complained of suffering. Shilu-Mibo hesitated for a moment and decided to find some more people to come over. After all, this stone lion is really heavy. It took so much effort for just a few of them to dig. What's more, he had to lift it later, and Shilu-Mibo didn't intend to do it himself. After calling a few people to find someone, Sierra-Mibo began to study this stone lion. This lion, how come it looks like a living thing? Shiru-Mibo looked at it, startled himself. This lion is so lifelike. No, it's just a treasure, how could it be alive? Shiru-Mibo comforted himself. He wouldn't think that a stone would come back to life, and he only wanted this stone because it looked like a treasure. But how could I have such an idea? Sierra-Mibo was a little puzzled by this, when he met the stone lion again. He was frightened and backed away, because the stone lion's eyes were like the eyes of a lion looking down on its prey, looking at the normal eyes of the weak flock. Chapter 10 Recovery. This stone statue is not simple. Soren's eyes just met the stone statues. He found that his premonition told him that there was an extremely powerful force in this stone statue. It's just not fully bursting out yet. Normal's hunches were spot on. So he stared at the stone statue. The eyes refused to move an inch. Time passed by every minute and every second. A large number of navies have come here. Hill-Mipo also came out from the shadow just now. Master Shilu-Mibo, I have brought 30 marines here. May I ask you to dig now? Sailors report to Hirumabel. So much, Shilu-Mipo was a little stunned. He didn't expect the Navy soldiers to bring so many Navy soldiers here. This is likely to alarm his father, Colonel Monka. However, now people have called. Now there is no other way but to dig first. I saw that a large number of navies started digging the stone lion with shovels. Sierra-Mipo looked around boredly. Suddenly, he saw the stone lion that Sauron had been looking at him. This made him very unhappy. Have you seen enough? You, a dying man, still want to take my treasure. I'm not afraid to tell you that even if you really win the bet, you will inevitably die. I will let the Navy soldiers execute you later. Hirumipo spoke the truth directly. He really didn't want Sauron to live, and Sauron was no different from the untouchables outside in his opinion. So what if he killed 1 or 2 such untouchables? He's the son of Captain Monka, and no one will come looking for him or retaliate. You actually regret it. Sauron looked at Shiru-Mipo with a fierce look in his eyes. As a pirate hunter, he has slaughtered many pirates. Killing a Hellamepis did not burden him too much. So his eyes were full of killing intent. Why, you still want to resist, can you do it now? Sierra Meepo was not frightened by Sauron. Sauron, who was restrained at this time, was like a wolf in a collar, which had no intimidating effect on him. Seeing the look of arrogance power trip on Silebo's face, Sauron tried with all his remaining strength to break free from the rope. The rope was rattled by him entirely with a superpower struggle. It even looked like he was about to break free in the next second. You idiot swordsman, stop it. Sierra Meepo looked at the tendency of the whole cross to loosen. Hastily took out a pistol from his waist. If Sauron in front of him broke free from the cross stake, then he would shoot him without hesitation. A hole. Sauron roared, and the rope was tied tightly. He didn't break free, which was inseparable from the fact that he had been hungry for a week. Now he is extremely deprived of water and food. His physical strength dropped drastically. Even the rope couldn't break free. If it's not open, then it's up to me. Sierra Meepo was taken aback by Soren's violent posture just now. He has seen the scene where Sauron directly killed his pet wolf with a single knife. He knew that the swordsman in front of him was of a considerable level, and his sword moves would never be muddled. If he really finds a chance, then he will be in trouble. Sierra Meepo picked up the pistol, and he wanted to completely eliminate Sauron in front of him. Let him no longer threaten himself. Boom! Suddenly there was a violent crack in the air. I haven't fired yet. Where's the sound? Sierra Meepo was stunned for a moment, and he looked at his pistol. He hasn't fired yet, so how could there be an explosion? Stone statue, look, there is a bright light shining on the stone statue and soaring in the sky. How is this going? On the stone statue, something seems to be falling off. It's not an illusion, it's real. I only heard a voice appearing on the field. Sierra Meepo turned his head to look at the stone lion dug by the marine soldiers. I saw many cracks suddenly appeared on the stone lion's body. Some of these stones exploded and flew towards the side. It hit the sailors around him. Some are still falling off. Sierra Meepo soon understood that the sound he heard was the sound of the stone statue shelling out. Roar. I saw the creature inside the stone lion throwing off the stone directly. Roaring towards the soaring in the sky, it was as if a thunder exploded in the soaring in the sky. After the stone was thrown away, everyone saw his whole picture. Orange-red hair, saffron-colored hair, with spikes and flowing white smoke behind it. This is Entei, one of the 3 holy beasts. The stone lion is alive. How is this possible? I remember that my grandparents were here. Is this a monster? When the Navy soldiers saw Entei recovering, 1 or 2 were frightened and ran away desperately. Some were so frightened that their legs went limp and they lay down on the ground, not daring to look into Entei's eyes. It turned out to be a living thing. Hiromipo couldn't think of it at all. His previous premonition turned out to be true, and the creature in front of him turned out to be a living thing. Thinking that he kicked the stone statue just now, and led the Navy soldiers to chisel him with stone manuscripts. Hiromipo felt that something was wrong. He immediately picked up the pistol and pointed it at Entei. This is his only means of self-defense. However, his behavior also made Entei immediately regard him as an enemy. I took the toy taunt magma incarnation, are you looking for death? Entei uttered these words coldly with flames burning all over his body. Toy, the villagers did not expect that the lion could speak out. But they didn't expect Entei to call a pistol a toy. You know, even as the ruler of Shieldstown's Navy Monka, he is also in awe of guns. After all, this kind of thing can really kill people. Chapter 11 Killing Helumipo. Toy. It didn't occur to Siramible that the creature in front of him called his gun a toy. He froze. But his face also became extremely distorted. Since you said it's a toy, let's let you taste the power of the toy. Hiromipo unleashes bullets towards Entei. He fired 3 shots. 3 bullets shot straight at Entei. Everyone looked at Entei. I saw a raging fire burning on Entei. Hot flames burned from his body. The whole person seemed to have turned into a ball of fire. The bullets exploded in the air before they even got close to Entei. Wiped out. Toys are toys, and real weapons should be like this. Entei spit out flames towards Hiromipo. The flame directly spanned more than 10 meters long. The extremely high temperature of the flames came towards the pavement of Silamibo. I must not die here. Let me go. My father is Colonel Menka. Hiromipo still wants to threaten Entei on his deathbed. However, his threats had no effect. The flames were like a burning lion, directly tearing at Helumipo's skin. In the center of the square, there was a burning smell. However, the surrounding navy and villagers did not have the slightest appetite. These are produced by the burning Helmup. No one thought that Shilumibo, who was so rampant just now, would die so easily. They looked to Entei, the fiery lion. Fear gradually rose in my heart. What kind of creature is he and why can he talk? Everyone felt fear. They didn't expect that this flaming lion-like creature would spit out raging flames directly. Burned the body of Colonel Monka's son Hiromipo, but no one dared to ask. Because this flame lion is too powerful. Zoro stared fixedly at the departing Entei. He didn't expect the stone statue to be exactly what his intuition expected. There really is a creature, and this creature is so powerful. The flame just covered him directly. Fortunately, the reins on him were also burned, and he escaped quickly to survive. Thinking of this, Sauron planned to follow the flame creature to see it. Take a look at why this flame creature revived. What is he going to do again? This flaming lion. Could it be that he is heading towards the military headquarters? Really, he probably doesn't know, it's the residence of high-ranking naval officials. Colonel Monka is right there. The villagers watched as Entei walked out of the square and slapped the iron gate straight away. A very purposeful place ahead. They were a little surprised, but soon they reacted. The direction Entei was going was actually the military headquarters in Shields Town. The place where naval officers live. You know, there has always been a restricted area for civilians. Don't let ordinary people pass by at all. However, Entei walked over directly swaggeringly. There is no defense. See way. Every step forward of Entei's footsteps left a scorched black ground. These lands are all left by touching the soles of Entei's feet. The flame burns the ground directly. The temperature reached over 1000 degrees. The Navy soldiers dare not move forward to intercept. He could only watch Entei approaching the naval headquarters continuously. They don't want to seek death in vain. You know, the body of Heleumipo, who had previously dared taunt Entei, was still burning with flames. Didn't cool off. The breath of the divine treasure is getting closer and closer. I should be able to complete the task of the god soon. Entei was walking towards the naval headquarters. Why did he leave from the square? The purpose is to complete the task of Arceus, the creator of the world. Promote the return of Pokémon and the search for magical treasures. Just now, he sensed the aura of the magical treasure. Right here. Now that he has sensed it, he will naturally retrieve the treasure for the creator god. However, it hadn't been long before he left. There are several marines who blocked his way. They held long guns and looked at Entei very vigilantly. They are in charge of the security of this region. Seeing such a flame beast appearing here, they were naturally extremely vigilant. They pulled the bolt. In the next second, fired directly. Bang bang bang. I saw countless bullets shooting towards Entei. But in the next second, it was completely burned by the flame vortex that suddenly burned in the air. Did he release this flame? The Navy soldiers were taken aback for a moment, and they turned their eyes to Entei. There is no one else here. The only possibility is that the Entei unleashed these flames. Just when they were about to pull the bolt for a second round of attack. The flame vortex is like a floating fire dragon. He started rushing toward them head on involuntarily. Don't want. Sailors felt the extreme temperature in the flames. A look of fear appeared on his face, but the flames didn't stop and burned them all. This flame creature is very strong. Sauron had just caught up with Entei's footsteps. He didn't expect Entei to kill several marines in the blink of an eye. He wanted to challenge this creature, but he knew that he didn't have the strength to fight this flame creature. Can only wait until later. Chapter 12 Killing Monka. Inside the Shields Town branch office, Colonel Monka dozed off on the couch. While he was still asleep, suddenly, he was awakened by a loud noise. Colonel Monka, something is wrong. A Chief Sao came to Colonel Monka. He was sweating profusely. What happened? Monka woke up from his sleep, and asked Sao Zhang, who disturbed rest with a displeased face. A flaming lion has stepped into our military area and is running wild in our branch. Sao Chong immediately explained to Monka. Fire lion, how could there be such a creature? Monka was a little startled. He didn't expect Sao Chong in front of him to say that there was a flame lion. He had never heard of such a creature in this world. So his first reaction was that Sao Chong was deceiving him. Colonel Monka, how dare I lie to you? He has broken into the quarters of several of our officers one after another, and he has destroyed a lot of property. How could this be? What about my room? Monka saw the bitterness on Sao Chang's face and chose to believe it, and then immediately asked if his room was affected. You know, he has his life savings in his room. Sir, the first thing he entered was your room. Sao Chong finished this sentence hesitantly, while carefully watching Monka's face. He knew Monka's temperament. Not only arrogant, but also extremely greedy, whether it is power or wealth. He regards it as extremely important. Dare to destroy my things, take me there now, I will kill this flame lion with an axe. When Monka heard Sao Chang's words, his face turned black instantly, like black charcoal. He understood that his room was the first to suffer. This made it impossible for him to bear it. You know, there is all his wealth in it. What's more, this flame lion dared to do this in his territory. Also in taunt was his captain's majesty. He will never allow it. Monka glanced at himself, the axe who had cut off the heads of countless pirates. Putting on the military uniform, he will lead Sao Chong to deal with this flaming lion who dared to be in the branch of Taunt 153. Colonel, why don't we inform the Navy of other places first? I heard that Smoker in Rog Town is very strong. Maybe we can let him solve this matter. Sao Chong reminded Colonel Monka from the side. From his point of view, this matter is quite tricky. He had already seen the power of flame creatures. Neither bullets nor swords can get close to this creature. As long as it gets close, it will be melted. He didn't think Colonel Monka would be the flame lion's rival. Don't you think I'm not the monster's rival? Monka stared at Sao Chong. He saw Sao Chang's thoughts. He couldn't believe he wasn't a rival of the fire lion. This. Of course not, Colonel Monka, of course you are the strongest, but this flame lion is also very powerful. Sao Chong wanted to explain, but Monka lifted him up with one hand. In Monka's eyes, Sao Chang's words were just perfunctory. I'd like to show you how I, Colonel Monka, deal with this flaming lion in front of you. Monka directly carried Sao Chong and walked out. But as soon as I walked out of the office, I found that it was extremely hot outside. The weather was not too hot at first, but it suddenly became extremely hot. As soon as he walked out, sweat dripped from Menka's forehead. What the hell kind of weather is this? It was very cool before. Menka couldn't help complaining. Colonel Menka, this is all caused by the flame lion. He is really scary, so we don't want to die. Cao Chong said the reason, which he witnessed with his own eyes. The flame lion just looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. The weather has become extremely hot and dry. He had never seen such a magical method before. Cao Chong wanted to dissuade Menka with these words, but he didn't want to directly backfire. You mean this flame lion directly changed the sky? Menka frowned and didn't believe it at all. He thought Cao Chong was lying because he was afraid of the flame lion. Maybe even the flame lion is fake, so he directly dragged Cao Chong to the hottest place. Exposed Cao Chang's lies. As a result, when he arrived here, only then did he realize that what Cao Chong said was true. There really is a flame lion. Menka saw that there was a lion wrapped in flames in the military dormitory, rummaging for something in the military dormitory. At last it seemed like I had finally found it. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. It's just that the smile on Menka's face was a little scary. Because, he found that just being close to this heatwave he couldn't resist. What's more, he has to fight the flame lion in front of him. Want to win? That is simply impossible. He knew that he had underestimated the strength of the lion in front of him. Menka was a little timid, he wanted to escape, but just when Menka knew that he was invincible and wanted to escape, the flame lion suddenly noticed him, a pair of eyes fixed on him firmly. This one glance made Menka's back drenched. For the first time in his life, he felt fear. Cao Chong looked at the flustered Menka. A look of despair. He had said to ask for help a long time ago, but Menka turned a blind eye to his words. Now it seems that they will all become the corpses of the flame lion. Your soul is so filthy that it needs flames to purify it. Entei looked at Menka with disgust, and he saw the soul in his body through Menka's body at a glance. Incomparably dirty and evil. How could a lion be able to talk? Are you a devil fruit user? It was not easy for Menka to calm down. He heard the flame lion speak. His first thought was that the flame lion in front of him must be a devil fruit capable user. Otherwise, how could it be possible to speak, can also control fire? Devil fruit ability user, the kind of guy with weaknesses. How could I be? Entei felt as if he had been insulted when he heard Menka's words. In his opinion, he is a perfect life form created by Arceus, and he is by no means comparable to a devil fruit ability user with weaknesses. It was precisely because of this that he took Menka's words as an insult to him. He was actually compared with these devil fruit ability users. Not a devil fruit user. How is this possible? Menka and Cao Chong were a little surprised. They thought the flame lion was lying. But now is not the time to dwell on such things. How to get out of danger is the most important thing now. Menka is well versed in sneak attacks. He was as early as when the flame lion spoke. Just approach Entei secretly, and now there is only nearly 10 meters away from Entei. Just when he swung the iron axe in his hand and thought he was going to succeed. Suddenly, the flame lion burst into hot magma flames, and the magma sprayed out directly towards the surroundings like a boiling kettle splashing. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the magma splashed, and all the materials that came into contact with the magma were burned. Everything dissolves into nothingness, as if it never existed. Menka's iron axe is no exception. Before he swung it down, he was melted into molten iron under Menka's horrified eyes. You already knew. It was only then that Menka suddenly realized that he looked at the flame lion. The flame lion might have already seen his sneak attack idea. Just waiting for him to rush up and take the bait, and he's just so stupid to do it. Could it be that the Admiral has something to do with this flame lion? Cao Chong thought of another matter. It is said that the ability of magma is only mastered by Admiral Sokolsky, but the flame lion in front of him can also display the ability of magma. What the hell is it? Cao Chong was full of puzzlement. Chapter 13 Destroying Branches. Is this the power of the flame lion in the stone statue? Zoro sneaked into the branch dormitory and took back the 3 knives that were taken by Hiromibo. He was stunned when he saw the scene of the flames soaring into the sky. He didn't expect that the flame lion in the stone statue could control such a powerful force. And it doesn't look like much effort has been spent. He glanced at the flame lion from a distance. He didn't get close, and he felt that he and the flame lion might have a fight in the future. But not now. Now he is not qualified. The raging fire burned the entire naval branch. Colonel Menka and Cao Changtong were buried in the flames. The villagers were shocked as they looked at the admiralty of the naval branch. They can guess. All of this must have something to do with the flame creature that just entered. Just a strong smell, coupled with the continuous roar of bursting flames. Unbearable burnt smell. Make them fearful and dare not approach. They don't know who will win this battle. We can only wait and see one by one. I saw a flame creature coming out of the fire. The flames had no effect on him. This shocked the villagers. It's unscathed. What about Colonel Menka? Could it be that this flame lion killed Colonel Menka? Get out of the way and let him go, regardless of whether the flame lion killed Colonel Menka. This flame lion is an existence that the villagers can't afford to provoke. They gave way one after another. Entei also has no chance to prey on these weaklings. He used a total of 2 tricks to enter the branch this time, namely Sunny Day and Eruption. Sunny day can turn the celestial phenomenon into scorching heat and increase the ability of fire, while eruption is spit up magma. Under Sunny day's field skills, the power of eruption is doubled. I really want to release it with all my strength. It is not difficult to destroy half of the island. Wait, it looks like he's holding a devil fruit in his mouth. It really is. Even this flame creature knows the preciousness of a devil fruit? Suddenly someone with knowledge saw the devil fruit in Entei's mouth. They were stunned. They didn't expect such a good thing on Entei. Greed came to mind in an instant. However, Entei was directly sucker punched in the navy branch before. And set off a raging fire. With lessons learned from the past, many greedy people have restrained themselves. After all, compared to devil fruit, one's own life is much more precious. But there will always be a few greedy guys who will stand up. They did not see Entei in action. Just treat Entei as a normal beast. They came forward with knives in hand, want to get chestnuts out of the fire. But the next moment, Entei spit out a raging fire directly from his mouth. The flame sprayed out a distance of nearly 10 meters and burned directly on the bodies of several people. There was a crackling sound. The temperature of the flame was so high that it was difficult to extinguish it in a short time even with water. As the flames attached to the body, there was a severe pain. Only then did they realize that they had actually tried to provoke someone they couldn't provoke. But it's too late. Let me go, I have nothing to do with them. Seeing the tragic situation of several people, the villagers who were waiting for an opportunity panicked. They dropped their swords, want to put this aside. But Entei couldn't see that these people had the same ideas as those before them. Entei had no intention of letting them go. Directly another flamethrower. Set them on fire too. The flames burned their skin and the men wailed. The surrounding villagers couldn't bear it, but let them plead with the flame lion. They absolutely dare not. After all, strictly speaking, these people are completely to blame. Reduced to this fate, no wonder others. Still wanting to snatch what the Chuangshi god wants, it's just extremely arrogant. Entei glanced indifferently at these evil-minded humans. You know, this devil fruit is a treasure that the Chuangshi god wants to restore divine power. The few people in front of me dared to come and snatch it. It's just that I deserve to die. With this move by Entei, others dare not act rashly anymore. And when Entei left safely, they just started talking about it. Suddenly, an old man in the crowd remembered something and couldn't help but say. This flaming lion seems to be the mythical beast, Entei, in Shield's town. Sacred beast? I think it's a fierce beast, it's so scary. Old man, you must be wrong. When everyone heard that the old man actually said that the flame lion was a legendary beast. They were dumbfounded, but soon laughed and cursed. They didn't believe that this ferocious flame lion was a divine beast. I didn't lie to you. It seems to be in ancient books. If you don't believe me, I will show it to you. The old man took out the ancient book from home, although the portraits on it were somewhat modeled. But the outline of Entei can barely be seen, very much alike. Could it be that it's a divine beast? The villagers looked at the direction of Entei's departure with some loss. In the void, Ron looked away. Entei did what he told him to do perfectly. Now he has only the last beast, Suicune, which has not yet awakened. Think of the two mythical beasts that brought devil fruits that can restore divine power. Now just get one more. Gathering 3 of them together restored some divine power. He will be able to revive the next planet-level beast. Like Ho-Oh, Lugia, Celebi. These Pokémon are sub-planet Pokémon. Thinking of this, Ron began to set his sights on Suicune in Sarab village. He wanted to see if Suicune could help him get a devil fruit in Silab village. Chapter 14 Suicune. West Rob village, under the mountain stream of the strait. The former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Crow, aliased as Clabatel, is talking with the current captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Zengo. Captain Crow, why don't you do it now? You don't want to take the treasure for yourself. Zhang looked at the gentlemanly man in a butler uniform and glasses. No one can imagine it. This is the man who has served as a housekeeper for 3 years in Kaya's house. It turned out to be a big pirate. Chloe, the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates with a bounty of 16 million berry, nicknamed, Hundreds of Ideas. It's not the time yet, I haven't found out where the treasure of the Kia family is stored. Crow pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose with his wrist, and there was a momentary reflection on the glasses. Zango suddenly remembered the fear of being dominated by Captain Crow. Don't dare to speak so loudly. After all, the man in front of him is vicious, and he has seen it himself. That was quite cold. Slaughtered a whole ship of the Navy just to hide his identity. He even hypnotized one of the Marines to let him kill his own colleagues, as Crow's scapegoat. To this day, the Navy is in the dark about this moment. Little did they know that Crow, the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, was still alive. Then when can we act? Seeing that Zhang lowered his posture a lot. Crow sneered in response to Zango's doubts. It's only a month at most. You just go back obediently and wait for the news. Crow responded to Zango, in fact, he can do this by himself. It's just that he wants an innocent identity more than these treasures. An innocent rich man who can avoid being chased and killed by the Navy, that's why he wants to cooperate with people like Zhang. Wait until Zhang and others slaughtered most of the people in Xiluobu village, and finally he appeared to clean up the mess. Then I'll follow your notice and come again. Zhang understood that Crow didn't want too many people to know that he had something to do with pirates. He was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, a burst of waves came. The sea hit a rock. I saw that the stone on the reef was a stone sculpture of a blue animal. It looks a bit like a wolf, but much more than a wolf contest. It has a sapphire-like headdress on its head, long wavy hair at the back of its head, and two streamer-shaped tails on its body. It looks noble and holy. What is this? Zango was taken aback. Because the eyes of this stone carving are facing them. It's like peeping into their premeditated plan. Let him a little timid. It's just a stone carving, but let's smash him away. Crow looked towards the stone sculpture, although he also has ghosts in his heart. But his strong psychological quality made him not feel afraid. But the appearance of such a stone sculpture, it made him feel a little unlucky. It was as if there was a third eye in the sky watching all of their plans for normal. So he called Shang Zangao to smash the stone sculpture. But later they discovered that no matter how they smashed, the stone carvings are all intact. What kind of material is it that can't be smashed? Zhang Gao was a little stunned. He is a pirate after all, and he is used to bloody storms. It's just a stone carving. How could he be intimidated all the time? However, this stone sculpture was indeed a bit weird to him. He obviously used a large stone to smash it, but not a single mark appeared. It's really weird. This stone is a bit hard. If I bring the weapon, it should be able to be chopped. Crow was no longer as calm as before. He originally thought that this stone sculpture could be destroyed by just 2 slams. However, after smashing it for so long, I didn't see any damage. This surprised him a little. Forget it, it's just a broken stone sculpture, don't care about him. Zhang saw that the stone sculpture was just a stone. Nothing fancy. He also believed Crow's words, because Crow was a powerful pirate who was good at using weapons. Especially his self-created silent step and swordsmanship. Coupled with his weapon Cat's Claw 10 blades, he can easily kill any enemy. However, it is too much trouble to get the weapon again. Thinking of this, Zhang planned to leave. This stone sculpture is a bit weird. Forget it, maybe I'm overthinking. Compared to Zango, Crow now cares more about this stone sculpture. Because he felt that there was a pair of eyes watching him. It just occurred to him that he had to get a weapon for this stone sculpture. It even increases the probability of exposure. Crow decided to choose to forget. After all, no matter how you look at it, it's just a rock. The two chose to leave. Zango returned in his canoe. And Crow returned to the big villa of the Kia family. Continue to be a housekeeper, but they don't know. Just, not long after they left, a ray of light suddenly appeared and soaring in the sky. This ray of light shone on the stone statue. At the same time, it also made the villagers of Xiluobu village notice that there is something under the mountain gorge. And the brilliant light and soaring in the sky shone on a beast-shaped stone statue of contest below. Chapter 15 Awakening Captain Usopp is here, let's watch first. I saw that the 3 children led Usopp to the mountain stream. They looked down and found a strange light shining on a stone sculpture. They froze. This is too beautiful. Usopp's 3 members of the pirate group Carrot Head, Onion Head, and Green Pepper Head were stunned for a moment. Because the stone carvings below are really beautiful. Simply a work of art. Is this stone sculpture alive? Usopp stared at the stone sculpture for a moment. This was his first thought when he saw the stone carving. This is not because of his analysis, but his subconscious intuition. Simply seeing the beauty of this stone sculpture, I hoped that it would be great if this stone sculpture was alive. But what he said, he was directly criticized by the surrounding villagers. How could it be possible to live? Big talker Usopp, I think you are bragging again. That's right, the pirates are coming every day, but the village is safe and sound. I think you are lying again. If someone else said it, the villagers might still believe it a little bit. But what Usopp said, they didn't believe it at all, because Usopp has been talking big. The story of Wolf came repeats endlessly. They've developed Usopp antipathy by now. As long as Usopp said, they didn't believe it and even refuted it. I really feel like I'm alive. Usopp saw that the villagers didn't believe it. I had to lower my voice. He knew it was no wonder that the villagers didn't believe it. It is true that he has told too many lies over the years. No wonder the villagers didn't believe him, just when everyone thought it was just an ordinary stone sculpture. The light and soaring in the sky also disappeared completely, and there was no beauty to see when they planned to leave. The stone carving suddenly moved, and the stone carving began to crack evenly. How is this going? Many pairs of eyes fixed on this stone sculpture. I want to see what is going on with this stone sculpture. Alive. It's really a living thing. Usopp, the big talker, actually said the truth. It's too unbelievable. The surrounding villagers did not expect Usopp to be right this time. This statue is really alive. I saw a blue figure break away from the stone carving. With his appearance, the wind direction changed instantly. All the way to the north to blow. The creature inside the stone sculpture is none other than Suicune. The incarnation of the north wind, as long as he appears, the wind direction will change to the north. He is able to purify dirty muddy waters. I saw that the place where he stayed instantly turned into a cyanwood-colored lake. My Usopp is right, this stone sculpture is alive. Usopp watched the stone sculpture really come to life. All of a sudden, he was proud and complacent. You know, this is the first time he has realized what he has boasted about. A blind cat meets a dead mouse. I think you are fool. The villagers can't stand Usopp's big talk. can't help but directly refute Usopp's words. However, they were also pleasantly surprised by the appearance of such a beautiful creature as Suicune. In particular, they noticed that the lake directly beneath Suicune's feet had turned a clear blue. Their affection for Suicune is even stronger. This must be an auspicious beast. Suicune looked up at the crowd on the cliff. He could sense that the people above had no malice towards him. Thinking of this, he began to climb up the rock climb step by step. It is said to be rock climb, but it is actually jumping. The grip under Suicune's feet is extremely strong. Stepping on several stones one after another, he jumped up the mountain stream. This creature is not simple. It's actually possible to rock climb like this. The distance he jumps is 4 or 5 meters high. I don't think he has a home. Why don't I adopt him? Said by a man who saw Suicune's beautiful figure. Don't even think about it. The surrounding villagers did not agree. This Suicune is what they discovered together. How could it be possible for this man to adopt him? If he wanted to adopt him, he had to raise them together. Just when these people are arguing, Suicune's succeeded rock climb came up. Only then did the 3 children under Usopp find out. Suicune is actually huge. With a height of 2 meters, they looked at Suicune. Storage is because under the mountain stream, they are deceived by the eyes. At this time, the villagers saw Suicune coming up. No more fuss. They began to fight for custody of the creature. It's just that they don't know that this creature is not simple. Suicune ignored these people. He already had a premonition of the existence of the magical treasure. In order to complete the mission of Arceus, he walked directly to the town of Zailuobu village. It was only at this moment that the surrounding villagers felt Suicune's amazing jumping ability. I saw that Suicune directly ejected and started, jumping more than 10 meters away. Surprised them directly. How can you jump so far? This seemed unbelievable to the villagers. Usopp was also stunned to see this. He did not expect that this creature is not only contest, but also has an amazing physique. Chapter 16. Here comes the pirates. Suicune came to the busy market in Sarab village. With his gorgeous and elegant appearance, he found that many people were feeding on him. Even treated him like an ordinary beast. Suicune was a little helpless, but fortunately, the breath of divine power was getting closer. He reluctantly accepted the kindness offered by some villagers. Swallowed up some food. The arrival of Suicune made the whole Zailuobu village lively. This excitement, it was also conveyed to Kia's villa. I saw a butler with a goat's horn walking to Keiya's side. He is one of the butlers in Villa Kia, named Melly. Melly, what happened? Why is it so lively outside? Kaya stared outside the house. When she found out, the outside of the house seemed to be very lively. Can't help but ask Melly, I gonna go see, after Mei heard Keiya's voice. Nodding his head, he went outside the villa to inquire. Come back soon and tell Keiya the result. I heard that a creature with a gorgeous appearance came from Murakami. It's very beautiful, so everyone went to watch it. Ms. Ya, are you performing well? Mei looked at Kia distressedly, but Kia was weak and sick since she was a child. So she often stays in the villa. Seeing this, Mei also wants to let Keiya go out and have a look. Let's go together, there will be nothing wrong with you and Butler Clabattle. Kaya smiled. Butler Clabattle was called soon. It's just the Clabattle butler who is obedient to her this time. But for the first time in his life, he rejected her. Miss Keiya, I still have some small things to deal with, so please go with Butler Melly first. Crow, whose pseudonym was Clabatel's butler, looked visibly gloomy. He already knew about the resurrection of the stone sculpture. According to the description of the villagers, he was very sure of the creatures that appeared in this stone sculpture. It was the stone sculpture that heard about them. The whole plan of him and Zango was heard by the stone statue. Even his identity was completely exposed. Now he didn't intend to wait any longer. He decided to do it tonight. Now he was going to inform Zango. It is difficult to kill these villagers quickly with his own strength. Only the Black Cat Pirates were called. Call all the members of the Black Cat Pirates. Only then can the entire village of Zailuobu village be washed away with blood. Before leaving, Crow glanced at the little girl Kia. Originally, he wanted to wait until everything was ready before doing it. Not anymore. You can ask slowly about the hiding place of the treasure, but yeah, you could have lived a few more days, but unfortunately, if you want to blame, you can blame that stone creature. Crow left without nostalgia, and Keiya looked at the back of the departing Crow and suddenly couldn't help shivering. Melly, why'd I think today's Butler Clabattle is so scary? Kaya tells Melly how she feels. Isn't he as usual? Don't worry too much, miss, let's go and see the mysterious creatures in the village. Melly's nerves are thicker. He didn't feel any abnormality, and after a few words of relief to Keiya. Then he led Kia to the downtown of the village, and when Kaya came to the busy city, she fell in love with Suicune at first sight. It's so beautiful too, just like the Pokémon in the story. Keiya remembered the time before his father passed away. Always show her a storybook about Pokémon. The Pokémon inside are omnipotent. Can spit fire and water. It's just that she asked the surrounding villagers, and no one had ever heard of this creature. However, today she saw it with her own eyes. However, this creature does not have the ability to spit fire and water. Instead, it only has the same gorgeous appearance as Pokémon. More gorgeous than in the storybook, the breath of the divine treasure. Suicune ate and drank, but he did not forget Arceus' mission. Suddenly, he sensed the aura of the divine treasure. He looked at Kaya, the breath was very weak, however, under the perception of the beast, it is very strong. Suicune was able to confirm immediately that this little Stephanie had contact with the magical treasure. This made him a little happy, although he can perceive that the magical treasure is on this small island. But he was not sure exactly where it was. At this time, it is possible to find someone who is connected with the magical treasure. He won't let it go. Suicune walked towards Kaya. This mysterious creature is approaching Miss Kaya. He doesn't even touch us. It seems that Ms. Kaya is still popular. People who didn't know the truth thought that Suicune came to Kaya because he liked Kaya. Only Usopp is worried that Suicune will hurt Kaya. He wanted to stand in front of Kaya and protect Kaya. But Kaya directly pushed him away. Kaya actually abandoned me because of a beast. Usopp was stunned. He didn't expect that he and Kaya were the closest friends. But today he was abandoned by Kaya because of Suicune. Kaya stroked Suicune's hair. He turned to Melly. Mary, can I take him home? Melly was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the lady to actually plan to bring such a mysterious creature home. If it was in the past, he would definitely not allow it. After all, Miss Kaya is weak and sick. But after taking a look at Suicune, he agrees by mistake. Suicune is not surprised by this. He himself has a strong affinity. Even humans who meet him for the first time will have a good impression of him, if you have to say it. This is his natural ability. So, Suicune moved into Kia's villa. And Usopp is a little suspicious of life at the moment. Little did he know that just a mysterious beast would take his friend away. He even started complaining about Suicune to the third younger brother, including the villagers. However, no one agreed with his idea. Even his younger brother said that he would break up with him because of this incident. In this regard, the Usopp pirates officially disbanded. Usopp felt like crying. In this way, in the middle of the night, he stood on the cliff and wanted to shout like before. Vented the dissatisfaction in his heart, but soon he discovered the abnormality. Because there are really pirates coming this time. Still sailing in the middle of the night, he started to go to the village and shouted loudly. The pirates are coming. The pirates are coming. Usopp was screaming desperately. Usopp, it's alright if you were arguing during the day. Why are you arguing in the middle of the night? A villager has just started to thrive and wants to do some exercise. As a result, they were frightened by Usopp's yelling in the next second, which made them unbearable. One by one, they pushed open the window and looked at Usopp with angry faces. Uncle Sam, I really didn't lie to you this time. The real pirates are here. They're coming to the village soon. Usopp was about to break out in sweat right now. The villagers looked at the anxious Usopp, thinking about what happened during the day. Today's Usopp said that there are living creatures in the stone sculpture, which made them trust Usopp a little more. They walked out of the room with an attitude that they would rather believe in something than believe in nothing. Usopp wants you to let us know that you lied to us and you're done. It's just, see if I don't beat you up. The villagers got dressed and came out, and soon the entire Zailuobu village gathered together. Someone picked up the binoculars and looked at the location where Usopp said the pirates had arrived. They found out that Usopp really wasn't lying this time. What he said was true. This time the pirates really came. Chapter 17 Kill Crow. In the elegant villa, Suicune watched Kia bouncing up and down in front of him, and stroked his hair from time to time. A little helpless, in fact, he wanted to ask directly before. But considering that it was too shocking, and since he could directly follow Kaya to her home, he didn't say much because he was close to the water and was able to win the magical treasure. It's just that looking at it now, this little girl seems to treat him like an ordinary beast. He decided to show this little girl his strength. But, at this moment, Melly came in, looking nervous. It's not good, Miss Kia, there are pirates coming from Zailuobu village, let's run. Melly wants to take Kaya away. In his opinion, pirates are a group of vicious people. Not easy to deal with. The pirates are coming. Kaya froze for a moment. It was the first time she really met a pirate. In the past, I only listened to other people's narration. However, Kaya did not intend to escape. Mary Steward, let's stay and fight pirates with everyone in Sarab village. Kaya looked at butler Melly. Okay. Hearing Kaya's words, Melly hesitated for a moment. Indeed, where could he escape with Kia? It's better to fight with the people of Zailuobu village. After figuring this out, they intend to support the villagers of Zailuobu village. On the way, Kaya glanced at Suicune and said directly. You go, the farther you go, the better, the pirates are here for us, they won't trouble you. Suicune was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Kaya would choose to let him go at this time. I felt Kaya's sincerity. Suicune intends to help him solve this trouble. Think of it as the reward of a magical treasure. That's right, Suicune has sensed the specific location of the magical treasure. Just below the Kaya villa, it was buried deep underground by the Kia family. It is precisely because the magical treasure has been found. Suicune is able to be so calm, just when Suicune was going to propose help Kia. Suddenly, a figure stepped out from the shade outside the door. Steward Clabattle. Kaya yelled in surprise, and it was only then that Melly noticed that a person appeared in front of her eyes. It was just when Melly was about to call Clabatel to help. Clabatel revealed the weapon Cat's Claw, 10 blades, in his hand. This is a sharp knife glove like a cat's claw. There are 10 extremely long blades. Kabutel, what are you trying to do? No matter how nervous Melly is, he still understands. There was something wrong with Kabutel in front of him. What do you want? Of course I want you to take out all the treasures. Crow no longer hides his ambitions. His only purpose is to plunder the property of the Kia family. You are not Kabutel. Who are you? Mary glared at Crow, who he thought was a fake. You must know that he has been with Kabutel for 3 years. Kabutel was not of this character at all. I'm Kabutel, but I'm also Crow in every way. You should have heard of my name, Melly. Crow didn't intend to continue pretending. The two people in front of them were completely powerless to fight back. Why should he pretend again? Beiji Kella, not good, he is the pirate captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Mary had heard of Crow's name. He never expected that the captain of the Black Cat Pirates had been pretending by his side for 3 years, and he hadn't found out yet. Steward Kabutel, he's actually a pirate. Kaya was also stunned. This is something he hadn't thought of at all. It never occurred to him that Butler Kabutel was actually a pirate. Now that you know, you can die together with the mysterious creature behind you. In fact, if that creature didn't smash my plan, you can still live for a few more days. Crow looked at Suicune sullenly. If it wasn't for Suicune, how could his plan have been ruined like this? Just when he was about to start, he heard a shout. Just because you're not my rival and I'm called Suicune. Who is speaking? After hearing the strange sound, Crow began to look around. But Meili and Kia looked at the creature, Suicune, that looked like a work of art. It was the creature that they heard talking, Hydro Pump. Suicune groaned, and then a large amount of seawater condensed in his mouth. Then a shot was aimed directly at Crow. Boom! Hearing a loud bang, Crow was sent flying 7 or 8 meters away. He can now be sure that the voice just now came from the mouth of the creature in front of him. How did he do it? Kaya and Melodon looked at Suicune. They didn't expect that Suicune could spit out water directly. And the amount of water is simply huge. Silent step. Crow saw that Suicune had mastered the power of the water flow and did not dare to slack off. He used his unique silent step. I saw that he began to approach Suicune quietly. The next moment, the strong wind blew up, and Crow was directly stopped by the strong wind. The closer to the Suicune, the greater the wind resistance. This strange astronomical change. Let Crow understand that this must have something to do with Suicune. He was a little flustered. He couldn't even get close to Suicune. How could he be Suicune's rival? He was going to run away, but Suicune didn't let him go. In the next second, Suicune used the freezing light. Freeze Chloe into an ice sculpture. He is so powerful. Melly watched Suicune's unbelievable abilities. A little surprised, he didn't expect Suicune's power to be so powerful. And they treat Suicune like an ordinary beast. Melly was dumbfounded. Fortunately, he and Kaya didn't do anything to offend Suicune. Otherwise, use Suicune to eliminate Crow's speed. It only takes a moment to kill them. Suicune didn't pay much attention to the ice sculpture of Crow. He started walking in the direction of the invading pirates. Mei Li and Kaya met each other and followed. As they walked forward, they found that there were more fighting sounds. And when they came to the place where the villagers of Xiluobu resisted the pirates, they discovered Zhangao et al. There are only 3 masters in the Black Cat Pirates, including Zango. They are the Catman brothers and him. It's just that Zhangao is capable of being the captain. I saw that he began to hypnotize his crew members. Swinging with the ring in his hand, the crew members of his pirate group were hypnotized by Zhangao as if they were not afraid of life and death. Began to go crazy, and it didn't even feel the same when a knife was cut on them. These desperate pirates directly defeated the villagers of Xiluobu village. The hearts of the villagers are already full of despair, wailing, and numbness. But no matter how much they begged for mercy, there was no way to spare life from the pirate in front of them. Until Suicune came here, the situation has changed. I saw that a large number of waves appeared around Suicune, and these waves directly rushed to the body of the enemy and himself. With the washing of water waves, the pirates of the Zhangao pirates woke up from madness in an instant. Some seriously injured pirates fell directly to the ground and howled continuously. Why is this creature still alive? No, where did Captain Crow go? Is it possible? Looking at the unscathed Suicune, Zhangao suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Countless life and death experiences told him that Captain Crow was likely dead. Chapter 18, 2 Devil Fruits. But I have the Catman brothers and so many brothers, so I may not lose. Zengo looked at Suicune. He didn't think he was going to lose the fight. He began to hypnotize his fellow pirates. It's just that he found that no matter how hypnotized it was useless. Because Suicune's purify power directly counteracted his hypnosis. Zangle hypnosis is now an invalid contest condition. And it's not over yet. Suicune then released Blizzard. In the entire soaring in the sky, white snow suddenly fell. The wind was howling, as if it had come to the freezing winter. The cat brothers that Zhangao was counting on were directly covered by ice and snow, completely unable to resist, and were directly defeated. This directly made Zhangao dumbfounded. How is this possible? How can he spit water and bring down Blizzard? Zhangao looked at Suicune, completely fearful. He is now certain that Captain Crow must have been killed by the mysterious creature in front of him. Django tried to escape, but Blizzard is getting bigger and bigger, and half of the island is covered by Blizzard. And Blizzard also concentrated around them. This makes it impossible for them to carry out effective resistance. Let alone escape, you can only watch yourself covered in heavy snow. Plus the body that was just wet with the hydro pump. They feel that their lives are passing by, don't want praise for struggle's hard work, but nothing works. He was still covered in heavy snow, then there was no sound at all. How did he do that? The villagers looked at Suicune, and now they could no longer look at Suicune with the same mentality as before. Originally they thought Suicune was just a nice-looking land creature. It's only now that Suicune isn't just a pretty, colorful land creature. He can also control blizzard and wind and even water. This is simply a supernatural creature, and it can also directly destroy these pirates who just put them in a desperate situation. This shocked them even more. Suicune seems to be their savior in Zailuobu village. This made the villagers feel grateful for Suicune. Suicune, he really wiped out these pirates. Kaya and Melly just arrived. When they saw that the pirates had been covered by heavy snow, they were stunned, they couldn't imagine it at all. What method did Suicune use to wipe out so many pirates? You must know that Suicune just solved Crow, who was offering a reward of tens of millions, by himself. So many pirates can still be dealt with now, it was beyond their expectations. How? How did he do it? Usopp lay on the ground looking at Suicune. Originally, he thought it was his turn to protect the villagers this time. Let Kia look at him with admiration. In the end, this mysterious creature still managed to show its prestige. He is a little depressed, but he also knew that there was no way to solve this matter with him. It will only make things worse. Suicune, Kaya also wants to find Suicune and have a good chat. Talk about why Suicune, who she is curious about, can speak human language. Or her history, but Suicune has decided to leave. Zailuobu village is just a stop on his way. Mission accomplished now. It was time for him to return to the place where Father Arceus was. Not when one stays with a little Stephanie. The proud Suicune is not a playmate. In the next second, Suicune started running. His destination is just below Kia's villa. Suicune is extremely fast, gone in the blink of an eye. Kaya inevitably felt a sense of loss about this. Usopp wanted to come up to comfort him. In the end, Kaya avoided her. Usopp felt very uncomfortable inside. Obviously, he was Kaya's best partner before. Now it has been snatched by a mysterious beast. He didn't even need comfort anymore. He is sad. And the other villagers were a little curious about why Kaya and Melly called this mysterious beast Suicune. After understanding, their jaws dropped in shock. They didn't expect Clavitel, who had been working as a housekeeper in the Kaya family. He is actually the captain of the famous Black Cat Pirates. They didn't even think about it. This big pirate has a reward of 16 million. It will be easily solved by Suicune. This is too strong. But Suicune at this moment did not disappear as everyone had guessed. He started digging the ground, but it's different from other people's digging. He is constantly bombarding the ground with a hydro pump. Boom. The hydro pump, which is as powerful as a cannon, bombards the ground. A deep pit or two was soon blasted. He quickly found the location of the treasure chest. It's just that the number of devil fruits inside surprised him a little. Not just one. Instead, there are two. It can be said that Suicune has overfulfilled the task of Arceus. Thinking that Arceus might praise him, Suicune couldn't help laughing. And he soon started the journey back. Ron in the void looked away. The way Suicune collects the devil fruit this time is a bit tortuous. However, 2 devil fruits can be obtained. For him, it was quite a good thing. After all, the extra devil fruit can be used by him to revive other beasts. The next thing Ron has to do is waiting for the return of these 3 divine beasts. But he also knew that the 3 divine beasts had made a lot of noise in the East Daxia Sea. It will certainly alarm the Navy, but that's what he wanted to do. Since it is to be announced that Pokémon is about to return to the king. How can the movement be so small? Chapter 19. Back to Windmill Village. 3 days later, these incidents continued to ferment in the East Daxia Sea. The most explicit of these was the death of 2 naval captains. Then there is the news that the long-dead captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Crow, has come back to life strangely. Town of Rog, Captain's office. Smoker frowned as he watched the information being delivered gradually. The killing of 2 naval colonels was among the first of its kind. However, when he looked at it based on the information provided by the officers under the colonel and the villagers, these people are purely dead. A pirate from the evil dragon pirates robbed Kokoja Island without authorization. One is relying on his own authority to keep conniving his dandy son to run rampant in Shields Township, and keep looting property for personal use. It can be said that if not most of the villagers and naval colleagues are reporting the captain. Even Smoker didn't know that there were still such 2 scum in the Navy. In his opinion, these 2 people deserved to die. As for another incident in Zailuobu village, it was also very weird to him. A pirate with a bounty of tens of millions who has been dead for 3 years. He was resurrected in such a strange way, and became the housekeeper of a young lady. This seemed unbelievable to him, and the connection between all 3 things exists in 3 mythical beasts. After the confession of the villagers, the information he can get is that the 3 beasts are called Raikou, Entei, and Suicune respectively. According to what the villagers told the Navy, Raikou can control thunder and lightning, dark clouds. Entei can control fire and magma. Suicune can release water currents, hurricanes. All these incredible things directly made Smoker a little dizzy. Because this is something that only those with natural devil fruit abilities can do. When the beast can do it. What's more, you have to know that he is a natural smoke fruit ability user. It can only control one ability, but these beasts in front of them can master two kinds. This made him feel even more puzzled, especially Entei among them. He has mastered the power of magma. It reminded Smoker of Admiral Akainu Sakaski. Akainu Sakaski is one of the three generals. Mastered the magma ability. Smoker decided to be cautious in this matter. After all, the whereabouts of these three beasts are now unknown. Why don't you inform the Navy headquarters first? Let these big shots discuss it, how to deal with it. After thinking about this, Smoker gradually let go of his heart. He guards the town of Rog at the crossroads of the Great Sea Route. As long as the three beasts want to go out on the Great Route, they will meet, and he had a hunch that they would meet soon. At this moment, the Windmill Village is still as lively as before. However, one place has become a forbidden place. That is in the jungle behind the Windmill Village. Because there is a magical creature as white as jade here. Few people know his name. I only know that he can talk and occasionally come to the pub to drink beer. The rest of the time stays in the back mountain, seems to dislike human contact. This also led to not daring to disturb him. After all, the image of the creature punishing alcoholics is still vivid. Fortunately, don't provoke him, will not be harmed maliciously. The surrounding villagers have gradually become accustomed to the existence of this mysterious creature. Fisherman Chaolu is still fishing as usual this day. Suddenly they saw a lone boat driving on the sea. I saw a leopard-like beast driving a wooden boat to the Windmill Village. The fisherman Jolu was stunned for a moment. How can the beast sail the boat? However, fortunately, there was a creature as white as jade before Windmill Village. He wasn't too surprised, but after the leopard jumped off the canoe and landed on the island. He was still shocked, because this leopard-like creature actually jumped more than 10 meters away. Came safely to the island. Do you know Lord Arceus? Raikou looked at the fisherman Jolu after realizing that he was just an ordinary human being. He asked the Jolu fisherman where the father god Arceus lived. Arceus. He seems to be in the back mountain. Chaolu froze for a moment. He didn't expect this leopard to be able to speak. But because there was already a talking creature in Windmill Village, he wasn't too surprised. He pointed Raikou in the direction of Arceus. The entire back mountain is his private domain. After hearing what Jolu said, Raikou ran towards the back mountain excitedly. He didn't even hold back his strength. In the next second, there were a few muffled thunders from the sky. And Raikou also appeared a lot of lightning. This. Jolu froze for a moment. He didn't expect this Raikou to be so miraculous. However, no matter how miraculous, he still has to live. Just as he continued to cast his net for fish, another beast appeared on the surface of the sea, but the one that appeared before was a leopard-like beast riding a wooden boat. This time it's a lion with ember behind it. It looks very extraordinary. Two supernatural beasts appeared one after another. Jolu was a little surprised, but the lion was much more powerful than the leopard. What's more, this lion is very big. Just when he was at a loss, the lion had already landed. Hey, humans, tell me if there is any trace of Master Arceus in the village. Compared with leopards, lions are much more direct. When Jolu saw that the flame lion didn't want to eat him, quickly told the flame lion the answer. Over there, Lord Arceus is right there, the back mountain. Jolu's cold sweat broke out. He quickly told the flame lion the answer. After the flame lion heard it, he ignored Chaolu and rushed towards the back mountain. Wherever he walked, he left a string of scorched black footprints scorched by flames. Jolu wiped off the sweat from his forehead when he saw the flame lion leave. He is a little afraid to fish now, but now that the event is just right, the fishing nets have been cast. Jolu decided to go online before talking, but just as he was about to draw in the net, the water suddenly became choppy. Countless water ripples appeared on the water surface. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful wolf-shaped beast poked its head out from the bottom of the water. Wolves can't dive, let alone for such a long time. At a glance, Jolu knew that this was another magical beast. Again, Chao Luming forced him, but he didn't expect to repeat it again and again. He is completely panicked now. Before the beast could come up, he confided where Ron was. Master Arceus is on the back mountain, please spare me. Fisherman Chaolu didn't even want to use his nets. He ran straight to the house. He had already decided to change his career. In the future, he decided not to participate in any occupations related to the sea. After all, this is too dangerous. Suicune, who just poked his head out, was surprised. He didn't understand. He hadn't asked yet. How does the other party know what to ask? Suicune fell into deep doubts. The three beasts that landed on the island were Raikou, Entei, and Suicune called by Ron. They completed the task assigned by Ron and returned successfully. Chapter 20 Recovery Ho-Oh. The three divine beasts came to the back mountain. I saw a white palace here. Stepping inside, they happened to see Arceus, whom they admired. Father God. What should we do now? Father, please give instructions. The three divine beasts looked obedient. They wanted to hear exactly what instructions Ron would give. We want to rebuild the Pokémon Kingdom. As for the first base, let's set it here. Ron spoke his mind. Now that there are already three mythical beasts, they must be re-establishing the Pokémon Kingdom. And 800 years ago, their Pokémon Kingdom. All over the world. Whether it is the East Daxia Sea, West Daxia Sea, South Daxia Sea, or North Sea. It is still a great route, and even the New World has their bases. Now the vicissitudes of life have changed, and everything has been overturned. Then he must be trying to rebuild the Pokemon Kingdom. So now in the East Daxia Sea, the first established kingdom base. Ron was going to set it up in Windmill Village altogether. Only a few humans are left to serve them. The others he intends to expel them all. Okay, Father God. The three beasts heard the grand blueprint drawn by the Father God, and they all approved of Ron's decision. So now all they have to do is build the castle. Ron handed over the building of the castle to the three beasts. Now, what he wants to do is not here. Instead, it was resurrecting a powerful subplanet level. Ron decided to target Ho-Oh for his resurrection. Ho-Oh is the king of birds, and it is said that Ho-Oh resurrected 3 unknown Pokemon. Only then created Entei, Raikou, Suicune. But in this world, Ron knew. These divine beasts were all created by him, so there is no such thing as who created others. It's just that Ho-Oh is really powerful. Much stronger than Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. That's why he was classified as a subplanetary power level. Thinking of this, Ron started to act. He swallowed all 3 devil fruits. These devil fruits that take 2 devil fruits will cause the body to explode and die. But in Ron's eyes, it's just a kind of magical fruit to restore divine power. As the devil fruit was swallowed by Ron into the stomach, Ron felt that his divine power had indeed recovered a lot. Now, he can revive Ho-Oh. The way to revive Ho-Oh is a bit more complicated than revive Raikou, Entei, Suicune. Ron wanted to condense a more pure power of recovery. These all take a few days, and in these few days, Raikou, Entei, and Suicune began to work hard for the Pokemon Kingdom. Entei is responsible for firing the bricks. Raikou is responsible for building houses with confusion. Suicune is the savage beast responsible for clearing the back mountains. After a few days of hard work, the first base of the Pokemon Kingdom. It was built by 3 divine beasts. Everyone in Windmill Village saw a snow-white castle. It appeared in the back mountain in just a few days. They were a little surprised, because it hasn't been long. Such a scene appeared in the back mountain. They're anything but shocking. There is no other idea, but they soon found out. 3 mysterious beasts that appeared in the castle began to notice them. Some people with bad conduct were directly kicked out of Windmill Village. The same is true for those who dared to trespass in the back mountain area. Only then did they understand. The managers of Windmill Village are no longer their human beings. It was a mysterious beast in the mountains behind them. Some people can't accept this reality and want to resist. But after seeing one of the leopard-like beasts use the thunder in the sky to directly kill a bully who was facing each other with a knife, they dismissed the idea, and after a few days, they don't even have such an idea. Because the flame lion among the 3 beasts directly burned all the bandits who were rampant in Fengshi village to death. This allowed them to see the strength of the beasts in the castle in the back mountain. He could only obediently succumb to this force. Fortunately, these beasts occasionally come to the tavern in Windmill Village to buy beer. Then drive away some thugs they think are dissatisfied. Everyone's quality of life has improved. Gradually, they also began to get used to it. In the castle, Ron has now condensed the power of recovery. I saw the 3 beasts Raikou, Entei, and Suicune do things so beautifully. Ron nodded in satisfaction, although Windmill Village is their base. But there are some things they still cannot manufacture independently. So he wants to draw a clear line with these human beings living here. If they want to make money, they can pay for Bailey who fought those bandits. But follow their management. Moreover, they are not allowed to enter their divided territory. Now that everything is done, let's revive the next beast. Ron spat out a faint blue glow of recovery. This time the beast he was going to revive was Ho-Oh, and this light flew towards the sky. And the destination. It is the gateway to the Great Sea Route from the East Daxia Sea. It is also the Rog Town, where Roger, the Pirate King, was beheaded. Chapter 21 The Naval Headquarters Shocked. Admiralty Headquarters, Maryford. This is where all the top combat power of the Navy resides. At this moment, Admiral Sengoku's office, as always, has the naval hero Garp. However, the surprise is that the warring states also called a person at this moment. That is Admiral Akainu. According to the news from Smoker, the East Daxia Sea is in a bit of a mess now. 2 Navy captains have died. This matter is still very serious. Sengoku, wearing a Navy cap, looks at Garp who is stealing his donuts. And the somewhat absent-minded Akainu. A little helpless, the powerful combat power of these 2 navies. At this moment, he didn't even pay attention to it and didn't seem to want to pay attention to it. This made him feel a little sorry, however, he also had an idea. This time, one of them must be allowed to solve this matter. Akainu, you go and settle this matter. Sengoku chose Akainu. Because he learned that Garp's grandson is very rebellious. Now I want to be a pirate in the East Daxia Sea. It would be more appropriate to leave this matter to Akainu. I'm not going to the East Daxia Sea. It's better to leave this matter to Lieutenant General Garp. Akainu did not choose to take this task. The reason for evasion is second, and most importantly, the East Daxia Sea has always been called the weakest sea. What is it like to ask him to be a general to arrest pirates who sound like they have a low reward? It's like killing a chicken with a bull's knife. Compared to going to the East Daxia Sea, he would rather go to the New World. Catch those big pirates, so as to provide some capital for future promotion. Hearing Akainu's prevarication, Garp showed no resistance. He usually finds it troublesome to accept such tasks. But not this time he is going to the East Daxia Sea. That is to go home. He has decided that this journey of arresting and killing the captain of the navy must go on for a few months, so he should go home to rest, and he can also visit his grandson Luffy by the way. Look at how much his grandson Luffy has grown during this time. Just when the two thought that this matter was decided like this, Sengoku spoke up. This thing is extraordinary. It is estimated that it was done by a devil fruit-capable person, especially one of the creatures, which can even release the power of magma, which is similar to your ability, Sakazuki. Can release magma. Akainu couldn't sit still now, he didn't expect that there was a creature that could release magma. This is something he didn't expect, since he is the one who possesses the ability of the magma fruit, how could other people, including the beast, release the magma? Thinking of this, he took a look at the report that Warring States had uploaded from Donghai Smog. It was found that this was the case, and there was more than one creature with extraordinary power. There is also a beast called Raikou that can send out thunder and lightning, and another Suicune that can control the flow of water. As for the ability to release magma, it is called Entei. What kind of creature is this? Garp was also a little surprised after reading the information, he had never seen this kind of creature. And using magma, isn't the supernatural power of thunder and lightning only possessed by devil fruit ability users? Whenever the beast can do it. Now, are you interested, General Sokolsky? Seeing the shocked look on the faces of the two of them, Zhang was very satisfied, this is what he wanted, and he was surprised when he saw this information. He even thought that Smoker had sent false information, but under Smoker's reassurance, Zhang chose to believe it. And his purpose this time is not just to capture these three mysterious creatures. In order to understand the truth behind the three mysterious creatures, he just wants to know who made it. He chose to let Akainu handle this matter. Because unlike Garp, Akainu always completes tasks perfectly and never fails. That's why he chose to send Akainu. Well, I want to see who is playing tricks. Akainu Sakazuki chose to take this task, he was very concerned about this monster that could release the same magma power as him. However, he wasn't worried that the mission would fail. You know, the completion rate of everything he takes on is extremely high. This made Wu Laoxing quite satisfied with him, he even stated that the next admiral is basically sure to let him do it. So in his opinion, this trip to the East Daxia Sea is even more sure and there is no problem at all. After all, no matter how strong these beasts are, they were only born in this weakest sea. Compared with monsters like them fighting in the New World, there is no comparison. Garp glanced at Akainu. He didn't have the slightest worry about whether Akainu could complete this matter. But frowning, he only has one worry now. That is his precious grandson Luffy is still in the East Daxia Sea. In case the red dog catches it, then there are too many troubles. But thinking that now his grandson Luffy is just a little pirate. Get caught has absorbed some lessons. With his own ability, he can be fished out quickly. Thinking of this, Garp relaxed his mind and ate the donut. I even look forward to whether my grandson Luffy can see the horror of the red dog. Give up the idea of being a pirate and follow him as a navy. Chapter 22 The Town of Rog. In the Rogtown Naval Office at the moment. Smoker was flipping through the newspaper in his hand. Suddenly, the navy under him, Doseki, came directly to report to him. What happened? Smoker looked at Doseki, who was his deputy, Mr. Sao. Responsible for reporting to him. Normal will not come to him unless there is something important. Colonel Smoker, the Straw Hat Pirates have come to Rogtown, should we arrest them now? Doshichi looked at Smoker. She knew being Captain Smoker in the town of Rog was stressful. After all, the town of Rog is the gateway to the Great Way. If this place is lost, there will be one more pirate on the Great Route. The Straw Hat Pirates, how dare they show up in Rogtown blatantly? Smoker was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Straw Hat Pirates, who have been in the limelight recently, have come to Rogtown. And without any pretense, this is simply not paying attention to him as a white hunter. In this case, Doseki, come with me, let's catch this pirate together. Smoker put on his white jacket and took up his best weapon, 10 hands. His overall clothes are white, with silver white hair and natural devil fruit smoke fruit. This is how he got the title of White Hunter, but all the pirates he targets never fail. Since the Straw Hat Pirates are here this time, he won't let it go. White Hunter Smoker went to the streets of Rogtown and began to look for the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. The main target was the captain, Luffy. But Smoker the White Hunter is not the only one after him in Rogtown. Also staring at Straw Hat Luffy are Bucky with a red nose, and Alrita who ate the slippery fruit. At this time, there are 3 forces in Rogtown looking for Straw Hat Luffy. Especially since Alita and Bucky have formed an alliance. It's just that their forces are obviously not as bold as the Straw Hat Pirates. Alrita has already changed her face because of the slippery fruit, so there is no need to disguise. And everyone in the Bucky Pirates put on cloaks. Under the cloak, no one can see their true colors. At this time, Luffy and others came to the execution platform of One Piece Roger. They were a little amazed at everything on the execution platform. Especially Luffy seems to have come to the land of dreams. He kept looking at the execution platform. This is just the execution place in Rog Town, what's there to see? Sanji looked helplessly at Luffy's expression of wanting to put his face on the execution platform. If it weren't for knowing the inconspicuous personality of his own captain. He will think that Luffy is Roger reincarnated. It's Luffy, you have to know that we don't have much time to waste here. If we have this time, we might as well buy some food. Nami boarded Luffy's pirate ship at this time, and she had nothing to do with Luffy. Although she knew that Luffy's dream was to become the One Piece King, she didn't need to look left and right at the place where the One Piece King Roger was executed. This is not a good sign. Captain Luffy, this is the town of Rog. I heard that Captain Smoker here is very powerful. Let's collect the supplies quickly and leave. Usopp has just become a pirate, and he is still quite afraid of the Navy, especially the notorious Smoker. He is even more afraid. As for Sauron, he was also looking at the execution platform at the moment. He also has some curiosity about the place where Roger was beheaded. It's just that after watching it for a long time, I didn't find anything special. The Straw Hats are also tired of watching. Only Luffy is still groping for the execution platform. Leave the captain here to watch, let's go collect supplies first. Luffy, you can stay here. Nami, Sanji and others said to Luffy and went to collect the food and daily necessities needed on the ship. But Sauron suddenly thought that he still needed to buy a knife. After all, his knife was damaged in the last battle. Except for my natal knife and Daoyi characters, all other knives need to be replaced. Seeing this, Usopp glanced at the incoherent captain and the reliable Zoro who had a high cooling rate. He decided to go shopping for a knife with Zoro. Zoro, take me. Luffy didn't feel much when he watched the crew members around him leave. He looked at the execution platform, which was 5 or 6 meters high, and suddenly wanted to go up and have a look. Rubber pistol. Luffy stretched himself directly with the rubber pistol and came to the execution platform. He looked at the execution platform with the traces of time. A little lost. What is this? Luffy suddenly saw a bird-shaped boulder on the execution platform. Carved with a lifelike flying bird, but it doesn't look like an ordinary bird, because it's so big. The execution platform obscured the appearance of this huge stone. So he didn't see this boulder just now. Why is there a bird-shaped boulder on the execution platform? Luffy was a little puzzled, but at this moment, Alrita and Bucky have spotted him. This is Straw Hat Luffy. It's really him who stole my great route and navigation chart, and dared to run to Roger's execution platform. Both Alrita and Bucky are extremely angry with Luffy. Alrita is because of the Kirby incident. The reason Bucky found Luffy was because of the members of the Luffy Pirates. Took his great voyage charts and treasures, it's you. Luffy looked at Alrita and Bucky in uproar on the ground. He didn't expect these two people to follow him here. The battle is imminent. Kabaji, Mochi, go and cut off the execution platform. Seeing this scene, Bucky lifted his cloak to reveal his real body, and urged Kabaji and Mochi to cut off the execution platform. Kabaji and Mochi are Bucky's subordinates. Kabaji is known as a despicable swordsman, good at riding a unicycle and fighting with a long sword. And Mochi is Bucky's deputy captain, a beast tamer who tamed a lion and is good at using the beast taming whip. Kabaji uncovered the cloak and led the men of the Bucky pirates to use the sword to cut the execution platform. Alrita was not idle either, and directly took out the mace and swung it over. The next moment, the execution platform collapsed directly. Smoke billowed in and the loud bang woke many Rog residents. They opened the doors and windows to see that there was such a lively event. Can't help but stop and watch. This is also because the law and order in Rog Town is relatively good. There are white hunters here, so the security is quite good. Go to hell, Straw Hat Luffy, torn apart, clown throwing knife. I saw Bucky throwing a thrown knife in his hand and attacking in the direction of Luffy. But it was easily dodged by Luffy. But 2 fists are no match for 4 feet, and Luffy completely lost to Bucky at this time. Bucky put Luffy directly on the execution platform without being polite. This is to execute Luffy directly, but at this moment, Luffy stretched out his arms and directly grabbed the bird-shaped boulder behind him. Then he directly hit Bucky's head fiercely, boom. Bucky was dizzy straight away. His first thought was, what kind of stone is this so hard? At this moment, Usopp, Nami, Zoro, and Sanji are also back. Seeing that Luffy met the enemy, they also stood with Luffy. It's just that Nami, Usopp, and Zoro unexpectedly had a familiar feeling when they saw the stone in Luffy's hand. Is this stone alive too? The three couldn't help thinking about it. Chapter 23, Attack of the Red Dog. What kind of stone is this? Bucky stared at the stone in Luffy's hand in dumbfounded. But Luffy is like finding a treasure. He began to pick up the bird-shaped stone and smash it hard at Bucky in front of him. Boom. I saw the stone hit Bucky's wound. It directly caused Bucky's wound to burst again. Blood flowed. Bucky, if the Straw Hat Kid took the stone, you can't win. Alrita was stunned when she saw that Bucky couldn't beat the Straw Hat Luffy who took the stone. She started to swing the mace at the stone in Luffy's hand. Boom. Both sides tried their best. In an instant, smoke flew across the sky. This stone should be crushed. I remember this stone fell from the execution platform, it doesn't seem normal. However, the opponent is holding an iron mace. The surrounding residents are talking about it. Compared with mace, everyone is less optimistic about stones. After all, how could a stone defeat an iron rod? But the final result shocked them. The mace broke in two. How is this possible? Alrita stared at the mace that broke in two, and was stunned. You must know that this mace is a weapon that has accompanied her for many years. Naturally, there is no need to say much about the material. But even then it broke. It was hit in two by a rock. It seemed to her like a dream. Captain Bucky, this stone is not normal, it must be a treasure. The despicable swordsman Kabaji reminded Bucky. And this also awakened Bucky's obsession with treasures. If it's a treasure, then I can't let it go. Bucky heard Kabaji's words. Instantly became interested. Indeed, this bird-shaped boulder must be a baby, no problem. A stone whose material is harder than a mace. No one will believe that it is not a baby. Boy Luffy, if you give me this stone and the map, I can let you live. Bucky looked at Luffy fiercely. His main purpose was to get back the map. If Luffy returns the map to him and gives him the stone, then they can reconcile. Give it back to you, how is it possible? Luffy, don't give him this rock. That's right, there may be divine beasts in it. ... Before Luffy agreed, Nami and Usopp stopped Luffy. Mythical beast, what is that? Luffy was a little confused. It seems that his companions knew about some bird-shaped boulders. Maybe we all know one thing. Sauron saw the signs, and he guessed that Nami and Usopp should have experienced the stone statue incident. The three of them told all about what they had experienced. Raikou, Entei, Suicune. This stone is too amazing. After listening to the words of Nami, Zoro, and Usopp, Luffy looked at the stone in his hand. His intuition was correct. There is something really wrong with this rock. A real gem. Sanji couldn't help being surprised at this moment. He didn't expect that there might be living things in the stone statue. Luffy, baby, can you hand it over? Bucky got a little impatient. He didn't expect Luffy and his group to whisper to each other. He was simply ignored. It's just that what he said was empty. Luffy protected the bird-shaped boulder completely. It didn't mean anything to him at all. In this case, we have no choice but to grab it. Kabaji, Mochi, let's go together. Bucky believes that with their strength, they can still defeat Luffy's group. However, they underestimated the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates. They fought inextricably, all for the bird-shaped boulder in Snatch Luffy's hand. ... In the dark, there are many forces watching here. Dorag, do you need to help Luffy? Crow, the commander of the Revolutionary Army, looked at the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag, who was covered in a cloak. As the commanders of the four revolutionary armies, they knew that Luffy was the son of Drago. So he was asking Drago if he wanted to help Luffy. It's not the time yet, and I think this bird stone statue is not simple. Drago shook his head. He has no intention of making a move. But Smoker couldn't bear it anymore. After he heard the movement, he came here immediately. When he saw the bird-shaped boulder, I thought of the information about Raikou, Entei, and Suicune that appeared some time ago. Is this also a stone statue that can be resurrected? Thinking of this, Smoker didn't dare to neglect, even though he received a call bug in the morning. Knowing that Akainu Sakazuki is coming soon. This matter is also fully responsible for General Sakazuki. However, he is confident he can handle it. Shave. I saw Smoker stepped on the ground dozens of times in 0.36 seconds to produce extremely fast explosive power. He flew towards Luffy and the others. In the next second, he appeared in front of Luffy. Smog the White Hunter. Why is he here? Bucky, Alrita, Nami, Usopp and the others instantly turned ugly. But they also understand that they have made such a big commotion in Rog Town. No reason White Hunter Smoker didn't know about it. Got it. The White Hunter touched the bird-shaped boulder with great speed. But none of them noticed. There is a blue light soaring in the sky approaching here. However, there are also many people who noticed, such as Drago hiding in the dark. There is also Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, who is heading for the town of Rog. Not far from the town of Rog, General Sakarsky saw the blue light in the sky. He remembered the information Smoker had given him. Could it be that a new mysterious creature is about to wake up from the stone again? Akainu looked at where the blue light landed. General, the place where the light landed should be the town of Rog, said Major General Hanbu, the adjutant next to Akainu. Okay then, full speed ahead. Akainu nodded after hearing what the Major General beside him said. He wants to see how strong this mysterious creature that exists in the East Daxia Sea can be. Chapter 24 Ho-Oh Recovery. Snatched. Luffy is somewhat hostile to Smoker. But the two pirates, Bucky and Alrita, were a little flustered. Smoker the White Hunter didn't get his title for nothing. Fortunately, there are so many pirates here. There is only one White Hunter Smoker, so this also means that they may slip away. But just when they were thinking like this, Smoker the White Hunter moved. White fist. I saw that Smoker's arms and legs were all smoked. Then it hit Bucky and Alrita directly. Kill in one hit. It's just that the parts where the two are beaten are not the same. His fists hit Bucky's stomach, and Alrita's face. The smoke directly formed two clips and directly caught the two pirates. Smoker's powerful strength was undoubtedly demonstrated at this moment. How could this be possible? It was defeated directly. Zoro, Sanji and the others felt the pressure. Smoker's terrifying combat power is like a mountain. Let them take their breath away. Dashichi, take care of these two pirates. Smoker leaves Bucky and Alrita to Tashki. Dasichi directly accepted and put the two in chains. What about Luffy? Sauron looked at Luffy, in this critical moment. The person Zoro trusts the most is Luffy, and he wants to ask Luffy what to do now. But at the moment Luffy didn't speak. Directly use the rubber fruit ability to rush up. Sauron understood and rushed forward together. But there is no doubt that this is all in vain. As a user of the natural smoke fruit ability, those who have not mastered domineering cannot cause any damage to Smoker. Whether it's Zoro cutting with a sword, or Luffy attacking with a rubber pistol. Neither has any effect. On the contrary, Smoker easily grabbed Luffy with one hand of White Snake and fell to the ground hard. Boom. The ground cracked instantly, seeing that Luffy wants to use his devil fruit ability. Smoker stabbed Luffy directly with the 10 hands he carried with him. 10 hands is a weapon specially used by Smoker to restrain devil fruit ability users. There is a sea stone at the tip, and once it touches the sea stone, it will lose its power. Luffy felt the passing of the devil fruit in his body. For the first time, he had a premonition of death. Goodbye, Straw Hat Luffy. Smoker stabbed decisively at Luffy's chest. But in the next second, the blue light from soaring in the sky shone on the bird-shaped boulder he grabbed with the smoke. I saw the bird-shaped boulders began to peel off layer by layer. Reveal what's inside. I saw a flying bird Ho-Oh with a wingspan of nearly 4 meters appeared inside. With his appearance, a rainbow suddenly appeared in the town of Rog. And Smoker, Luffy, and Sauron were caught off guard. They were all blown away by the air wave generated when Ho-Oh appeared. Puff. All three spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this the divine beast that Nami and the others are talking about? It's too strong. It was the first time that Luffy felt such a great sense of oppression. If the pressure Smoker gave just now was grass, then the appearance of Ho-Oh is a towering tree. Far from being the object he can defeat now. I don't know, how strong is this creature compared to Entei? Zoro felt the pressure of Ho-Oh. The moment the stone shattered, he had a premonition that there would definitely be incredible creatures inside. But he didn't want the creature to be more powerful than Entei. You know, Entei almost took his life back then. So how powerful this divine beast should be? Is this the mysterious creature mentioned in the intelligence? If those three are as powerful as this. Smoker's feelings are even more profound. You must know that his real strength is actually that of a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. And because of the ability of the smoke fruit, his strength is more than that. But even that got hurt by Ho-Oh, just by blasting him. If the three creatures Raikou, Entei, and Suicune also have such terrifying power, then there is no doubt that the entire East Daxia Sea will be completely fallen by this force. Kabaji, is this the treasure you mentioned? Bucky looked at the injured White Hunter, Luffy and Zoro. A little shocked, but fortunately he didn't snatch this treasure, otherwise he would end up like these people. However, as a trainee crew member of the Roger Pirates, Bucky is also well informed. The power of Ho-Oh in front of him made him tremble. Because of this Ho-Oh, even among the Roger Pirates, only the Captain Roger can match his power. It's scary. What kind of creature is this? I didn't expect that there are creatures in this world that our revolutionary army doesn't understand. Drago in the dark looked at Ho-Oh in soaring in the sky and thought secretly. He was about to make a move just now. But they didn't expect Ho-Oh to show up and solve the crisis directly. But it also made him puzzled. You know, their revolutionary army knows almost everything about the incident. But nothing is known about the creature. This made him, who had a calm personality in the past, couldn't help being moved. Maybe we can try to see if we can absorb him into the revolutionary army, if he can communicate. Legion Master Crow looked at Ho-Oh. He is a devil fruit ability user of the animal department and can transform into a crow. If he can also communicate with ordinary birds, so he has the idea of absorbing Ho-Oh into the revolutionary army. You can try it. Dorag agreed with the crow's idea. In his view, the revolutionary army is just the time to employ people. Although the creature in front of him is not human, but if it is strong enough, still can be considered. Chapter 25. Red Dog arrives. What they said is actually true. Sanji was a little confused. He thought that Nami, Usopp, and Sauron were just joking. I didn't expect it to be true. There are real creatures in that stone statue. And it looks extremely powerful. The White Hunter Smoker, who can't even beat Luffy, was easily defeated by this creature. This seemed unbelievable to him. Divine Beast. Usopp's mood was a little complicated. Although Suicune said it helped Zyrob village. But it made him lose his childhood sweetheart. You must know that Kaya was childhood sweetheart with him before. Now, I don't know where Raikou is now, and whether it has anything to do with this beast. Nami looked at Ho-Oh. She is now thinking of Raikou, the Patronus. You must know that Raikou helped Kokosia village out of the Sea of Suffering. He is the savior of Kokosia village. Thinking of this, Nami wanted to ask the beast in front of her where Raikou was going. Don't go. Smoker stood up. He looked at Ho-Oh firmly. His duties as a marine prevent him from letting Ho-Oh go. I saw him throw his weapon 10 hands at the Ho-Oh fling in the air. There are some stones on the 10 hands. Smoker is betting. Bet that Ho-Oh will definitely be influenced by Heilushi. In his opinion, since these mysterious creatures can control the flames, thunder, then it must be related to the Devil Fruit ability user. Since it is a Devil Fruit ability user, then Heilushi can restrain the opponent. But he gambled wrong this time. I saw Ho-Oh spit out flames. This flame presents a large character. This is the advanced fire skill Fire Blast. The power released by the body of the subplanetary beast Ho-Oh. This trick is even more powerful. I saw that the flames directly melted the flying hands. All the Orberg on 10 hands melted into molten iron. Even Hylushi was not spared. It is also gradually melting. The Halu stone is also melting. How is this possible? Smoker was shocked to see this scene. He didn't expect that Halu stone could be melted. You must know that Halu stone is the hardest object in the world. The flying bird in front of him could actually spit out flames that melted Halu stone. Colonel Smoker. Dashichi glanced at Smoker worriedly. She did not expect that an arrest would have been a matter of course. But the reversal was directly caused by the appearance of Ho-Oh. And, even she could tell Smoker was no rival of the giant bird. Little girl, let me go. I'll go back and help White Hunter deal with this bird. Yes, let us go. We will help you get rid of this bird. Bucky and Aurita told Tashigi. However, they just wanted to escape. After all, if they were really caught, they would probably have to go directly to prison. If it is really coaxed successfully, they'll just walk away without looking back. As for promising to help with Ho-Oh, that's out of the question. After all, anyone can see the power of Ho-Oh. If you are really stupid, go forward. It is estimated that even the bones will not be left behind. Don't even think about it, just wait to be taken to prison. After all, Dasichi is also a boss, so why would Bucky and Aurita just get along like this? Directly rejected their request. Bucky and Aurita were a little desperate. One can only hope that Ho-Oh will teach the White Hunter a lesson, with curses constantly ringing out of his mouth. Bye man. Smoker saw the 10 hands melt away. When choosing, the last hole card is fighting hard. I saw his arm turned into a puff of smoke. The smoke floated straight up. This also means that he has temporarily mastered the ability of flying to stay in the air. Luffy was a little surprised. You know, this is a move that Smoky Smoker has never used on him. Just when Dasichi and the other Navy thought this move would work. I saw Ho-Oh flapping his wings and blowing the wind. The hurricane hit directly at Smoker. The smoke was suppressed directly on the ground by the hurricane. Wait until the smoke clears. Smoker has his face against ground. There were dense blood-colored streak wounds on his body. Clothes were also in tatters. He was at the moment the smoke rose. The wind is like a sharp blade normal, constantly cutting his body. Every inch of skin was cut and attacked. It's like having thousands of knives scratched on your body. This made Smoker feel extremely painful. Vomit. Smoker started spitting up blood. Ground was instantly stained red with Smoker's blood. And after he vomited, there is no longer any resistance. He passed out directly. The White Hunter lost. The Straw Hat Pirates were stunned when they saw the defeated Smoker. Because Smoker just brought them a sense of oppression that was almost suffocating. But now, like an ant, Normal was directly trampled to death by the flying beast in the sky. It didn't make them happy. There is only deep confusion if the Great Roots are all such strong people. So how should they proceed, and how could they be the rival of such a powerful being as Ho-Oh? Even Straw Hat Luffy felt the deep pressure. It's really that the feeling Ho-Oh brings to them is too strong and too deep to see the bottom. My Uncle Bucky has finally escaped. White Hunter Smoker, you can die here. Bucky and Aurita escaped from Tashiki. It's just because they have Devil Fruit ability, Split Fruit plus Slippery Fruit. These two fruit abilities are not very useful for fighting, but they are quite useful for escaping. Just when Alita was planning to use the mace that was broken in two to take the opportunity to end Smoker's life. Magma suddenly fell in the distance. Admiral Sokolsky, why is he here? Drago, who was hiding in the dark, looked coldly at the Red Dog Sakaski who came with a large number of naval troops in the distance. Can't help asking such questions. Chapter 26 Ho-Oh vs Akainu. The falling of the magma directly forced Bucky and Aurita back. Everyone looked at the appearance of the person coming. They were all taken aback. Luffy, run. This is Admiral Sokowski. Nami saw a burly man wearing a navy cap and smoking a cigar. Fear arose in my heart. Admiral, she had seen it in the paper. Few people I don't know. Admiral, this is the top combat power of the Navy. But Nami's words made Luffy a little excited. Luffy didn't expect to encounter the top combat power of the Navy not long after he went to sea. But he hasn't waited for him to come forward. The Straw Hat Gang directly knocked Luffy unconscious. You know, this is the Admiral of the Navy. He's not someone the Straw Hats can easily mess with. After the Straw Hats and Bucky and others left the stage, Sokolsky looks to Ho-Oh and soaring in the sky. He didn't think about it. The Ho-Oh in front of him can easily deal with Smoker. Smoker is just a colonel though, however, he has a natural devil fruit. The real strength is not inferior to the Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. With a little training, he can even serve as a Vice Admiral. That made Sokolsky feel a little less underestimated about Ho-Oh. Sokolsky sees Ho-Oh as a rival to fight, but it's just a rival that can be fought. After all, his strength is vastly different from Smoker's. Otherwise, it is impossible to stand out among many navies. Become the 3 generals of the Navy headquarters. Flying giant bird soaring in the sky, tell me which human made you? Akainu looked at Ho-Oh above soaring in the sky and asked. Now he especially wants to know who made such a powerful biological weapon. This sentence made Ho-Oh, who was about to fly away, look at Akainu coldly. He was created by Father God Arceus, rather than a human being. This sentence was humiliating to Arceus in Ho-Oh's eyes. He cannot forgive. The red dog in front of him became the heart of rage that aroused his Ho-Oh. I saw Ho-Oh using gust again. Ho-Oh soars high. As the wings flapped, a powerful hurricane blew directly towards Akainu. Whoosh! Every wind is like a wind blade. The wind blade cut towards the red dog like a knife. But after Akainu saw it, but he didn't panic like Smoker. He has the knowledge ability to anticipate Ho-Oh's attacks in advance. Immediately afterwards, he activated Gust, the skill that Elemental managed to evade Ho-Oh. Actually escaped. Luffy was taken into a small house by Nami and his party. Watching all this secretly, when they saw that Ho-Oh's ability to easily defeat Smoker was dodged by Akainu. He was stunned. Akainu is the Admiral of the Navy, the top combat power in the sea. Luffy, don't underestimate the Admiral. Usopp showed off the knowledge he had read in the newspaper. But this time no one contradicted his words, because this time alone, Akainu Sakazuki escaped Ho-Oh's attack. It's not something anyone in their straw hats can do. Chief Dorag. Shall we leave? The Crow saw this scene and said such a sentence. Their revolutionary army has always been a thorn in the side of the Navy. Although they have already hid on the top of the clock tower and occupied the highest point to watch the scene of the Red Dog fighting Ho-Oh. But it may not be exposed. The battle in front of me was caused by a mysterious creature and the Admiral. No need. We still know too little about the Admiral and the mysterious flying creature. Why don't we learn about it now? Maybe we can save the mysterious flying when he is defeated, as you said. Become part of our revolutionary army. Drago was silent for a while and made a decision. As the Crow said, their revolutionary army is short of manpower. What's more, he is also a little curious about the combat power of the mysterious flying creatures and their revolutionary army's rival, the three admirals of the Navy. An enemy of an enemy is a friend. He intends to wait for the opportunity to save Ho-Oh. Can you be recruited as a member of the revolutionary army? The Crow heard what Drago said and didn't say anything more. But the dialogue between the two also made it clear that Ho-Oh would not be Akainu Sakazuki's rival. After all, the Admiral is an existence that makes the whole world feel intimidated. As the face of the Navy's withdrawal, the strength of Akainu Sakazuki can be described as terrifying. Since you don't say anything, I can only listen to you after I defeat you. Akainu Sakazuki felt the wind pressure. But this wind pressure is a force he can still deal with. And now that the mysterious flying creature and soaring in the sky has acted, then he should act. Canine bites Cinnabar. Akainu's arm began to turn into lava, with a scorching contest condition on it. The lava made crackling magma bursts in the air, and a lava hound with a height of nearly 7 meters quickly flew towards Ho-Oh's position. A strong sense of oppression appeared in the hearts of the people around the scene. They're all wondering how Ho-Oh on soaring in the sky will react. They looked across to Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh glanced at Akainu's lava hound, and there was also a raging fire in his mouth. This is head to head. Zoro looked at Ho-Oh and soaring in the sky to see what he was thinking. As he expected, Ho-Oh spit out a big word of flame, it's Fire Blast. It's just that this power is much more ferocious than the flames when they dealt with Smoker just now. Flame to flame. Drago saw that neither side wanted to let the other. There is no doubt that this is the most intuitive way to test combat power. Since we are fighting against attribute, we have to see whose flames can devour the opponent's flames. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud noise and soaring in the sky. Lava and flames fell over a large area of the town of Rog. This made many residents no longer care about watching the excitement. They stayed away from this place one after another. Because these two monsters fighting are simply not human. Getting any closer is life-threatening. This excitement can only be seen with life as a bet. Could this be the movement between the Admiral and the Beast? Alrita looked at the fireball that almost hit him and couldn't help but tremble with fear. He and Bucky had run to the Rog Town dock. Even so, there is no way to escape the battle between the Admiral and Ho-Oh. I haven't seen a monster battle for a long time. Bucky looked at the fireball in front of him thoughtfully. This was a scene he could only see on the Roger Pirates before. But today, he saw it in the town of Rog. This also rekindled his gradually cooling heart. Perhaps, he should also go to the Great Root to see. Chapter 27 Sacred Fire. Two flame attacks collided in the air. In an instant, flames splashed. Akainu looked at the bursting flames and soaring in the sky, and his face became ugly. His gnawing cinnabar was cancelled out by the opponent's attack. It's evenly divided. Crow sees Akainu's gnawing cinnabar bursting with fire from Ho-Oh and soaring in the sky. But the scene of cancelling each other froze for a moment. This is something he did not expect at all. That's when he realized he had completely underestimated Ho-Oh. We have to re-evaluate the combat power of this mysterious creature. This incident also exceeded Drago's expectations. He originally thought that no matter how strong Ho-Oh is, he shouldn't be the rival of Akainu. After all, Akainu is an admiral on the bright side. The Navy has the highest combat power, but this scene directly made him a little lost. After he decided to return to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, he had to find out the origin of these creatures. Such a terrifying creature, it would be fine if there was only one. If it's too much, then it's a glacier lurking under the sea. Once it fully appears, it is bound to shake the entire world. This is actually a tie. Usopp made an extremely exaggerated expression. He didn't expect Admiral Akainu to use such a terrifying move. It was even tied by Ho-Oh's flame. This is what he did not expect. But at this moment the facts were in front of him. I can't stand his disbelief. Maybe he is Arceus behind the 3 holy beasts. Nami looked at Ho-Oh with a 7-color iridescent tail and soaring in the sky and said something blankly. Nami. What is this Arceus? Luffy froze for a moment when he heard Nami's words, but he also understood. After all, Nami said before that she has 3 holy beasts. Combining the words of Sauron and Usopp, he was able to confirm that Raikou, Entei, and Suicune were the so-called 3 holy beasts. But what is Arceus? He hasn't heard of it yet. According to Lord Raikou, the patron saint, Arceus is the one who created the 3 holy beasts, controls all things, and is the father of the 3 holy beasts. Nami recalls Raikou's description of Father God Arceus. Sharp. There was a golden light in Luffy's eyes, and he looked at Ho-Oh and soaring in the sky with great interest. To control everything and create life, these words are extremely mysterious words in his opinion. Think Ho-Oh on soaring in the sky could actually do this kind of thing. His jaw just dropped. You say, what if we brought Arceus in as a partner too? That would be fun. Luffy said a little whimsically. Usopp pulls him back. Luffy. Don't talk nonsense, we can't afford to mess with that guy on soaring in the sky. Usopp directly denied Luffy's idea. He was afraid that Luffy would rush up and invite Ho-Oh aboard, bring them disaster. After all, it is really possible for the nervous Luffy to do such a thing. Human, your flame is pretty good. Ho-Oh looked at Akainu, affirming the power of Akainu's flame. Although not as good as his exclusive sacred fire. But compared to the fire blast he spits out, it's not too bad. Can actually talk. Akainu's face was slightly taken aback, although he had already learned from intelligence information that these creatures could speak. But when Ho-Oh actually spoke, he couldn't help but be surprised by this. However, for Ho-Oh's affirmation, he still feels a lot of shame in his heart. He Admiral Sokolsky, but the King of Fire, especially after the swallow magma fruit. No Hoyan can compete with him. The Ho-Oh in front of him was talking nonsense. Really? Is this his full strength? Akainu is determined to show Ho-Oh a taste of his true power. You know, his strength is not only in fruit ability. Don't be crazy. Eat me with a trick. Akainu attached his fists to his arm domineering aura, and condensed a mass of fiery magma power in his hands. In the next second, Akainu approached Ho-Oh directly with a moon step. After reaching a certain distance, he punched out. The magma is like meteorite falling on normal, and its power is terrifying. Strong and fast. But unfortunately, Ho-Oh used his exclusive skill Sacred Fire at this time. I saw faint blue flames bursting out from his body. It directly began to eat away at the red dog's dark dog lava. The crackling sound continued to explode. The red dog's face turned livid. How is this possible? My lava will lose to your flame. Akainu began to doubt life. He would never have imagined that this time he actually lost in the fruit ability that he was so proud of. And lost so thoroughly. Boom! After the flames of Sacred Fire eating away at Akainu reached a certain level. It began to explode, and Akainu was directly repelled by the shockwave to the ground. How is it possible that General Akainu did not defeat this mysterious creature? Smoker, who just woke up, couldn't help being surprised when he saw the retreating figure of General Akainu. If even Admiral Akainu can't beat Ho-Oh in soaring in the sky. So there is no doubt that the town of Rog is completely lost. This mysterious creature actually overwhelmed Admiral Akainu. The crow watched this scene in a trance. He didn't expect that the battle would go on to such an intense level. And Akainu's lava ability will be restrained by Ho-Oh. Just look at the extremely hot blue flame. He couldn't help but feel a tremor. It seems that this mysterious creature is as powerful as the Admiral of the Navy. Drago collected information intently. If they miss this time, it will be difficult for their revolutionary army to collect similar intelligence. Thinking of this, Drago even hoped that the battle would be more intense. Only in this way can more information be collected. Colonel Smoker, what shall we do now? Doseki looked at Smoker. She was desperate now, even the Admiral had lost. What next? Call the bug and contact the Navy headquarters now. Rog can't have a general die here. Smoker's face was ugly, and he immediately thought of the seriousness of the matter. If Admiral Akainu is lost in the town of Rog, then the whole world will be in chaos. It's not just a matter of Donghai, but the whole world. After all, as the Admiral of the Navy, Akainu Sakazuki represented not only himself, but the face of the Navy. This will make FA High Pirates think that the Navy has no power to suppress the sea. Chapter 28, Red Dog Broken Arm. Big Eruption. Akainu continued to use the Big Eruption move. He doesn't believe his lava attack is no match for Ho-Oh. However, this trick is simply a big one. The power of the attack and the temperature of the flame. They are also almost the same as Ghost Dog's Sacred Fire. Ho-Oh is still resorting to Sacred Fire, although Akainu has a flame arm tens of meters wide in his hand. But quantity is still no match for quality. Boom boom boom. Big Eruption colliding with Sacred Fire. A huge airwave was generated directly. This air wave directly burned the nearby houses to a charcoal color. Some are directly connected to the house and directly become a skeleton. Those unfortunate enough to be stained by flames. It was also directly burned by the flame until the direct struggle failed, and then died. And Drago in the clock tower couldn't hide anymore, and jumped out of the clock tower with the revolutionary army. Dorag, why is the leader of the revolutionary army here? Smoker recognizes Drago. He had just finished his call with Navy headquarters. But he didn't expect that there are so many powerful people hidden here in Rog Town. Even Drago, the #1 enemy of the Navy, is here. Dorag. After Akainu saw the leader of the revolutionary army, Dorag. His face became even more gloomy. Originally, he couldn't beat a Ho-Oh. What's more, there is now one more revolutionary army leader, Dorag. The scene became very silent. They understood that the battle was drawing to a close. Colonel Smoker, a call from Marshal Sengoku. At this moment, Doseki saw what was displayed on the phone bug and directly informed Smoker. Smoker also reported the whole story to Marshal Warring States. Marshal Zhang Guo hesitated for a moment before giving his final response. Since this battle has been lost, let Akainu hurry back. Hearing Marshal Sengoku's order to retreat, Smoker relayed the order to Akainu Sakazuki. Marshal of the Warring States period, let us retreat like this, forgive me for not agreeing. Sokolsky fiery wrath, in his opinion this can't just end like this. He still wants to fight again, General Sakazuki. Seeing Akainu's unrelenting appearance, Smoker wanted to dissuade him. But it was too late. At this moment, Akainu has released Meteor Volcano. The power of the Meteor Volcano can cover the entire town of Rog. With Akainu's fists pointing soaring in the sky, a huge rain of lava began to rain down on the town of Rog. Ho-Oh didn't bother to pay attention to Akainu at first. But Akainu's repeated behavior angered Ho-Oh. This made Ho-Oh completely angry. The gloomy soaring in the skies suddenly cleared up. Ho-Oh changed the sky with sunny day. This also greatly enhanced the power of sacred fire. Immediately afterwards, Ho-Oh directly controlled the sacred fire to burn towards Akainu. The blue flames under the power of sunny day directly engulfed the unformed meteor volcano. And the next target is Akainu itself. Boom! The blue flame rushed forward like an arrow. It hit Akainu's right arm directly. Elementalization is useless. Akainu looked at the burning body. He didn't expect it. Elementalization unexpectedly failed at this moment. He quickly guessed that this should be the effect of Ho-Oh's strange flame. It can be the same as the armed color domineering. Breaks the effect of elementalization. Akainu wants to use flames to eliminate the flames on his arms. But the effect is minimal, seeing that the sacred fire is still burning and expanding its range. He knew that the only way to go now was to survive with a broken arm. Akainu condensed a lava sword. The right arm contaminated with sacred fire was directly cut off. The severe pain made him break out in a cold sweat. It wasn't until this moment that he figured it out. Only follow the orders of Marshal Warring States to escape is the only way. Akainu turned into a stream of lava and ran towards harbor. Ho-Oh didn't go after Akainu. He knew that if this human being hunted down again, it can only hurt both sides, and the opponent will definitely use all his strength to kill him. And Ho-Oh can only defeat Akainu, but it doesn't have the ability to kill or capture a red dog alive. Can only let the red dog leave. He actually defeated Akakenu, and let Akaken escape with a broken arm. Dorag looked at Ho-Oh and soaring in the sky in surprise. I was a little shocked. He didn't expect things to go this far. Akainu was actually reduced to the result of running for his life with a broken arm. You know, even if he made a move, he couldn't achieve this level. The rest of the revolutionary army did not have such strength at all. Can you tell me your name? Dorag subconsciously asked Ho-Oh in soaring in the sky. Ho-Oh looked at the human Dorag with some surprise. However, he still chose to tell the other party his real name. My name is Ho-Oh, Ho-Oh. Drago kept this name deeply in his heart. But just when he was about to ask Ho-Oh another question, Ho-Oh has gone without any nostalgia. This made Drago couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Ho-Oh, it's not Arceus. The Straw Hats managed to escape Akainu's shooting star volcano. When hearing the mythical beast as Ho-Oh, they froze for a moment. Since this beast is called Ho-Oh, so what kind of existence should Arceus be? Chapter 29 Resuscitating the Three Divine Pillars. This battle directly turned the town of Rog into a sea of flames. The villagers of Rog Town are rumored that there is a mythical beast named Ho-Oh. Here defeated Admiral Akainu. The battle between the two directly destroyed the entire town of Rog. This made the entire East Daxia Sea boil. They all knew the existence of the beast. At the same time, this also made the Navy headquarters even more anxious about the East Daxia Sea. However, Ron in Windmill Village was not affected in the slightest. Ron had seen what Ho-Oh was doing in Rog. He wasn't surprised by Ho-Oh's victory. Because it is above the substar level beasts, all have unique skills. And the exclusive skills of each beast are their unique skills. The power of each can be said to be terrifying. However, Ho-Oh's sacred fire has a special feature. It is this skill that Entei has also mastered, and strictly speaking, this is not an exclusive skill. But this does not affect the power of sacred fire. Able to stabilize Admiral Akainu, Ron was still happy with that. I didn't expect the Navy to be so impatient and send a general over just because the East Daxia Sea was in chaos. Ron was a little surprised, but fortunately he revived Ho-Oh this time. Otherwise, if it is a region-level beast, it is still a bit tricky. Ron felt a little bit of his power back. These divine powers can just revive several region-level beasts. Think of them, Pokémon are only known in the East Daxia Sea. Ron decided to expand the scope a bit. Revive all the beasts in the West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. Let the whole world know the existence of their mythical beast Pokémon. By the way, you can also ask Pokémon in other sea areas to help collect magical treasures. Otherwise he wants to revive again, subplanetary Pokémon and planetary Pokémon. If you want to rely on full recovery, you don't know when you will have to wait. Eating a devil fruit is without a doubt the fastest way. Ron's plan to revive the beast has just begun. Let's start with the South Daxia Sea. Ron chose the nearest South Daxia Sea. The South Daxia Sea and the East Daxia Sea are only separated by the first half of the Great Route. He can completely revive the beasts in the South Daxia Sea and build a base in the South Daxia Sea that is the same as that in the East Daxia Sea. 3 divine pillars, why don't you make a big fuss in the South Daxia Sea? Ron sensed the beast statues in the South Sea. Respectively, Steel God Pillar Regiskilu, Ice God Pillar Regice, and Rock God Pillar Regilock. All 3 mythical beasts are Pokémon that are weaker than Ho-Oh. Only at the region level, however, Ron intends to revive 3 at a time. If the quantity is sufficient, so even in the South Daxia Sea, which is much stronger than the East Daxia Sea, can also walk sideways. Ron exhaled a blazing white light. The light of recovery flew towards the South Daxia Sea. Raikou, Entei, and Suicune look at the light of recovery on soaring in the sky. They knew that a new brother was about to wake up from the stone statue. The power of Arceus again, what on earth is this creature going to do? Bandit Dayton of Windmill Village looked at the fiery light and soaring in the sky. He frowned, since Arceus came to Windmill Village. She lived a life in hiding, now saw Arceus unleash this blazing light again. She wondered what else Arceus was going to do. You know, this is the 3rd time this month. Just count the days, Garp will be back soon. Dayton thought of the naval hero Cap. Carp would return to Windmill Village every few months and half a year. She had some expectations that Carp would come back and change everything. Otherwise, you can't enter Hushan and lose her in Hushan. Can't even hunt. You can only help villagers to do farm work every day. Not as comfortable as before, but think of it, there are Raikou, Entei, Suicune and other extraordinary creatures in the village. Dayton wonders if Garp can defeat these otherworldly creatures. Confusion arose. Should be able to win, after all, Garp is a naval hero. The light of recovery shines in soaring in the sky. The town of Rog is currently undergoing intensive reconstruction work. The battle between Ho-Oh and Akainu directly burned all the houses in Rog Town. Now they can only rebuild by pulling wood from other islands. Smoker, covered in bandages, watched the resurrection light on soaring in the sky. He suddenly had a familiar feeling. This is already the 3rd time this month. Dashichi came in and told Smoker. Well, I remember that the stone statue was also revived through this light. Smoker looks to the reviving light and soaring in the sky and remembers something. It's just that when he wanted to send someone to follow him, the recovery light flew too high. Shuttled directly among the clouds. Smoke gradually disappeared, and Smoker was a little annoyed. But think of the terrifying power of the extraordinary creature resurrected by the light of recovery. His heart also sank. With his strength, what's the use of catching up? Smoker could only watch helplessly as the beam of light flew towards the Great Route, the direction of the South Daxia Sea. Nothing to do. Chapter 30 The Awakening of the 3 Divine Pillars. South Seas, Normandia. Normandia is an important town in the South Seas. Today, this place welcomes the people who collect the heavenly gold to collect the heavenly gold. However, there is an equally grand auction today. Hosted here. Boss Kid, do we want to rob here once? Hit looked at Kid and expressed his confusion. In his opinion, since they came to Normandia, as pirates, they must focus on looting once. How can I be willing to just sit in a tavern and drink my temper like this? Captain Kid, if you want to plunder, let me prepare in advance. Kira, who was wearing a mask, looked at Captain Kid. He was known as a killer warrior. He was good at using a scythe for cutting attacks. He was the attacker of the Kid Pirates. At the same time, it is also one of the 11 supernovas in the future era of extreme evil, with a bounty of more than 100 million Baileys. Don't worry. This time there is another ruthless character pirate coming. Let's wait for her to act first. Kid looked at Jo Ellie Glacia, a woman with a big stomach outside the tavern. This woman is his formidable enemy in the South Daxia Sea, and the two are called the 2 biggest pirates in the South Daxia Sea. It's just that Glacia is a little less than Kid's 200 million bounty. There is only a bounty of 140 million. Captain Glacia, I heard that there is a grand auction in Normandia this time. Should we take the opportunity to rob it? Glacia's men looked at the pink-haired Glacia and couldn't help but say. Pirates make a living by plundering, not to mention Glacia is a big eater. The food that can be eaten in a day is 10 times larger than hers. This made the Glacia pirates' food shortage even worse. Auction house. Okay, I'll go to work when I'm full. Glacia did not refuse. Her father is the king of the Solby Kingdom, the current Shichibukai Bartholomew Akuma, also known as the Tyrant Bear. Glacia followed in her father's footsteps and became a pirate. However, she frowned as soon as she entered the door. Just because she saw Eustace Kid, the enemy who had always been right with her. Long time no see, Glacia. Kid couldn't help breaking up and moved his hand directly, and he waved his hand into the air. Countless metal objects were all rounded and flattened by him into a metal iron ball. Shoot directly at Glacia. Boom, Kid, get out. Glacia yelled at Kid directly, as a 140 million pirate. She also has her powerful abilities. That is amazing physical fitness and the ability to rejuvenate people or become old people. She swung her fist directly at Kid's metal iron ball. The unreliable metal ball fell apart. It splattered. Some alcoholics who were still drinking had their throats cut directly by splashing metal objects. Or cut into a serious injury, just let them sober up. But when they sobered up and saw Kid and Glacia, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, dare not to revenge, but run away directly. After all, this is Kid, the two great pirates of the South Daxia Sea with Glacia. Really dared to go straight up, isn't this too long? Just to say hello, Glacia, you are too cruel. Kid grinned, an incomparably fierce smile that matched her blood-red hair. Looks like a cruel BT. Did you say hello like that? I think you just want to kill our boss. Captain Kid, you are a taunt to our Glacia pirates. Everyone in the Glacia pirates looked at Kid angrily. It's just that they also know that Kid's strength is actually stronger than theirs. The main reason is that their subordinates are dragging them down. And the Kid pirates have more masters. Not to mention that there is Kira, who is known as a warrior who kills. There is also Hit, who knows eruption, and Whale, who uses a three-pronged gun. The strength of these executives, none of them can match. Kid, I just want to have a meal. I don't intend to fight you, but if you want to fight, I will accompany you. Glacia walked straight into the tavern, hopped up to the counter, picked up the meat and gnawed. There is no meaning to be afraid of Kid, but in fact, she also knows that the Glacia pirates are not the rival of the Kid pirates. In addition to the fact that his men are almost weak, his captain is also weaker than Kid. Glacia, I have other things to do today, why don't we play a new trick? Kid ignored Glacia's remarks. The main reason is that Glacia's fruit ability is too difficult to entangle if the melee is entangled by Glacia. His ability to turn into an old man or a child will directly ruin a pirate's career as a pirate. That's why Kid didn't plan to fight Glacia to the death. Kid is an ambitious guy, and he will go to the Great Root in the New World in the future. When the magnetic fruit is not developed enough to completely defeat Glacia. He didn't want to gamble his pirate career on this. How would you like to play? Glacia looked at Kid, she was a little confused about Kid's thoughts. But Glacia, who knows Kid well, understands that what Kid said about playing is definitely not a good thing. How about we bet more than who can have more property in the auction house snatch? Kid is indeed eyeing the auction house, in his view since the decision to snatch. Then it's better to take this matter as a bet. It can also be regarded as showing to the people of the East Daxia Sea that his Kid pirates are the strongest pirates in the South Daxia Sea. It is good. Glacia didn't say no, she meant it. In their view, a robbery is just an auction, and there is no risk at all. However, they didn't know that this auction house was unusual. There is CP5 Spandam in the auction house. At the moment, he is looking at the treasures in the auction house. When he saw the 3 stone statues, he was stunned. The statue? How could it be a treasure? Could it be that your auction house is fooling me? You must know that this is the heavenly gold given to Lord Tianlongren. Spandam looked at the old man who provided the gold in the sky and scolded angrily. Master Spandam, this is indeed a treasure, and it has been placed in the auction house for more than 100 years. It is said that it was the last resort item of a certain king at that time. The old man was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat and knelt down directly. But Spandam let him eat a gun without saying a word. Boom. One shot kills. Whether it's a treasure or not, I still can't tell. You actually use this kind of crap to fool me. Don't be idle, smash all 3 of these stone statues, don't keep one. Spandam commanded the surrounding navy to smash stone statues. Spandam tried to kick the stone statue, but his foot hurt directly. Just when he was digging 3 feet in the auction house to look for eye-catching treasures. The entire auction house suddenly exploded, boom. Who is this, dared to obstruct me from collecting the heavenly gold? Spandam Dumb looked towards the destroyed door and found that it was Kid and Glacia who came to snatch auction house treasures. At this time, they were also stunned. They didn't expect that someone from the world government was collecting heavenly gold here. They broke out in a cold sweat for a moment, you know. Although they are big pirates in the South Daxia Sea. But compared to the world government, they are totally inadequate. As soon as the 2 sides met, they immediately became tense. But they didn't notice that there was a white light shining on the 3 stone statues on the soaring in the sky. It's just that these navies didn't notice the 3 divine pillars that were about to recover. Instead, he kept trying to smash the 3 stone statues with the shovel. Until Sanshenju wakes up directly. Chapter 31 Kill Spandam. Sir, the stone statue has come back to life. The Marines looked at Spandam in panic. They didn't expect the stone statue to come back to life. Resurrected, how is it possible? Spandam turned his head to look, but the next second he was stunned. Because the stone statue really came back to life. The first one to break free from the shell was Reggie Locke. He is nearly 2 meters tall and weighs 460 catties. His whole body is rock-shaped, made of gray and orange, with an H-shaped pattern of 7 orange dots on his head, and an inconspicuous gray tail. It turned out to be true, he really resurrected. Spandam was dumbfounded as he looked at Reggie Locke. He didn't expect that this humble stone statue could be resurrected. But what surprised him even more was yet to come. I saw the revived Yanshenju without saying a word. Stone Edge was released directly. Many sharp stone thorns suddenly appeared on the ground, and these stone thorns directly penetrated the body of the surrounding navy. Like a kebab, it was pierced through the sky by stone thorns. Whoever offends the gods, die. Yanshenju walked straight towards Spandam. Spandam's legs immediately began to tremble. He didn't expect the resurrected stone statue to start killing without any explanation. I'm the CP5 officer, you can't kill me. Spandam looked terrified. He heard that the stone statue could speak, and wanted to use the majesty of world conquest to threaten Yanshenju to let him go. It's just that Yanshenju didn't show any mercy. Those who offend the gods will be killed by Yanshenju. Don't force me. Spandam's legs were shaking. There is fear in his eyes, although he has a high position. Located in the CP5 chief, but it's all because of his father. Because his father is Spandane, a senior official of the world government. The real strength is stronger than the ordinary navy. But seeing the Marines was slaughtered by rock pillars like pigs but sheep. He feels particularly panicked right now. The rock pillar was not in the slightest threat from Spandam. He has received orders from Arceus. Establish a Pokémon base of their own in the South Daxia Sea. Then it means that the town of Normandia dares to obstruct their 3 gods. They will all be wiped out. You forced me, you monster. Spandam frantically took out his gun and shot wildly at Yanshenju. But Yanshenju was not damaged at all, just dropped some powder. But in the next second, the surrounding rocks began to make up for his missing part. It didn't work. Spandam was so frightened that he fell directly to the ground. You must know that his gun is filled with Halushi bullets. But it still has no effect on the rock column. You can't kill me, the world government won't let you go. Spandam's expression fell into despair. He also wanted to save his life. But in the next second, a sharp stone thorn appeared on the ground and directly pierced his heart. He actually killed Master Spandam. Go and ask Lieutenant General Jaji. The surrounding navy all panicked. You know, Spandam is their second in command in the sky this time. The top leader is the General Alternate plus Lieutenant General. The death of Tiantinjin's escort officer is a big event. They hurriedly ran outside the auction house. It's actually dead. Glacia was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the important officials of Tiantinjin died like this. It seems that these treasures belong to us, and there is also a devil fruit. Hit looked greedily at the treasure on the ground. Especially when seeing a devil fruit, there was excitement in his eyes. But the next second, a thorn appeared on the ground and went directly towards Hit's throat. Hiss. The whites of Hit's eyes were exposed. He didn't expect to be killed by the Yanshan pillar in front of him just by having such a thought. Thieves who covet the things of the gods, the Yanshan pillar will give you punishment. B**********, D, you dare to kill my people. Kid looked at Yanshenju completely angry. He was just afraid of Spandam's identity just now. Afraid of the world government and navy, but he was not afraid of the Yanshenju coming out of the stone statue in front of him. Now that Yanshenju killed his people, he would let Yanshenju come and exchange his life for another. Arrogant monster, take a good look at the power of my magnetic fruit. Kid directly uses the power of the CC fruit around the sword, including any metal objects. At this moment, he was condensed, formed a huge mechanical arm. Die to me. Magnetic string. Kid slammed his entire mechanical giant arm towards the Yanshan pillar. But at this moment, another stone statue also began to recover. Gang Shenju revealed his true face. A gray, spherical creature with black stripes on its upper body and a hexagonal pattern of 7 red dots on its face. He is Steel God Pillar Regis Kilu. Born in the mantle, it has the most powerful metal body. I saw him directly use the heavy slam to come to the front of Yanshenju. Blocked the blow for Yanshenju. In an instant, Kid's mechanical giant arm slapped Steel God Ju's body and fell apart. And at this moment, Steel God Pillar used Metal Claw on Kid. Seeing this, Kira flew forward to block Kid. The sickle in his hand chopped on Steel God's pillar. But the sickle was directly broken by the Steel God Pillar's hard body. The metal claw of the Steel God Pillar hit Kira's body. Next moment, a pothole with 5 fingerprints appeared on Kira's abdomen. Steel God Pillar, clean up the trash that defies the gods. Steel God Cylinder looked at Kira blankly and shook his hand and sent Kira flying. Boom. Kira smashed against the wall, vomiting blood. Kid looked at Steel God Pillar with a livid face. He never expected that this attack cost him yet another subordinate. And this subordinate is Kira, the only close friend he values. Chapter 32 Defeating Kid. But what is even more dangerous is that the Yanshan pillar in front of him is coming towards him. Magnetic cage. Kid knows that he is invincible, and now he wants to use the copper wall iron defense to trap the Steel God Pillar. In the next second, the Orberg cage formed by countless iron door screws and swords enveloped the steel pillar. Just when Kid thought he had succeeded, Steel God Pillar slammed into the cage and shattered the cage. And at this moment, the Steel Pillar's eyes began to light up red like hexagrams. Steel God Pillar used the skill Lock On. This skill makes him no matter how the opponent escapes. The next skill is a 100% hit. At this time, Wayne Fling under Kid released a 3-pronged gun. Want to sneak attack on Yanshin Pillar. But Yan Shenju also had the idea of cleaning up these enemies. Yan Shenju directly hugged a beam column beside him. Head towards Whale Fling. Boom! Shiju directly threw Whale's trident gun away. Then directly shot Wayne into the wall more than 10 meters away. It looked like he was dead. Kid directly lost 3 players. Glacia stared dumbfounded from a distance away. She didn't expect Yan Shenju and Steel Shenju, 2 stone creatures who claimed to be gods, to attack. Directly take the extremely powerful Kid pirates. It was completely wiped out, except for some little guys. Kid can be said to have become a loner. Garbage. Cleared. Flash cannon wiped out. Steel God Pillar is like a dull artificial intelligence normal. After lock on Kid's position, she started using her long-range attack skills. Flash cannon. All the light from his body was concentrated in the hexagram in front of his eyes. Immediately after that, it was released directly. And the target is Kid, who is constantly condensing new moves. Kid is also brewing his trick, magnetic spike gun. This time, Kid used magnetism to turn all metal substances into a giant magnetic gun. He wants to defeat Steel God Pillar head on. Go to hell. Kid blasted out the giant magnetic gun directly. And the flash cannon of Steel God Pillar also delivered a fatal blow at the same time. Boom. 2 forces tackle together. I saw that the magnetic giant gun was directly decomposed by the flash cannon into iron filings and dust. In the next second, flash cannon hit Kid directly. Kid's chest is pierced directly by flash cannon. Vomit. There was despair in Kid's eyes. How could he be the rival of this monster? Boom. Steel God Pillar strikes again, also flash cannon. There were 2 big cuts on Kid's body. Kid gradually lost his breath. On the other side, Yan Shenju did not let Glacia go. His H-shaped red dot also appeared bright, and his target direction is Glacia. With the lights off, he lock on Glacia. This means that his next attack is also guaranteed to hit. And Glacia at this moment saw Kid collapsed here. There was already incomparable fear in my heart. In addition, Yan Shenju has been chasing her. This frightened her even more, just at this time. Yan Shenju used his long-range ability, Ancient Power. I saw a mist-colored ball appearing on Yan Shenju's forehead. The orb knocked Glacia out of the air with great speed. It broke several pillars of the auction house one after another. Next second, the auction house collapsed. Boom boom boom. The violent sound attracted all the residents of Normandia town. They looked at the collapsed auction house at a loss. They wondered who did it, but in the next second, the navy directly surrounded here. And behind the navy, there's a man with a cigarette butt in his mouth. A middle-aged man with a wretched face in a navy coat. He is one of the few lieutenant admirals in the navy who have the codename T-Dolphin. What about the monster you're talking about? Gage looked at the sailors. When he got here, he saw only a scene of ruins billowing in thick smoke. Did not see the enemy. Just when he was full of doubts, a figure emerged. I saw that his whole body was covered with ice crystals. It looks like a piece of sapphire. The face is different from Steel God Pillar and Yan God Pillar. This ice crystal creature has 7 yellow dots forming a cross pattern, the legs are cone-shaped, and there are 4 ice thorns on the back, 2 on each side. This creature is the newly awakened Ice God Pillar, Regice. Is this the monster you're talking about? Cake questioned the sailors. The Marine nodded, then shook his head again. In their opinion, the Ice God Pillar looks a bit like the Rock God Pillar, but it doesn't look like it at all. It doesn't matter, just grab it and talk. Without thinking too much, Jiaji took out his pistol and fired bullets at the Ice God Pillar. But Bing Shenju reacted instantly. Throwing 3 ice thorns directly offsets all the added bullets. But as a general candidate, Jiaji obviously has more than this ability. Jiaji directly attached the gun body with armed domineering color. Even bullets are included. Even picked up a second pistol for fire pressure. This is something that many admirals have failed to grasp. And Jiaji is also domineering through this powerful armed force. There is also an admiral candidate who is amazingly knowledgeable and domineering. But no matter how accurate he shoots, even the Ice God Pillar can be caught and hit back with ice spikes. Suddenly, the Ice God Pillar seized a gap and used Lock On. With Lock On, Ice Pillar can brew a stronger skill. The next moment, the cross yellow dot on the Ice God Pillar began to flicker. The power of cohesion is also getting stronger and stronger. Jiaji is now feeling the hardships of fighting the Ice God Pillar. Seeing the posture of Bing Shenju, he immediately understood that Bing Shenju was going to amplify his move. He quickly dodged. It's just that he doesn't know that no matter how he hides, this move of the Ice God Pillar. All or must. The Ice God Pillar released a freezing beam, and a burst of ice burst out wherever it passed. Chapter 33 Target West Sea. With my speed, I should be able to dodge easily. Jiaji is full of confidence, you know, he is best at marksmanship besides marksmanship. There is no means of escape, but when he really came into contact with the freezing beam. Only then did he realize the weirdness of this freezing beam. This can't be avoided. Jiaji was dumbfounded. The attack of the Ice God Pillar seemed to be tracking very fast. The next second came to him. No matter whether you use moon steps or shave, you can't escape. Boom. A loud bang resounded in the air. The normal freezing beam, like an ice crystal, directly bombarded Jiaji head-on. Jiaji was directly hit by the freezing beam. The whole person was completely frozen. And when he finally broke free with armed domineering, he was surprised to find that there were 3 creatures like the Ice God Pillar. The 3 holy pillars locked him directly. The Steel God Pillar, the Rock God Pillar broke free from the stone slabs of the ruins. The 2 pillars used lock on directly on Jiaji. The hexagonal red dots of the Steel God Pillar are flashing rapidly. The H-shaped red dot of the Yanshin Pillar is also flashing rapidly. The goals of both seem to add up: freezing beam, ancient power, flash cannon. After the 3 gods pillar lock on the trace of Jiaji, the light is released directly, hit plus meter. The freezing beam bears the brunt of Jiaji ice. The ancient power hit Jiaji directly in the chest, causing Jiaji to vomit blood. Flash cannon even pierced Jiaji's throat directly. Just let Jiaji die on the spot, in just a few seconds. Kaji died here. All this is embarrassing. The Vice Admiral is defeated. The T-Dolphin is dead. The sailors were panicking, and they looked panic-stricken. You know, Jiaji is no ordinary lieutenant general. It's a general candidate, much stronger than ordinary lieutenant generals. But even such a strong man died in the hands of Sanshenju. So these naval soldiers, where is there any chance of confrontation? However, they soon lost their mind to think about it. Because, the Sanshenju began to clean them up, including some residents. This will be the kingdom of Pokemon from now on, the territory of our beasts, and humans are not allowed to get involved. Gang Shenju directly said such a harsh word. The residents of Normandia Island were completely confused. They didn't expect that in a few words, they would lose Normandia Island. Just when they refused to leave, the 3 divine pillars directly attacked the residents of Normandia Island. Pokemon Kingdom, humans are not allowed to intervene. Seeing that these residents refused to leave, Gang Shenju directly issued a warning to them. Boom boom boom. The indiscriminate attack directly caused the residents of Normandia Island to panic. Eventually they decided to leave. Let's leave this island to these crazy brain guys who call themselves gods and beasts. After all, life matters. It's just that compared to ordinary residents, these navies are not so lucky. Yan Shenju regards them as people who treat the god taunt just like the T-Porpoise and Spandam. Started to release the ground thorns frantically, and these ground thorns directly penetrated the navy soldiers. A few lucky ones escaped by jumping into the sea. Some are directly pierced to death by the ground. After a few hours of cleaning, there is no trace of humans on Normandia Island. There is only one ruin, and Steel God Pillar picked up the devil fruit directly from the ruins. There is only one devil fruit this time, but they also completed the task perfectly. Now just wait for Priest Arceus to receive the devil fruit. The following few days, they began to build a base according to Arceus' instructions. There is Regilock, the Pillar of Rock, and Regiskilu, the Pillar of Steel, is here. The goal of building a base is particularly easy to achieve. I saw Yan Shenju controlling rock. The Steel God Pillar controls the metal. Soon a 5-story castle was erected. The outside of the castle is covered with a layer of ice crystals from Regice, which makes the whole castle look like a snow castle, with an atmosphere that strangers should not get close to. Many of the things used to build the castle were dismantled from idle residential buildings. After Yanshenju, Steel Shenju, and Ice Shenju finished all these tasks, they began to move into the castle. They built 3 thrones, made of rock, orberg and ice crystal. From today on, the island of Normandia in the South Daxia Sea will be guarded by the 3 divine pillars. Ron looked back in the void. Sanshenju handled this matter quickly and safely. Now just ask Ho-Oh to retrieve the devil fruit. As long as he gathers 1 more devil fruit, he can have 3 devil fruits again. At that time, he might be able to revive a sub-star level beast. Ron still felt very satisfied thinking about it. He will recover some of his divine power in the next few days. Now that the matter in the South Daxia Sea is settled. Then he should also move towards the West Sea and the North Sea. As for the revived divine beast in Shihai, he already knew about it. That is the Sacred Beast 3 Sacred Sword. The brave among the 3 mythical beasts. Chapter 34, Aftermath. Admiralty Headquarters, Maryford. On the naval training ground, Zephyr, a former admiral with purple hair, is training recruits. Suddenly, a naval cadet stepped forward. There's a little sadness in the eyebrows. What happened? Zephyr looked at the Naval Academy, as a retired former admiral of the Navy. I am no longer in charge of fighting. Instead, it is responsible for teaching the new generation of the Navy. General Zephyr, the Vice Admiral is dead, the student couldn't help but say. What? Zephyr was stunned for a moment, and Vice Admiral Chafu Cake was a student he was very optimistic about. He didn't expect to hear the news of Jiaji's death now. Jiaji died in the South Daxia Sea. I heard that there were 3 divine beasts occupying Normandy Island. Jiaji was killed by them, and Harder, Laji and other students also died there. The students told Zephyr all the news they knew. What did they say in the Warring States period? As a top powerhouse in the same era as Warring States and Carp. ZFA's face darkened, and he wanted to ask how Zhongguo planned to deal with this matter. The Marshal of the Warring States period said that Wu Laoxing told them to stand still. Don't attack rashly for now. What? Zephyr looked at the student in disbelief. He didn't expect the Navy to be bullied. He still didn't move. Warring states, they are really getting more and more cowardly. You take me there. I will personally suppress this group of guys who killed my students. Zephyr gritted his teeth and said this, you must know that Jaji is a navy he is more optimistic about. And the deceased harder, Laji and others were also his very promising students. Since the warring states and the others stood still, he, as a teacher, had to help them retaliate. And just after Zephyr left with a part of the navy. Warring states just received the news of Zephyr's departure. What? Zephyr went to the West Sea to find trouble with those beasts. Sengoku was stunned after hearing the news. He didn't expect Zephyr to be so impulsive. And he also took away the golden phone bug that could activate the demon-slaying order. This made his head explode even more. What happened, Sengoku? Garp happened to walk into the marshal's office, and he saw Zongguo's scalp-numbing expression as soon as he entered the door. Zephyr is going to the West Sea. Sengoku told Garp directly. Cap's expression became serious. He immediately understood that Zephyr must have left because of the fact that the student was killed by the 3 divine beasts in the South Daxia Sea. But he is very aware of the horror of the 3 beasts in the West Sea. You must know that Red Dog lost an arm during a trip to the East Daxia Sea. These divine beasts, if they can't find out the details. But a very difficult guy to deal with. He also took away the demon slaughter token. Warring states continued. He also took the demon slaughter order. Garp's face became more serious, and he knew that Zephyr was serious this time. However, Zephyr is now old. Besides, he was cut off by a pirate. The combat power is even more damaged. In his view, the current Zephyrin is the rival of these mythical beasts. Warring states also thought of this. The two were silent for a moment. In the end, it was Garp who broke the silence. Perhaps there is no Phoenix Wangchang among these 3 mythical beasts. Cap said bluntly. Sengoku nodded. He also thought of these 3 divine beasts who claimed to be divine pillars. There should be no Phoenix Wangchang. After all, according to the description of the navy who fled back. It was the 3 divine beasts who killed Jaji. However, for these unknown creatures, they dare not judge the strength of the 3 divine beasts. How about I go and bring Zephyr back, and inquire about the details of this faction by the way? Garp said directly to Sengoku. For now, only he has brought the warring states back. Maybe it's possible to explore the reality of the mythical beast. It's up to you. Warring states looked at Garp, who was undoubtedly the mainstay of the navy. His strength is stronger than that of the admiral. Not to mention, Garp hasn't eaten the devil fruit yet. He is a complete gymnastics master. This is rare and precious. I just don't know what the 5 old stars are thinking when the gold in the sky is robbed. Garp looked at warring states, knowing that the last time Tianshengzhen was robbed was many years ago. At the same time, warring states was also lost in thought. But soon he found himself missing the last resort donuts. And Garp has already eaten it with it in his hand. Warring states couldn't help feeling blue veins. This is a limited edition donut. Sengoku yelled loudly at Garp. Just take it as my reward for rescuing Zephyr. Cap said nonchalantly. What he said just now was mainly to divert the attention of the warring states period. Good to get donuts limited to Sengoku. UB********* D Cap. Sengoku scolded Garp, but he really has nothing to do with Cap. All I could do was watch Cap finish the donuts and leave. After Garp left, he began to think about these things again. The East Daxia Sea and the South Daxia Sea were lost. It has had a huge impact on the navy. Although these beasts did not expand their sphere of influence. But it makes people feel like a stick in their throats, and they are on guard against the attacks of these beast forces. I don't know why Warring States is extremely worried about Zephyr and Garp's trip to the South Daxia Sea this time. It seemed subconsciously that the two of them could not handle this matter well. Moreover, he is also very concerned about the Pokémon kingdom behind the exposed power of the 3 gods pillar. The power that can be called a kingdom, it is impossible to have only these 2 divine beasts. But if there are many divine beasts, and it can also form a kingdom, so how powerful this force will be? How many powerful players should the Pokémon kingdom have? If what the Sanshinju said is true, isn't this force stronger than the navy? Warring States sank at the thought of this. I hope what I worry about isn't true. Warring States said this to himself. Holy Land, Mary Joya. This is the base of the world government. The 5 old stars are the nominal rulers of the entire world except the New World. When Wu Laoxing looked at the photos of the beasts, he was a little lost. Entei, Raikou, Suicune, Ho-Oh, Steel God's Pillar, Rock God's Pillar, Ice God's Pillar. As the Pokémon Kingdom, I didn't expect the Pokémon Kingdom from 800 years ago to reappear. It seems that we have to prepare early. The 5 old stars looked at each other. They knew about the Pokémon Kingdom. But only heard of it when I was a child. What happened 800 years ago has long been completely covered up by them. Unexpectedly, the Pokémon Kingdom reappeared. Being able to defeat Akainu and invade the South Daxia Sea and East Daxia Sea at the same time, this is a force that is more dangerous than the Revolutionary Army. We might as well take the initiative to destroy them. Wu Laoxing in kendo suit looked at the other 4 Wu Laoxing and said. Don't forget, these beasts are just the lowest guards, and the truly powerful beasts haven't come out yet. The blonde Wu Laoxing looked at Wu Laoxing in kendo suit and replied. He who has heard of the Pokemon Kingdom knows the horror of the Pokemon Kingdom. If it weren't for the Pokemon god who suddenly disappeared, they Tianlongren will not sit on the throne of the Lord of the World. HMPH. Maybe these few people have recovered, not to mention that those powerful beasts may be just legends, not reality. Wu Laoxing with the mustache retorted, and he also believed that he should take the initiative. I don't think we need to be so radical, but we can't sit still. I heard that these beasts are all born from stone statues. Why don't we just collect these stone statues and let Vegapunk study them, just in case we can control them? This power might be able to help us. The curly-haired Wu Laoxing who was leaning on the scepter sneered and said, even if we can't, we can firmly control these stone statues and prevent them from being resurrected. Just do it as you want. Agree. The words of the curly-haired 5 old stars have been agreed by all the 5 old stars. Now the Pokemon Kingdom is gradually becoming stronger. Can't help but make them wary. Chapter 35. The Treasure of the 8 Treasure Water Army. Shihai, the country of flowers. This is a country that is at war all year round. This country has an officially certified pirate force. It is called the 8 Treasures Water Army. The leader is the 500 million level big pirate Green Pepper. He is the 12th generation leader of the country of flowers. There are more than 1,000 troops under his command. There are many 8 treasure navy powerhouses such as grandson Kai Yi who has a reward of 200 million, and Abu. What happened? Kai Yi, the leader of Qingzhou, lay on the throne as the leader. Seeing his grandson, Kai Yi, he went to him directly. He knew that there must be something looking for him. Chief Green Pepper, that desperate Becky is here again. Kai Yi respects his grandfather Qingzhou very much. This is because Grandpa Qingzhou is a big pirate who has fought against legendary powerhouses such as Roger, Ski, Whitebeard, Garp, and Whitebeard. The 500 million bounty is completely real. He directly and truthfully reported the information he knew. It's that B************* D Cappenbecky again. Green Pepper got angry when he heard Cappenbecky's name. This B********* D who only knows how to fire a dark gun has been harassing the Kingdom of Flowers since he received the employment order. Every time Qingzhou had to confront him head-on, Cappenbecky escaped with his fire tank pirates again. This annoyed Green Pepper whenever he heard Cappenbecky's name. Now you lead the 8 Treasures Navy and go with me to defeat Cappenbecky. Qingzhou called Kai Yi to stop. He wanted to completely kill Cappenbecky and his flame tank pirates. All sent to hell. Let Cappenbecky know, and mess with such a big old pirate like him. Exactly how bad it would be. Yes, Chief. Kai Yi didn't dare to neglect, and immediately called his younger brother Abu and others. Go fight Cappenbecky's fire tank pirates. The other side. Cappenbecky was shooting at the people in the Kingdom of Flowers with a pistol. He himself who ate the fruit of the strong city is an army. All soldiers are able to take out weapons in his body to shoot. Among them are his 2 most trusted subordinates, Strange Gun Witter, and Killer Gotti. Both are sharpshooters. As long as the prey they are eyeing, there is no existence that cannot be killed. Cappenbecky took out a towel and wiped the muzzle of the gun. Wearing a suit and smoking a cigar to kill people, he loves to be clean. A pair of gloomy and ruthless eyes. Just glance at the surrounding enemies. It can make the other person feel a sense of fear. D Becky, go to hell. Boom. I saw the domineering arrogance surging directly from a distance. Cappenbecky knew at a glance that it was the old man with green peppers who had come. He directly used the acacia fruit to turn his feet into crawlers and retreated backwards. And not long after he retreated quickly, a large pit of several hundred meters appeared on the ground. The center of the pit is the green pepper. This is caused by Qingzhou's unique 8-punch fist. Wadu. Green Pepper is good at using forehead to attack. And the attack power is very large. There is this huge force of tens to hundreds of tons. Cappenbecky, what on earth do you want? Qingzhou looked at Cappenbecky angrily. He didn't understand what Cappenbecky wanted to do. You know, Cappenbecky has been harassing him for several days. Let him not rest for several days. Qingzhou, don't you know what I want? I heard that you had a lot of treasures in the early years. If you are willing to hand over some, I will let you go. Cappenbecky smiled. His tone was cold. The reason why he came to the country of flowers several times to harass the 8 treasure navy Green Pepper. For the treasure of green peppers. You know, Qingzhou is a big pirate who has been in the sea for 40 or 50 years. The treasures it possesses can be said to be countless. This also made him want to get a share of the pie. HMPH, you actually came here for my treasure. No wonder Lao Kai, come with me to teach this ignorant brat a lesson. Qingzhou looked at Kai Yi, with his power alone. It's really hard to catch this Cappenbecky alive. Only with the grandson Kai Yi. Grandfather and grandson act together. Only then can Cappenbecky be completely captured. And Cappenbecky didn't want to fight when he saw this scene. And fight and retreat, and talk nonsense. Don't worry, as long as you don't hand over the treasure, I will come to you again at this time tomorrow. Green Pepper could only watch as Cappenbecky left. Helpless. This B********** D Becky, B******** D Garp. Qingzhou looked at Cappenbecky's retreating figure and cursed. Captain Becky's arrival reminded him of Vice Admiral Cap, whom he had always been obsessed with. If Garp hadn't knocked his head on one side, how could he fail to break through the ice continent, and how could he fail to take out this treasure that belonged to him? Kai Yi looked at his grandfather Qingjiao with a grudge expression on his face. He didn't say much. It's not been a day or two since Qingjiao scolded Carp. Ever since Carp knocked his pointed end as the key to the ice continent crooked. Green peppers are always full for Cap grudge. Before eating and resting, he would scold Karpov a few words. Grandpa, why don't we go to the ice continent again? See if we can open it. Kai Yi looked at his grandfather. In fact, he was quite concerned about the treasure of Babao Navy. You must know that this is the savings of the 8 treasures Navy over the years. In this way, it was sealed on the ice continent. This made him unable to be reconciled. Yes, Grandpa, why don't we go and have a look again? Abu is also very concerned about this treasure, and it is possible to open it now that his grandfather's green pepper is still there. If the green pepper is gone, then this treasure will never be opened. Hearing what the 2 grandsons said, Qingjiao nodded, and he also had the idea of giving it a try. Okay, I'll take you there later. Windmill Village, Ron felt that his divine power had been restored. He began to resurrect the Sacred Beast 3 Sacred Sword. They are Sacred Sword Cobalion, Sacred Sword Terrakion, Sacred Sword Virizion. When Ron sensed that the stone statues of the 3 Sacred Sword Warriors were actually on the ice continent. Slightly stunned, he knew that the ice continent contained all the treasures of the great pirate 8 treasures sailor green pepper. That means there must be a devil fruit in it. There may be many. Thinking of this, Ron smiled. It seems that this time he can collect and revive the number of devil fruits of subplanetary Pokémon. With Ron's recovery light spitting out, Entei, Raikou, and Suicune can all feel it. There will be a new beast Pokémon awakening at this moment. Chapter 36 Cobalion's Resurrection. The continent of ice. This is a continent covered with solid ice. Qingjiao led her grandson Kai Yi and Abu here. But he didn't expect that Captain Becky would follow him all the way. This green pepper finally can't stand it anymore. Captain Becky looked at the figure of Qingjiao leaving the Kingdom of Flowers and coming to the continent of ice. He was overjoyed that he had spies in the Kingdom of Flowers. He had guessed that the green pepper should have hidden the treasure somewhere. Now the green pepper leaves the country of flowers. It just confirmed his guess. Godfather Becky, do it. The strange gun wit, a member of the Flame Tank Pirates, shouted excitedly at Captain Becky. Every pirate loves money, especially when the property is right in front of them. This made the pirates even more excited. Godfather, do it. Mafia in suits in Becky's inner castle also cheered. They wanted Becky to do it. Chisel through glaciers for treasure. Okay, let's do it now. After hearing the encouragement of the younger brothers, Becky didn't hesitate much. Directly began to bombard the glacier. Castle blast. I saw countless firearms shooting from the small door in the chest of the North Pole. Countless gunshots, the sound of cannons directly made Qingjiao react. It's that B*************** D Captain Becky, and he's coming too. Qingjiao looked towards the source of the explosion. I saw Captain Becky bombing the glacier. Although this continent with solid ice was touched, some ice chips fell. But it couldn't shake the continent. Grandpa, how about we follow Captain Becky's power and see if we can open the iceberg? Kai Yi said to Qingjiao. To be honest, the 8 treasures Navy has been in short supply these years. They also really want to get the treasures in the glacier. Because according to Qingjiao, there are more than 1 billion Baileys in it. Okay, but Kai Yi, please pay attention to Becky and the others. This is the property of our 8 treasures Navy. As for Abu, please go and inform everyone in our 8 treasures Navy to come here. We must not let Becky and the others take all of us. Bailey. Hearing the words of grandson Kai Yi, Qingjiao was moved. Although he doesn't think that the iceberg can be broken by Captain Becky's strength alone. After all, this is solid ice that has been around for an unknown number of years. But this is already the best way. So he began to use the 8-punch fist, Wadu, against the iceberg. Hit the iceberg again and again. But the iceberg was only trembling slightly, with no signs of breaking. Both Captain Becky and Green Pepper are working hard. But no one found that there was a stone statue shaking slightly in this iceberg. I also didn't find that there is a white light soaring in the sky that wants to shine on the stone statue. Boom. Under the ice continent, steel, fighting type's sacred sword warrior god beast Cobalion is the first attribute. The stones on his body were scattered all over the place. Cobalion looks like a sheep, with sea blue feathers and a tuft of white hairs under his neck. The horns on his head are extremely sharp, which is also his main attack method. I saw him wake up, when he found himself sealed in a glacier. He launched the move Sacred Sword. The entire glacier was directly divided into 2 under his attack. The horn on the top of the head directly cut the 10,000-meter glacier in half. Silky smooth like knife cut tofu. Boom. At this time, the green pepper is still making the last effort. He used the unique 8-punch punch, Watuhui. I saw that he was like a spinning top, normally bumping straight towards the iceberg. But the glacier did not move at all. Just when Qingjiao thought it was impossible to open the iceberg. Kai Yi directly pointed at the iceberg with trembling fingers. Can't help exclaiming. The iceberg has cracked. How is this possible? Xingjiao subconsciously thought it was impossible, but he used a lot of force in the last tackle. But it doesn't have the 3-point power that can be produced when it is pointed at his head. How could it be opened? But when he turned his head to look at the iceberg, he was shocked, because at this moment the iceberg really cracked. And there is a tendency to split in two. Godfather, green peppers opened the iceberg. The strange gunworther noticed the iceberg opened on the side of the green pepper. Quickly reminded Kappenbecky. Kappenbecky looked at the green pepper. He smiled, though it wasn't the iceberg he had opened. But he saw the countless wealth in the iceberg. He only needs to take advantage of the chaos and plunder to achieve success. Don't you want to rob our 8 treasures Navy's property? Kai Yi looked at Kappenbecky, who was about to move. He raised his knife and stepped forward. In his opinion, even if Kappenbecky robbed him of any property, it would be a loss to the 8 treasures Navy. But how could Kappenbecky stop? He directly ordered the mafia in his body to shoot. For a moment, countless firepower bombarded Kai Yi. But how could Kai Yi be weak as a pirate with 200 million Baileys? I saw him waving a big knife and forcing Kappenbecky to be unable to move forward for a while. At this moment, Kai Yi's younger brother Abu also rushed over. He brought hundreds of 8 treasures Navy. What about the Godfather? Wei Tei, the strange gun, did not expect Kai Yi to be so difficult to deal with. You must know that they can indeed do their best to defeat Kai Yi now. But behind Kai Yi was the 8 treasures Navy. There is also a big pirate green pepper. They couldn't possibly be the rival of these 3 parties. It seems that it's not the green pepper that opened the iceberg. We have a chance. Kapembeba was also a little hesitant at first. Obviously now is not a good opportunity for them to fight. Until he suddenly saw the sacred sword Knight Cobalion in the iceberg. Iceberg trail cut with the sacred sword by Cobalion. He soon understood that it was not the green pepper that opened the iceberg, but someone else. How is it possible? The stone statue in my collection has come back to life. Xingjiao also saw Cobalion at this moment, and he was surprised. He remembered that it was one of several stone statues in his collection. It took a lot of effort to get it. It is said that it is still the god statue of that place, so he put it in the iceberg treasure house as a treasure. But he didn't expect that the idol could be resurrected. And it seems that he treats his treasure as his own property. Chapter 37 Terrakion. Seeing a stone statue, he actually planned to take his treasure as his own. The bell peppers were a rage. He rushed directly into the iceberg to attack Cobalion. 8 punches. I saw Xingjiao jumping up with a charge. Her arms were full of armed domineering. A punch hits Cobalion. How could Cobalion be afraid as a melee beast sacred sword? Direct release of skills iron head crashed over. Boom. A huge sound resounded in the iceberg. Kappenbecky looked over with the idea of fishing in troubled waters. In his opinion, although this antelope creature can release the slash that cuts the iceberg, but it can't be the rival of green peppers. You must know that Xingjiao is a big pirate who fights against Roger, Whitebeard and other powerful enemies. The strength is of course undeniably powerful. Otherwise, it is impossible to have a reward of 500 million. But the next moment, his face was stunned, and the cigar in his mouth fell to the ground without noticing it. Green pepper actually lost. Kappenbecky didn't expect that green pepper's fist hadn't hit the antelope creature's head yet. The green pepper was directly lifted by Cobalion. Fell down on the wall of the iceberg in the distance. B*********** D stone statue. This head is really hard. Xingjiao has always been proud that he has the hardest head in the world. But he didn't expect that he would meet a creature whose head was harder than his. Although he didn't attack the creature with his proudest head. But as a big pirate, his strength is naturally beyond doubt, especially the combat he is most proficient in his melee attack. Even so, he didn't take advantage of Cobalion either. And Cobalion's face is only composed and calm, as one of the 3 sacred sword beasts. The strongest is the melee ability. As for these treasures, he will not let them go. He has already found them in this pile of treasures. The breath of several magical treasures. Cobalion felt that this divine treasure harvest would be a great harvest for the gods. This is even more impossible. Grandfather. Kai Yi looked at the fallen green pepper, feeling a little nervous. He didn't expect Xingjiao to lose to this antelope creature. You must know that the melee ability of green pepper is quite terrifying. But just like that, they still haven't fought each other. I'm fine. Xingjiao coughed, and his eyes became fierce. He didn't expect the revived stone statue in front of him to be so strong. Even his melee ability has stabilized him. He stretched out his hands to prop himself up. But how could Cobalion let him get what he wanted? Sacred sword. Cobalion cast sacred sword directly at the green pepper. I saw a long and narrow golden sword light attacking the green pepper. Boom. Zhongguang swept across and directly split the iceberg into 2. Could it be that you cut out the crack in the iceberg just now? Xingjiao immediately understood. It turns out that the crack in the iceberg just now was cut by Cobalion. If it wasn't for grandson Kai Yi rushing over to pull him out of the sacred sword's attack area just now. Otherwise, he would have to split the iceberg into 2. My lord, Sacred Sword Sergeant Cobalion, if you want a magical treasure, defeat me first. Cobalion swung the sacred sword and looked at Kai Yi and the 8 treasures navy. At this moment, their cold sweat was about to stay. This sacred sword warrior named Cobalion is too strong. How could it be the object they could defeat? Even the green pepper was a little panicked. You must know that he has fought against big pirates like Roger and Whitebeard. But these big pirates will not bombard and kill them casually without consideration or reason. But Cobalion in front of him didn't take it into consideration. If you dare to reach out, you will be attacked by him. This is obviously my treasure. Xingjiao's face turned green with anger. Just at this time, Cobalion sensed something was wrong. He looks into the corner. At some point, Kappenbecky came to the iceberg. Seeing that he is about to touch the devil fruit, Cobalion was just about to strike. Another stone statue of the beast began to wake up at this moment. This is Rock, Terrakion, the sacred sword of the fighting department, has awakened. Terrakion's image is similar to that of a bull, with two pointed brown horns, an orange face, black hooves under the girdle, and a short and thick tail. As soon as Terrakion woke up, he saw Kappenbecky trying to steal a devil fruit. Just hit a skill takedown. The ice surface under Terrakion's feet was directly cracked, and then recklessly exerted all his strength. A takedown smacked into Kappenbecky's chest, only to knock Kappenbecky out. Boom. Kappenbecky was hit and flew hundreds of meters away. Hit the ice wall. He showed a look of disbelief. He didn't expect the Terrakion in front of him to be so powerful. You know, there is a 1,000-man army in his body. Coupled with the ability of the fruit of the strong city. But let him claim to be an indestructible fortress of war. But he didn't expect that the bull creature in front of him would directly break through the defense with a single collision. Kappenbecky licked his lips, tasting a warm, salty sweetness. He knew he had been bruised by Terrakion. This is the smell of blood. Chapter 38, Killing Kappenbecky. The blood was clearly not Terrakion's, but his. For the first time, Kappenbecky felt panic in his heart. He wants to escape, but how could Terrakion let him go? Sacred Sword Master Terrakion, no sneak attacker will be spared. As a Sacred Sword warrior, Terrakion naturally also has the Sacred Sword skill. Terrakion directly released the Sacred Sword skill and slashed towards Kappenbecky. A huge sword light appeared from Terrakion's eyes. Then cut directly towards Kappenbecky. Kappenbecky had seen the power of Cobalion's use of this trick before. At this moment, Terrakion also used this trick. In a panic, he directly used the ultimate ability of the strong city fruit. Also his trump card castle full size, Big Boss. This is a huge castle with a length of 80 meters and 585 tons. A castle with absolute defense. Boom. But this fortified city is under attack by Terrakion's sacred sword. Directly split into two and directly shattered. Boom. The strong city exploded, revealing Kappenbecky and all members of the flame tank pirates inside. Godfather, what should we do? The killer Gotti panicked. He didn't expect that taking chestnuts from the fire would be so dangerous this time. The hand of the strange gunworther holding the gun was shaking uncontrollably. I can join you, can you let us live? Kappenbecky put out the cigarette. He panicked. He wanted to see if the bull creature in front of him needed human thugs. After all, they are mercenaries. If the human beings in front of them need it, that would be great. We sacred swordsmen don't need human minions. Terrakion's words made Kappenbecky feel cold. But Kappenbecky, who grew up as a killer since childhood, has made a decision. Since he was not even allowed to surrender, he could only make a break with the bull creature in front of him who called himself Sacred Sword. Boom. The strange gunworther fired first, and he really couldn't bear the pressure. When Terrakion did not agree to take them in, he aimed the bullet at Terrakion's head. But in the next second Terrakion used stone edge to protrude stone thorns directly from the ground under the ice. Pierce through the heart of Werther. This process only takes a few seconds. As for the incoming bullet, Terrakion didn't even think about biting it with his teeth. The bullet stopped steadily. Catch the bullet with your teeth. Killer Gotti was stunned for a moment. All this happened so fast that he didn't even have time to react. However, the instinct of being a killer. It also prompted him to launch an attack on Terrakion. His weapon was a heavy machine gun loaded with hundreds of rounds. He didn't believe that Terrakion could take over one by one. However, he forgot that Terrakion is not the only sacred sword warrior. Cobalion saw this and stepped forward. Using Metal Burst, as a steel-type mythical beast, he can control orbered metal. Killer Gotti's bullet hadn't reached Terrakion yet. Just burst directly without any chance of touching Terrakion. This is too strong. Kai Yi watched Terrakion and Cobalion attack from behind. He was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the two creatures would solve the problem as soon as they made a move, making them all feel very difficult to deal with Kappenbecky. It's just how green peppers can put down the treasures they have hoarded for many years. Just handing it over to others, now he has no idea of getting it all back. He just wants some of it back. I saw that both Terrakion and Cobalion went to deal with Kappenbecky. He just wanted to steal some property secretly. But what happened next? It directly made him dismiss the idea. Because the third stone statue moved. This stone statue is the last three Sacred Sword Virizion. I saw Virizion wake up. Leaf blades are used. Directly controls a blade. Stabbed Kappenbecky. There's actually a third one. Kappenbecky was stunned when he saw the blade stabbing not far away. He didn't expect that there was a third Sacred Sword Knight. Only this one looks like a deer. By Mahogany controls the leaf blade and directly seals his throat with a sword. Captain head fell directly. Now the flame tank pirates were in a complete panic. Killer Gotti wants to escape. But Bai Mahogany did not let him go. The sacred sword was used directly. Gotti, the killer under sacred sword, was directly seen as blood mist dissipating in the air. And the surrounding pirate members. At this moment, he didn't dare to stay any longer, and started to run outside the iceberg. Self-rescue by diving without swallow devil fruit ability. Swallow the devil fruit can only choose to sit and wait. The devil, this creature is simply a devil. The pirates watched as the three sacred swords swept them away with their astonishing physique. One by one felt fear. You must know that they are mercenaries, killers who often accept killing missions. Hitman. But under the strength of the three sacred swords, they could only be slaughtered like pigs and sheep. They regretted why they followed Kappenbecky to fight for the treasure with these three monsters. Three sacred sword killed hundreds of people. The ice was stained with blood. He just looked at the Babao Saijin who was still watching the show outside and was terrified. What about the leader? Everyone looked at the leader of Qingzhou. They panicked and really wanted to snatch the treasure with these three sacred sword soldiers. It would be better to let them go directly to hang themselves to die. Let's go. At worst, the treasure is gone. Qingzhou glanced at the three sacred swords resentfully. He remembered these three creatures. One looks like an antelope, one looks like a bull, and one looks like a deer. All have terrifying sacred sword skills. Qingzhou never expected that Kappenbecky would fight for the treasure together with him. But it was obtained by these three stone creatures. And you must know that these treasures are actually his. But as a big pirate who has been roaming the sea for decades, Qingzhou knows that in the world of pirates, only the strong have the right to dominate. It's just a pity that all the treasures he accumulated over the past few decades have been used as wedding dresses for these three sacred sword warriors. The leader has an order: retreat. Hearing Qingzhou's words, the Babao sailors let go of their worries. You know, they just watched the battle between the three sacred swords and the fire tank pirates. That can only be said to be a one-sided massacre. Now I know that I don't have to fight these monsters. They even fled a little faster. Although there are many treasures in the iceberg. But in their view, it is far less important than their lives. Chapter 39 Zephyr Strikes. Three sacred sword. After seeing the 8 treasures navy leave, they began to take stock of their gains this time. There are 3 devil fruits in full. There are still more than a billion Baileys, and this time it can be said to be a bumper harvest. As for the Pokémon Kingdom, the base in the South Daxia Sea, the 3 sacred swords chose to set up on the ice continent. This is a ready-made base. In the void, Ron looked at the 3 sacred swords and successfully completed the task. He also looked back. Now he can be said to have 4 devil fruits. Adding the remaining 1, there are 5. This also means that Ron can summon another sub-planetary Pokémon. Ron thought about it. He intends to choose to summon from the boss of the 3 sacred pillars, and the successors behind the 3 sacred swords. Among them, the boss of the 3 sacred pillars is the sacred pillar King Regigigas, in addition to creating the 3 sacred pillars. He also created the dragon god pillar Regi Sarago and the electric god pillar Regi Aleki. Although the successor of the 3 sacred sword appeared later than the 3 sacred sword. But the strength is stronger than the 3 sacred sword. Keldeo, the sacred sword warrior, has mastered the power of the sacred sword that can tear everything apart. Thinking of this, Ron also had a hard time deciding who to revive first. Fortunately, it is still early. Ron now has to wait for Ho-Oh to cross the windless red land to transport the devil fruit from the South Sea and the West Sea first. He is not in a hurry. 3 days later, Zephyr was already approaching the South Daxia Sea. He came with his students. Rear Admiral Ian, Rear Admiral Binz, Commodore Huzo, etc. Among them, Ian and Binz are both devil fruit capable users. Ian has the ability to rewind fruit. Binz is the ability to have lush fruit. The rewind fruit allows Ian to rewind a person's age to 12 years at will. Restore the physical fitness and posture of 12 years ago. And Binz's lush fruit allows him to control plants, which has strengthened the growth of plants. It can be said that both are very excellent fruit abilities. At this time, Zephyr had just arrived in the South Daxia Sea. When he saw the piece in the South Daxia Sea, he froze for a moment, in his imagination. The South Daxia Sea should have been thrown into chaos by these 3 so-called 3-pillar gods. But it was unusually peaceful. This made him a little unprepared. Teacher, maybe this is just an appearance. I heard that the 3 divine pillars are in Normandia Island. Why don't we go to Normandia Island first? Ian looked at Zephyr. She was a female student Zephyr rarely taught. She has always respected Zephyr. After all, Zephyr is the chief naval instructor who taught the 3 admirals Sakaski, Kuzan, and Pelusalino. Although now due to the years and the loss of his right arm, his strength has been greatly reduced. But its own strength is still not to be underestimated. After all, this is the strong man who confronted Whitebeard, Roger, and Golden Lion in the previous era. Okay, let's go to Normandia Island first. I heard that they drove away all the residents. I want to see how the 3 of them can transform Normandia Island. Zephyr's first thought was the island of Normandia. It should look dilapidated now. After all, these creatures, in his opinion, are good at destroying. Humans still have to build it. Zephyr and his group headed towards the island of Normandia. And they don't know. At this time, there were 3 more stone statues on Normandia Island that they did not understand. They are Dragon God Pillar Regi Sarago and Electric God Pillar Regi Aleki. There is also Regi Gigas, the Holy Pillar King who created the 5 pillars. This is what Ron asked the 3 sacred pillars to go to the South Daxia Sea to find. Now, it has been found by the 3 holy pillars. And put them into the island of Normandia. The 3 holy pillars looked at the 3 statues. They are now making 3 additional seats. The highest among them is naturally their Pillar King Regigigas. The Pillar King is the source of their power. Therefore, there is no doubt that among the 3 holy pillars, the King of the Holy Pillars is placed at the top. In the mind of the 3 sacred pillars, the King of the Sacred Pillars exists only after the creation God Arceus. Possesses supreme power. The other 2 seats are reserved for Dragon God Column and Electric God Column. The 2 seats are a little lower than they are. Strictly speaking, these 2 pillars are not weaker than them or even stronger than them. But because of selfishness, they still chose to place the 2 sacred pillars below them. After a simple arrangement, the 3 sacred pillars continued to build a base. They are making drastic changes here. After all, there are Yanshinju and Steelshenju. It is easy to transform a mere small island. During their week in Normandia, they built many Orberg cities. It can hold many Pokemon inside. This is all after Creator God intends to create ordinary Pokemon. Reserved room. After doing everything, they return to their seats to rest in peace. They have received word that soon Father Arceus will resurrect the Dragon Pillar, the Electric Pillar. Already their boss, the Holy Pillar King. And they don't know it, when they are resting. Zephyr has come not far from the island of Normandia. When he saw all the traffic and high-rise buildings, he was dumbfounded. Is this really what those 3 creatures did? Zephyr was stunned looking at the countless exquisite buildings. Obviously, in his opinion, this city must be a mess. Chapter 40, The Arrival of Zephyr. Windmill Village. Ron inspected the territory of his Pokemon Kingdom. When he inspected the territory where the 3 sacred pillars were located, perceived an unusual breath. Zephyr, and his students, and some little bugs. Ron looked at Zephyr and his students. It was unexpectedly discovered that these students were all members of the Neo Navy formed after Zephyr defected from the Navy. It's just that Zephyr hasn't betrayed the Navy yet. It looks like it's time to revive the Holy Pillar King and the others. Seeing this scene, Ron no longer hesitated. The 3 sacred pillars are difficult to deal with. The former General Zephyr and the army brought by Zephyr has too much oppressive power. Only the Sacred Pillar King and the other 2 sacred pillars were recovered. Only then can the Pokemon Kingdom in the South Daxia Sea form an oppressive force against Zephyr. Coincidentally, Ho-Oh also brought 4 devil fruits early. He now has a total of 5 devil fruits. Using 3 to revive the Holy Pillar King is not a bad idea in Ron's view. Thinking of this, Ron swallowed 3 devil fruits. Then the power of recovery was released. 2 beams of light, 1 blue and 1 white, flew towards the South Daxia Sea. However, it will take some time before these 2 rays of recovery can reach the South Daxia Sea. Before that, the Pokemon Kingdom in the South Daxia Sea still needs to rely on the 3 sacred pillars to protect it. Zephyr teacher, let's go. Ian looked at Zephyr. This time, Zephyr made perfect preparations to destroy the 3 sacred pillars. Not only brought a lot of naval units, he also brought a golden phone bug that was enough to activate the demon-slaying order. In her opinion, no matter how powerful the 3 sacred pillars are, it should not be General Zephyr's rival. And in the South Seas, Kid and Glacia are both lingering in what is now Normandia, now the Kingdom of Pokemon. They did not die in the battle with the 3 holy pillars. Kid was beaten until he fainted, but fortunately his younger brother Kira rescued him. Glacia, the Big Eater, had several ribs broken by Yanshinju. Fortunately, people in One Piece world have amazing resilience. She survived, but they can only work together to survive. Now their dream is to escape the Pokemon Kingdom. This terrifying place with the existence of the 3 sacred pillars. But they dare not act now. The 3 sacred pillars have been working day and night for the past few days. They had seen the 3 pillars destroy an island of Normandia in ruins, transformed into an Orberg city. It's just that this also narrows their living range. Until now they have been able to eat only some weeds. Fortunately, Sanshengju seemed to be busy with everything today. Back in the Pokemon Castle, Kid and Glacia now finally have a chance to escape. 3 sacred pillars and the bastards. If I go to the New World and become a big pirate, I will definitely come back and revenge them. Kid became annoyed when he thought of the days when he ate wild vegetables and dug tree roots these days. If it weren't for these 3 sacred pillars, it would be as if they would not be injured. He was about to challenge the 3 sacred pillars again. Boss, don't talk about it, otherwise we will all be finished if we quarrel with the 3 sacred pillars. Kira, who is known as the killer of warriors, had a sliver of reason in his heart. Compared with him, Kira thinks this title seems to be more suitable for the 3 holy pillars. The 3 sacred pillars are the monsters that kill without blinking an eye, compared to the 3 sacred pillars. He is simply ashamed of this title. Kid, don't hurt me if you want to die, I kindly asked my little brother to help you bandage. Glacia, a woman with a big stomach, looked at Kid with a nervous expression. She is now afraid of being hit by the 3 sacred pillars, because the ancient power of the Yanshin pillar almost killed her. Although he relied on armed domineering to resist. But it was still directly broken by Yan Shenju. The broken rib directly caused him to wear several rounds of bandages. Kid was not much better, he was tied up like a mummy. Boss, let's run now. Glacia's crew asked Glacia to escape. You know, they have squatted to guard the 3 sacred pillars these days so as not to be discovered. I haven't closed my eyes for days and nights. Heard the words of these crew members. Glacia and Kid ran out of the Pokémon Kingdom without delay. They don't want to stay in this place of right and wrong. But when they came to the shore of the Pokémon Kingdom, they were dumbfounded. They saw many naval fleets approaching here. No, it's the Navy. Hira said nervously. You must know that the hostile force of pirates is the Navy. Especially those big pirates with high rewards, if they are caught by the Navy. Then it is either to be executed directly, or to be imprisoned in the large submarine prison and advance to the city. You know, this is a place where billions and billions of big pirates can't escape. Isn't it just the Navy? We are afraid of the 3 sacred pillars, so why are we still afraid of the Navy? Glacia glanced at the Navy and thought of a desperate fight. But the next second, when he saw the purple-haired Navy, he dismissed such thoughts. It turned out to be Black Arm Zephyr. Glacia saw Zephyr, the former admiral of the Navy, who was powerful enough to rival those monsters in the New World. Possesses top-level arm domineering color. One punch can explode, a terrible guy of a warship. Little pirates like them who only have a reward of 100 to 200 million. There's no way it's his rival. The former General Zephyr may not have come to see us, it should be related to the 3 sacred pillars. Kid quickly cleared his mind. They have just arrived at the auction house, and they haven't even touched a Bailey in the auction house. What's more, it was the 3 sacred pillars who killed the Vice Admiral. Not them. There is only one reason for the former General of the Navy. That is the trouble to come to the 3 sacred pillars. Then we are not saved. The pirates under Glacia couldn't help but let out a cry. None of these pirates thought that one day the Navy would be needed to rescue them. Haha, I want to see how miserable these 3 sacred pillars will be when they meet General Zephyr. Kid couldn't help being excited. In his opinion, the 3 sacred pillars will definitely lose to Zephyr. After all, Zephyr is no better than them, but a veritable former admiral of the Navy. Chapter 41, Demon Slaying Order. Break right in, Zephyr shouted, under his leadership. The Navy quickly landed on the island. The 3 sacred pillars were also reminded by Ron. Woke up from the throne. There are foreign enemies invading. Kill. When Sanshengju stepped out of the room, he saw the menacing Zephyr. And the massive Navy behind him. I saw Zephyr look at the 3 sacred pillars coming out of the Pokémon Kingdom with an angry face. You 3 monsters, dare to kill my naval cadets, let me, Zephyr, retaliate for the Marines today. As Zephyr said that, he used the huge iron arm grinder on his right arm. Ever since his student was killed by Whitebeard too and his own arm was cut off. He is full of hatred for the pirates who are against the Navy. Now he is no longer the black-armed Zephyr who did not kill the general. The 3 sacred pillars in front of him were regarded as pirates by him. Now, he is going to completely destroy them. Crush the blaster. Zephyr yelled loudly, and the pulverizer in his hand released a strong bombardment. Deals massive beam damage. Iron defense. The steel god pillar, the hardest among the 3 god pillars, rammed forward directly against Zephyr's attack. Under the skill iron defense, his defensive power directly soared 10 times. He bluntly relied on his strong defense power. Withstood Zephyr's attack. It actually blocked it. Zephyr was a little surprised, he didn't expect these creatures to be able to block the attack of the pulverizer. You know, although the pulverizer is not as powerful as his arm. However, this is also a weapon developed by Vegapunk. The power is definitely not bad. It can even instantly kill some hundreds of millions of pirates. Teacher, let me help you, bushy plants. Seeing that Zephyr teacher was in a stalemate with the steel god pillar, Major General Binz rushed forward. He shouted and danced in the ninja costume. The surrounding plants are directly ripened by his lush fruit ability. Countless plants emerged from the ground. These plants bound towards the steel pillar. Ice god pillar destroys the enemy. Seeing this scene, Bing Shenju immediately started to move his hands. I saw the yellow dot flickering with his cross. Icy wind rushed towards the plant. Under the influence of icy wind, the plants wilt quickly. Some were even frozen directly into ice sculptures. How is this possible? Binz was dumbfounded, he didn't expect his confident strike. It was directly cracked by the ice god pillar. Just when he was still trying to urge the plants to attack the steel god pillar. The ice god pillar moved again. Ice beam. A blue ice beam condenses from the cross center of the ice pillar. He blasted towards Binz directly. Plant defense. Binz saw this scene and wanted to use plants to defend. He stimulated the crazy growth of the plants in front of him to form a plant wall. However, he underestimated the ice beam of the ice pillar. I saw that the light beam directly hit his plant wall. Even with him, they were frozen together. Binz. Brigadier General Shuzuo saw that Binz turned into an ice sculpture just as soon as he fought. Wanting to step forward to rescue him, he condensed his fists into an arm-domineering look. Take the initiative to attack towards the ice god pillar. Don't want. Ian saw something. With Shuzuo's strength, it is absolutely impossible to be the rival of the ice god pillar. And things went just as Ian expected. The ice god pillar directly released ice beam at Shuzuo. There was one more ice sculpture present. Seeing this scene, Zephyr was completely raged. He didn't expect that he just came to this island just now. Lost 2 men. Destroy the twister. The Zephyr pulverizer hammered directly onto the ground. The ground suddenly cracked, and 3 stone pillars appeared. He directly flew all the 3 pillars onto soaring in the sky. Then he directly picked up the pulverizer and shot at the 3 god pillars on soaring in the sky with precision. Bang bang bang. Countless bullets splashed towards the Sanshin pillar. Stone edge. Iwagami pillar on soaring in the sky quit. Zephyr can affect the ground, and so can his rock pillar. I saw many stone thorns appearing on the ground. Has a prominent very high. A stone wall was directly formed to block Zephyr's attack. Zephyr missed all of his attacks. Fell on the stone wall. The 3 of them at least have the strength of a general candidate. Zephyr told his disciples that he had tested the strength of the 3 sacred pillars. The strength of the general candidate. The surrounding naval officers were all shocked. There are only 2 alternate generals in their navy. They are the Dead Tea Fish Cake, and Momotu Gion. And there are 3 of the 3 sacred pillars in front of him. If it is said that all the 3 holy pillars have the strength of a general candidate, doesn't that mean that Sanshinju has surpassed the navy in this respect? However, we have General Zephyr this time. That's right, General Zephyr is here with the demon slaying order. All the students know Zephyr well, knowing that Chief Instructor Zephyr came with the demon slaying order. So not too worried, and Zephyr did exactly as they expected. He directly took out the demon slaughter token from his pocket. According to his calculation, there is the naval force he led plus the order to slay demons for emergency assembly. With the large number of lieutenant generals in the demon-slaying order, the 3 holy pillars will definitely be captured alive by them. You actually forced General Zephyr to activate the demon slaughter order. Glacia saw Zephyr's phone bug. As the daughter of the Shichibukai tyrant bear, he naturally knew what was going to happen to Zephyr when he took out the golden phone bug. This way, there will be excitement to watch. I want to see how the 3 sacred pillars will end when the demon-slaying order comes. As for Kid, in his opinion, this big scene aroused his excitement instead. The real strong must face such challenges head-on. Zephyr dialed the golden phone bug, and followed the phone to call the South Daxia Sea Navy branch. All the navies stationed in the South Daxia Sea will send warships here to bomb Normandia Island indiscriminately. By then, this place will be a hell on earth. Chapter 42 Multiple Vibrations. Following Zephyr dialed the golden phone bug, the 5 lieutenant generals in charge of the demon-slaying order rushed over after receiving orders. They are Flying Squirrel, Huo Shaoshan, Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Strawberry. They are the 5 lieutenant generals of the Great Root. This moment is accompanied by their actions. It also made many powerful people on the Great Root understand that something happened in the South Daxia Sea. Locke Studios, Alabasta. Locke Dahl is talking with his deputy director Robin and 9 other chief conductors. Talk about what to do next. But suddenly received a secret report from the executive director of the studio. As the demon slaughter order going to the South Daxia Sea. I don't know who made it, it must have something to do with the robbery of Tianshengzhen in the South Daxia Sea. Locke Dahl sneered after hearing this, and the cross-sectional scar on his face also began to tremble. There are basically no pirates that cannot be caught once the demon-slaying order is released. He was mourning for this poor pirate who somehow offended the navy. But who told him to dare to provoke the navy? You must know that being weak in this sea is the original sin. There is no doubt that the pirates in the South Daxia Sea committed this original sin. It's not like he is powerful enough to become Chi Wuhai. No more being hunted by the navy. The pirates in the South Daxia Sea are a bit mysterious, and the navy has not issued a reward order. Robin thought about it. In her opinion, the style of the world government should directly issue a huge reward. But until now, they have not received a reward order. There is even very little news about the South Daxia Sea, only some speculative information. However, relying on the capabilities of the Bar Lock Studio, it is really difficult to spread information in the South Daxia Sea. Besides, Sand Crocodile, the president, is only interested in Karen. As for the incident in the South Daxia Sea, who cares? The Devil's Triangle, the terrifying 3-masted sailing ship. Inside this huge ship, there is Moonlight Moria living here. When he saw the information from his subordinate Absalom. There are many warships sailing to the South Daxia Sea. He understood that someone had induced the navy to use the demon-slaying order. Dare to provoke the navy, it seems that another island is about to disappear. Moonlight Moria picked up the glass of red wine and laughed wantonly. In his opinion, his terrifying 3-masted sailing ship is the safest place. Just stay in the Devil's Triangle with peace of mind. Then no strong man will be able to find him. He can also use this wretched development to restore his strength. And the price to pay is nothing more than obeying the words of the navy. It's a small price to pay. Krakena Island. The residence of Joracle Mahawk. He had just sailed out of the range of Krajana Island. I saw warships and ships constantly surging. When they saw these ships heading for the South Daxia Sea. His eyes flickered slightly. I don't know if the target of the demon-slaying order is a swordsman. Hawkeye, known as the world's greatest swordsman. Mahawk looked at the warships and ships constantly surging towards the South Daxia Sea. His first thought was the target of these demon-slaying orders. Will it be a strong swordsman? You know, he hasn't had a rival in swordsmanship for a long time. If it is really a great swordsman. Mihawk really wanted this great swordsman to be able to escape the range of the demon-slaying order. Come and compete with him. However, he couldn't help shaking his head thinking about it. It seemed unlikely to him. After all, this is the Demon Slaughter Order. Ever since the Navy established the demon-slaying order, the winning rate is completely 100%, and there is no record of defeat. Amazon Lily, Hydra Island. This is a windless region. Because there are terrible sea kings on the bottom of the sea. And the perception ability of these sea kings is particularly powerful. So no pirates dare to shuttle in and out of Solacean in the calm zone. Only the Empress of Nine Snake Island who can master the sea snake. Except for naval warships with sea towers and stone paving on the bottom of the ship to isolate the Sea King from exploration. At this time, Empress Hancock's subordinates hurried to find her. Hancock was still in the shower at this time. In order to protect the slave imprint of Tianlongshang hoof behind him from being discovered by others. She kicked out the reporter directly. What happened? Don't break into my room next time. Hancock looked at the maid with cold eyes. Although this is from Nine Snake Island, she also cannot avoid warning. But if one more person knows, there will be one more risk of exposure. If the Tianlong people know all this, then things couldn't have been worse. My lord, there are many naval warships outside, you should go and have a look. The maid knew she was wrong, she lowered her head and explained the reason. There are a lot of naval warships. I'll go and have a look. Hancock heard that the maid had found her because of this incident. Hastily stepped out of the palace of Nine Snake Island and came outside the island. When he saw a naval warship, he immediately asked the female soldiers to follow. Through the capture ability of Sweet Fruit, Hancock soon learned why. Have you snatched the Heavenly Dragon's Heavenly Gold South Daxia Sea Forces? Also summoned the Demon-Slaying Order. Hancock couldn't help being touched when he heard this. She didn't expect that someone would dare to provoke Tianlong people. You know, she has been full of fear of Tianlong people until now. Now I heard that in order to deal with this force, the Navy launched the Demon Slaughter Order at all costs. This made Hancock worried about the mysterious forces in the South Daxia Sea. If she didn't want to protect the people of Nine Snake Island, Hancock thought that he would also go to the South Daxia Sea forces to join the team against the Tianlong people. However, thinking of Tu Moling to go to the South Daxia Sea, she couldn't help sighing. The power in the South Daxia Sea was in her opinion. The probability of surviving and escaping is obviously extremely low. After all, this is a demon-slaying order that has never been missed. Chapter 43. The Black Wrist Zephyr. South Seas, Normandia. After Zephyr dials the golden phone bug, Sanshinju directly attacked Zephyr like you back and forth. Yanshinju, Steel's Henju, is fighting against Zephyr. The ice pillars are fighting off Ian and the other navy brought by Zephyr. Smash Bunt. Zephyr directly grabbed the rock smash pillar with the right arm of the grinder and bombarded the rock smash pillar with the explosives in the grinder. This trick is still useful against Yanshinju. I saw that Yanshinju's arm was broken in half. But the next moment, he absorbed the stones on the ground. Put the arm back together. Zephyr looked livid. This is not the first time these divine pillars only need to damage the upper part of the body. It is easy to find the stones on the ground to repair. Just like having an immortal body. In Zephyr's heart, I am afraid that the only option is to crush the Yanshin pillar into pieces. In order to completely kill the opponent. Boom. Steel God Pillar issued flash cannon. A violent beam appeared from his forehead, directly attacking Zephyr's body parts. Fortunately, Zephyr's armed domineering has reached an extremely terrifying position. He had a premonition of the location of the Steel God Pillar's strike directly through his knowledge and domineering aura. Cover it with armed color domineering in advance. This prevented the flash cannon from Steel God Pillar from damaging his body. But everyone in the Navy has seen it. Their chief instructor has fallen into a disadvantage. Maybe it's because Zephyr is now in his 70s. Or maybe he lost an arm relationship. Zephyr's strength has been greatly reduced. He was continuously knocked out of the island by the two divine pillars. Zephyr teacher. Ian saw Zephyr's strenuous effort and let out a cry. She has the ability to rewind fruit. Zephyr's age can be set back to 12 years ago or even more. Zephyr, whose age has retreated to 12 years ago, will greatly increase both in physical strength and strength. Under this consideration, Ian charged directly at Zephyr. The flames of Will-O-Wisp emerged from her hands, pressing directly on Zephyr. Teacher, I'm sorry. Ian knew that Zephyr didn't like students using fruit abilities to fight. But I saw Zephyr who was gradually exhausted. Ian decided to help teacher. Ian used the fruit ability to return ZFA's age to 24 years ago. That is to say, Zephyr is in the prime of life. ZFA's wrinkles and figure gradually became stronger. The breath is getting stronger and stronger. Ian. You are right, I should let these creatures know how powerful Black Arm Zephyr is. Zephyr felt the power erupting in his body. This is the physique that only he possessed when he was young. With a ruddy complexion, he punched directly at the Steel God Pillar. His left arm was wrapped around the arm domineering, and the arm was abruptly thickened. This is exactly the advanced technique of armed color domineering. Armored colored wraps. Boom. Zephyr directly repelled the Steel God Pillar. A ravine flows directly from the ground. It is exactly the same as a road that has just been built. This made all the Navy present excited. Lieutenant General Zephyr is too strong. Is this the power of the black-armed Zephyr when he was young? Marines cheer for Zephyr the Black-Wristed. In their view, the present navy is unrivaled. The 3 sacred pillars in front of them are completely impossible to be their rival. Zephyr looked at his left arm, then at his right arm. His strength is purely physical rather than the power of this mechanical arm grinder. In his opinion, using the power of the pulverizer is just a humiliation to his so-called black wrist. Stone Edge. Yan Shenju saw that Gang Shenju lost to Zephyr. Directly use the stone thorns from the ground and attack the black-armed Zephyr. But the next second, black-armed Zephyr looked at the spikes with eyes hidden in dark glasses. He didn't dodge, his whole body was covered with armed domineering. This is an advanced usage of armed color domineering. Armed color is hardened. Stone spurs appeared only on the soles of his feet. Then you can't get in, he was completely defended by his armed body. Immediately afterwards, the black-armed Zephyr blasted Yan Shenju from the air. The armed color is like the essence of normal, which produced a huge shockwave and directly lifted the Yan Shenju away. Crashed into the castle. It is also an advanced technique of armed color to release the armed color. It is only possible to master these skills if you have cultivated the armed color to an extremely advanced level. In an instant, the 2 pillars were all defeated. This made the navy dumbfounded, it was so strenuous before main practice. But under the retrograde young contest condition, it has such a strong strength. This shocked them, knowing that the current black-armed Zephyr only uses 1 arm. The arm with the shredder was just a decoration. Is this the strength of Zephyr? Kid stared dumbfounded from afar. He just seen Zephyr go from down and back again. If Zephyr is the one who comes to confront this time, then he understands that it is completely impossible to be the rival of the former General Zephyr. Wait, what is that? There are actually 3 stone statues. Glacia looked at the smashed Pokemon Kingdom in surprise. She didn't expect that there were 3 stone statues inside. At this time, 2 stone statues were below the throne of the 3 sacred pillars, and the other one was high above. Above the throne of the 3 holy pillars. Could it be that these stone statues will also be resurrected? Glacia and the others looked at each other in blank dismay. You must know that they had experienced the whole process of the resurrection of the 3 sacred pillars from the stone statue. Know that each of the creatures in these stone statues has amazing abilities. Chapter 44. Victory over Zephyr. Zephyr looked at the statue. He had heard that these creatures were all resurrected from stone statues. But he didn't believe it too much. After all, this is really unbelievable. How can stones hatch powerful creatures? Just when he was about to kill the remaining ice god pillars. The white light of recovery descended. They hit the stone statues of the dragon god pillar and the lightning god pillar respectively. I saw 2 stone statues revived at the same time. They are dragon god pillar Regizilago and electric god pillar Regieleki. The 2 stone statues have different shapes. The dragon god pillar is 2.1 meters high and weighs 400 catties. The image is a dark red ball with 7 blue dots on the head, a dragon headbone on both sides, half of the skull, half of the lower jaw, and a pair of short legs under the body, which looks very strange. Dragon god pillar came to support under the order of Father God. After dragon god pillar Regisirago appeared on the scene, he uttered such a sentence directly. And soon, Regieleki, the electric pillar on the other side of him, also broke free from the shackles of the stone statue, revealing his true face. Electric pillar Regieleki is only 1.2 meters tall and weighs 290 kilograms. Floating in midair, his image is yellow all over, the whole body is composed of electric ions, there are 7 pink-orange dots on his head, his arms are conical limbs composed of 12 long yellow strips, and his feet are 4-pointed angle composition. The electric god pillar came to support by the order of Father God. Dian Shenju also spit out such a sentence. The appearance of the 2 divine beasts directly surprised the Marines. Stone statues can actually resurrect creatures. And it seems that these 2 creatures are no worse than Sanshenju and the others. This counts as a total of 5 god pillars. Teacher Zephyr will definitely not lose. You must know that Teacher Zephyr has already defeated 2 pillars like this. The Marines were startled when they saw the 2 resurrected suddenly. Zephyr was also a little puzzled. It's really going to be resurrected, wouldn't it be the one with the highest position? Zephyr looked at Regigigas, the highest pillar king, who was nearly 4 meters tall. This makes Zephyr can't help but have an association. If Regigigas is also resurrected, it is not known who is stronger and who is weaker than these divine pillars. But Zephyr also knew now that it was not the time to think about these things. He punched directly at the dragon god pillar. The armed color is released, and the power of the armed color has changed from virtual to real. Coming directly towards the pavement of the dragon god pillar. But the dragon god pillar is a sacred pillar endowed with stronger power by the holy pillar king. Strictly speaking, his strength is stronger than that of the 3 divine pillars. The biggest reason is because, as a region-level beast, he has exclusive skills. Dragon energy. Dragon god Pilar's body contained powerful dragon power, and he directly released a dark red beam of light to bombard Zephyr. Boom! A loud bang resounded through the scene. The next moment, ZFA's domineering armed look was directly broken by dragon energy. The whole person flew backwards, and at this very moment, the electric pillar moved. He is also a sacred pillar endowed with stronger power by the holy pillar king. He also has special skills, but his skill is control type. In the next second, a huge spark cage appeared on Zf's head. This is the exclusive skill of Dian Shenju, Thunder Cage. Thunder Cage directly trapped Zephyr in the cage, no matter how Zephyr tried to break free. Can't do it, Instructor Zephyr, Zephyr teacher. In an instant, the students brought by Zephyr all exclaimed Zf's name. They didn't expect Zephyr to show his overwhelming strength. And so quickly defeated by two new divine pillars. Even Liberty was taken away. Kid and Kira, who were hiding in the distance, were dumbfounded. They thought that after Zephyr showed his true strength, the three divine pillars should have been vulnerable. But unexpectedly, two new divine pillar creatures suddenly appeared. Defeated Zephyr directly, and it seems that these two divine pillars are much stronger than the three old divine pillars. Let's find a way to escape by ourselves. Glacia, a woman with a big stomach, saw Kid's reluctance to part with this battle. Knowing that this matter of escaping still has to be done by oneself. But it was when he planned to lead his men to escape. She suddenly saw the demon slaughter order coming. Not far from them. The artillery was set up, it's just that they're looking at this scene of Zephyr being stranded on the island of Normandia. After a while, I dare not fire. A-hole? Zephyr looked at the 5 lieutenant generals not far away. His face darkened, he knew that his reckless actions had instead become the capital for these beasts to contain the navy. But he will never allow this. You all go back to the boat and let the flying squirrels open fire immediately. Zephyr informed Ian and the others to let the generals of the flying squirrels open fire immediately. Teacher. Some people don't want to leave. Besides, it is nothing to let the navy of the Tumo order open fire on the former admiral. If you still think of me as your teacher, then go now. Zephyr yelled at Ian and the others. After the crew heard it, they could only return to the warship. Report ZFA's wishes to the flying squirrels. What's going on here? The former General Zephyr is actually under control. Are those beasts so powerful? This is too incredible. When the navy saw that Zephyr was trapped, there was a lot of discussion for a while. You know, Zephyr is quite prestigious, trained several generations of naval cadets. Not to mention a former admiral of the navy, now being trapped by the beasts, they have no other emotions except incredible. Suddenly at this moment, a CP-0 came to the ship. He gave the order directly, fire, but Lieutenant General Zephyr is still on the island. Stoloberg looked at this CP-0 and said, fire now, this is the meaning of the world government. CP-0 said bluntly, how could the world government not know about such a major event as the demon slaying order? So they sent the world government ships over early in the morning. And sent trump card CP-0 from the world government. Contacted by phone, Wu Laoxing has decided to make the first test of the Pokemon Kingdom. See what the Pokemon Kingdom is all about, it is good. As the Vice Admiral of the Navy, Stoloberg naturally had no way to disobey the orders of the world government. He waved his hand directly, now fire. As he gave the order, the 100-meter-long warship started bombing. And his decision also caused other naval warships to bomb Normandy Island. All of a sudden, thousands of guns were fired, and countless ammunition and shells were bombarded towards Normandy Island. This scene made many people completely dumbfounded. What the hell is it? Is the demon slaughter order activated just like that? I still want to live, including Zephyr trapped in a cage. You know, his student Navy soldiers have not evacuated here yet. Indiscriminate bombing began. The 5 divine pillars were also a little surprised. But ordinary artillery fire, they can still resist it. But at this moment, Kid and the others were horrified. No more pretense. He waved his hand directly. All the metal substances in Normandy Island were formed into a metal wall by him to resist the attack of the demon slaying order. In an instant, the sky was full of flames. Chapter 45, The Holy Pillar King. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of naval warships bombarded Normandy Island indiscriminately. It is about to raze the island of Normandia to the ground in one breath. It was too late by the time Cap came. The demon slaying order has been executed for an hour. At this time, Normandia Island was billowing with smoke and dust. Nothing like a small island that used to have a small town. Where's Zephyr? Where's Zephyr? Garp rushed to Normandy Island, looking at the billowing smoke and dust. I had a bad premonition in my heart. General Zephyr, he may have died. A rear admiral around was dragged by Garp's skirt to give the answer, and then slowly explained the whole story. Sacrificed. Why didn't he return to the warship? Who fired the gun first? Thinking of the sacrifice of the comrades who have worked with me since I stepped into the Navy. Veins popped out of Garp's forehead. Asked who was the first to fire the cannon. Yes. Lieutenant General Stoloberg, we fired the artillery together as soon as we received the signal. The Major General didn't dare to hide it, even though Karp in front of him was only a Lieutenant General. But if you have been in the Navy, or read the news in the newspaper, you will know. Karp is no ordinary Lieutenant General. It is a naval hero, who is said to have suppressed the legendary Lieutenant General of the previous era. If it wasn't for Garp's unwillingness to be restrained in his unintentional promotion to General, he had long since become an Admiral. It can be said that Garp is the only Vice Admiral who can chase Roger around. Stoloberg, which warship is he on? I'll go find him. Garp shuttled directly from the bombing battlefield. Came to Stolberg's warship, questioned him directly. Stoloberg didn't dare to neglect. Karp in front of him was not easy to mess with, strong was really strong. Under Stolberg's explanation, Only then did Carp know that this was originally an order issued by the world government. A bunch of bastards from the world government, I can't stop talking to you if Zephyr is dead. Garp scolded directly. Stoloberry was sweating coldly. You know, Lieutenant General Garp is the one who dares to scold the world government as a navy. Cease fire now. The old man wants to see if that guy Zephyr is still alive. Cap tells Stolberg to cease fire. Stolberg hesitated. Cap saw what Stolberg was worried about. A direct sentence resolved the worries in Stolberg's heart. If there is any problem, let the old man bear it alone. At worst, I will be demoted. Carp gave the solution directly. Stolberg opted for a ceasefire. Immediately afterwards, Carp called the messenger to inform the other 4 vice-admirals. Soon, the demon slaughter order stopped the attack. However, the island of Normandia was bombed continuously for an hour. The Navy believes that this small island should have been in ruins long ago. It's just that the smoke and dust are rolling down, and no one can see the contest condition inside. But no one thinks that the island can still maintain its original appearance. Until the smoke cleared, Cap had excellent eyesight. Only when he was looking for Zephyr, suddenly, he saw a creature that he had never seen before appearing here. This is... What kind of monster? You actually used your own strength to prevent the demon slaughter order. How on earth is this done? When the navies really saw the situation on the island, they were completely dumbfounded, because a creature with a huge wide torso, 7 Beidou 7-star round holes in the center of the body, and 3 pairs of eyes normal huge dots on both sides blocked all their attacks. He put his hands in front of him, and a huge blue barrier appeared in front of him. The 5 god pillars hid behind this creature without any damage. But they don't know his name, until this huge creature with a height of 4 meters and a weight of 840 kilograms spoke. Only then did they understand what the creature's name was. Pillar King Regigigas, punish all enemies who destroy the Pokemon Kingdom. The Holy Pillar King let out a roar, and then many colorful lights appeared on his body. One after another colored light is like a ray attack, shooting towards the distant warship. Boom boom boom. Several rays of light skills fell on the warship. Instantly destroyed several warships. This scene. It directly made other navies completely dumbfounded. They didn't expect this guy who claimed to be the king of the Sacred Pillar to be so strong. Not only can it release the barrier to block the demon-slaying order, but it also has such an astonishingly powerful long-range attack. Everyone is dead. Zephyr lay under the ruins. He didn't die. Relying on his armed forces to harden, he held on. But all the students he brought died. This made him regret why he came to the South Daxia Sea. After paying so many young lives, they failed to defeat the forces on Normandy Island. Especially this terrifying Holy Pillar King who appeared now. Zephyr witnessed the resurrection of the Holy Pillar King. He's the stone statue that sits on the top chair in the Pokemon Kingdom. But he didn't expect that the Holy Pillar King could have such great power under the light of a blue light. He revives directly and releases barrier. Blocked the attack of the Demon Slaughter Order. What kind of terrifying monster is this? Kid survived by luck, but his head was bleeding. He was even cut off by a sharp iron sheet, when he saw that the Sacred Pillar King had blocked all the attacks for the 5 Sacred Pillars. He fell into doubt in life. Now he doesn't think the Navy can defeat these pillars. The water is too deep, and no one can imagine how many cards this power called the Pokemon Kingdom has yet to play. Chapter 46. Captain Island. The Holy Pillar King looked at the fleet outside the island. Fortunately, he just woke up and used the skill Wide Guard. Only then did the Demon Slaughter Order be stopped. But the warship that saw the Demon Slaughter Order wanted to fight further. He's getting impatient. Let's go out, the 5 Sacred Pillars, let them know how powerful our Pokemon Kingdom is. With the sound of the King of the Sacred Pillar shaking, the 5 Holy Pillars took action one after another. Yagami Pillar applies lock onto the ship, then releases ancient power. A mist-shaped sphere charged directly at Lock-on's warship. The speed of the sphere was extremely fast, and soon completely sank a warship. Boom. I saw that the ancient power smashed on the warship and quickly dismantled the warship to pieces. Directly let the Lieutenant General Doberman who manages the warship fleet not far away pull out his long knife and wave it rage. But the Yanshin Pillar is beside the King of the Holy Pillar. There was nothing he could do, these bastards. Doberman could only roar feebly, unable to cause any damage to the Yanshin Pillar at all. Steel God Pillar unleashes Flash Cannon. I saw that the light cannon formed a line beam and hit a warship precisely. The warship exploded. This warship is managed by Lieutenant General Ghost Spider. He ordered more than a dozen fleets to fire at the Steel God Pillar. But all the damage was blocked by the Holy Pillar King's Wide Guard. The warship's shells did not do a single bit of damage. The Ghost Spider could only swallow this sullen breath. Ice Pillar fires Ice Beam at the fleet to which Huashaoshan belongs. I saw a naval warship directly frozen into an ice sculpture by the Ice God Pillar. The navy inside turned into ice corpses. It was the only warship that did not explode. But it looked terrifying. The cigar in Huashaoshan's mouth fell directly. His face no longer had the usual smile, but was gloomy and terrifying. He ordered his warships to bombard the Ice God Pillar. But it was obviously still useless, and instead, several warships were frozen by Ice Beam one after another. The Dragon Pillar unleashes Dragon Energy. A powerful light beam directly destroyed 7 or 8 fleets of flying squirrels. The flying squirrel was directly stunned by this force. This was the first time they had failed to launch the Demon Slaughter order. Flying Squirrel is one of ZFA's students. He drew out his long knife in a combat stance. But he is a little more sensible, not to rage, because he knew that only relying on them lieutenant generals. Not rival of the Pillar King. Lieutenant General Garp was the only one they relied on. The other vice admirals naturally wanted this too. They all set their sights on Stolberg's naval fleet. They knew that only Lieutenant General Garp could change the situation of the battle. And just at this time, Lightning Pillar casts Thunder Cage. He wanted to trap Stolberg's warship in place, and he did. I saw that Thunder Cage directly imprisoned Stolberg's ship. But Stolberg didn't feel the slightest bit nervous. Because at the moment the naval hero cap is on his ship. This creature is hard to deal with. Garp looked at the Holy Pillar King with a serious face. He didn't expect that the Demon Slaughter token would miss. But when he sensed the powerful strength of the Holy Pillar King, he is not surprised, because the life force of the Holy Pillar King is extremely powerful. Thinking of this, Garp decided to make a move. Cap rushed straight out. The electric wall of Thunder Cage was directly smashed by Garp's punch. Fistbone Broken Star. Garp's cloak of justice fluttered in the wind behind him. There is no armed domineering attached to the fist. Just pure physical strength directly shattered the Thunder Cage. Boom. After the Thunder Cage was shattered, the current poured directly into the bottom of the sea, and many fish and shrimp directly surfaced. Some simply became a mass of meat paste and coke. The hero Garp is about to make a move. Now these monsters will be completely eliminated. For a time, all the navies cheered up. In their view, as long as Garp makes a move. Then the Holy Pillar King is definitely not Garp's rival. It will definitely be easily solved by Garp, especially those middle-aged navies who have experienced the last era. Even more so, because Garp defeated the strongest Rocks pirate in the last era. And also wantonly chasing Roger, Golden Lion, Whitebeard and other legendary pirates in the sea. Fistbone Draco Meteor. Cap jumped onto a warship transporting munitions. He ignited all the dozen shells, then fleeing directly towards the Pillar King within seconds. Under his fling, the speed of the shells has increased several times. In the blink of an eye, he came before the wide guard of the Holy Pillar King. Boom boom boom. The smoke and dust billowed for a moment, but these shells obviously couldn't do any damage to the Holy Pillar King. All Garp wants to do is create chaos and land on the island. Garp used moon steps to jump repeatedly on the warship of hundreds of meters. In the end, he took a big jump and directly jumped onto the island over a distance of 300 meters. This shocked Kid and Glacia who were hiding in the ruins. Is this the power of the naval hero Garp? Fear arose in the hearts of the two of them. 2 Ga Chapter 47, Sacred Pillar King vs. Garp. Boom boom boom. The 5 sacred pillars began to shoot wildly, but it didn't have much impact on Garp. Garp punched the wide guard barrier of the Holy Pillar King. The powerful punch directly cracked the wide guard, which hadn't even been broken by the Demon Slaughter order. Are you the strong man that Father God said? The Holy Pillar King looked at Garp and spit out such a sentence. Ron had already told the Pillar King when he was resuscitated. He will face a formidable enemy. Judging from the current situation, this powerful enemy is obviously Garp's affirmation. Father God, is there a strong man behind you? Garp's eyes became serious. He didn't expect that there was a strong man behind the Holy Pillar King. Father God is the master of our Pokemon kingdom. If you want to know, you must defeat me first. The Holy Pillar King didn't respond to Garp too much. Instead, he used the skill Megaton Boxing. A powerful punch directly hit Garp. The most powerful strength of the Holy Pillar King is actually the melee ability. According to legend, he has the power to drag the mainland. In the original history of Pokemon, it was the King of Sacred Pillars who dragged the mainland to create the land of Shikui. Fistbone Broken Star. Garp saw the sharp fist of the Holy Pillar King, and he also punched it with his own fist. Similarly, he also displayed his fist skills, with one big and one small two fists pounding together. There was a loud bang. The airwave directly kicked up the dust on the ground. For a moment, the dust was flying. How is it possible? The hero Garp's melee strength is actually inferior to that of the Holy Pillar King. With the emergence of the results in the battlefield, a result that choked everyone came out. Cap actually took a few steps back. From their point of view, Garp is weaker than the Sacred Pillar King. This scene instantly made all the Navy dumbfounded. You know this is the hero Garp, the soul of the Navy. At the same time, it is also recognized as the strongest sea soldier. But he didn't expect to be knocked back a few steps by the Holy Pillar King here. Just compared to these ordinary Navy soldiers, the Vice Admirals, including Zephyr under the ruins, were not too moved. Because they knew that Garp didn't use his real strength at all. What a difficult guy. It seems that I can only use the armed color domineering. Garp frowned and looked at the Holy Pillar King. He didn't expect that the Holy Pillar King in front of him could have such great power. She could be evenly matched with him by sheer strength alone. This made Garp only use the armed color domineering. You know, he hasn't used it for almost 10 years. This is all because of his rival, which can be destroyed with basic physical strength. Rather than armed domineering, armed color winding. Garp's fist swelled a circle, which is the power of the armed color winding. The next moment, he flew forward with a shaved blade. Want to attack the Holy Pillar King. But how could the Holy Pillar King be so easy to deal with? I saw the Holy Pillar King clenched his fist and punched Carp directly with his skill arm hammer. Flesh against flesh. No bells and whistles. The airwaves directly smashed the steel bars directly into whirlwind. Some weak stones were directly smashed by the airwaves. The crackling sound continued to ring out in the battle between Garp and the Sacred Pillar King. Garp's eyes were serious, and he used all his strength seriously. The fist and the Holy Pillar King kept hammering together. The battle between the two directly stepped ground out of deep pits. No land can hold a two-man stomp, but this gesture made all the lieutenant generals and Zephyr of the Demon Slaughter Order look serious. I didn't expect this monster to be able to draw with the serious Garp. ZFA's eyes were tricky, and he analyzed the situation at a glance. But this result was unexpected. You must know that Garp has always been the strongest in the previous generation of Navy. Whether it's him or Lieutenant General He. Even the current Admiral Sengoku, none of these guys are Cap's rival. But now the situation is quite bad. Garp would be restrained by such a monster. This made him more or less feel that the strength of the Holy Pillar King was too strong. Especially the Holy Pillar King also mentioned that there is a father god behind him. If you dig out this strong man, if nothing else, it must be stronger than the Holy Pillar King. This made him feel uncertain about the future of the Navy. No, we have to support Lieutenant General Garp. I can't sit still. The 5 lieutenant generals looked dazed when they saw the contest condition of the battle. They didn't expect Lieutenant General Garp to come up with domineering, the #1 armed color in the Navy. They failed to win the Holy Pillar King. This gave them the idea of supporting Garp. So each of them planned to lead the fleet to launch a surprise attack on the Holy Pillar King. But they apparently forgot something. That is the 5 younger brothers of King Sacred Pillar. With the existence of the 5 Sacred Pillars, a sneak attack is obviously unrealistic. The 5 Sacred Pillars bombed the warships, executing the demon-slaying order one after another. Ancient Power, Ice Beam, Flash Cannon, Dragon Energy, Thunder Cage. Under the crazy attack of the 5 Sacred Pillars, all warships within a kilometer suffered fatal blows. Boom boom boom. Countless warships exploded at sea, as long as they approached Normandy Island. You will be hit by the death blow of the 5 Sacred Pillars. This directly made the 5 lieutenant generals no longer dare to command warships to approach Normandy Island. Cannonballs can only be fired from the sidelines to prevent the 5 Sacred Pillars from disturbing Garp's battle. They have only one hope now. That's Naval Hero Vice Admiral Cap, win this battle. Only in this way can they help them to fight these 5 Holy Pillar creatures. Chapter 48 Defeat Garp, Zephyr dies. Fistbone Meteor Fist. Garp, who noticed the scene behind him, gradually became irritable. He kept hitting the Holy Pillar King directly with his fists like raindrops. And the Holy Pillar King also returned the favor. Heavy slam. A force surged in the body of the Holy Pillar King. This force followed him directly towards Garp. The attack of the two was like the tip of a needle pointing at a weed on. Under the attacks of the two, the entire Normandy Island seemed to tear the Normandy Island in half. The naval hero Garp put out all his strength and failed to win the Holy Pillar King. Kid was startled when he saw the confronting figures of the 2 humanoid monsters. Just sheer power makes for a devastating attack. He suddenly felt that his fruit ability was not very good. The battle continues. Where did the Holy Pillar King fight Garp? There is a building collapsed in an instant, these 10-meter high buildings. It was like a toy in front of the two of them. A little tearing will shatter into stones. Armed Color Coil Fistbone Meteorite. Garp desperately wants to end the fight. Not far away, there are 5 Holy Pillars watching. He delivered his strongest blow. The Holy Pillar King saw Garp's desperate blow. He activates Wide Guard at the same time, blocked Garp's move. But it wasn't completely blocked. I saw that Garp's punch directly shattered the Wide Guard barrier. It is enough to see the power of this punch, but the Holy Pillar King didn't show any nervousness or panic. Suddenly, a lot of golden light appeared from the hands of the Holy Pillar King. How is this going? Garp looked at the golden light in the hand of the Holy Pillar King, and he had a bad premonition for no reason. As a heroic navy on the battlefield, he has a top-notch arrogance. He could foresee that the moves of the Holy Pillar King would be terrifying. Garp twisted his body and wanted to use a shave to distance himself from the Holy Pillar King. But it was too late, and the Holy Pillar King started to act. As a substar-level beast, the Holy Pillar King naturally has his own exclusive skills. His exclusive skill is Crush Grip, although it sounds very simple. But very powerful. The right hand of the Holy Pillar King cloth goldenrod directly swelled more than 10 times. Form a hard cage-like palm and grab it towards Garp. There is a suction in the palm of your hand. Garp wanted to avoid this trick by shaving, but there is no way. It was directly caught in the hands of the Holy Pillar King. The palm of the Holy Pillar King slowly closed, and Garp was tightly clamped. It was also crunched by this huge force. This is the reason why the bones were damaged by the grip of the Holy Pillar King. Break it. Garp covered his whole body with a layer of armed domineering. But the Holy Pillar King's grip remained undiminished. Garp's veins were throbbing, his body swollen with powerful muscles. But this also did not break free from the attack of the King of the Holy Pillars. At this moment, a particle bullet shot towards the Holy Pillar King. Zephyr. It turned out to be Lieutenant General Zephyr. Everyone looked at the person who shot the bullet, and unexpectedly discovered that this person was Zephyr, who had been trapped by the Thunder Cage of the Electric God Pillar before. Sacred Pillar King, I haven't lost yet, what's coming at me? Zephyr yelled loudly at the Pillar King. His body was once again covered with a layer of armed domineering. Zephyr, what are you doing? Garp looked at Zephyr, and he knew that Zephyr was fighting with him for a chance to escape. Fortunately, the Holy Pillar King was relaxed a lot by Zephy's series of Hylu stone bullets. He broke free from the arm of the Holy Pillar King. But after the attack of this trick of Crush Grip, Garp's bones were damaged to some extent. Feeling the condition of his body, Garp understood that he was no longer the rival of the Holy Pillar King in front of him. Garp, I don't want your old guy to save me, go now. The reason Zephyr crawled out of the rubble was to save Garp. He probably guessed that Garp must have come to save him. But he didn't think it was worth it. You know, Garp is different from the old, weak, sick and disabled. He is one of the top fighters in the Navy. The loss of one will have a huge impact on the current environment of the sea. Smash the twister. Zephyr slammed down on ground. Several prism-shaped stone pillars protruded from the ground. Directly cut off the attack range of Garp and the Holy Pillar King. Just let me Zephyr the Black Arm, burn for the Navy one last time. Zephyr groaned. He rushed towards the Holy Pillar King. But it hadn't waited for him to come before the Holy Pillar King. The 5 sacred pillars directly stopped him and attacked him. Garp watched what Zephyr did for him, knowing that he should respect what Zephyr did for him. Otherwise Zephy's sacrifice would be in vain. It's time for him to leave, at least he has to heal his wounds before coming back to revenge the Holy Pillar King. The Holy Pillar King looked at Garp's figure fleeing in embarrassment and wanted to chase him. However, several warships from the Demon Slaughter Order in the distance have landed on the island. Their task is to save Garp alone. Garp jumped hundreds of meters to the warship with a shave. After releasing several light attacks, they were blocked one by one. The Holy Pillar King could only watch Garp flee. He had just released Crush Grip, which consumed a lot of stamina. And he actually understands that even if Zephyr doesn't come to disrupt the situation, his Crush Grip skill won't last long either. Cap could still break free. This means he was able to defeat Cap, but not capture him alive. Since Garp can't be caught alive, then you can only use Zephyr Lash Out, who dared to taunt their Pokemon Kingdom. Zephyr was killed on the spot by the 5 Holy Pillars. And this scene directly made the Lieutenant Generals on the tummeling warship in the distance incomparably horrified in my heart. Even Lieutenant General Garp was defeated. Lieutenant General Zephyr died to save Lieutenant Garp. Why on earth are there such strong monsters in the Pokemon Kingdom? The Navy were all shocked when they saw Garp's return from defeat and Zephy's death. They did not expect that the Navy dispatched the former General Zephyr, the order to slay the demons, and the naval hero Garp. How could it end up like this? The former General Zephyr died, the naval heroes were defeated, and more than half of the warships were killed or killed. This simply sweeps away the majesty of the Navy. Lieutenant General Garp, what should we do? The Flying Squirrel never thought that Garp would be defeated before, and now after seeing Garp's defeat, instead, he was a little helpless. With their current strength, it would be futile to bomb again with the Demon Slaughter Order. Whether to go or stay, there must be someone to decide. The only one who can make a decision right now is Lieutenant General Garp. Let's go back, Garp said this, as if using all his strength. It never occurred to him that he would be defeated. Perhaps I have really become a remnant of the old era. Garp looked at the Holy Pillar King in the distance, feeling a little depressed, especially after seeing Zephyr, who died generously. His mood became even more gloomy. Perhaps it was a mistake for the Navy to fight these monsters. Chapter 49. Shocked by various forces, the Holy Pillar King saw that all the demon-slaying orders retreated. It also led the 5 gods to plan to rebuild the Pokemon Kingdom. Steel God Pillar, Rock God Pillar, Ice God Pillar, Electric God Pillar, Dragon God Pillar. With the full cooperation of the 5 God Pillars, the entire Normandy Island began to be rebuilt. Garp is defeated, and the Demon Slayer Order has also retreated. Kid, Glacia and others were stunned, but as the Wushenju swept the battlefield, their whereabouts were also exposed. The 5 Divine Pillars all looked at the group of people. Just when they were about to get rid of it, Kid offered the suggestion. Why don't we help you build a kingdom? Yes, we are very capable. Kid saw the strength of the 5 Divine Pillars and the Holy Pillar King. Never underestimate the pillars of the Pokemon Kingdom anymore. Offered to help build the Pokemon Kingdom. When Glacia heard that there might be hope of being alive, she quickly agreed. Wushenju looked at the Holy Pillar King. This matter has to be decided by the Holy Pillar King. However, in order to save his life, Kid has begun to manipulate Magnet to start the reconstruction. Glacia also started to move with her staff. Just let them do it. The Holy Pillar King glanced at the hardworking humans. Decided to let them do it first. Kid was relieved to hear this. He finally saved his life, although this was the result of his grievances. Kid has now completely given up on retaliate. It's really these divine pillars that are too scary. He didn't want to be right with them at all, and at the same time, the news of the failure of the demon-slaying order also spread to the Great Airline. This matter cannot be hidden at all. After all, half of the battleship was completely lost. Intelligence agencies on all sides knew the news. Lock Studios, Alabasta. The Demon Slaughter Order failed. The sand crocodile looked at the news from his subordinates. Surprised in his heart, he hadn't imagined that there was any power in it. Can completely survive under the hands of the Demon Slaughter Order. This seemed completely unbelievable to him. Send all the chief commanders and ask them to investigate the intelligence of the South Daxia Sea. I want to know exactly what forces in the South Daxia Sea defeated the Demon Slaughter Order. The sand crocodile said to his subordinate Robin. Okay, I'll do it now. Hearing the words of the sand crocodile, Robin was shocked by smelling salts. She didn't expect the forces in the South Daxia Sea to survive under the Demon Slaying Order. You must know that her hometown, Alhala, was once destroyed by the Demon Slaying Order. She has witnessed the horror of the Demon Slaughter Order. There are not only naval powerhouses but also countless artillery. These powerful weapons can directly bombard an island into ruins. Even if he escaped from the island bombed by the Demon Slaughter Order, it will also be regarded as a key target by the world government. In this way, Robin was wanted by the world government and fled for 20 years. Even if the sand crocodile is not allowed to investigate the incidents in the South Daxia Sea. Robin himself wondered, what happened in the South Daxia Sea? The Devil's Triangle, the three-masted ship of terror. Captain Moria, the warships of the Demon Slaughter Order have returned, and they all seem to be seriously injured. Since Absalom's ship went to the South Daxia Sea, I started looking at the sea with the binoculars. He wanted to see what kind of criminals the Navy would exterminate. Or arrest someone, but seeing this scene, he understood very well. This should be because the Navy suffered a defeat. What? Moria came out of the cabin after hearing what Absalom said. When he saw the miserable appearance of these warships, I couldn't help being a little shocked. Could it be that they really lost the battle? Moria did not dare to ask the Navy. I can only bury this question in my heart. Above the sea, Eagle Eye also saw this scene. His eyes are extremely tricky, just happened to meet Vice Admiral Doberman's ship. When seeing one by one Navy wounded, he understood immediately. It seems that this strong man in the South Daxia Sea is not only alive. And it also caused a lot of trouble for the Navy. Thinking of this, Hawkeye stopped paying attention to this matter. Instead, he returned to his castle. No wind belt when the flying squirrel returns. I met Han Cook, the Empress of Kyuhai, blocking the way. Empress, what do you want to do? Flying Squirrel Rage looked at the Empress. He was always very rational. After the death of Zephyr and the defeat of the Navy, he couldn't keep his sanity any longer. It's nothing. I just want to know the truth about your trip to the South Daxia Sea this time. Hancock didn't ask too clearly. Instead, some key points were asked. Why did our Navy tell you? If the previous flying squirrels were still confident when they went to the South Daxia Sea. But now there is not the slightest. After all, their Navy suffered a big defeat. That's up to you. Tian Ganfeng. Hancock directly released the sweet wind to petrify many naval soldiers. Do you want to rebel against the Navy, Hancock? The flying squirrel did not expect Hancock to make a move at this moment. But I saw that all the naval soldiers under him were petrified. His tone softened a bit. As long as you tell me about the actions of the Demon Slaughter Order, I will unlock their petrification. Hancock said directly. Seeing this, the flying squirrel had no choice but to tell Hancock about the matter. But about ZFA's death, Garp's defeat didn't say a word. It just told about the failure of the Demon Slaughter Order operation. This matter cannot be kept secret. Sooner or later it will be exposed. Did the operation fail? This is great, great? Flying Squirrel wrinkled his eyes and looked at Hancock. The woman in front of him, Chi Wukai, actually said this sentence. It's nothing, I want to go back to Nine Snake Island. Hancock didn't communicate much with the flying squirrel and went back directly to announce the good news. As long as he fights against the Tianlong people, he will let the whole country of Nine Snake Island celebrate for a few days. The flying squirrel looked at the minions who had lifted the petrification. Looking at the departing Hancock again, he couldn't imagine it. Now these Kiwahai are lawless. If Garp is defeated, the news of ZFA's death will spread again. What should this great route look like? Chapter 50, The Whitebeard Pirates. 3 days later. The news of the failure of the Demon Slaying Order has spread all over the world, the Great Root. And the whole world. This matter cannot be contained by paper. Even the forces in the New World have heard about the turmoil in the South Daxia Sea. New World. Moby DK. This is the Four Emperors, the pirate ship of Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world. It looks like a white whale and is huge in size. At the same time, he is also the main ship of the Four Emperors Whitebeard. Sitting right in the center of this ship was Edward Newgate with a white beard. The captain of Team 1 of the Whitebeard Pirates is receiving today's information. After Michelle Tick killed Team 4 Captain Surd and fled to the Great Root. Their intelligence needs for the Great Root increased. This information is actually like this, Margot yelled in surprise. The surrounding team captains Diamond Joe's and Foil Vista all followed. When they saw the information Margot was holding, they froze for a moment. The Navy failed to launch the Demon Slaying Order. Joe's couldn't help but yelled out, accompanied by Joe's shout. Directly let the surrounding crew members also surround them. When they saw that the Navy's Demon Slaying Order had failed, they were also dumbfounded. You know, although the Navy has no deterrent power in the New World, but it has absolute dominance on the Great Root in the Four Seas. No force dares to compare with the great root or the navy in the four seas to see who is more powerful. After all, this is the territory of the navy and the world government behind him. I'll show it to Papa Whitebeard. Margot walked directly in front of Whitebeard. At this moment, Whitebeard is still holding the bottle. As he got older, Whitebeard's body became more and more weak. However, fortunately, he has the strongest shaking fruit ability in the world. It is true that there is Junjen fruit, and there is the soul figure of Whitebeard. This also means that in this new world, their Whitebeard pirates are still the #1 force. Ahem, is it news from Ace, or news from that traitor Tiki? Whitebeard saw the arrival of Team 1 Captain Margot. While coughing, he asked about the news of these two people. Marshal Teach violated the rules he set for the crew not to kill each other. And Ace, in fact, he knows that Ace is the son of Roger, the Pirate King. But Whitebeard didn't mind. In his view, Ace, who lost his father Roger, is an orphan. And almost all his crew members are orphans. Margot, Josie, Vista and others are all orphans. So Whitebeard has no resistance to Ace. All he cares about now is Ace's safety, whether Ace catches Marshal Teach or not. It's not their news, but the news from the South Daxia Sea. Embarrassed, Margot passed a note. What news can there be from the South Daxia Sea? Whitebeard was a little surprised, but since it was brought by Margot, naturally, it was important news. He picked it up and looked at it with surprise on his face. The Navy dispatched a demon-slaying order, but it has not yet taken down the South Daxia Sea Force, and retreated back in defeat. Whitebeard stared at the information on the intelligence, and was stunned. He didn't expect this kind of news, and he was a little shocked. You know, the number of demon-slaying orders launched by the Navy is very small. Including the initiators of the demon-slaying order 23 years ago, Warring States, Carp. The lieutenant generals at the time of Al-Hilal's demon-slaying order, Kuzan, Sakaski, etc., it can be said that there are only a few strong people who can activate the demon slaughter order. Basically, they are very optimistic about the Navy and the world government. That is to say, only generals or former generals Zephyr, Carp, he and others are qualified to launch the demon-slaying order. Who actually started it? Whitebeard looked carefully at the information, and suddenly found that there was a second page. It turned out to be Zephyr, the former general of the Navy, and according to the information, Zephyr is already dead. It was only then that Margot noticed that the information had a second page. Marco was a little surprised when he saw the news. Is that guy Zephyr dead? It seems that there is one less strong man from the old era. Whitebeard is a little lonely. He didn't expect that it was Zephyr who died this time. Whitebeard still vaguely remembered that Zephyr had been his deadly enemy decades ago. No less followed Cap to hunt him down. It's just that after I heard that my arm was cut off by a pirate, there was no more news. But Whitebeard didn't expect to hear about Zephyr again. The other party has ushered in the curtain call of life. I hope this force will not come to the New World. The New World is already chaotic enough. Margot cared more about this South Daxia sea power than Zephyr. In his opinion, it must be a pirate, but if a pirate like this comes to the New World, then with their ability to resist the demon slaughter order and destroy Zephyr, it will definitely make waves in the New World. Gu la la la, let them come. As long as Margot has my Whitebeard and our Whitebeard pirates, no matter how strong the force is, it will not be our rival. After hearing this, Whitebeard let out a unique laugh. He is broad-minded and doesn't mind if someone comes to the New World to take a share. That's right, Dad, ha ha ha, our Whitebeard pirates are the strongest. Hearing what Whitebeard said, the surrounding pirates on the Whitebeard pirates all laughed. They do think so. Chapter 51 New World Shock Wano Country, Onijima. Kaido, the strongest creature, exists here. Kaido was drinking at the moment, and no one dared to wake up this cruel guy. After all, once Kaido is woken up, then there will really be a mace to clean up the guy who woke him up. Boss Kaido, there is new information coming. It was Droughtjack who broke into Ghost Island as one of the 3 big kanbans of the 100 Beasts pirates. But whether it is a big kanban or not, after waking up from the wine, Kaido directly picked up the mace and hit it right. Fortunately, Jack knew what Kaido was interested in. Report immediately. Boss Kaido, the Navy's demon-slaying order has been repelled, and the former General Zephyr is dead. Okay. Kaido is interested. Tell me all about it. Kaido yelled at Droughtjack. Jack didn't have the slightest resistance, every crew member who entered the Beast's pirates. It's all because of yearning for Kaido's amazing strength. In their view, the world is one of the weak and the strong. Jack began to tell the story. That old guy Zephyr is dead. Hey, it's a good thing he died a long time ago, or he would have died in the hands of my 8 fasts. Kaido weighed the mace in his hand and said confidently. Boss Kaido, I heard that the South Daxia Sea is very powerful, and there are some strange rock creatures inside. They defeated the demon-slaying order and beheaded the former General Zephyr. I heard that the leader is called the Holy Pillar King. Strange creature, inquire carefully, and if it is suitable, it will be absorbed into our 100 Beasts pirates. Kaido heard Jack's words. With a flash of light in his eyes, he was able to defeat the demon slaughter order and kill Zephyr. Even in the New World, this kind of strength is a high-level executive. If he can absorb this force, then there is no doubt that his goal of dominating the New World is just around the corner. Wangguo, BIGMOM Pirates. At this time, Charlotte Lingling, a member of Wangguo, presided over the party. The lights were brightly lit, the 3 desert generals and many ministers were all present. These are the sons and daughters of Charlotte Lingling. Suddenly Katakuri received a message. The news is exactly the news of the Demon Slaughter Order. And ZFA's death. Mom, there's new news. Katakuri stepped forward and handed the letter to Charlotte Lingling. Charlotte Lingling took a look. A big smile appeared on his mouth. The old man Zephyr is finally dead, haha, I just don't know who did it, but he can still block the demon-slaying order. Charlotte Lingling laughed wantonly and said to Katakuri. There must be something unusual in the South Daxia Sea. Now you immediately send people to investigate and find out everything in the South Daxia Sea. Okay, Mom. Katakuri and everyone nodded. Charlotte Lingling was their mother and captain. Her orders must be obeyed. The Red Fourth. This is the ship of the famous 4 emperors red-haired Shanks. In this ship, the Redhead is following the Deputy Captain Beckman, Snipe Shot Hand Jesus Cloth, Chef Laji Lu and other crew members to start the party. The party was in full swing. Suddenly, an auxiliary ship next to him approached. The Redhead thought that the second officer's men also wanted to join the party. He waved to the subordinates of the first officer. No, Captain Red Hair, there is new news about the East Daxia Sea and the South Daxia Sea. Okay. The Red Hair froze for a moment, but he still took the letter decisively. Then rely on one hand to pull out the letter. Since losing an arm in Donghai, the Redhead has become very used to doing things with one hand. Mysterious forces appeared in the East Daxia Sea and the South Daxia Sea respectively. A mysterious force called the Pokémon Kingdom. Especially the forces in the South Daxia Sea not only defeated the Demon Slayer Order, but also killed the former General Zephyr and defeated Akainu and Garp. This is great news. Red Hair looked at the letter. He has people in the Navy and Tianlong people. It also has the identity of an invisible dragon. That's why this detailed secret report was obtained. Raikou, Entei, Suicune, Ho-Oh, Ice Pillar, Steel Pillar, Rock Pillar, Electric Pillar, Dragon Pillar, Pillar King. The information of these mythical beasts all appeared in the hands of the Red Hair. Amazing, this strength. Beckman walked over and glanced at the information. His eyes were full of shock, able to defeat Akainu and Garp. It can be said that having this strength is not inferior to a 4 Emperor Pirates. The Red Hair naturally thought of this too. In order not to make the bottom crew members too anxious, he burned the note and said loudly. Drink, crew, think about these things after these guys enter the new world, don't forget that we have a party. Of course we must listen to the captain's order, drink, drink. Ha ha ha, the Red Hair Pirates continue into party mode. It's just that compared to before, the expression of the red-haired Shanks is not as relaxed as before. It is definitely not a good thing for such a powerful force to appear on the sea. Most importantly, are these ostensible forces really their last cards? The red-haired intuition told him, that might not be the case. Chapter 52 rewards are offered for all, and the 3 holy birds are revived. Windmill Village, Ron after a few days of rest, finally able to revive Pokémon again. His target for lock on this time is the North Sea. If you can find enough devil fruits smoothly, he can try to resurrect Keldeo, the successor of Sacred Sword, or Lugia, the sub-planetary Pokémon. But before that, you need to find the fruit first. Ron wanted to spit out the light of recovery at the thought. But suddenly a newsbird flew over and soaring in the sky. This is a bird unique to the nautical world that can transport newspapers. Ron took the newspaper. He was a little surprised that these navies and world governments are finally willing to reveal their information. And put a reward on them. Father God, a mysterious figure, suspected founder of the Pokémon Kingdom, offers a reward of 2 billion Baileys, and if the information is true, you can get 100 million Baileys. The Holy Pillar King, a member of the Pokémon Kingdom's mythical beasts, is a powerful and terrifying monster that thwarted the demon-slaying order. The reward is 1.5 billion Baileys. Ho-Oh, one of the beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom, a mysterious flying bird who once destroyed the town of Rog, has a reward of 1.5 billion Baileys. Entei, a member of the beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom, a flame lion, killed Vice Admiral Menka of the East Daxia Sea, and offered a reward of 500 million berries. Raikou, one of the beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom, a leopard that controls lightning, killed the Vice Admiral of the East Daxia Sea Navy, Colonel Mouse, and offered a reward of 500 million Baileys. Suicune, one of the beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom, a wolf that controls the flow of water, has a bounty of 300 million Baileys. Steel God Pillar, a member of the beast of the Pokémon Kingdom, and the subordinate of the Holy Pillar King, participated in killing the Vice Admiral, and the reward amount was 800 million Baileys. Yanshenju, a member of the beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom, and the subordinate of the King of Sacred Pillars, participated in the killing of the Vice Admiral, and the reward amount was 800 million Baileys. Ice God Pillar, a member of the beast of the Pokémon Kingdom, and the subordinate of the Holy Pillar King, participated in killing the Vice Admiral, with a reward of 800 million Baileys. Dragon God Pillar, one of the beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom, and the subordinate of the Sacred Pillar King, has a reward of 500 million Baileys. Dian Shenju, a member of the beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom, and the subordinate of the Holy Pillar King, has a reward of 500 million Baileys. Ron found that apart from the 3 sacred swords in the West Sea, all the beasts in the East Daxia Sea and South Daxia Sea have been offered rewards. Ron hadn't expected the Navy to be so generous, all the beasts of his Pokémon Kingdom alone. It's worth nearly 10 billion, and he alone has the 3 billion Baileys. Among them, except for the 5 Holy Pillars and the Holy Pillar King, Pokémon such as Ho-Oh Suicune are all drawn by drawing. Because the appearance of the divine beast is too prominent, this portrait has an octagonal image. It's just that the navy still hides its ugliness. Although Zephyr was killed by the Holy Pillar King, it was not mentioned, and Garp's defeat was also not mentioned. Ron laughed, the navy was kidding itself, however, he didn't care about it. He has been able to determine that the destruction of the Pokémon Kingdom has something to do with the world government. Otherwise, it is impossible, just relying on the portrait to draw the appearance of Ho-Oh and the 3 holy beasts vividly. Obviously, the world government still has information about these mythical Pokémon. But that's good too, Ron will be able to get back everything he lost without any burden. Now it's just 4 Cs. After the Beihai incident, he planned to enter the Great Route. Even in the New World, revive planet-level beasts such as Groudon, Rayquaza, and Kyogre. Let the world government see the true power of their Pokémon Kingdom. It's just that all of these need to be based on divine power recovery. Ron spit out the ball of light and flew towards the North Sea. The light of recovery sails to the North Sea. Makino in the tavern just took out a newspaper. She froze when she saw Entei's bounty. She is very familiar with Entei, Suicune, and Raikou. These Pokémon are all Pokémon in the back mountain. When she saw the reward that was enough to blind her eyes, she froze for a moment. That's 500 million, 1 billion Baileys. It's not enough to spend a lifetime, but thinking of these beasts is still quite friendly to them. Just follow their rules. Makino put down the newspaper and chose not to denounce them. Not only Makino, but other people in Windmill Village also think the same way. These are the villagers screened by the 3 holy beasts. The 3 holy beasts can perceive the mind. Those with a bad heart have already been dealt with by them. But now the villagers in Fengshi village are all good people. These beasts have made such a big commotion again. Rog, Smoker looks at the newspaper. When he saw that even the Demon Slaughter Order was defeated by the Holy Pillar King, one of the divine beasts. He was dumbfounded, he didn't expect that besides the East Daxia Sea, there are other places with divine beasts. And it is much more terrifying than the beasts in the East Daxia Sea. Thinking of this, he looked at the newspaper in shock. At the same time, I was also a little lost. If the mythical beasts reappear, as the Colonel of Rog Town, he really has nothing to do with them. It is estimated that the food delivery is not enough. But Smoker didn't notice it this time. A white light is heading north. The purpose of the Light of Recovery is very simple, it is to revive the 3 holy birds of the sacred beast in the North Sea. Chapter 53 Vince Moke Family. Beihai, here is the most famous sea area. The Don Quixote pirates left from here. Sokolsky, Bolsolino also went from the North Sea to the Road of Admiral. To this day, there are still countless strong men in Beihai. Among them are the supernovas Trafalgar Law and Hawkins of the future era of extreme evil. Even, the totem forces on the bright side of Beihai. Vince Moke Family, Germa 66. The Vince Moke family is a mercenary force. Often accept other people's missions to carry out assassination missions in Beihai. Vince Moke Gaji is also known as the Strange Bird, Garuda. He is the king of Germa Kingdom. And his country is actually very simple, it is on the island ship Germa 66. This is an entire island made up of dozens of hundreds of giant snail ships. You can sail freely on the sea. Jiaji thought of the 4 top fighters he had trained. My heart is full of hope. There are Reiju, Ig, Niji, and Yuji. The offspring transformed by these 4 lineage factors. He will soon be able to fully dominate the North Sea again. Become the sole ruler of the North Sea. Restore the former glory of Germa 66. This is Kaji's lifelong dream. No, where did Yuji go? Jiaji lowered his head, but unexpectedly did not see Yangzi. This surprised him a little. Yuji. He goes. Just as Reiju was about to respond, a white light suddenly bloomed in Germa 66 Yuji's room. How is this going? Kaji looked towards Yuji's room. But before he could react, he saw Yangji being knocked out directly. Yangzi, what's going on? Jiaji looked surprised. You must know that Yangzi is a warrior he has carefully passed through the blood factor breeder. In terms of attack, especially in terms of strength and physique, it can be said to be powerful. But it was blasted out like this. This is simply incredible. A stone statue came back to life suddenly. It was a blue bird. Blue bird? What nonsense are you talking about? Jiaji looked at Yangzi, and he thought Yangzi was wrong. But in the next second, he froze when he formally turned his eyes to Yangji's room. Because there really is a blue bird inside. This blue bird has a height of 1.7 meters and a person's height. It has blue feathers on its body, a blue crest on its head, and a ribbon-shaped tail feather floating in midair. This bird is so beautiful. Reiju looked at Articuno and sighed in her heart. She didn't expect this bird to be so beautiful, but she turned to look at Kaji. She understood that her father would not allow a bird to hurt Yuji. Unless the bird is particularly strong. Yangzi, you can't even beat a bird. That's right, I don't think this bird is very strong. You are really useless. Although Yiji and Niji are the 2 big brothers of Yangzi, they have been deprived of their weak emotions, sympathy, and pity because of the transformation of blood factors since childhood. Under Jiaji's law of the jungle, when they saw Yangzi injured, they didn't have the slightest sympathy, only ridiculed. I was just careless, you too, look at how I caught this silly bird. Yangji's eyes immediately turned fierce, and now he wants to prove it to the two big brothers. He is very strong, and all this is just an accident. Transform. Battlesuit number 4. Yuji took out a green transformer, put it directly on his waist, and he started transforming in a blink of an eye. A green battlesuit appeared on him, with his green hair and the number 4 cloak. He looks extremely cool, and his green attire also gave him a title in the outside world. That is Winch Green. This is a battlesuit owned by everyone in the Vince Moke family. The members of Vince Moke in the battlesuit on the ship can directly suspend in the air for a long time, and have extremely fast propulsion speed, plus the defense and blood factor modified body of the battlesuit. It can be said that the strong man of the Vince Moke family only needs to wear this suit. The strength will be multiplied several times. Go to hell, silly bird. Vince Moke directly punched Articuno. He named this move the Winch Slam. That's it, Yuji, kill all the rivals who dare to taunt you. Jiaji with a metal helmet on his head was not surprised but pleased when he saw Yangji's adventurous attack. In his opinion, being the son of Tajik is to fight like a weapon of war. Ravaged rival, hunted. Only in this way can it become a real killing weapon. Boom. But things turned out not as he expected. In the next second, Yangzi was hit directly by an ice beam. Frozen into an ice sculpture. Boom. He smashed hard on the ground, and Yuji, who was smashed into big characters, had a livid expression on his face. The ice sculpture on his body was shattered by half, but not completely shattered, the full vitality of the bloodline factor. Let him not die, but he made a fool of himself again. Hand over the devil fruit, or you will die. Articuno looked at Kaji and the others with cold eyes. Just now, Yuji noticed something abnormal at the moment when he was illuminated by the recovery light. He punched Articuno without thinking. Fortunately, Articuno reacted quickly and directly used Tailwind to get Yuji whirlwind out. But he didn't expect Yangzi to attack again, which made Articuno, who has always been good-tempered, really angry. How could these people in front of them bear the power of the bullied honest bird? It can actually talk, and its power is so great, it seems to be of great research value. Jiaji looked at Articuno with greedy eyes. As a scientist, he felt that it was possible to study something from Articuno. Kaji didn't take Articuno's words seriously. Iji and Niji laughed directly. They didn't expect that a mere bird would dare to threaten them. Only Reiju felt something was wrong. She felt that there was something wrong with this bird. It looked like a mythical beast that had recently appeared on the bounty. But she knew that according to her father Jiaji's thinking, if she made this guess. I'm afraid Jiaji will be more tempted. Come on together, catch him for my research, maybe I can research some biological weapons. Jiaji gave the order, and in his opinion, the attack just now did not cause too much damage to Yangzi. It's just frozen, and with his skills, he can unfreeze Yuji as long as he takes down Articuno. Now that he lets his 4 children go up together, he should be able to take down the bird soon. But he would never think of it, because of his decision. It will make Germa 66 suffer a catastrophe. Articuno, sensing their hostility, began to call out to the other 2 companions. The other 2 statues of the 3 sacred birds are not here, but outside. Chapter 54. Killing Ig, Yuji, and Niji. What kind of creature is this? Trafalgar Law, captain of the Heart Pirates. Saw Moltres flying in one direction and soaring in the sky. Curious, he also followed, and on the other side of him. Basil Hawkins sees Zapdos and soaring in the sky. He flipped a tarot card. Guided by fate, Hawkins saw that it was not life-threatening. Hawkins decided to follow along, and on Germa 66, Ig, Niji, and Reiju were fighting Articuno. They put on their battlesuits, except that Reiju put some water on purpose. The other 2 did not put any water. Ember roundabout. Click punch. Ig has Ember on his fist, and Niji's fist was an electric light, and the 2 forces directly attacked Articuno. But at this moment, Blizzard suddenly played abnormally in soaring in the sky. This skill was obviously released by Articuno. I saw the strong wind and rain and snow falling. Ig and Niji became the main targets. Bang bang bang. The continuous hail smashed down. This is Articuno using hail to change the sky. It can change the sky and release Blizzard. After seeing this scene, Jiaji became even more excited. He wants Articuno, but he didn't notice that it was 200 meters behind him. The 3 holy birds with 2 angry crowns are coming here. It's over. Sword of light speed. Nij pulled out a sword, a lightning spark sword capable of passing electricity. Coupled with his extreme speed, he can directly cut Articuno. And because of the existence of electric current, if there is no accident, it must be able to paralyze Articuno, so that the task of Kaji can be completed. But in Niji brandishing the spark sword, when planning to take the opportunity to attack Articuno. Suddenly there was an angry bird song behind him. Niji turned his head and found that it was a yellow-feathered bird full of electricity, with sharp wing feathers on both sides and spike-like feathers on the tail, matching the sharp beak and dark eye sockets. It's not easy to mess with. Dare to bully our 3 holy birds, you are courting death. After Zapdos appeared, he didn't say much and directly used Zap Cannon. I saw a dazzling spark pillar directly piercing Niji's body. This. Am I going to die? The people Nija Shung created for the blood factor did not have weak emotions and pain. He could only see the big hole in his chest, which still had the power of electric voltage. Reiju tried to come to the rescue, but Articuno kicked her into the sea. Dead. Don't think that I will be as easy to deal with as Neji. IG looked at the dead Neji. It exploded directly, and the eyes radiated a strong flame-red light to block Articuno's sight. The battlesuit appeared with many particle rays shooting around. Ember Light Fist. IG, dressed in a red combat uniform, unleashed all his strength. But this time, Moltres also arrived. Luo, who arrived after chasing Moltres, was shocked. Isn't this the ship of Germa 66? Could it be? Luo looked at Moltres on the ship, and his target was IG. The powerhouse of the Vince Moke family that is often on loop on TV. A direct descendant of Kaji. Go to hell. Moltres had flames burning above his head, as did Dual Wingbeat. When he saw that Yi was going to attack their 3 holy birds, directly released the fire skill burn up. Moltres emitted flame power 10 times stronger than now. Released directly towards Yi. I saw that the flame was like a wave of fire. Directly burn Yi slowly. First, burn IG's battlesuit. Then came the torso, and finally burned Yiji's body directly into a scorched corpse. How so? When Ji saw this scene, he immediately felt dizzy. You know, Iji and Neji, these 2 sons are the masterpieces of his careful cultivation for more than 10 years. Now it was killed by these 2 birds that came out of nowhere. How could he be content with this? I still have Yuji. Ji thought that he still had Yangzi, and he looked towards Yangzi. I saw that Yangzi hadn't broken free from the ice yet. Just when Ji wanted to rescue Yangzi, Articuno moved and saw him coming in front of Yuji. Sheer cold was then used directly. Articuno spit up has an extremely cold air, which is several hundred degrees below zero. The front of Yangji's body is like a layer of ice that has been reinforced for thousands of years. And after the exhalation of this extremely cold air is completed, Yangji's illness was about to shatter, and his flesh and blood were shattered into powder. What a rare event. Hawkins arrived, and he glanced around the corner to see Yuji's death. You know, Ji is a celebrity character who often appears on Beihai TV. Since then, countless people have regarded Kaji and his son as idols. After all, that amazing battlesuit was once everyone's dream. But the quick death of Yi and Yangzi directly made Hawkins give up thinking about it. It seems that the battlesuit is still far inferior to the devil fruit. I gave you a chance. Articuno looked at Ji coldly. He will not hold back. He will completely wipe out the entire Vince Moke family. And plundered the fruit of the divine power of the Vince Moke family. He has already felt the breath of several divine power fruits from Germa 66's boat. Enough for Father God, the task is done. Chapter 55 Killing Hawkins, Cage. Soldiers of Germa, come out. Ji looked at the 3 holy birds with a gloomy and terrifying expression. The 3 holy birds in front of them destroyed the possibility of their Germa family dominating the North Sea. It drove him completely insane. He wants Germa soldiers to launch a suicide attack on the 3 holy birds. Hearing Ji's order, tens of thousands of Germa soldiers came out of the battle room. They wield sharp knives and wear Germa 66 battlesuits. It's just that their battle uniforms are different from those of IG, Niji, and Yangji. Their battlesuits only have the effect of basic defense. No thrusters and flying ability. Kill. A thunderous sound resounded from the surroundings like a tide. They are the reason why Germa 66 is called the Warhouse. This is precisely because they have a group of gene clones who are not afraid of death and survive solely on killing. It's just that the power of these clones is that of ordinary humans. There is not much special about it. Heatwave. As the Moltres Dual Wingbeat waved, countless flame gusts blew directly at the bodies of a large number of clones. The flames directly burned the clones to death, and hundreds of people were burned to death in a blink of an eye. Thunder. Zapdos pulled the thunder and soaring in the sky, and the thunderlight crazily struck towards Germa 66's ship. Countless clones were directly chopped into charred corpses by thunder. Blizzard. Articuno directly launched the blizzard attack. Under the heavy wind and snow, many gene clones were directly frozen into charred corpses, completely powerless to resist. In the blink of an eye, the 3 holy birds slaughtered nearly 1,000 clones. Kaji was terrified. No, I have to escape. Ji made up his mind to escape. There are propellers under his feet. In his opinion, as long as he is alive, there is still a chance for the Germa family to dominate the North Sea. Restore the glory of the family. But Articuno kept watching Gaji. How could he let him escape? An ice beam shot directly at Gaji. In an instant, Ji's whole body was frozen in ice. Articuno stepped straight up. Step on it directly. Ji was directly divided into more than a dozen pieces, and the bloody scene surprised the clones. Without Ji's command, they no longer have any ideas. Just a doll. I didn't expect that Beihai Totem Germa family would be destroyed here. Trafalgar RO glanced at the dead cage and the 3 holy birds. We must know that the strength of the Germa family is only a little bit weaker than that of the Don Quixote family. But at this moment, he encountered the disaster of extermination. However, Luo admires the ocean warrior Sola, so he is particularly annoyed by Germa's value. At this moment, we saw the destruction of the Germa 66 family. There is no special emotion, it's just that he has some interest in the 3 holy birds. After all, such 3 birds can kill the 3 strongest fighters trained by Germa 66. This got him interested. Wonder if I can get something off the ship? Hawkins became obsessed with what was on Germa 66 after seeing Jage die. You know, it contains all of Germa 66's belongings. There are at least billions of Baileys, high-tech weapons, and all kinds of exotic gadgets. But just when he was going to sneak into Germa 66's ship inside Snatch, he subconsciously opened the tarot cards. Dangerous. The probability of death is 99%. Hawkins froze for a moment, he just took a few steps forward. Why is there a probability of death, and it is to a degree that he has never seen before? Just when he was stupefied, he knew it in the next second. Because Zapdos among the three holy birds noticed him, he directly cast Zap Cannon on the intruder without any explanation. Boom! An energy shell passed by Hawkins. It was a Raglan in the true sense, directly taking away a large piece of flesh and blood on his shoulders. Baton. Ra, startled by Zapdos' sudden attack, snapped his fingers. A space surrounded by blue shields appeared around the whole person. There are still people. Articuno looked at Luo and Hawkins. He didn't expect there were two people around Germa 66's boat. Hawkins. Luo looked at Hawkins. He didn't expect that besides him, there was another person ambushing here. But he has no time to care about anything else. Moltres charged directly at him, spitting out blazing flames in a crushing attack. And Hawkins on the side is also very bad, got to run. The two looked at each other, and with their strength, they were not the rival of the three holy birds at all. Walk. Luo directly escaped from here with a few teleports. And Hawkins was pretty bad. As a straw fruit capable person, he couldn't escape as fast as Luo, who had the operation fruit. He directly activated the move, the form of subduing demons. The whole person transformed became a scarecrow, and his fingers became spikes. He produced a small scarecrow, which he was going to take Articuno as a substitute for his injury. But at this moment, Moltres set his sights on Hawkins after seeing Law flee. A burn-up spits out raging fire and burns at the scarecrow that Hawkins turned into. The first to bear the brunt is the miniature scarecrow in his hand. The tarot cards really didn't lie to me. Hawkins looked at the scarecrow that predicted his 99% death. Close your eyes and welcome the arrival of death. This one of the future supernovas who hadn't landed on the New World completely died next to Germa 66's ship just because he had a bad idea. Chapter 56 3 Devil Fruits. These birds are indeed divine beasts. Luo ran dozens of miles away. Just now he felt a great sense of oppression. In his opinion, a beast capable of unleashing such a powerful skill. Only the divine beast wanted in the Navy can do it. Thinking that not only in the South Daxia Sea, there are mythical beasts in the East Daxia Sea. Even Beihai was not spared. Luo has the mind to go to the Great Root. Since the North Sea is no longer safe, he will go to the Great Root. Even the New World, after all, his feud with Doflamingo has not yet ended. After the three holy birds killed Hawkins, they plan to use Germa 66 as their base in the North Sea. Build a Pokemon kingdom. However, before that, the three holy birds intend to look for the devil fruit that can restore divine power. This is their immediate priority. They entered the Germa. In the Germa, the members of Vince Mokay's family lived in separate living quarters. Germa soldiers had more than a dozen people in a room. The food they eat is very cheap. There are quite a few more people in petri dishes. Blood clots can be seen everywhere here due to the bloody bloodline factor modification. The three holy birds found some battlesuits and guns. But these things obviously have no effect on their beasts. Also they found it. A large number of Baileys, with a total of 2 billion. This is all the wealth within the Germa family. But these are not their ultimate goals. They pass the perception of magical treasures. A treasure house was found, which was blocked by an iron gate. Zapdos unleashes Zap Cannon directly. Unlock it violently. Fortunately, in the treasure house, the three holy birds found 3 devil fruits. These 3 devil fruits are enough for them to make a mission to God the Father. However, they still have something to do before that, which is to clean up the battlefield. After all, since this is a Pokemon kingdom, it should look like a Pokemon kingdom. Rather than the bloody appearance now, after blowing these corpses away with a strong wind. They found that the Germa 66's ship was extremely finely constructed, and they didn't have so many people to start it. Fortunately, after the death of Vince Mokay's family, the 3 holy birds did not kill all the clone soldiers. They could just as easily have clone troopers sailing the ships. Germa 66, a huge island-like ship, began to move in the North Sea under the command of the 3 holy birds. The surrounding pirates who met Germa 66 are still afraid of the power of the Vince Mokay family. They began to evade the giant ship, but they didn't know that the owner of this giant ship had changed. After observing for a few days, Ron looked back in the void. The 3 holy birds found 3 devil fruits. Add the 2 that Ron has and you have a total of 5. He has 5 devil fruits. It is now possible to resurrect even more powerful mythical Pokemon, such as planetary Pokemon, Groudon, Rayquaza, Kyogre, Deoxys, etc. However, if you want to resurrect these Pokemon, you need to wait for Ho-Oh to bring back all 3 devil fruits. Moreover, these divine beasts are no longer compared to the previously revived divine beasts. On the other hand, the Navy headquarters, Mary Ford. Warring states held an emergency meeting. They also noticed that the forces that had even come into contact with the North Sea had changed. One of the biggest events is that Germa 66 was wiped out. They have recovered the bodies of Gia and others. When I heard that it was a bird that can emit lightning, and a bird that can release the power of freezing, and a bird that can emit flames. This let them know that Beihai also has the existence of divine beasts. Will Shihai also have them? Aokiji asked questions at the meeting. This question shocked the hearts of everyone present. Indeed, among the 4 seas, the East Daxia Sea, the South Daxia Sea, and the North Sea all have Pokemon kingdoms. Then why can't there be Dudu Shihai? The topic silenced everyone in the meeting. They could have guessed that Shihai must have been infiltrated as well. By the way, how is the collection of the stone statues of the gods and beasts that Wu Laoxing asked us to collect? Warring States asked everyone. Wu Laoxing was urging him very hard now, and this incident gave him a very headache. I have asked Kiwahai and the Navy branch to collect it. I heard that some Kiwahai have news. Lieutenant General he explained something aside. The Kibukai have the legal right to plunder, and their power cannot be guarded. This is a balance deliberately struck by the world government. Now is the time for them to contribute. That's good. As for the Pokemon Kingdom, let's wait until the new world calms down a bit. The Warring States period ended the meeting. Akainu's injury was not healed, and he lost the former General Zephyr. It can be said that the Navy is now troubled. And it's all about the Pokemon Kingdom. Chapter 57 Groudon. Alabasta. Shichibumi-san Crocodile, K-Lock Dar is looking at a stone statue. This is a mysterious creature covered in armor. It is a giant stone statue with a height of 3.5 meters and a body covered with spikes. What secret does this stone statue hold? Crocodile looked at the stone statue. He was a little lost. He didn't understand what kind of secret this stone statue held. Even let the Navy issue orders to them. Let them find the stone statue and hand it over to the Navy and the world government. President, shall we pay? Robin looked at K-Lock Doll. She and K-Lock Doll are using each other. What the other party wants is the pirate ship Karen, and what she wants is to see more historical texts. How could I, Locke, be such a person who let the Navy do what he wants? I heard that this stone statue is the patron saint of Alabasta. It's ridiculous. K-Lock Doll laughed. He didn't believe that the stone statue was actually a patron saint or something like that. He has only one goal now. That's Karen who got the historical text. Then become one piece. Just put this stone statue in our base first, Robin. It's time for you to come up with some results. Lock Doll looked at Robin. His patience with Robin had worn off a lot. But nay, this woman is the only one who can decipher the text of history. He was quite helpless about it. It can only let Robin try to decipher the historical text here. Find out what happened to Karen. 2 days later, Windmill Village. Ho-Oh delivered a devil fruit, after Ron saw the demon. He understood that this time a divine beast could be revived. He chose Groudon, the mythical stone statue of Alabasta. This is one of the super ancient Pokemon. With the power of the earth. Thinking of this, Ron Swallow recovered his divine power from the 5 devil fruits. Started to spit out purple light of recovery. The place where the light shines is the direction of Alabasta. The stone statue of Groudon, an ancient mythical beast, is there. He is now going to resurrect this ancient mythical beast. Could it be that the eldest brother is going to be resurrected? This time the power is much stronger. What kind of beast is this supposed to be revived? After Entei, Raikou, and Suicune felt the divine power released by Ron. Jumping out one by one, they looked at Ron, when they saw the purple revival light that Ron spit out. They froze for a moment. They didn't expect that the god of creation would revive such a powerful beast this time. The intensity of this recovery light is impressively purple above the blue light. Father God, is this? Ho-Oh also felt the sound from the side. He looked to Father God, couldn't help asking questions. The ancient Pokemon, Groudon, revived means that we are one step closer to restoring our Pokemon kingdom to the grandeur it was 800 years ago. Ron responded to Ho-Oh's doubts. Groudon. The 3 beasts took a breath. Father God, are you really going to release this saboteur? He almost took our Pokemon kingdom down. It's just, he doesn't know who will suffer when he comes out. The 3 gods and beasts talked a lot, and they panicked. You know Groudon has been causing trouble for the Pokemon kingdom 800 years ago. And Ron is going to revive Groudon this time. It makes them panic. Don't worry, this time he won't cause trouble in our Pokemon kingdom, but outside. Ron responded. Groudon just seemed like a naughty kid to him. After all, this is his first stop on the Great Voyage. Naturally, let the first star-level beast show its full power. That's good. Ho-Oh felt a little terrified, even if he is a sub-planet beast. Also fearful of Groudon. After all, she has the character of tearing down the house at every turn. Even he couldn't stand it. The beasts of the Pokemon kingdom are not less than cleaning up the mess for Groudon. I hope Groudon can get more devil fruits. Ron thought as he looked in the direction the purple ball of light was heading. And it wasn't just Ron who saw the awakening light march. And Smoker, who sits in the town office of Rog. Under the illumination of the light of recovery again and again. He knows it clearly. This ball of light must have something to do with the Pokemon kingdom. And this ball of light is released from the East Daxia Sea every time. This also let him know clearly. The place where the sphere of light is released is likely to be the seat of the Pokemon kingdom. And take a look at it together. The Father God mentioned by the beasts is likely to be there. After hesitating for a moment, Smoker called Navy headquarters. He wants to report this matter to the headquarters. If it is possible to eradicate the seed of the Pokemon Kingdom, uncover the true face of God the Father, so for the 4 C's, for the Navy. This is all a great thing. Chapter 58. Groudon wakes up. Kingdom of Alabasta. The royal family of Alabasta was cast aside in the local area. In the eyes of the people, the land of the Kingdom of Alabasta was dry. It's all because of the royal family, Nafarutali Cobra. It's all because the royal family uses dancing powder privately. This allowed other places except the royal palace of the Kingdom of Alabasta. This has resulted in dry land without rain. For this reason, Kosha, one of the people, even formed a rebel army to resist the barbaric rule of King Cobra. But all of this was actually done by the sand crocodile Loch Dar. His purpose is to disintegrate Cobra's rule, acquire the ancient weapon, Karen. Inside the Bar Lock Work Agency, Wei Wei, codenamed Miss Wednesday, was looking at the stone creature in the base. She was a little helpless, and her eyes were full of sadness. The statue was in the mouth of her father, Cobra. Is their patron saint of Alabasta, but now Alabasta has reached this point. The patron saint in front of him did not show any miracles. This made Vivi's heart a little bit cold. To him, the Patronus was nothing more than a stone. How could it have the effect of saving the Kingdom of Alabasta? Miss Wednesday, don't stare at a broken stone statue, we have to go out, don't forget, we still have tasks. Dorothy yelled at Vivi, she is Miss Christmas, one of the chief conductors of the Barlock Works. But the image is an ant, she bosses around Wei Wei. Wei Wei was a little helpless, she could only go out with Dorothy because she didn't want to reveal her identity. However, at this moment Mr. Four walked in. He was carrying a bat that weighed 4 tons. He looked at Wei Wei, and a group of people came behind him. Mr. Four, what's going on? Dorothy looked at Mr. Four, he was a little puzzled. Wei Wei's heart tightened, she was a little scared. Worried because his hidden identity was exposed. You know, she is going deep into the enemy camp. If you are not careful, you will die here if you expose your identity. But whatever you want. Mr. Four looked directly at Wei Wei. Dorothy, the woman behind you is a spy sent by the royal family. Spy? Dorothy froze for a moment, she looked at Wei Wei, she only thought she was an executive commander who came in not long ago, and the other party was more attractive. Jealousy started, that's why she dictated to Wei Wei. Want to overwhelm each other, but it never occurred to him that this woman was a spy who had sneaked into the Barlock Agency. She is the daughter of the royal family Cobra, catch her, we will take her to the president, let the president deal with her. Mr. Four said directly, he picked up the bat and slowly approached Wei Wei. Daughter of the royal family, Dorothy had a look of surprise on her face. She didn't expect Miss Wednesday to be Cobra's daughter. Thinking of this, the jealousy in her heart intensified even more. Good looking and high ranking. Miss Wednesday you pig, you lied to me. Dorothy said her mantra, short and fat, she directly used the Mole Devil Fruit ability. He turned himself into a mole, and his mouth and palm became extremely sharp. She wanted to use her sharp claws to tear Wei Wei in half in front of her. Earth Dragon Banana Slap. Dorothy slapped towards Vivi. After Wei Wei knew her identity had been revealed, she took out her weapon, the peacock chain, from her waist. It was thrown directly towards it, with Sawtooth on the chain. Following Wei Wei's swing, the Sawtooth continued to attack Dorothy. It slammed directly on Dorothy's face, directly knocked Dorothy back a few steps. Mr. Four, hurry up and help. Dorothy felt that she was hurt, and immediately called Mr. Four. She asked Mr. Four to come and support her. You're looking for death, the Dachshund spits out bombs for me. Mr. Four called for the Dachshund, and the Dachshund came over quickly. Mr. Four's Dachshund is actually very unique. It is a gun that has eaten a devil fruit, can spit out bombs, and then makes Mr. Four swing the ball the stick attacks the opponent. During Mr. Four's yelling, the Dachshund spat out the bomb, and Mr. Four hit it with a bat. Invincible strike. Mr. shouted loudly, the bomb was fast and ruthless, and hit Wei Wei directly in the face. Fortunately, Wei Wei hid faster and was not hurt, but the bomb hit the stone statue behind Wei Wei. Boom. Only one explosion was heard. Wei Wei turned her head to look, and found that the guardian god stone image was not damaged at all. Instead, most of the surrounding objects were damaged. However, now is not the time to think about such things. Seeing Mr. Four and Dorothy approaching, a look of despair appeared on Wei Wei's face. Suddenly, a ray of purple light descended from soaring in the sky, shining on the stone statue behind Wei Wei. Is the stone statue going to be resurrected? How so? Mr. Four and Dorothy looked at the stone statue behind Wei Wei in panic. The outer shell of the stone statue was falling off, revealing the red skin inside. The ancient beast Groudon has awakened. Chapter 59 Transactions. Stone statue. Could it be that what father said is true? Wei Wei looked at the statue behind her. She did not expect that the patron saint known as Alabasta was alive. Roar. The image of Groudon waking up is that his whole body is covered in red, flaky scales, with 4 sharp knife-like thumbs on each hand, gray marks on the soles of his feet, and a ferocious face. It can be said to be extremely aggressive and domineering. The height of 3.5 meters directly reaches the ceiling. Mr. Four quickly attacked him. Dorothy, the chunky ant, shouted at Mr. Four. Mr. Four pats the Dachshund directly to make him spit out the bomb. Bang bang bang. The Dachshund spat out 3 bombs one after another, and Mr. 4 roared. Pizza Frisbee 300 home runs. As he roared, the bombs headed towards Groudon. Boom boom boom. It was smoky, but Mr. 4 and Dorothy were very nervous. They don't know if Groudon is dead or not, but when a pair of sharp claws directly pushed the disgust away, they panicked. Because their attacks were really useless against Groudon. Groudon wasn't even the slightest bit damaged, instead he angered Groudon. Groudon rushed over with a direct charge. One claw directly divided Mr. 4 into 4 sections. Not even the Dachshund was spared. Died. Dorothy looked terrified, she didn't expect Groudon to be so powerful. Defensively, bombs are of no use to Groudon, the attack is also so sturdy. After seeing Groudon walking towards her, she tried to fight back, but her legs kept shaking. Finally she worked up the courage to give Groudon a paw. But in the next second, Groudon's sharp claws dismembered him directly. A claw is directly divided into several sections. Kill them all. Vivi saw how fierce Groudon was. Even Cobra says Groudon is their Patronus, she couldn't believe it for a moment. Lava plume. Groudon spit out thick flames, and he wanted to burn the basement directly. When the item was destroyed, he also let out a cautious laugh. Help me. Vivi yelled loudly when she saw that Groudon was going to leave here. She panicked, she didn't want to die here, but under so much smoke, she couldn't escape at all. Groudon turned his head and found Vivi, however, he didn't know this woman at all. He didn't mean to rescue him either, he took a few steps forward without stopping. I can give you a lot of what you want, Bailey, or treasure. Vivi saw Groudon speeding up when he heard her shout. She felt extremely uncomfortable. Where is their patron saint of Alabasta? Obviously a god of destruction. It's fine to kill the bad guys, but they even destroyed the basement. She would not believe it if she had no desire to destroy. But Vivi saw that Groudon paused when he heard her words. But still, go ahead. This let Wei Wei know that there is still a way to save her life. Diamond, pearl, food, I can give you delicious food. Wei Wei repeatedly uttered more than a dozen words about precious things. It wasn't until the word gourmet that Groudon stopped completely. He looked at Wei Wei and said, in addition to delicious food, you also have to give me magical treasures. What is this magical treasure? I promise you. Wei Wei was a little surprised, what kind of magical treasure is it? But seeing the fire growing, she decided to say yes to Groudon. Promise first. Just promise. Groudon directly rescued Vivi from the fire with 2 fingers. In fact, he is very satisfied with good food, but thinking that Father God wanted him to get a magical treasure, he decided to increase the size. You can actually talk. Wei Wei was stunned for a moment, and only after she got out of trouble did she realize that the Groudon in front of her could actually speak. Groudon nodded, a look of disdain in his eyes. Doesn't it take him for granted that divine beasts can speak? This stupid woman didn't know. Can that save the kingdom of Alabasta? You are the patron saint of my country, so you should be able to help. Vivi seems to have seen a savior. The Groudon in front of her is so strong that she will be able to defeat K. Lockadar and save the Alabasta kingdom. This depends on how many magical treasures you can pay. Groudon was not disturbed by emotion cards. Inquired directly about the price. Divine treasure. What is this? After thinking about it, Vivi decided to tell Groudon that he didn't know what a magical treasure was. Devil fruit, by the way, you don't want to renege on your debt. Groudon's eyes changed, and he stared at Wei Wei. In his opinion, the other party didn't know what a magical treasure was, and dared to promise him a magical treasure. This was simply deceiving him. Devil fruit, our royal family has it. I can give you 3, not 5, as long as you help me get rid of K. Lockdar, I will give it to you. Wei Wei was relieved to hear the devil fruit. There are devil fruits in their royal family. But there are only 5 in total. In order to save Alabasta, she is willing to give anything. 5. Ha ha ha, deal. Groudon didn't expect that there were so many, and he thought that he would get 5 devil fruits. To be able to show off in front of Ho-Oh and the others, he couldn't help laughing. Then he kicked the iron door in front of him and flew it out. Violence opens the door. Seeing Groudon's well-developed limbs and simple mind, Wei Wei couldn't help panicking. She didn't know whether it was reliable to ask Groudon to help her drive away Shichiwu Heike Lock Doll. Chapter 60 Killing Mr. 5. Could it be that our base has collapsed? Not far away, Mr. 3 Galdino, who returned from completing the task, came to the secret base of Barlock Studio together with Mr. 5 Gem. They froze for a moment when they saw the door of this secret base making continuous noises. This is not at all normal. I gonna go see. Gem walked to the house, but he didn't expect the whole house to collapse in the next second. In an instant, it shattered into rubble all over the place. And a red monster walked out of it. The monster also carried a person in its hand. Isn't this the spy Princess Wei Wei? Could it be the helper he called? When he saw Princess Vivi, Mr. 3, the third brother with a hairstyle 3 on his head, guessed Groudon's identity. But when he saw Groudon's fierce eyes, Celestic's spiky exterior, he was a little flustered, because this monster didn't look easy to mess with at first sight. Can't you just come out? Vivi had the expression of the rest of her life after a catastrophe. She didn't expect Groudon to be so irritable. Directly destroy the entire house. Under his power, the house seems to be made of tofu. In a moment of effort, the house was smashed into tiles and rubble. Looks like a saboteur. Human, if I didn't need your magical treasure, I would have shot you to death with your talkative appearance. Groudon looked at Vivi, he only said half of this sentence. Just because he still needs the magical treasure very much now. There is no way to show off in front of the Ho-Oh monsters without a magic item. Groudon said it was hard. The two in front of you are members of Barlock's studio, grab them. Wei Wei saw Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 and immediately identified them. I'm not, it has nothing to do with me. Mr. 3 turned his eyes to the other side, with a look of nothing to do with him, and he also denied it. But Mr. 5 Gem admitted it frankly, to him, Groudon was just huge. The real strength may not be so strong. Know what it takes to destroy a building. He can do the same by relying on the ability to explode fruit. Booger Fantasy Cannon. Mr. 5 Gem used his disgusting yet powerful move. He threw his booger at Groudon fling. Boom, booger dropped at Groudon's feet. Didn't do Groudon any harm though, but it really disgusted Groudon. Lava Plume. Groudon spit out a raging flame and the flame burned directly for 200 meters. The speed was extremely fast, directly rushing to the front of Mr. 5. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Mr. 5 Gem turned into a fireman. This directly left Mr. 3 dumbfounded, his feet softened and he knelt down. He felt guilty, and Wei Wei came to him by name, he didn't want to end up like Mr. 5. Are you Mr. 3? Groudon walked up to Mr. 3 and asked. Can actually talk, could it be that he is a divine beast? Mr. 3 was trembling in his heart, but he was thinking about other things. He analyzed Groudon's identity, but it made him even more afraid. You must know that the beasts are all in the Pokémon Kingdom. Moreover, the Pokémon Kingdom forces in the South Daxia Sea alone resisted the demon-slaying order. His little Arnold, a member of Barlock's work club, can't beat the beast. After much deliberation, Mr. 3 decided to kneel and lick. I'm not Mr. 3, my name is Gardino, but if you want to know about Barlock's studio, my lord, I will definitely talk about it. Mr. 3 can guess that Groudon is the helper Vivi called. Then it must be to deal with the president. So these people in front of me must have information about Barlock's studio. Although he doesn't know too much information, it is right to obey. You are quite acquainted. Groudon didn't expect Mr. 3 in front of him to be so sensible. This didn't make him want to kill Mr. 3 in front of him. And Vivi looked at Groudon in surprise. She had no idea Groudon could be so reliable. Solved Mr. 5 in a short time. You know, these people are all tricky devil fruit ability users. How can it be so easy to deal with? Groudon asked Wei Wei to interrogate Mr. 3, and Mr. 3 really didn't dare to hide. He put the location of Barlock's studio or something. They all told Dudu normal, including Bora, the proprietress of Alabasta's Spider Coffee Shop, is an undercover agent in Alabasta, and his partner is Dolan Bonus, the strongest killer of Mr. 1 Barlock's work agency. And Mr. 2 Von Klein is a mimic fruit-capable person. Robin, the vice president, can control the growing hand to attack continuously. He didn't know anything about the president's information. But Vivi already knew by chance that the president is Shichibu Heike Locked Doll. It's just that there is no trace of the president's whereabouts. This also means that Wei Wei and Groudon can only ask the members of Barlock's studio one by one. Mr. 3 started to lead the way, but his mind is not pure. This also allowed Groudon to accurately find the Spider Cafe, Chapter 61 Sand Crocodile. Spider Cafe, which is Barlock Studio's undercover operation in Alabasta. When Groudon led Vivi swaggeringly close to the Spider Cafe. The dark whistle of the entire Spider Cafe took action. But more ordinary people panic about Groudon. What kind of creature is this? This is too scary. I've never seen it. The people fled in all directions. Wei Wei looked at Groudon. She knew that it was Groudon's appearance that scared the people away. But there are still people who know Groudon. An old man walked over tremblingly. Prostrate directly to the ground. The patron saint of Alabasta, save Alabasta. Groudon did nothing. Wei Wei couldn't see it anymore. Helped up the old man. Why didn't you promise him? Vivi looked at Groudon angrily. Groudon glanced at Wei Wei and said directly. I only obey the orders of Father God, how can other human beings care about my life? Groudon curled his lips, ever since he heard from Father God that the destruction of the Pokémon Kingdom 800 years ago was related to humans. He doesn't have a good impression of humans, if it weren't for Wei Wei's delicious food and promise to pay for magical treasures. He wouldn't care about Wei Wei's life or death. Father God. Is there a god behind the patron saint? Are you also a member of the Pokémon Kingdom? Wei Wei suddenly thought that Father God is a part of the Pokémon Kingdom that is rewarded all over the world. And it's still a mysterious person, she instantly understood. Groudon was originally a member of the Pokémon Kingdom. Of course, I'm different from Raikou and the others, I'm a combatant of the Pokémon Kingdom. Groudon grinned, but the grin was a little scary. Raikou is a beast with a bounty of 500 million Baileys. Are you stronger than him? Mr. 3 was dumbfounded, although he thought that Groudon was a member of the Pokémon Kingdom. But I only think that Groudon is at the same level as Raikou. But I didn't expect Groudon to surpass Raikou. Reach the strength of Ho-Oh, the Holy Pillar King. I'm much stronger than Raikou. Groudon snorted, the heat wave directly made Mr. 3 feel hot. Only then did Mr. 3 realize that today is extremely hot. As a wax fruit, he dare not use the candle ability. In such extremely high temperature weather, once the power of candles is used, he will be melted directly and become limp and weak. But he didn't know that it was all caused by Groudon, who had the ability to shine on the sun. When he appears, the weather becomes extremely hot. Being stronger than Raikou, isn't it more than 500 million Pele? Vivi looked at Groudon in disbelief. Only then did she know that she had found the treasure. If the Groudon in front of him was human, he would definitely be a big pirate. You must know that there are not many great pirates with a bounty of more than 500 million Baileys on the great route. But when she fell into the illusion of success in saving Alabasta, the fingers of Mr. 1 and Miss, who came out of the spider cafe in the distance, directly shattered her fantasy. These two people, Wei, have been in contact with each other. A very powerful pirate, Mr. 1 Dolan bonus has a reward of more than 50 million. And Miss 2 Fingers has a reward of 35 million Baileys. Mr. 3, have you also defected from Barlock Studio? Ms. pointed at Sarah with both hands and looked at Mr. 3. Mr. 3's Adam's apple twitched. He knew he only had one chance to answer. His choice is to betray the Barlock Studio or betray the beast. Thinking of Groudon saying that he has surpassed Raikou and has a reward amount of more than 500 million. Mr. 3 decided to betray Barlock Studio. That's right, I've already betrayed. Mr. 3 shouted, and then released the ability of Wawa Fruit. Melt carving spear. He melted and solidified the resulting candle into a sharp spear and headed towards Mr. 1 fling. But the weather was too hot, half of it melted in front of Mr. 1. Mr. 1 Dolan bonus is a person with the ability to cut fruit quickly. The blade popped out of his hand and split the candle spear straight in two. HMPH, then go to die. Sarah is also a devil fruit capable user. I saw her use the thorn fruit fling to release poisonous thorns. Go directly towards Mr. 3 fling. With toxic on it, normal people will foam at the mouth and die within 3 seconds of touching it. Groudon glanced at Mr. 3. Although he is somewhat displeased with humans, Mr. 3's actions this time are indeed helping him. Then he couldn't let Mr. 3's death go unnoticed. Thinking of this, Groudon decided to save Mr. 3 temporarily. Fire Blast. Groudon directly spit out raging flames, and the flames rushed forward in the form of a large character, directly burning the poisonous thorns. Then rushed directly in front of Sarah. The flame was 2 meters wide and nearly 100 meters long. The raging fire directly engulfed Sarah in the flames. Mr. 1 Dolan bonus was unable to dodge, and was directly burned off with an arm. It's so scary. Mr. 3 gave a shock. He didn't expect Groudon's attack to be so terrifying. The direct flame burned to death a strong man from the Barlock work agency, and even Mr. 1 lost an arm. And he just saw Groudon burn Mr. 5 with flames. It's just that the previous flames were far less powerful than the current ones. Mr. 3 couldn't help shivering, but luckily he didn't make a wrong choice. If he was really on the side of Barlock Studios, then the burning of Sarah would be his fate. Sweat dripped from Mr. 1's head, and he felt fear of Groudon in his heart. But he was a die-hard crocodile and did not choose to surrender. Just at this time, the sand crocodile came out of the spider cafe. Mr. 3 couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. This is the president of Barlock Studio. It is also Mr. 0, the absolute powerhouse of Barlock Studio, who has the power to destroy heaven and earth such as sandstorms. Wei was also very worried. Although Groudon is a great pirate, the man in front of him is Shichibukai, the absolute powerhouse on the Great Sea Route. A big pirate who was incorporated by the government and legally plundered. His real strength is far more than the reward of a mere 81 million Baileys. Only Groudon could see that something was wrong with the sand crocodile. It should be quite wrong. Chapter 62 Groudon Primal Reversion Form, 200-meter Behemoth. I'm the president of Barlock Studio. If you are sensible, go back quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. The cross-sectional scar on Lock Doll's face was shaking constantly. He looked fiercely at Groudon and Wei. He was a little surprised when he saw Mr. 3. Mr. 3, I never expected that you would become a traitor. Mr. 3, who was watched by K. Lockyear's eyes, was a little frightened. Although he doesn't know the true identity of the president. But Clock Doll showed great strength, can control sandstorms and has a poisonous sting that can easily kill anyone. Possession of such fearsome power is why many people fear Lock Dar. Can you beat him, Groudon? Vivi was a little panicked when she saw K. Lock Doll. She didn't expect Clock Doll to show up so soon. Think of the power that Clock Doll once displayed. Vivi felt fear, and even felt unsure of Groudon. After all, the Clock Dar in front of him is the Shichibukai appointed by the Navy. You're not K-Lock Doll. Groudon looked at K-Lock Doll, the animal's instinct told him. The man in front of him should not be K-Lock Doll. Compared with this man's appearance, his temperament is a little different. How is it possible? Don't you believe me? Lock Doll speaks strong words. But looking at his appearance, he was obviously a little panicked. Could it be? Mr. 3 looked at Lock Doll's twitching gesture. He suddenly thought of a person. Are you Mr. 2 Funkray? Mr. 3 pointed to K-Lock Doll, revealing his identity. How can I be Von Klein? Galdino, don't talk nonsense. K-Lock Doll completely panicked. This sentence directly exposed him. August 27th. Master Groudon, this man is Funkray. He can mimic anyone, but he can mimic the appearance of the president. Mr. 3 pushed his glasses and spoke his guess, because only Von Clay would call him by his first name and not by his codename. It turned out to be fake. Vivi was surprised that she joined Barlock Studio not long ago as an executive conductor. He had never met Funkley before, so he naturally didn't know that Funkley had this ability. However, Groudon had heard Mr. 3's revelations before. It has long been known that there is a mimic fruit ability user here. But whether it is or not, just try it and you will know. Groudon walked over to Funkray. You, don't come here. Von Clay panicked when he saw Groudon approaching. This time, everyone present immediately understood that this was a counterfeit. Tell me, the position of your president. Groudon kicked the counterfeit locked doll into the air, and he slid for more than 10 meters before getting up. It also brought him back to his original form. It really is you, Von Clay. Mr. 3 saw a man with a pair of swan heads and wings behind him, and his legs were profusely hairy, and he recognized this man as Funkley at a glance. Groudon looked at Dolan Bonus on the other side with a fierce look in his eyes. In his opinion, only the man Mr. 1 knows the whereabouts of K-Lock Dar. But Dolan Bonus still wants to fight, cracking slash. Dolan Bonus swung a claw straight at Groudon. A storm of blades flew towards Groudon. But in the next second, Groudon directly resisted the blade storm at an extremely fast speed. Step on the sole of your foot directly. Groudon's patience was running out. Tell me the position of the president of Barlock Works or die. Groudon's feet have tens of tons of force. Even Dolan Bonus, the well-known killer in One Piece, still couldn't bear such strength. Between life and betrayal, Dolan Bonus eventually chose to betray. President, he is in the palace. The royal palace, bad for my father. Vivi panicked completely. She didn't realize that she would be robbed by Clock Doll. Hastened to take Groudon to the palace. Groudon thought for a while and grabbed Wei Wei directly. What are you doing? Wei Wei was a little flustered. It's faster this way. Immediately afterwards, lava flames burst out directly from Groudon's body lines. The body swelled 100 times, reaching a height of 200 meters. This is his primal reversion form. Groudon in primal reversion form. Now it has truly become a colossus. Overlooks the kingdom of Alabasta. In order to prevent Mr. 3 and Mr. 1 from deceiving him, Groudon chose to bring these two with him. But the two of them were not so lucky, directly pulled by Groudon with two thumbs. This is too big. Wei Wei looked at Groudon in disbelief. She didn't expect Groudon to grow so big. It has a height of 200 meters and weighs more than 100 tons. The president shouldn't be his rival. Mr. 3 froze for a moment. He really realized Groudon's strength now. With such a huge body, the power contained in it must be extremely terrifying. What a horrible fellow. Mr. 1 Dolan Bonus's face was pale. As a professional killer, it was the first time he was afraid of a creature. In his opinion, this strong sense of oppression almost overwhelmed the president. And within the realm of the kingdom of Alabasta, there are also other forces. For example, Blackbeard, who came to Alabasta and planned to leave. Thief, ha ha ha. I didn't expect such a giant beast to exist in Alabasta. This is probably a mythical beast. Such a terrifying power. Blackbeard glanced at Groudon, a towering behemoth, and it was no secret that the mythical beast was no longer a secret. Many people already know about the kingdom of Pokémon and mythical beasts in the Navy's bounty. I just don't know how much bounty I can get. Van Oka, holding a spear, looked at Groudon suspiciously, knowing that the amount of base rewards given by the world government to the beasts of the Pokémon kingdom is not low. Ahem. The gods and beasts are all bounty monsters. It's a pity we're still on the run. Otherwise, I really want to see if the gods and beasts are as powerful as the rumors say. Poison Q rode on a horse, coughed, and after eating the diseased fruit, he has always been in this sick contest condition. This sentence made everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates feel the same, but they still plan to leave for the next stop. Bonero Island. At this moment, Ace has just landed in Alabasta. When he saw Groudon, there was shock in his eyes. His first thought was that this thing is really huge, a colossal beast. This kind of giant beast, he has only seen on the body of Neptune. There are few such huge creatures on land. Do you want to go and see? Ace thought about it and decided to take a look. After all, this was a creature he had never seen before. And it looks like the beast on the reward order. Thinking of this, Ace embarked on a journey to the Alabasta Palace. Anyway, he has no news about Blackbeard for the time being. Boom boom boom. Along the way, Groudon went on a rampage, scaring many people in Alabasta. They didn't expect that monsters appeared in Alabasta. However, those who have seen the stone statue of Groudon directly bowed down. Shout out to the patron saint to appear. Along the way, Groudon rampaged and trampled some houses, but fortunately, the people had already evacuated in advance, and there were not too many casualties. Do you feel that the weather is getting hotter? Mr. 3 is held down by Groudon's fingers. He only felt that the weather seemed to be getting hotter. For so many years in Alabasta, it was the first time he felt such hot weather. It must be because of him. Both Mr. 1 and Vivi looked at Groudon. In their view, all this must have something to do with Groudon. Because since Groudon became primal reversion form, the weather became even hotter. It's just that no one mentioned it. After all, Groudon has a bad temper. However, the change in weather is indeed due to Groudon. Groudon under primal reversion will directly trigger the land of the end, and the weather will become hotter. And there is no way to change it. Monster, die. Koza, the leader of the rebel army in Alabasta, came over with a bow and arrow. He kept shooting his bow and arrows at Groudon. Groudon looked at the man who looked like an ant normal, and directly stepped on him to death. Boom. After more than a dozen people were trampled to death, the rebels panicked, fleeing out one by one. Wei Wei saw what the rebel army wanted to say. Although these people were the rebel army in Alabasta, they were also the people of Alabasta. It's just that Groudon just let it go. I just promised you one thing, unless you have more magical treasures. Groudon looked at Wei Wei. If the other party had more magical treasures, he could reluctantly agree to some. Vivi now understands that she wants something from Groudon. What's more, all the devil fruits of her treasure curry were promised to Groudon. She also has no other magical artifacts to speak of. Seeing that Vivian was much quieter, Groudon sped up. Soon the palace of Alabasta was within reach. Inside the palace, the kingdom guards rushed out when they heard the movement. They are the 3 guard officers respectively. Ikaram, captain of the guards. Bell is the lieutenant of the guards. Garza, who is the adjutant of the guards. Among them, Bell and Gaka are both devil fruit capable users. Bell turned into a falcon man, drew a knife from soaring in the sky and wanted to attack Groudon. Gaka turned into a jackal, and Bite Hilt was ready to attack Groudon. But before they could attack, Wei Wei 0. I am Princess Vivi, and our real enemy is K-Lock, that mysterious man called the national hero, not the Patronus. Patronus. The two were shocked for a moment, and then they looked at Groudon carefully, only to find that Groudon looked very much like the patron saint of Alabasta. It's just 100 times bigger. Their recognition of the patron saint made them stop, and Ikaram stepped forward at this moment. He is also someone who knows some inside information, and he is communicating with Wei Wei. He quickly told about the dancing fans. It was not the royal family who released the dancing powder, but another national hero named Lok Lok. Sand Crocodile, the king of Kiwahai. It's actually Chi Wuhai. Is the national hero Chi Wuhai? This pirate who legally plunders, no wonder it hasn't rained since he came. In an instant, Lok's identity was revealed. Everyone is talking about him, but the fear in their hearts has not diminished in the slightest. The identity has been exposed, and the patron saint on the stone statue actually exists. K. Lokadar in the palace had a gloomy face. He had already seen Groudon's arrival. He didn't expect that the patron saint of Alabasta really existed in reality. And it's far bigger than imagined. Now there are only 2 roads before him. One is to abandon the foundation he has built for so many years and go away, abandoning Karen. The other is to defeat the patron saint in front of him and continue to discredit the royal family. Sha Lan. Lok Dar did not hesitate to choose the second way. A dust storm formed in his hands. The storm turned faster and faster, and then broke away directly from K. Lokdal's hands. A huge dust storm hundreds of meters high was formed. The direction of this sandstorm is obviously Groudon's location. Groudon noticed the arrival of the sandstorm in advance, and put down Wei Wei and others directly. Launched the skill arm hammer and punched towards the sandstorm. Boom! The sandstorm disappeared directly into the invisible. But for Clockeater's taunt, how could Groudon not fight back? Groudon unleashes Fissure. The entire palace collapsed in an instant, turning into a piece of rubble. Fortunately, Bell had already turned into a falconer and took Cobra directly in the air, otherwise Erebustan would have killed the king as soon as the war started. Seeing the collapse of the palace, Wei Wei was shocked by Groudon's mighty power, but at the same time felt distressed. Did you bring Vivi the Patronus? Cobra was looked at by Bell next to Vivi, and he already understood the truth of the matter. Just as Vivi was about to speak, she was interrupted by Cobra's words. If the palace is gone, it can be rebuilt. Shichibu Heike Lok Dar not only wants to persecute the people of Alabasta, he wants everything in Alabasta, including our royal family. Life. After hearing this, Wei Wei finally understood what it meant to lose a mere royal palace, as long as Alabasta can be saved, no matter how much it is lost. The guy who hides his head and shows his tail is finally willing to come out. Groudon looked at K-Lock, and at this time, K-Lock turned into a 2.8 mass of sand with elementalization. But still can see the embryonic form of human beings. You ruined everything for me. Clockadar looked fiercely at Groudon. In his opinion, Groudon's size is huge, so what? You must know that there are titans and sea kings in this world. It is not surprising that the titans have a height of tens of meters or hundreds of meters, and the sea kings have a height of several thousand meters. Although the Groudon in front of him seemed huge in front of him. But it is nothing in front of the truly huge creatures. Yes. Groudon casts a glance at Q******. Lok is nothing to him. It's just an ant. Since the ant wants taunt, then he just needs to kill him. Eruption. Groudon spit out a large amount of magma, and the direction of releasing magma is the direction of K-Lok Dar. The magma spread directly towards the country of Alabasta. Under the leadership of Cobra and Wei Wei, the people quickly fled the battlefield. The sand on the ground was melted directly, and K-Lok Dar looked at the molten battlefield. Can only dodge desperately, embarrassed. He now understands that he is not the rival of this monster in front of him. The temperature of this flame surpasses me. Ace has just rushed to this battlefield. He was a little shocked when he saw the fiery and high temperature of the battlefield. He discovered that even with the fruit ability of someone with the ability to burn fruit, I also felt a clear sense of dryness and heat in this flame battlefield. Thinking about it, he suddenly looked curiously at both sides of the battlefield. When he saw the object being chased, immediately startled, he did not expect that this person turned out to be Clockdar, one of the Shichibukai under the king. But such a strong man is actually being chased by Groudon's lava flames. This shocked Ace. Chapter 63 Precipice Blades, Desert Sword. Clockdar finally escaped from the magma field and came to the desert area. He directly used the ultimate power of the rustling fruit to condense a treasured desert sword, and the flying sand in the sky was directly suspended above the soaring in the sky. This is a treasured sword with a length of hundreds of meters. I saw Clockdarling controlling the treasured sword suspended above the soaring in the sky. This shocked all the bystanders present. Sure enough, Shichibukai Clockdal still has great strength. When Ace saw the desert sword controlled by Clockdar, my heart couldn't help shaking. Clockdal is a veteran Shichibukai. The reward amount far exceeds the actual reward, but it can condense hundreds of meters of precious swords. This incident is really surprising and shocking. Is this the power of Clockdar? I just found out that our boss turned out to be King Shichibukai. Mr. 1 and Mr. 3 looked at the desert sword formed by Clockdar. Some trembling with fear, it was the first time they saw such a huge sand knife. After learning that Clockdar turned out to be the president of Barlock Studio, Mr. 3 is a little afraid. If Clockdal wins this battle, then he will be revenged by Kelkadar. Think of the brutality that Clockdal used. Whether it's being pierced by Klock's poisonous hook, or being sucked dry by the ability of the rustling fruit. These are extremely tragic scenes. Mr. 3's scalp tingles just thinking about it. Can the Patronus win? The three captains of the Kingdom Guard looked at Groudon, their hearts full of doubts. Although Groudon showed the power to spit magma, but Lockdale was in Alabasta for a few years. But directly demonstrated his powerful strength, especially the desert sword that is fully released now makes people dumbfounded. This makes their confidence in Groudon obviously low. The Patronus will win, I have faith in him. Vivi looked at Groudon and said such a sentence. It begins with Groudon rescuing him from the basement of Barlock's studio. Groudon made a mighty gesture right in front of her. This allowed Vivi's confidence in Groudon to overwhelm her fear of Lockdar. At this moment, Wei Wei chooses to believe in Guololuo. Come on for the Patronus, Cobra shouted directly to the people behind him. 01 with Cobra's prestige, and Klock's true face is revealed. The public understood Groudon's presence. Groudon is here to help them. So many shouts resounded from the crowd. If only Ohala had a guardian beast. Robin walked out from the royal burial in Alabasta in the palace, and she has obtained all the information in the historical text. She had heard the noise from the outside world a long time ago, so she came out to inquire about information. When she saw Groudon fighting Clockdar, she couldn't help but echo the thought in her mind. If the Navy had destroyed Hala back then, Hala also had a guardian beast. Then there's a good chance they won't be destroyed. She doesn't have to live such a life of displacement. But all of this is imaginary for her. What's more, whether the beast in front of him can defeat Klock is still unknown. The divine beasts in the South Daxia Sea are powerful, but it doesn't mean that the divine beasts of the Great Root are equally powerful and terrifying. Boom. Just at this time, Sand Crocodile Lockdar unleashed the desert sword. The sword of the desert swung at Groudon, but it hadn't reached Groudon's eyes yet. A series of stone thorns appeared on the ground to block the attack of the desert sword. This is Groudon's skill earth power. He can mobilize the power of the land to attack. Bang bang bang. The desert sword was scattered inch by earth power, and finally eliminated. Lockdale looked at Groudon in disbelief. He didn't expect that the desert sword he had condensed for several minutes would be cracked like this. Is this counted as power? Let me show you real power. Groudon fixed Lockdar with fierce eyes. He's about to unleash his exclusive skill, Precipice Blades. Real power. Lockdal sensed something was wrong. The creatures in front of them don't look aimless. That is to say, the divine beast in front of him is telling the truth. In an instant, a lot of lava emerged from Groudon's body. He can clearly see the lava pattern under the primal reversion contest condition. It surged 10 times at this moment. There was a lot of heat coming from Groudon's position. This fiery temperature can roast any animal, incinerate it into coke. Roar. Groudon roared, and a large number of golden light waves appeared in his throat. With Groudon's roar, Alabasta's landscape changed in the blink of an eye. A large amount of magma appeared on the ground, covering most of the Alabasta kingdom. A series of molten rock thorns rushed straight up from the ground. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. This linear molten rock strikes madly in front of Lockdar. Boom boom boom. Numerous holes were punched in the ground. Just like being blasted by a nuclear bomb, the ground was directly pierced. Lava rock thorns have the power of lava attached to them. In the blink of an eye, Alabasta, which was originally full of desert environment, turned into an oasis in the blink of an eye. Water overflowed from the cavity. Behold this horrific landscape-altering, powerful attack. Lockdal subconsciously resorted to elementalization. Natural elemental attacks are completely immune to physical attacks. Clockadar looked at Groudon. As far as he was concerned, just use elementalization. Groudon's attack couldn't hurt him, but when a molten rock pillar directly attacked where he was. Only then did he realize that he was so naive. The lava pillar directly penetrated him, and the lava burned directly on Lockieter's body. The molten rock pierced directly through Locke's abdomen. Even Clockadar used his elemental powers and still could not escape Groudon's attack. He could feel the burning pain in his body, but most importantly, this molten rock is taking away his power. He gradually felt exhausted, as if he had been nailed directly to a wooden board by a nail. Turned into a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. What's going on? I obviously used the power of elementalization. Lockdale looked at Groudon in disbelief. He obviously used the power of elementalization. Still got a direct hit from Groudon's precipice blades. And he also felt that his power was being stripped away. He doesn't understand. Wanted to go to Groudon for an answer. But Groudon didn't say much. A direct fire blast was sprayed over. Hot lava spewed from Groudon's mouth, forming a large character. The flames filled with hot and B***** G flames, flying towards Lockdar at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Fire blast speeds up the burning power of the molten rock column. Clock Doll was directly burned by the flames and turned into a pyroman. There was a wailing sound from his mouth. He never thought that he would die here and end his ambition here. G-Lock Doll apparently didn't know, although the beasts are not armed, domineering, anti-elemental. But the exclusive skills of each beast can break the defense against elementalization. This is also the best way for divine beasts to deal with enemies with elemental devil fruit abilities. Use exclusive skills to directly destroy the enemy. Died. Ace, who was standing on the roof, looked at Clockadar with some shock. He didn't expect that this mythical beast directly killed Lockadar. So fast, almost instant kill. Imagine if he was facing such a rival. Ace just felt that there was no chance of winning. Since no Blackbeard was found, then he has no reason to stay in the kingdom of Alabasta. He intends to leave. There is no need in the future. She decided not to offend the beast. Or the Pokemon kingdom. He has already seen the horror of the beast. President was killed. Mr. Tu Funkele saw the tragic death of Clock Doll. He froze, but there was nothing he could do about it. Find Groudon to retaliate. He absolutely does not have this ability. After all, the sense of oppression brought by the other party is too great. He couldn't even think of fighting Groudon at all. This is too strong. Chi Wuhai under the king actually kills in seconds. Mr. 1 and Mr. 3 saw K-Lock's death. They were a little surprised. They didn't expect K-Lock to die like this. Mr. 3 is very grateful for this choice. He was grateful for his wise choice to join Groudon. If he hadn't chosen to, then among the people who fell there, it is very likely that he was among them. M.1 sighed suddenly. He lost an arm because of it. Today's Lockdoll's death touched him the most or Groudon's strength. That tyrannical force. It is simply not the power that ordinary strong people can use. Completely surpassed Shichibukai. Here, he actually killed Chi Wuhai, the king. The captain of the kingdom's guard looked at Groudon in disbelief. They didn't expect that Groudon directly killed the king Shichibukai directly. You know, this is one of the facades of the navy. Now Chi Wuhai directly lost one. Surely it will cause the navy's wrath. But they looked at Groudon. They suddenly felt that the navy's wrath was nothing. This time Groudon showed the power to change the landscape. This mighty force is comparable to natural disasters. How could a beast with such power be afraid of the navy? The power of the beast is really powerful. Robin glanced at Groudon. Groudon was able to get rid of Lockdar beyond her expectations. You must know that it is the Shichibukai under the king, thinking that the navy may come to Alabasta. Her identity as a child of the devil will also be revealed. Robin decides to leave here. Princess Vivi saw Lockdal's body. She didn't expect Groudon to win the battle so quickly. This was really beyond her expectation. However, when she was close to Groudon and Lockdar's battlefield, only then did she know how intense this battlefield was. Numerous magma and lava appeared on the ground. The ground instantly turned into a piece of scorched earth. The precipice blades just released by Groudon, the protruding stone thorns stand directly on the ground. These environmental changes will be with Alabasta for a long time. Never even dissipate. Groudon sat on the ground. Eliminating a Shichibukai is not a big pressure on him. But now he needs to get paid. Groudon looked at Vivi. If Wei Wei wants to deceive him, then he wouldn't have any polite thoughts about Wei Wei. I know, I'll give it to you. Vivi understood Groudon's expression. How could she dare to renege on her debts? You must know that Groudon is the patron saint who directly demolishes houses at the first thought. Even their royal palace, which had been passed down for hundreds of years, Groudon directly demolished it. If it is really reckless, that would have to be eaten alive by Groudon. Hearing Wei Wei's words, Groudon nodded in satisfaction. Obtaining devil fruit is now his top priority. Under Vivi's leadership, Groudon came to Alabasta's treasure house. Groudon took all the devil fruits in the treasury. I didn't forget to have a big meal. It's finally raining below Alabasta's castle. This also completely eliminated the common people's suspicion of the royal family. In the void, Ron saw Groudon harvesting 5 devil fruits. This number can be said to be quite a lot. Only a royal family like Alabasta has such wealth. And it can be regarded as exhausting all the resources of Alabasta. However, right now Ron's mind is mainly on reviving Pokémon. Humans will betray at any time but Pokémon will not. Ron decided on his next goal, which was on Sky Island 257. There are 4 cloud gods on the empty island, and there is also the star-level beast Rayquaza. As long as these beasts are revived, then it will definitely be able to occupy the Sky Island. After sorting out his thoughts, Ron released a white light of recovery towards the empty island. This light of recovery is for the recovery of the beast Scientian. The 4 cloud gods are divided into Tornadus, Thunderous, Landorus and Love Cloud. Each divine beast cloud has 2 forms. They are incarnation form and spirit beast form respectively. As for Rayquaza, Ron had no choice but to wait. Ho-Oh has gone to receive the devil fruit from Groudon. Only by waiting for Ho-Oh to return, can he revive the next planet-level beast. And while Ron was waiting for the resurrection of the 4 holy clouds of Sky Island, the outside world has exploded the death of Groudon and Shichibuheke locked Dar. When it was known that the beast had killed another Kiwahai. This incident completely made the Navy unable to sit still. You know, this is within the scope of the Navy's jurisdiction on the Great Route. A Shichibukai died so close to the Navy, it doesn't matter if it's Lockdoll's fault or not. Both are for Navy taunts. Intolerable. Akainu came to the Navy office after breaking his arm. He looked rage, since Ho-Oh forced him to cut his arm to survive. He has a huge dislike for the Pokemon Kingdom. In his opinion, the warring states that has not yet taken action against the Pokemon Kingdom. Simply irresponsible to the Navy. It's really scary, these beasts. Huang Yuan glanced at the red dog with only one arm left. You must know that he is serving in the Navy at the same time as Akainu, and Akainu's strength is definitely no less than him. But under Akainu's best efforts, haven't been able to defeat rival yet and instead lost an arm. This has surprised Huang Yuan a little bit so far. The 5 old stars won't allow us to conflict with the Pokemon Kingdom for the time being, there is no other way. Lieutenant General he flipped through the book. Somewhat helpless, during this period not only the Pokemon Kingdom appeared frequently in the world. Even the movement in the new world has become louder. It's not a good feeling to let their navy be true. When General Crane mentioned the world government, only then did warring states realize the purpose of this meeting. Our navy got a stone statue from the new world this time. Wu Laoxing let us try with various powers to see if we can revive the beast inside. Warring states talked about it. As soon as the voice of the warring states period fell, a stone statue was moved up. This is a stone statue of a pink-gray Pokemon in his hand. There is a braid on the top of his head, and there are 2 upward curving horns on both sides of his head, with a gold ring hanging on each side. If Ron was here, he would have recognized it as Hoopa who could summon the beast. I always feel like something bad is going to happen if I keep this thing in the Navy headquarters. Seeing the stone statue of Hoopa, Aokiji suddenly had this idea in his mind. But it was quickly wiped clean. After all, there are so many masters in the Navy headquarters. How could a stone statue cause trouble? Chapter 64 Resuscitating Rayquaza, targeting Ioneel. Sky Island. Visalia. This is a small Sky Island country outside Sky Island. This empty island is full of scientists who study meteorology. The leader among them is the scientist Harada. He is also the teacher who later Nami dropped to study climatology on Visalia Island. Failed again. Harada, who was wearing a blue scholar's clothes, looked distressed. He really did fail again. The knot of wind he researched has never been able to break through the 4th wind force. That is the hurricane stage. This annoyed Harada. He didn't even think anyone could cast hurricane. Harada, have you heard of the legend of the God of Wind? A meteorologist dressed in purple walked up to Harada. Said with a mysterious face, Ham, the God of the Wind, are you talking about the beast? Harada had heard of it, but he only treated it as a myth. I found an idol about a god, Ham, a meteorologist in purple, said to Harada. Huh? Show me quickly. Harada was very excited. He missed the other party and found the statue of the beast. Although he doesn't believe in legends about beasts. But you can see the true face of the beast. He still wants to see it. Okay, I'll take you there. Ham saw Harada's excited face. He had expected it a long time ago, and soon brought Harada to the place where he placed the stone statue. I saw a stone statue standing there. This is a walking stone statue, but only the upper body is in the shape of a human, and the lower body is in the shape of a cloud. At the end of the cloud, there is a big tail winding out from the cloud. Is this the idol you were talking about? Harada looked at Ham with a bad look on his face. He felt that Ham had deceived him. Why does the mythical beast have a human shape? You don't believe it. If you don't believe it, forget it. Seeing that Harada didn't believe it, Ham, an old man who was nearly 60 years old, immediately blew his beard and became leer. You know, he found this in ancient books. This idol must be the God of Wind. Don't, let me see again. It is said that there are 4 god statues, and now there is only one. But how do I feel that this stone statue is alive? Harada confirmed it in Ham's bearded leer expression. This stone statue is really a god, that's right, Ham's expression can't be faked. Immediately afterwards, he began to study the stone statue. Came to this conclusion. Idols are idols, but they can't be alive, right? I think you're wrong. Ham expressed disbelief, although Harada's climatological background is indeed profound. However, it is the archaeologist's job to distinguish stone statues. He didn't believe that Harita knew this kind of thing. Just when Ham finished speaking, in soaring in the sky, a ray of light suddenly fell on the statue. This weird scene stunned the two climatology masters. I've never heard that Sky Island has such a strong light. No, this stone statue is about to explode. Ham made a surprised sound. But Harita directly sensed that the stone statue was about to explode through the vibration of the fragments on the stone statue. Boom! In the next second, the stone statue really cracked. It revealed the true face inside. It was a mythical beast with the upper body of an old man with white beard. He is Tornadus, one of the 4 holy clouds. The upper body is covered with green skin, and the arms are strong and powerful. The tail is purple-yellow, and it looks proudly at Harita and Ham with crossed hands. It turned out to be a statue. It was only then that Harita realized that the god in front of him was real. It turned out to be a living statue. Ham's jaw dropped in shock. He didn't expect the stone statue to be alive. The 3 views of the two as scientists directly collapsed. Although there have always been gods on the big empty island outside of Visalia. The former god was Gonfoer, but now the god is Ainil. But they knew that it was just a human being and a human being who ate a devil fruit. These gods are nothing but false gods. But the appearance of Tornadus convinced them that there is a true god in this world. Like the Tornadus in front of me, are you a god? Harita asked directly. Mortals don't need to know the names of gods. Tornadus responded proudly to Harita, it really is a god. Harita became a little excited, you know he is very old. It is simply his luck to meet God. I've noticed that you have a magical treasure here, as a god's thing, it's better for mortals not to keep it. Tornadus perceives the breath of the devil fruit through perception. He can lock on, and the devil fruit is on this small empty island. Divine treasure, what is that? Harita and Ham looked puzzled. They did not know what the magical artifact Tornadus was talking about was. But before Tornadus could answer their questions, Tornadus started looking for things on Visalia Island. The magical treasure was soon found in a chest. This is it. Tornadus saw a devil fruit and held it in his palm. Isn't this a devil fruit? When did it become a magical treasure? Harita and Ham looked at each other. If it wasn't for Tornadus being able to fly, he would think Tornadus is a liar even if he sips a god. However, seeing that Tornadus is not far from the mythical beast in ancient books, the two still choose to believe. Can you tell me your name? Harita saw that Tornadus had taken the devil fruit and wanted Tornadus to help him. My god, Tornadus, can cast violent storms. Since I have answered your questions, then this magical treasure will be the price. Tornadus responded to Harita, then put the devil fruit on him. He has heard that every revived powerful beast has obtained magical treasures for the father god. He can't afford to fall behind. It's Lord Tornadus. Ham didn't take devil fruits seriously. They're scientists, and they just want to understand the mysteries of devil fruit. I have no interest in it itself, not to mention that it is an ordinary animal fruit, so it is no problem to give it to Tornadus. It's just that they want to know more about Tornadus. But Harita was stunned at the moment. You must know that he failed to cast Hurricane just now. I don't know what the god named Tornadus said about casting a storm. Exactly how to cast. Master Tornadus, can you show your divine power? Harita's curiosity for Hurricane overcame everything, and he directly addressed Tornadus as an adult. Originally, I didn't intend to use Solacean, but since you gave me a magical treasure, I will show you mortals once again. I saw Tornadus let out a breath, and Hurricane was set off on the entire Visalia Island. The props of Visalia Island, such as Wind Knot, Cloud Candy, Weatherboat, and so on, all floated. There is even a posture of rushing towards Visalia Island. Master Twister, that's enough, let's take back the Kamui. Harita felt the mighty power of Hurricane. He now believes that the Twister in front of him is really function. Otherwise, how could such a powerful wind be displayed? The display is also over. I have to find my other 3 brothers to reconcile, and look for magical treasures by the way. Tornadus stopped the release of Hurricane. Harita and Ham looked at Tornadus as if they saw a god. So the gods have brothers. This completely surprised Harita. He did not expect that Tornadus, as the god of wind, had brothers, and 3 more. It's just unbelievable. He and Harm looked at each other, and he knew that the two wanted to go together. They want to follow Tornadus to see the world, see what other gods there are. My lord, would you like to take us with you? Yes, bring us. We are very familiar with the environment of Sky Island. If there is something that offends you, we can teach you a lesson or two. Harita said to Ham quickly. If it is usual, they definitely don't want to go to Sky Island. After all, there is a particularly cruel false god Neil here. But now Tornadus is going to Sky Island. The two who wanted to pursue the mysteries of the gods naturally also followed. Since you are willing to lead the way, let's go together, but I can't carry you. Twister spoke up front. Letting him lead people like a majestic beast would lower his image too much. Of course not, we have our own boat, as a scientist on Visalia Island. They have developed a ship that can fly on the Sky Island. That is, the weather ship, which is very fast. They took a weather boat and were free to travel from Sky Island to Visalia Island. Fantastic skills and ingenuity, how can they compare with the power of gods? Tornadus shook his head when he saw they were carrying a ship. He didn't think a ship could keep up with him. Why does this god speak so irritatingly? The 2 old men were stunned, and Tornadus' words directly killed the chatter. They had planned to have Tornadus aboard their weather ship. Look at the speed of their weather boats. You must know that this is the core technology of their Visalia Island. A weather ship researched by hundreds of talents. And in the mouth of Tornadus it became a trick. If it weren't for the two of them, they still wanted Tornadus to introduce other gods for them. If it were someone else, Harada and Ham, two bad-tempered old men. It is necessary to directly display scientific theories and spray the other party with blood. However, this also made them secretly compete. They were very happy with the speed of the weather boat. Only later on Tornadus proved the speed of the weather boat and even surpassed him. So even if the forces won, it should be very powerful. Let's go. Tornadus floated towards the empty island. He can fly at a speed of 3,000 km per hour at the fastest, which can be said to be several times faster than most airplanes. It's just that he didn't know how fast the wrecked ship of the two meteorologists in Harada and Ham could be. So slowly floating. But this actually misunderstood the two old men, Harada and Ham. So this is the speed of the gods. Harada was stunned when he saw the speed of Tornadus. His weather boat has a third gear acceleration. It's just one gear now, and Tornadus is barely on par with him. Then wouldn't it mean that in the third gear, he would be able to throw Tornadus without a trace? Thinking of this, he shifted the speed into second gear. Obviously Harada still minded what Tornadus said just now. Shouldn't be able to keep up. After pushing the second gear, Harada looked behind him. He found no sign of Tornadus. It shouldn't be. No matter how much you shake it, you shouldn't miss it. Harada's eyes widened a little and he looked back. It turned out that there was no sign of Tornadus at all. Until Ham patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong? Harada looked at Ham, when he saw Ham pointing forward with his finger. An idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Shouldn't it be in front? Harada looked forward, only to find that Tornadus was in front. His speed is obviously much faster than Harada's weather car. Here, I'll try it in third gear. This made Harada suspicious of life. He decided to drive the third gear, which should be slower than the Tornadus. But when he pushed into third gear and looked ahead, he was surprised to find that the distance between Tornadus and them was even greater. If it was only more than 10 meters away just now. So now it's more than 50 meters, an unimaginable distance. Is this the power of the gods? Harada now understood why Tornadus said that. That's because the opponent is really powerful, and look at his leisurely appearance. This is not his limit speed. Harada, that's a god. What's your rivalry with a god? Ham glanced helplessly at Harada. He didn't expect Harada to compete with the gods. This is simply not what it should be. You must know that the other party is a god. When Harada heard what Ham said, he also felt deeply frustrated. But fortunately, their weather ship can still keep up with the speed of the gods. It cannot be described as broken copper and rotten iron. But when he thought so, Tornadus felt that the speed was too slow, not even a tenth of his speed. He decided to speed up. However, if you want to speed up, the broken boat behind will definitely not be able to keep up. Since you agreed to them, you have to remind them. You guys are too slow, I'm leaving first, and come find me when I get to my destination. Tornadus directly activated the roar skill, amplified his voice and yelled towards Harada and Ham behind him. Master Tornadus, think we are too slow to speed up. Ham and Harada looked at each other in blank dismay, which had reached the limit speed of their weather boat. They didn't expect Tornadus to pick up speed now. Don't worry, if he speeds up again, he won't be more than 10 times worse. Harada said something to Ham. He thought his weather boat was fast enough. Tornadus wants to speed up and go fast, but in the next second, he looked at Tornadus, Qian Hao, and then froze. As fast as a black dot, it flew forward at high speed. In the blink of an eye, he lost sight of Tornadus. If not for Twister reminding them, let them know where Tornadus is heading. Otherwise they are completely thrown off, have no idea where to look for Tornadus. How could it be so fast? Tornadus suddenly displayed such unimaginable speed. It has already exceeded 10 times and reached dozens of times. Harada witnessed all this with his own eyes, and he was completely dumbfounded. Ham looked at Harada from the side. He was a little lucky, but fortunately he acted a little later. He didn't embarrass himself. The island of the gods, Apahado. Thor I Kneel, lives here. This stone statue has been here for many years, and I don't know what use that old Ganford is keeping him. I Kneel looked at a stone statue behind him, which was a serpentine stone statue. It's just that the facial expression looks very ferocious and terrifying. I Kneel felt the pressure just by looking at it. No matter whether it is destroyed by lightning or fire, it seems that it is really a treasure. I Kneel continued to stare at the stone statue. Then with a wave, a series of lightning beams appeared in his hand. Boom. The stone statue didn't move at all, not even a speck of plaster fell. Just treat it as a decoration. At the same time, Windmill Village. Ron finally receives the devil fruit that Groudon got. Now with 5 devil fruits, he can revive another beast. Ron decided to revive Rayquaza this time. This ancient mythical beast of the king of soaring in the sky. Ron absorbed the power of 5 devil fruits and passed through perception. It didn't take long to perceive where Rayquaza's stone statue was. Is there a lot of a payyard? After confirming the location, Ron spat out the purple light of recovery. This resurrection light will revive Rayquaza, an ancient might chapter 65 resurrecting Thunderous, obtaining devil fruit. White Sea, which is 7,000 meters above the sky, here live the Sandia people. They are the race expelled from the Bye-Bye Sea by the gods 400 years ago. They have only one goal now. That is to return to Bye-Bye High and take back their hometown, Angel Island. I feel the presence of Thundurus. Tornadus, who came to the White Sea, launched his perception towards the surroundings of the White Sea. Soon the stone statue of Thundurus was found, but before he got close to the stone statue, Veer, a Sky Islander wearing a beret helmet, approached him. You are not from Sky Island, you must pay 1 billion SQ coins first, otherwise you will be sentenced to illegal entry. Wire saw that Tornadus had a special appearance, but at least his upper body was humanoid. He mistook Tornadus for an outsider. Why? Tornadus was stunned for a moment. Why would he have to pay Ace ancient coins? You know, he is a god, but even if it is not, it should not pay money. This is completely against the rules. This is one of the 11 crimes set up by Neil, god of the Sky Island. Don't be ignorant, or I will arrest you for obstructing official duties. Wire looked at Tornadus with a bad face. If an outsider dared to resist the law, they would have no tolerance for Tornadus. God Neil, what is that thing that dares to call itself a god? Tornadus looked at Will with disdain. In his opinion, this guy named Neil is too bold. He dared to call himself a god, but in his heart, only the father God Arceus and the beasts he created could be called gods. How dare you insult God? I will add another crime to you. Wire looked a little angry. I picked up the notebook and wanted to add another crime. But the next moment, Tornadus stopped by it and went directly to Weir. Tornadus directly released a strong wind around, and Veer was directly thrown by the wind and flew on the soaring in the sky. How dare you attack the guards of Sky Island? The 4 priests will not let you go. But Tornadus does so. It also allowed the other white berets to see Tornadus attack the Sky Island police. Immediately put harsh words on him, threatening Tornadus. But apparently they were threatening the wrong people. When they said this sentence, the bad-tempered Tornadus regarded them as enemies. Aircutter. Tornadus waved a sharp wind with his big hand, forming a series of wind blades and directly attacked these Sky Island guards. The wind blade formed by the aircutter was like a knife, directly piercing Nakajima's neck. 377. A guard who is still alive. Fear gradually appeared in the eyes looking at Tornadus. They have always lived on the empty island ruled by the god Neil. Under the rule of Neil, these gods' subordinates have superior rights. This also made them unexpectedly offend Tornadus. Just start killing. Not to mention that Tornadus could actually control the wind to kill people. He had never seen such a miraculous method. Click. Seeing that someone was still alive, Tornadus added another wind blade. He suddenly remembered the time when Father God revived him. But tell them to beat Neil. Completely occupy the empty island. Let Sky Island become the next stronghold of the Pokemon Kingdom. That is to say, these people in front of them are enemies of God the Father. For his enemies, Tornadus showed no mercy, just kill it directly. But the words and actions of these guards also completely angered Tornadus. Since Neil dared to call himself a god, that's the taunt to them beasts. This made Tornadus intolerable, while Tornadus was thinking about it. Suddenly there was a sound in the distance. Tornadus sensed it, and that was where the stone statue of Thundurus was. The stone statue of Thundurus is here. After a brief adrift, Tornadus came to the Sandian village. Here he saw the stone statue of Thundurus. Why does he look so like this idol? Really, go get Gamfor. A group of Sandians saw Tornadus coming. When I noticed that Tornadus was very similar to the statue on the stone statue, they went to find the former god Ganfor one after another. It was a long time before Ganfor came out, and beside him is the leader of the Sandia, War Ghost Vipa. Are you a god? Gamfor was startled when he saw Tornadus. Tornadus looks exactly like Thundurus in this stone statue? Only the tail is different. The Tornadus has a thick, winding tail. But Thundurus is a meteor hammer. Certainly, Tornadus admitted directly. This made Gamfor bow down to the ground. God, please help us defeat Neil. Ganfor is more than 60 years old. He has heard the legend of the gods for a long time. When he really saw God, the whole person is sincerely convinced, and wants to let God save Sky Island and defeat Neil. Let him regain the throne of God. Tornadus thought. ABCD, to agree after hearing this. After all, he was not happy with this self-proclaimed god Neil. But before he could respond, he heard Vipa's doubts. Ganfor, do you think he can really defeat Neil? After the war ghost Vipa saw the kneeling Ganfor, questioned Tornadus, who once believed in God. But with the belief in the gods from childhood to adulthood, there has never been a manifestation at all. And Neil has mastered the control of thunder, the ability to listen to the voice of the heart. This made the war ghost Vipa question the strength of Tornadus in front of him. Ganfor heard the voice of the war ghost Vipa. That's when I realized it. The god in front of him didn't show any strength at all. But he wants the other party to save Sky Island, which seems a bit difficult for others. Thinking that the god in front of him could not help, Ganfor's affection became much colder. Why don't you let him fight me, Munker G? Everyone screamed. They looked at a figure in the distance. This figure is obviously the strange Munker G, one of the future supernovas. The absolute powerhouse on the White Sea. He has a face with a smile all the time, and behind him are the unique wings of Sky Islanders. Wearing a large rosary on his body, he is very strong. The strange monk G came over, and he looked at Tornadus. He has challenged the strong on Sky Island all over the place. Only Tornadus, who was a god, he had never seen. Yerky is a militant. I hear he's killed several rivals already. Fight him and you'll be torn to shreds. The people of Sky Island were a little surprised to see Yerky coming in front of Tornadus. Yerky is not a place for you to run wild, show some respect to God. Gamfor looked at Yerky and reprimanded Yerky. Yerky ignored Gamfort, knowing that Gamfort was just putting on a show. As a militant, now that Gamfor prevented him from fighting. Then he will do it directly, eat me with a stick. Yerky's weapon was a massive 20-ton iron pillar. He swung directly at Tornadus. Boom. Empty. Surprise appeared in Yerky's eyes, but his mouth was still full of smiles. And he didn't know. The moment Tornadus shot, he had already come behind Yerky. This is Tornadus casting agility. Human beings cannot fight against God. Tornadus put one hand on G's back, and countless wind blades directly attacked G. Bang bang bang. Each wind blade cuts through the air to create sonic boom, which is the skill air slash. Karma. G touched the prayer beads on his body and shouted such a sentence. After finishing this sentence, the pain he suffered made him laugh even louder. This move can transform the enemy's attack into the power to strengthen the body. Ulky's muscles instantly swelled. You know, he will defeat the two 3-star powerhouses Charlotte Cracker and Charlotte Snug in the future. How could he be defeated because of a wind blade? Hurricane. Tornadus looked at Yerky with some surprise. He didn't expect that he couldn't defeat Yerky with one move of air slash. But since one trick doesn't work, let's try another trick. Boom. Hurricane spins Yerky directly over, soaring in the sky. Yerky was no longer able to attack Tornadus effectively. I lost. I am willing to serve your god. Yerky shouted a line and soaring in the sky. He is really convinced. The power of Tornadus. Let him directly choose to surrender. He is a monk who believes in the gods. If the god really exists, then he is a fanatic. Vipa should believe in the power of God. Gamfor looked at Weipa, a little bit resentful that iron could not be made into steel. Weipa didn't speak, but his eyes told everyone. He now believes in the god in front of him. Is the real god able to play G in the palm of his hand? It does have strength, but how can he alone defeat Ainil? You must know that Ainil has 4 priests and many gods guards. Although they can also join in, but the number is still far from enough. That's when Weipa was about to ask a question. The stone statue of Thunderous began to tremble. How is this going? How did the stone statue change? For a moment, the Sandias panicked at the stone statue. If not before Tornadus unleashes mighty power, they will only treat this fast stone as an ordinary stone. But after Tornadus unleashed great power, they can't think so. The huge rock in front of them is completely a real statue. Don't panic, it's just my other brother coming out. Tornadus looked calm and responded indifferently. Brother of the gods, isn't that also a god? The words of Tornadus made everyone even more surprised. Obviously, there are also gods in this huge rock. Boom. The stone statue exploded, revealing the full posture of Thunderous. A Thunderous with a tail resembling a meteor hammer, blue skin, and a different hairstyle from Tornadus appeared from the stone statue. The stone statue is alive. Vipa and Ashandia were immediately shocked. He didn't expect the stone statue to come alive in front of their eyes. It's just incredible. With the help of 2 gods, we will definitely be able to win this victory. Ganfort said repeatedly to the Sandia, we don't intend to help you in vain. Tornadus told Ganfort what he meant, and he had already sensed that Ganfort was not right. I didn't intend to help in vain, aren't you a god? A group of Shandians were stunned. They thought that Tornadus and Thunderous came here just to let the Shandians return to Angel Island and let Ganfort return to the god position. As gods, it should be reasonable for us to enjoy God's authority. Thunderous also learned everything from the communication with Tornadus. His character is even more domineering. In his opinion, since the empty island has the kingdom of gods divided by Ainil, then it happens to be the kingdom of God, divided into their Pokemon kingdom. As for these Shandia, including the people on Sky Island, they should stay in the White Sea. Instead of going to Bye High, which is 10,000 meters high. I also noticed that there is a breath of divine power fruit here. Thunderous, let's find it together. It is good. Tornadus sensed the breath of the divine treasure. Thunderous agreed. He began to search for devil fruits in the camp of the Sandians. After a search, they managed to find 2. This is not a god, it is clearly evil. Weipa was completely stunned, he didn't expect such a result. And Ganfort was completely dumbfounded. He did have selfish intentions, he felt that the god in front of him could help him take back the throne of God. But unexpectedly, this time it led the wolf into the house instead. Not only let the 2 gods Tornadus snatch the devil fruit, and also implicated himself. Let yourself be hated by the Sandians. This made Ganfort somewhat regretful. The Sandians and Ganfort want to fight back. But they find that Yerky has gone against them, during Yerky's fight with Tornadus. G surrendered at the feet of Tornadus, became Tornadus' top thug. See the 20-ton sledgehammer in Yerky's hand, they immediately extinguished their desire to resist. After all, let them fight Yerky, and I am afraid that they will die in 2 rounds. And it wasn't Yerky who died. Now, we should go to Bye High. After resting for a while, Tornadus discussed with Xiaoyun. Decided to go to Bai together. Bai is the domain of Thor I Neil. Compared with Bai, Neil's jurisdiction is extremely limited. Bai is almost all places that I Neil can govern. Has the ability of the heart network. I Neil can almost hear all of Bai's voices accurately. This also means that the possibility of their exposure is greatly increased. Especially Tornadus knew. When he set foot on the White Sea, he should have alerted I Neil to clearing away the guards of Sky Island. Urgi, you stay here, Tornadus thought for a while and planned to keep Urgi first. After all, the Sandia people were offended to death. If these humans cause trouble, they can be killed though. But flies are always annoying, aren't they? Okay, I will definitely not let God's plan be disrupted. Urgi later saw the power of Thunderous, the terrifying and destructive power of thunder. Make Urgi more convinced of the correctness of following the two gods. He swore to be faithful to the gods. Seeing that Urgi was so pious, the two of Tornadus nodded. Leaving here, set foot on Bai, and when they left, Harada and Ham had just arrived at the White Sea. When they saw Tornadus leaving with Thunderous, they froze. Although they saw another god, but no sooner had they arrived than Tornadus left. This is too ungodly. They clearly said yes and waited for them to witness it with their own eyes. What to do? Realizing being tricked, Ham looked at Harada. The direction that Tornadus and Thunderous are going is the Bai Sea. That's the real danger zone, the domain of Thor Neil. Of course I won't go. Are you still being treated like a monkey? Harada blew Lear angrily at Ham's words. I heard that there are two gods, don't you want to see them? Ham made up the knife. This. Herod directly pushed the opening device of the weatherboat. The scene suddenly became a real fragrance scene. He was indeed angry with the god Tornadus, but they also really wanted to meet the other two gods. Chapter 66 I Neil makes a move, Tornadus spirit beast form. Bai has arrived. Thunderous is no worse than Tornadus in speed. Together, the two mythical beasts came to Bai, an empty island at a height of 10,000 meters. Their purpose is to go to the island of gods, Apeado. They had asked Yerki clearly. Knowing that before rushing to Apeado, the island of gods, you need to pass 4 trials. They are the trials of the swamp, and the survival rate is only 50%. The trial of the ball, the survival rate is only 10%. The rope trial, the survival rate is only 3%, trial of iron, the survival rate is only 0%. These 4 trials are controlled by the 4 priests of I Neil respectively. They are Chief Guard of Kong and Nirvana, Sky Knight, Shira. Empty Stockist, Om. Mori's Enlightenment, Tornadus, Thunderous who knows all this. Intended to sweep through directly, they have already detected the location of the other 2 stone statues. It is indeed on the White Sea. They came to the first trial of the swamp. The survival rate is only 50%. The gatekeeper of this place is Nirvana. Nirvana with a spider head. He has 2 weapons, the blast shell and the marsh cloud. He directly threw marsh cloud, fling ancient Tornadus and Thunderous. This is what he wanted to test the 2 gods, Tornadus and Thunderous. But how could Tornadus and Thunderous, who are gods, allow mere mortals to test the gods? In the next second, Jetfangbai and Marsh Cloud were directly torn to pieces by Tornadus' strong wind. Not even a residue was left. Seeing this scene, Nirvana immediately understood that the 2 must be evil guests. Not someone who came to break through. No, there are foreign enemies invading. Nirvana shouted at the top of his voice. There are I Neil's heart network everywhere in Bai Island. He knew that Thor Neil would know about it, indeed, just as he thought. I Neil, the god of thunder, heard the cry of Nirvana. But he didn't care. If there was a little thing, he would have to take action. So what's the use of these 4 priests? He asked the other 3 priests to rush to the position of Nirvana together. Soon, Dawu, Shira, Om, and the 3 priests rushed here with a group of younger brothers. It was you who broke into our island of gods. Om looked at Thunderous and Tornadus with the long knife. His tone was somewhat rebellious, but in the next second, Thunderous summoned thunder that filled the sky. Headed towards Om's strike. Boom boom boom. Rays of lightning struck towards Om. Even if he had an iron whip and turned into a very hard cube to resist the thunder's attack, it was useless at all. And the iron whip is still conductive. This only allowed the current attack to be transmitted to Om's body. Bang bang bang. A series of explosions sounded. Directly let Om instantly lead the lightning into his body, killing him on the spot. This scene directly made the other 3 priests dumbfounded. How do you know Thor's moves? Isn't this the thunder and lightning that only any god can master? For a moment, the 3 priests looked at Thunderous in surprise. They found Thunderous somewhat mysterious. Thunderbolt. I Neil just lay down and wanted to hear if there was any good news. But when he learned that some of these enemies possessed only his unique lightning, he couldn't sit still. He wanted to see the creatures with his own eyes. See why they can unleash thunderbolts. I Neil turned into a natural lightning bolt and rushed towards the battle scene. And at the scene of the battle, the 4 priests had been taken care of by Tornadus and Thunderous. I saw that Thunderous issued the discharge skill. Countless currents are like spider webs, driving Nirvana and Dawu directly to thunder shock twitching on the ground. Nirvana has Pufengbei and Yunbei on her body, but the blast shell must be close to Thunderous to be able to use it. And he obviously can't do it now. Thunderous kept sending lightning bolts from a distance to strike them. There is no point in getting close to them at all. Daigo Mori is the priest who governs the trial of the ball. He has Shock Shell and Cloud Shell. The power of these shells is quite strong on the empty island. But it's not worth mentioning in front of the gods. Just when he was about to use Shock Shell on Thunderous, it was directly struck down by thunder after thunder by Thunderous. Until now, there was a burnt smell on his body, there was a stench. It is simply not a word that can describe it. And Shira on the other side was much worse than the two of them. Shira is the priest of the rope trial, and he relies on his Mount Sanjang now. Wants to attack Tornadus directly, but Tornadus has long been aware of Shira's intentions. Straight to the air slash. Cut off Shira's two arms one after another. Shira directly lost both arms, unable to move anymore. And Shira's Mount Sanjang now wants to come to avenge Shira. But the end was worse, it was directly divided into two halves by air slash. Blood flowed down the ground. The scum of the gods of Taunt deserves it. Tornadus said something to the four priests. In his opinion, these four weak chickens have simply tarnished the word God among the priests. I am God. Neil came directly to the battlefield with the thunder drum on his back. With a big wave of his hand, countless currents directly hit Tornadus. Boom. Tornadus subconsciously turned into a spirit beast form. Tornadus in spirit beast form is a bird of prey with an eagle-like image. It's just that his body color is green, and the outer ring of his wings and tail are purple. In this form his flying speed has been greatly increased. Even the recovery ability has been partially improved. Tornadus looked at Neil. Neil was shirtless to the upper body, wearing a white turban, and wearing knickerbockers. His earlobes were extremely long, and he was holding a golden rod in his hand. You can actually transform into an animal. What kind of creature are you? Neil looked at Tornadus and Thunderous. He was particularly curious about two creatures. After all, one can release lightning, and the other can transform into a spirit beast. Storm. Tornadus under the spirit beast contest condition directly flapped its wings. Countless gusts of wind blew directly on Neil's body. But Neil got out of the scope of the storm directly with an elementalization. This also prevented these gusts from the sharp blade normal from hitting Neil. We are divine beasts. At this time, Thunderous saw the needles and directly aimed at Neil with a lightning strike. It's just that his lightning is not enough on Neil's body. Thunder and lightning in Neil's body is like a mud cow entering the sea normal. It didn't work at all. Neil pushed the palm of his right hand down. God's punishment. During soaring in the sky, a huge thunderbolt suddenly poured directly towards Thunderous. This current column is more than 10 meters high. This electricity forced Thunderous transform into the beast form. Thunderous turned into a dragon floating in midair, the clouds under his feet shifted to his hands. Thunderous in this form is capable of storing large amounts of electrical energy. The electric current can also heal his injuries. God, there is only one God on this empty island, and that is me, Neil. Neil laughed wildly, then looked at Tornadus and Thunderous. I think your strength is very good. You're different from these wastes. Why don't you come and dominate the Sky Island with me, and become the servants of the gods? Neil looked at Tornadus and Thunderous, proposed what he thought was the perfect proposal. Boss, what about us? Yeah, what about us? Nirvana and the others were still breathing, when they heard that Neil actually wanted to give the four priests to Tornadus and Thunderous as them. Each of them barely supported themselves. They don't want to be replaced by Tornadus and Thunderous. Just you trash, it's useless to keep you, even this little thing can't be done well. Neil directly turned Nirvana into a scorched corpse with a thunder shock. What do you guys think? Neil looked at Tornadus and Thunderous. He thinks his idea is very good, but Tornadus and Thunderous. At the moment, he dismisses Neil. Our master is only Father God. As for you big-eared thief, don't even think about insulting our beasts. The two beasts plan to fight to the death. Tornadus in spirit form casts Dark Pulse. Thunderous in the form of a spirit beast used Shockwave. Tornadus, in the form of a bird of prey, spits out black shockwaves, and these shockwaves are aimed at Neil. Thunderous in the form of a dragon spit out spherical thunderspark waves, and these light waves went to tackle on Neil's body. How dare you call me a big-eared thief, you are courting death. Boom boom boom. Neil tapped the taiko drums on the left and right behind him 3 times in succession. 3 Thunderbirds and 3 Thunderbeasts were created from his drumming. The Thunderbird is like a falcon, and the Thunderbeast is like a wolf. 2 lightning creatures created by pure lightning power. Go straight towards Tornadus and Thunderous lunge. Tornadus in the spirit beast form and soaring in the sky was directly swooped down by the birds. Then the Thunder Beast firmly suppressed it, and the other Thunderous is not doing well. Although he can store electricity, the attacks brought by Thunderbird and Thunderbeast are not completely electric attacks. There's also physical damage, and even the fire from Thunder Shock. I hate it when people call me that. Neil looked fiercely at the Saiyanshin in the form of 2 spirit beasts. And outside the Sky Island, Harada and Ham have already arrived here. When they saw 2 gods killing 4 priests, they applaud the gods. Because these 4 priests help Neil to help the evildoers. Then I saw Neil coming. The situation became critical. First, 2 consecutive Tornadus, Thunderous lost, it directly turned into a spirit beast form. They have never seen this form. Just after they thought that Tornadus and Thundurus, who had become spirit beasts, could defeat Ainil. But I saw that even in the form of a spirit beast, Tornadus and Thundurus still lost to Ainil. Now he was directly crushed to the ground by Ainil. This put them in a dilemma for a while. What to do, Haradar? Shall we save it? Ham looked at Harada. Harada is also with a tangled look on his face. He knew that even if the two went to the rescue, they would still be delivering food. I'm afraid it wasn't enough for Ainil to be struck by lightning. But if you don't save it, this is a god, especially now that they have developed a strong interest in the gods. They want to know the real-life conditions of the gods. Help, we're dying anyway. Harada thought of his 60 or 70 years old. It was supposed to be dying, if you can save a god's life. It is not presumed that he lived a lifetime. Just as Haradar mustered up his strength, he brought his scientific equipment. When trying to rescue the two Saiyan gods, Ham patted him on the shoulder. Look, they seem to be calling for something. Ham looked at the positions of the two four-cloud gods. I saw two Saiyan gods in the form of spirit beasts calling. And not long after, Harada also noticed something was wrong. Wait, Lord Tornadus said that they have 4 brothers, the other 2 could be them. Harada looked towards the sky. There are 2 Saiyan gods rushing here. It also means they don't need to take risks. These 2 cloud gods will come to rescue Tornadus and Thundurus. This is a new monster. Ainil also noticed 2 creatures in Skyrim. These 2 creatures look very similar to Tornadus, Thundurus. But it is different. They are Landorus, one of the 4 cloud gods, and Love Cloud. 0 Landorus is yellow, with white hair and beard. He looks like an old man. Under his body is also a white cloud. He is muscular and his tail looks like a huge branch. Nostalgia Cloud is red, and his image is very different from other 3 clouds. His body is slender, resembling a woman, with a brown snake wrapped around his neck, and there are also clouds under his feet. The top is a white love hairstyle, another guy who calls himself a god. Ainil looked at Landorus and Nostalgia Cloud and soaring in the sky. The 2 clouds are traveling very fast. It didn't take long to come to Ainil. Ainil intends to repeat the same trick, and Ainil beats the thunder drum. Knocked 3 times each on the left and right, roared out his tricks. 30 million volt Thunderbirds, 30 million volt Ultralisks. Give it to me. With Ainil shouted. 3 more Thunderbirds and 3 Thunderbeasts condensed out from his Thunderdrum electric current. This time his targets are Landorus and Nostalgia Cloud. Thunderbird charged in front of Landorus. Landorus uses Stone Edge as a ground-type Pokémon. A building on the empty island was suddenly demolished to pieces. Then it turned into spears and stone thorns to stop Ainil. The electric current strikes in front of the stone wall composed of stone thorns. Not effectively, blocked directly by the stone wall. On the other side, Nostalgia Cloud played Iron Defense. An Iron Defense suddenly appeared in front of Nostalgia Cloud. Iron Defense blocked the horse's attack, and because of Thunderbird's offensive failure, the Thunder Beast was below, and he didn't make up the knife successfully. It can only gradually dissipate. These 2 gods seem to be stronger. Harada and Ham were a little dumbfounded. The attacks that Tornadus and Thundurus failed to block before were completely blocked by these 2 new gods. And it doesn't look like much effort. Is it possible that Ainil will lose? With only 1 breath left, Dawu looked at Ainil. Although Ainil is very unfeeling, but he knew that if Ainil died, he would never live again. And this violent movement also reached the ears of other residents in this region. In fact, they already knew. However, most of them dare not come to watch the battle. Only a small number of people dare to watch. They dare not speak, because Ainil has the ability of mind network. Once you say something bad about Ainil, you will definitely face the sanction of God. They can only make eye contact. Some people saw the whole process, and they wanted Ainil north. Even escape or die, because of the brutal rule of Ainil. Xinwang's Kwangkong Island surveillance. Let no one dare to speak directly. When it comes to Ainil's unpleasant words, then it is not far from the time of death, and he will be sent away as soon as the punishment of the gods is launched. It is precisely because of this that although the residents don't say anything, but on paper, there is no shortage of insults to this big-eared Thor. It actually blocked it. Ainil did not expect that Landorus and Yu Lianyan blocked his attack. This made his face look ugly. Now he is going to use his moves seriously. He struck the 2 thunder drums behind him with 2 drumsticks at the same time. Knocked 3 times in succession. 60 million volt Brontosaurus, see if you can stop it. With Ainil beating the thunder drum behind him, a thunder dragon instantly condensed into shape. Hundreds of meters in length. Chapter 67 Rayquaza Dragon Ascent, kill Ainil in seconds. The 3 Brontosaurs dashed towards Yulianyun and Landorus. Like 3 world-destroying dragons. In an instant, the entire Sky Island was illuminated by these 3 world-destroying dragons. 03L. With a loud roar, the Thunder Dragon bared its teeth and danced its claws, and rushed towards the 2 Saiyan gods. Armhammer. Landorus intends to use force to break force. A white airflow started to emerge from his arm and he punched the Thunder Dragon, creating the sound of sonic boom. Boom. Landorus's power is no match for the Brontosaurus' explosive power. In desperation, he could only turn into a spirit beast form. Landorus in spirit beast form looks like a tiger. With fierce eyes, rival will be more afraid of Landorus in the spirit beast form. On the other side, Nostalgic Cloud also ran into Thunder Dragon. But his strength is actually the strongest among the 4 cloud gods. Because he has special skills. Yangshan Storm. A pink beam of light attacked Aineal. The attack of Nostalgia Cloud is a spiritual attack. Countless peachy attacks headed towards Aineal. Yangshan Storm is full of energy of love and hate. Although Aineal relied on the extreme speed of the Thunderfruit to run a step first. But still disturbed. Thunder Dragon was directly disturbed to the point where it couldn't hit. This also caused Thunder Dragon's attack on Nostalgic Cloud to miss. Don't bother me. Aineal pressed his palm to his heart. He used electrotherapy. Under the effect of electrotherapy, his heart can be stimulated. Not only can it treat dying injuries, also keeps him on smelling salts. Go to hell with me. Aineal casts the Rice Wife, and a jet of electric current suddenly appears below the Nostalgic Cloud. This current directly shoots the Nostalgic Cloud to a height of several hundred meters. The current contains extremely high heat and terrifying power. In desperation, Lianyan had no choice but to transform into a spirit beast. His spirit beast form is a pink turtle. The snake around his neck became his turtle shell. Yun Duo became his 2-3-3 tortoise belly. Under this contest condition he cannot be harmed by powder attacks. I am the strongest. Aineal saw these 2 self-proclaimed gods. Also defeated by him, couldn't help shouting, but at this moment, Landorus couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. A melee attack was launched directly towards Aineal. Just like Tornadus' spirit beast form, the Raptor Eagle is good at speed. Thunderous' spirit beast form Dragon is good at air current attacks. The tortoise in the shape of a cloud spirit beast is good at defense. His Landorus spirit beast Tiger is good at melee attacks. He jumped 500 meters in succession and went straight to Aineal. But Aineal had expected it. The sanction of God was cast directly. Boom! A thunderbolt descended from soaring in the sky. Under the thunderbolt, it hit Landorus directly. The violent thunder is like a mountain pressing down on normal. Landorus was directly forced to lie down, but Landorus at the moment of injury also found the time. Used Fissure on Neil. Boom! Layers of clouds shattered where Aineal was, when he saw the impending rupture where he stood. He can only dodge elementalization, but at the moment when his elementalization ended, Tornadus, Thunderous, and Love Cloud all took action. Including Landorus, who was just seriously injured. 3 Pokemon in the form of Spirit Beasts launched an attack on Aineal. Storm. Tornadus in Spirit Beast form flew above soaring in the sky at an extremely fast speed. With the flapping of Tornadus wings, a hurricane was released towards Neil. That power is like a strong wind enough to destroy a town. The wind is full of sonic boom. Thunder. Thunderous in the form of a Spirit Beast, a minister floating in midair. A pair of paws are raised in the air. It's like Thor descending on normal. Thunderbolts struck Aineal precisely. Before the thunder arrives first. All I heard was a burst of thunder rolling towards Aineal. It's like God's punishment. Nostalgic Cloud in the form of a Spirit Beast saw the opportunity and released the exclusive skill Yangshan Storm. The pink peach-shaped attack went towards Aineal. Landorus in the form of a Spirit Beast added a blow to Stone Edge. Si and Shendu will wait and see their joint attack. You must know that this is the attack of the 4 gods. How could Aineal not die? Is Aineal dead? Harada looked at where Aineal was. When these attacks collided, thick smoke was produced. But he sees the blue flash in Neil's place. He suddenly had a bad feeling. No, he's still alive, Harada reminded Scientian loudly. But his reminder was too late. Boom! There was a violent explosion in this place. A large piece of Yundao collapsed in an instant. A huge blue spark Aineal appeared in front of everyone. It's very nice of you to force me to use this trick, but it also means you. In an instant, Aineal's whole body swelled hundreds of times and turned into a 100-meter titan. But in fact, it looks like an electric current that is surrounded by all the lightning in the body. This move is his trump card, 200 million volt Thor. Die to me. Aineal slapped the sentimental cloud with his palm. The huge thunder and lightning force directly caused Nostalgia Cloud to fall to the ground directly. Then came Tornadus in the air. Boom! They fell to the ground one after another. Aineal is almost invincible under 200 million volt Thor. Immediately afterwards, all the 4 cloud gods were slapped on the ground by his palm. There is no resistance at all. Is it still defeated in the end? The onlookers of Sky Island looked at this scene, knowing that these 4 guys who dared to challenge Thornil still lost. And Harada and Ham, watching this scene right now. The heart is also numb. They knew that even if they went out now, they would not be able to save the 4 gods. Aineal is strong now. How could they save the 4 gods? But at this moment, a purple light suddenly floated and soaring in the sky. The direction where the purple light shines is the temple of Aineal. Even Aineal couldn't avoid looking at his temple at this weird sight. But in the next second, he was completely dumbfounded. The stone statue has come back to life. Aineal never thought that the stone statue in his room would come back to life. And the dragon-like stone statue directly penetrated the temple and charged towards him. God soaring in the sky, Rayquaza. The four cloud gods shouted to Rayquaza in soaring in the sky, as if on a pilgrimage. This also let everyone know the name of the creature. Rayquaza. Dare to harm the beasts of our Pokemon kingdom, you should die. Rayquaza soars in front of Ineal under Raytheon contest condition. A pair of eyes, full of domineering look at the world. Pokemon kingdom. So what, you little bug? Ineal looked at Rayquaza, who was only 7 meters tall at the moment. It can be said that in front of Ineal, who is currently close to 100 meters. Just a little bug. Really? How about this? Rayquaza unleashes Mega Evolution. Under Mega Evolution, his height will be raised to 350 meters. I saw that Rayquaza's figure continued to grow, directly surpassing Ineal. And not only did his height increase, his appearance also changed, with more golden tentacles and sharp carapaces on his body. It actually became dozens of times bigger. Dawu looked at Rayquaza in disbelief. He didn't expect that the Mega Rayquaza in front of him suddenly became dozens of times bigger. This is impossible. Ineal's eyes widened. He didn't expect that Rayquaza in front of him was suddenly bigger than him. Hyper Beam. Rayquaza's mouth spewed out the fiery light beam of the giant star. The target of the beam of light is Neil, Long. The entire Sky Island was shocked by this beam of light. Because where the beam of light sweeps, where there is one less cloud, the light directly penetrates thousands of meters, and the entire Sky Island seems to be collapsing. Ineal wants to defeat Rayquaza as he defeated the four cloud gods. But in the next second, he just touched Hyper Beam lightly. The entire inflated body is like a deflated air balloon. The thunder and lightning dissipated in an instant. And he also smashed into his temple, smashed down the temple directly. Smashed it. I didn't lose, I still have the proverbs of the Ark. Ineal did not expect that he fell beside the Ark proverbs. This is his secret weapon, as long as there is enough power. Being able to escape to the moon is a treasure that can only be possessed by gods. And he can assist the ship to show the true power of the Thunder Fruit. Wanlei. Ineal has no plans to escape just yet. He wants to completely destroy Sky Island and Rayquaza in front of him. I saw that soaring in the sky was suddenly covered with thunderclouds. These thunderclouds looked like they were about to come. Start gathering on soaring in the sky. Boom boom boom. As the name suggests, Wanlei is Wanlei Pentium. I saw that soaring in the sky has 10,000 thunderbolts. It fell from the sky. Blast the Sky Island. It's not good, run away. Harada and Ham saw this scene. He quickly planned to escape here in a weatherboat. You must know that Ineal has a record of destroying Sky Island. He once directly destroyed his hometown, Sky Island Bika. Damn it. Ineal looked at Rayquaza. In his opinion, Rayquaza should have died under his thunder. But when he looked at Rayquaza again, only to find that Rayquaza had no effect. Lightning strikes his body, as if tickling. It is of no use. What kind of monster is this? Ineal was so scared that he almost wanted to flee to the moon. But he still couldn't bear to part with everything in Sky Island. In this case, this empty island will be destroyed directly. Ineal made up his mind, directly destroy a Payado directly. This time he used the last hole card of the Ark Proverbs. Ray welcome. A huge black ball lightning cloud appeared in a Payado. Covers the entire island. This directly made everyone in Bye Bye High see this scene. Is this the power of the gods fighting? Yerky was a little shocked when he saw this scene. No, it's Neil. Gamfor saw this black spherical lightning cloud. It quickly becomes clear that this is the work of Ineal. I heard that he destroyed his hometown Bika. Is he going to destroy a Payado again? Weipa looked at Bye Bye High. This incomparably terrifying power simply shocked him too much. If he went to Bye Bye High, there would be absolutely no chance of forcing Ineal to use this trick. No, his rival is not a Tornadus, but a dragon. Yerky sees both sides of the battle in soaring in the sky. Only then did he realize that Ineal's rival was not Tornadus, but a green dragon. That's called Rayquaza. They're the boss of the four gods, the gods of soaring in the sky. Harada and Ham just came down from Bye Bye High when he heard Yerky's words. Said directly, soaring in the sky god, Rayquaza. Suddenly, everyone was in awe. At this time, the Bye Bye Sea and Bye High Sea on the empty island swayed and swayed. They looked at Arpayado. Arpayado was directly torn by Rayquaza. Countless thunder fell on Rayquaza, but it didn't work at all. And Rayquaza is still gradually approaching Ineal. No, I have to escape to the moon. Ineal looked at Rayquaza, who kept rushing in front of him. This is the only Rayquaza who survived the blow of his Thunder Yang destroyer. He completely lost the will to fight, but full of fear. He wants to get out of here. Ineal put all the electricity in his body into the Ark Proverbs. Then the Proverbs of the Ark went faster than the speed of sound. Flying towards soaring in the sky, Ineal is running away. Rayquaza, god of soaring in the sky, has triumphed. No, Rayquaza is still chasing him. Many people in White Sea look to Rayquaza and Ineal in soaring in the sky. Yilong normal is like a life and death contest. This is the proverb of the Ark. Harada looked at the Ark Proverbs on soaring in the sky. This is the motto of Shenbing Ark handed down from ancient times. The speed exceeds 10,000 kilometers an hour. With this terrifying speed, almost no one can catch up. Harada doesn't think Rayquaza can catch up. Rayquaza caught up. Ham yelled loudly. What, actually caught up? Haradar took over the telescope and found that he had really caught up. And Rayquaza is still in front of Ainil. Rayquaza turned to look at Ainil. You know, he is a divine beast that has lived in the ozone layer for hundreds of millions of years, and hardly ever goes down. Now Ainil actually dares to run on soaring in the sky. This is simply a PK with him in what he is best at. What do you want? Ainil's whole body was nearly exploded under the pressure. But Rayquaza came out unscathed. Ainil dare not stop flying. He firmly believed that Rayquaza would not be able to hold on. I won't play with you anymore. Rayquaza flew 2,000 meters directly in front of Ainil. Then dive back. He used his exclusive skill, Dragon Ascent. This skill can crash anyone and anything. Just dive at high altitude. Does he want to release all the power for me on 5.4? Ainil did not expect Rayquaza to dive into his Arc Maxim from the high altitude. Didn't he know it would hurt both? Ainil sees Rayquaza getting closer and releases all the power directly. Unleash an electric attack on the oncoming Rayquaza. Boom. A cracking sound burst out and soaring in the sky. Ainil and Rayquaza both came to the ozone layer. But Ainil has lost his strength here. As for Rayquaza, it seems that he has returned to his hometown. Boom. Ainil's arc proverbs disintegrated directly. His body began to fall from the ozone layer. The body rubs against the gas. Ainil turned into a fireman, under the gaze of everyone in Bye High. He fell to ground. Seeing cannot live. This Rayquaza is too strong. Everyone in Bye High was stunned. They thought that Ainil would die. But I didn't expect Ainil to die like this. They looked at the battle between Ainil and Soaring in the Sky and Rayquaza, the god of Soaring in the Sky. I saw that Apeado was riddled with holes, except for some Xiaoyun. Most of the Apeado was blown up by Lei Ying. The final winner is obviously the beast. It's Tornadus. It's Rayquaza. The four cloud gods turned back into their avatars. They had left Arpeardo long before Ainil released Wan Lei. They didn't have any doubts that Rayquaza could take out Neil. You know, the title of Rayquaza, the god of Soaring in the Sky, is not for nothing. This is obtained by slaughtering one flying creature after another. The well-deserved king of Soaring in the Sky, however, their most important thing now is to collect magical treasures. Followed by building a Pokémon kingdom, they looked at the people in Bye High. With Rayquaza's deterrence, these people should not have the thought of resisting. Chapter 68 Kyogre, the capital of water, with the Jet brothers and sisters. After Rayquaza this battle, four cloud gods successfully occupied the empty island. They used their senses to search for days. 5 devil fruits were found in the Bye Sea. This can be said to be a huge sum of money, plus Sky Island has the golden city of Shangra. There are plenty of gold and golden clocks. After this trip, the beasts don't have to worry about Bailey anymore. In the void, Ron asked the beasts to send all the gold and devil fruits over the past few days. There are 8 devil fruits plus gold and golden bells. It can be said that it shocked him directly. Sky Island is indeed a blessed land without development. These treasures cannot be obtained in ordinary places. With so many devil fruits, after Ron sighed with emotion. Let the little beasts bring him beer. Ron drank to himself. Now the construction of the East Daxia Sea is also doing well. But Ron, who has 8 devil fruits, tries to feel the beast of the Great Root. He found that the Pokemon he could revive was the star-level Pokemon Kyogre of the City of Water. At the same time, it can revive Keldeo, the sacred sword warrior of the West Sea. And Lucia of the North Sea. Wait, that's it. Ron suddenly noticed a very familiar message. Hoopa. Ron noticed the traces of Hoopa, and Hoopa was at the Navy headquarters at this time. It's a pity that there are not enough devil fruits. Ron looked at the location of the Navy headquarters. Hoopa can summon all planet-level Pokemon to attack. Even used as a younger brother, so Hoopa's level is the universe level. It is on the same level as the 3 dragons of Tao, Phantom God of Another World, and Mewtwo Ren Pokemon. But it takes more divine power to revive them, requires 10 devil fruits. That is to say, if Ron wants to revive Hoopa, he needs to collect 10 devil fruits. However, Ron only has 8 of them now, and still on the way. Thinking of this, Ron decided to revive the 2 region-level Pokemon in the Water City first. As for Hoopa, he has seen Ace in Alabasta. Normally speaking, Ace should be caught by the world government soon. Then he can revive Hoopa and summon all his Pokemon in the top battle. Let the Navy CO1 to see the strength of their Pokemon kingdom. After trying to understand this point, Ron spat out a white light of recovery. The monsters of his resurgence this time are the Jet siblings Latios and Latias. 2 Pokemon are the fastest flying among region-level Pokemon. With a flying speed of Mach 4, it can drop nearly 5,000 km per hour. And all of them have Mega Evolution. Ron's breath of recovery surged from Soaring in the Sky. But he doesn't know. Smoker had already locked the Navy's warship lock on the position of the Light of Recovery in the East Daxia Sea. When they saw the direction of the recovery light, immediately called the Navy headquarters, Moses. After the phone bug dialed for a while, he successfully made a phone call to Warring States. Did the light appear again? Is the lock on position? Warring States saw that Smoker was calling. It soon became clear that it must have something to do with the Pokemon Kingdom in the East Daxia Sea. I asked the warship to chase the direction of the light. As for where the light came from, we also have a guess, probably in Windmill Village. Smoker said to Sengoku on the phone, Windmill Village. Warring States was a little surprised, and he looked at Garp who was also surprised beside him. The two looked at each other, speechless for a while. Marshal of the Warring States period, please issue instructions. Smoker stopped talking when he heard Marshal Warring States. Immediately asked. Rush to the side where the light appears, and contact Aokiji at any time. This time I will send Kuzan and Gion to track down the whereabouts of the light with you. Warring States thought about it and still didn't plan to send more people. There are simply too many Pokemon Kingdoms. After exploring, they found that there are also traces of the Pokemon Kingdom on the glaciers of the West Sea. This also led their navy to discover that there are Pokemon Kingdoms on the four seas. This also means that their navy and the world government. Before you know it, you've been completely surrounded by the Pokemon Kingdom. In this case, how can you make the entire navy dispatched? Go to Windmill Village to find information. In case at this time, the four emperors of the New World, or the Pokemon Kingdom steal the house. That would be too bad. Click. Sengoku hung up the phone. Looking at Garp, he even thought that the Pokemon Kingdom was a good thing Garp created. You know, Garp's hometown is in Windmill Village. Windmill Village has several guys who have caused headaches for the Navy and the world government. Today's Revolutionary Army Drago, and the Straw Hat Luffy who is now making trouble in the sea. These are dangerous characters cultivated by Garp. If it weren't for Garp's great military exploits and his old friends with the Warring States. Warring States must think that Garp is an insider. It has nothing to do with me this time. Garp glanced at Sengoku and shook his head. He will not take this blame before he meets the King of Sacred Pillars. He doesn't even know what the Pokemon Kingdom is. Then what happened to Windmill Village? Warring States sighed, and he looked at Garp with an expression that didn't seem fake. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand that the East Daxia Sea was the weakest sea. Why are there so many great characters? Garp and Drago are fine. Roger was also born in Donghae. Now there is a place that seems to be the headquarters of the Pokemon Kingdom. This also means that the rather mysterious father god among these beasts is likely to be there. An impromptu meeting ends. Sengoku left, and Cap was in a daze with a donut. Get it, I can secretly go to Windmill Village to find out, maybe Ho-Oh is terrible without the Holy Pillar King. Garp had the idea of sneaking back to Windmill Village. After all, although Luffy is no longer in Windmill Village. However, there are still many villagers he is familiar with in Fengshi Village, as well as his friend Dayton and others. He was a little worried about the safety of these people. At the same time, Smoker took Dosiki on the way to the water capital. And in the water capital, the Straw Hats came here. Luffy, is what you said true? Are there really beasts? Tony Chopper, the humanoid reindeer wearing a red hat, followed Luffy to the water capital. When he heard Lu Fei and others talking about the beast, and lightly heard that there is such a strong animal, his eyes light up. You know, Chopper who ate the common people's fruit. He also dreams of becoming a powerful reindeer man. Really, he returned the Raikou and defeated the dragon and killed the Captain Mouse. Nami recalled what she saw back then, killed Colonel Monka, destroyed the Navy branch. Sauron thought of Entei, destroy the Black Cat pirates. Usopp followed up, defeated Admiral Akainu. Luffy recalled that shocking change. Killed the Shichibumi sand crocodile. Robin stepped forward and said this. This is too powerful. I didn't expect that our animals can be so powerful. I, Chopper, must also become a creature like a beast. Chopper heard what these beasts did. A little surprised, a group of ember appeared in his eyes. This simply shocked him, the reindeer, beyond words. Chopper, let's go, the beasts are guys we can't afford to mess with. I heard they came out of the Pokemon Kingdom. Sanji was in a bad mood. He already knew the death news of Beihaijiaji, Iji, Niji, and Yangji. When it was learned that these were all killed by divine beasts. His mood is a bit complicated, although these people are very hateful. But it can't deny that they are Sanji's relatives. It can be said that Sanji's perception of the beast is not very good. Let's go, don't forget, we still have to repair the ship. Sauron followed closely. He also thought that now is not the time to play around. The melee has been severely damaged, and they need to find the most powerful shipbuilder in the water capital. Only in this way can the melee be repaired and continue to move forward. Everyone walked to the #1 dock. This is one of the largest shipyards of Carrera Shipbuilding Company in the water capital. Whether it is repairing ships or building ships, they are quite good. Luffy and others also came here admiringly. They came to dock #1 here. Straw Hat. Rob Lucci, one of the members of CP9, recognized Luffy wearing a straw hat at first sight. And the members of the Straw Hat Pirates around him. It's just that the current Straw Hat Luffy is still lacking in strength. The amount of reward offered is not high, and it took a lot of effort for CP9 members to lurk here. There's no point in exposing your identity for a Straw Hat Luffy. Boss, the woman next to him seems to be Luo Ting, the son of the devil. Huh? Really? Yamakaze Kaku, who is also a member of P9, reminded Rob Lucci. It was only then that Rob Lucci noticed Nicole Robin in black. You must know that Nicole Robin is the most wanted object by the world government. If Nicole Robin can be caught, it must be a great credit. Rob Lucci was moved. It's just that he is thinking about killing two birds with one stone. Robin can be caught without revealing his identity. Is there any ship repairer with the best skills here? Luffy went to Dock number 1 and asked about the ship repairman. He has already learned from Nami's mouth, only a good ship repairer can fix the Mary. When he saw that there were hundreds of repairmen in Dock number 1, he just wanted to find someone with excellent skills to repair the Mei. Luffy, do you know how much a good ship repairer costs? Nami heard Luffy's words behind her and couldn't help punching Luffy. You know, they didn't get gold from Sky Island, and they didn't even go to Sky Island. This also caused their Pele to be a little stretched. We have 5 bows, you just need to find them. A repairman motioned for Luffy and the others to look at Lucci and the others. The 5 major boatmen in the water capital are respectively Barry, Rob Lucci, Yamakaze Kaku, Bipley Lulu and Thales Stone. 2 out of 5 people are members of CP9. It can be said that Carrera has been infiltrated by CP9 and is riddled with holes. 5 foremen. When everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates set their sights on the 5 foremen, Robin's eyes suddenly turned strange. This man must be from the world government. Robin looked at Rob Lucci, and she was sure of it based on her intuition from her 20 years of fleeing career. This man is the man of the world government. Robin, who didn't want to drag down the Straw Hats, planned to slip away directly. Just at this time, a boatman casting a net suddenly yelled. Come and help me, I seem to have caught a big fish in my net. Fish. All the boatmen around looked towards this boatman. They are close to the sea and naturally catch some fish every day for lunch. It's just that he seems to have caught something heavy today, and he can't pull it up no matter how he pulls it. We're here to help. Suddenly, many fishermen stepped forward to help. Their thinking is very simple, they just want to do their best to exchange a bowl of fish soup for food. Is your net fish? Why is it so heavy? If it's a fish, it's probably a whale. Under the tug of all the crew members, the fishing net still didn't seem to be rising. As for the boatmen, they all wanted to give up, but at this moment, Luffy from the Straw Hat Pirates walked over. Let me help you. Luffy grabbed the fishing net and pulled it up. Soon the desire rose a bit. Come out. Luffy lost it. Boom. A loud bang resounded in front of everyone. What is this? It's actually a broken rock. Everyone saw that it turned out to be 2 stone statues. Froze for a moment, they quickly lost interest. Stones are of no use to them. Is this a stone statue of a mythical beast? Chopper couldn't help but say something. Since everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates told him about the experience of the statue, he has since become the Lostel younger brother of the beast. When he saw these 2 stone statues, there were 2 100 planes with normal wings. The neck is long like a strange creature. He recognized the stone statue as a stone statue of a divine beast. It's really possible. Nami nodded to Zoro and the others. Those who have been in contact with the beasts think that this stone statue may really be a god statue. Not far away, Rob Lucci also looked at the statue amidst their chatter. He also thought of the idol. To be precise, it's not just the intelligence personnel of his navy and the world government. Many of them have the idea of a god image, because world governments and navies are collecting idols. Being able to find the statue means that there is a lot of credit. But he thought of the credit and then looked at the Straw Hat Pirates again. His eyes wrinkled, he didn't expect it, just in that moment. Robin, the son of the devil, disappeared. At this moment, the Straw Hat Pirates discovered Robin's disappearance. One by one, they started looking for Robin in the water capital. Lucci, what should we do now? Kaku looked at Rob Lucci. He wanted to know Rob Lucci's current instigation. Notify the other members to search the whole city. Robin, the son of the devil, she can't escape. Rob Lucci said to Kaku. Yes, Kaku walked towards Snubble's bar. That was their CP9 base. Just like that, a group of people disappeared from the dock and went to the capital of water to find someone. At this time, Robin did not go far. At dusk, she returned to dock number 1. She was tired of living in hiding, in order not to implicate the Straw Hat Pirates. She wanted to choose to surrender, just when she was back at the dock. CP9 has already gone to find her in Mandaja, the city of water. Instead, she came to the safest place. Bored, she had no choice but to look at the 2 stone statues of divine beasts. She didn't believe everything the Straw Hat Pirates said. For example, the stone statue will be resurrected, or the incredible thing that the beast can defeat the admiral. Although she also witnessed Groudon slamming Shichibu Heike locked doll. But how can Kiwahai be a strong man at the level of admiral? The strength of the 2 is very different. You must know that the admiral is the highest combat power of the navy. How can the sea be suppressed without absolute power? Robin sat on the stone statue, and she planned to surrender herself when the people from the world government came tomorrow. But at this moment, Sun Dongguang hit her body. How can there be light? Robin wondered, but suddenly she realized that the light might not be shining on her. Instead, it was illuminated on the stone statue. Immediately afterwards, she saw that the soil on the stone statue began to crack step by step, exposing the delicate skin inside. The divine beast was actually resurrected in the stone statue. Robin was shocked by this miracle. At this time, CP9 was also attracted by this light. When they saw Robin, the son of the devil, close at hand, they scolded. Robin, the son of the devil, just catch him without a fight. Chapter 69 Smoblabla arrives. All-out battle. Here comes Gabra, Snuggle and Owl. The trio are members of CP9. Gabra is a devil fruit dog fruit wolf form fruit ability user. Has the ability to become a werewolf. Nugget is a CP9 combatant with a metal long spear in his hand, proficient in 6 styles and life return. The owl is also one of CP9, with a zipper in its mouth. What he is good at is shaving. The three of them approach Robin step by step. The owl even directly kicked out Lan's foot, wanting to make a head start. Robin dodged subconsciously. Boom! Lan's feet landed on the stone statue that had just woken up. Latias poked her head out and looked at the three of them. She was the younger sister of the Jet siblings, with a red body and wings like jet wings. Latias directly shattered the debris on the wings, glaring at the owl that had just slapped her skin. This can't be a divine beast. Owl panicked. He had heard the legend of the beast, especially the rewards issued by the world government. A divine beast has a reward of 300 million Baileys. The Latias in front of him seemed to him an invincible opponent. Fortunately, he is very good at shaving. Shaving should be able to dodge Latias' attack. What are you afraid of? It's just a divine beast. Don't we fight divine beasts? Gabra is the strongest of the three and is a devil fruit capable user. In his opinion, the beast in front of him is not necessarily an invincible target. As long as the strength is used properly, it can still be defeated. Why don't we inform Lucci and the others? Snuggle is a little nervous. In his opinion, it is best to inform Lucci and them to solve this matter. Otherwise, with their strength, it is definitely not the rival of the beast in front of you. A bunch of trash. Still have to look at me, Lanjiao Lone Wolf. Gabra gave the two of them a look of contempt. He jumped straight into midair and transformed into a werewolf stance. He used the move Lanjiao Lone Wolf. This is a derivative skill he developed through Lanjiao. A quick kick capable of kicking in a jumping manner. A blue arc of light was seen extending from his feet. Attack towards Latias. It's just an attack of a few tenths of a second. Too slow in Latias' eyes. But Gabra's taunt behavior completely d him off. Missed ball. Latias flew high above, soaring in the sky, spitting out a pink ball of confusion. It contains extremely high energy. In the next second, Gabra was in front of him. Hit directly towards Gabra. How is this possible, so strong? Gabra didn't expect Latias' attack to be so powerful. Even if he used an iron block, he couldn't defend himself. Directly from the body, blood clots and blood were scattered all over the place. This tragic sound appeared in dock number 1. The owls snuggled up to hear the sound enough to make their teeth grit. I was a little apprehensive. Gabra, who was stronger than them, was killed in one blow. How can they please? If Latias attacks again, wouldn't they have to die again? Snuggle can't stand the depressing atmosphere at first. Started towards Latias, unleashed his life return extension move. Life return, hair binding, snuggling up and picking up the metal pole, the hair on the head stretched and bound towards Latias' position. Once he succeeds, then Latias will be tightly entangled by this long hair. There is absolutely no possibility of moving again. Just the next second, Latias flew behind Nugget at Mach level speed. Launched an attack on the cuddling. Why is it behind? To the flustered group, he had no idea that Latias would appear behind him at this moment. Missed ball. Latias spit out a missed ball again and charged towards the snuggling body. Boom. Only a loud bang was heard. Nugget's head was directly smashed by this powerful force. Escape. I want to escape. The owl's scalp tingled when he saw this scene, knowing that he was the one who offended Latias in the first place. The owl is constantly shaving its way across the ground. The speed was so fast that afterimages appeared, but more than speed, Latias is the pro. Owl quickly found that no matter how fast he accelerated, Latias was always running ahead of him. Missed ball. Latias hits the owl with another missed ball, a precise lock-on. Directly kill the owl with one blow, then he returned to Dock 1. Robin looked wary. She had just seen the scene where Latias violently killed several CP9 members. She crossed her hands, as if that was the only way to reassure her. It's just that Latias didn't mean to come to her. Instead, it was leaning on another stone statue that hadn't yet awakened. It seems that he wants the stone statue to wake up sooner. Robin, you are actually here. We have been looking for you for a long time. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates also saw the light of recovery that had just appeared. They also came to the dock. Robin was seen in the distance. Could it be that you killed all these people? When Usopp saw the dead body beside him, he was a little flustered because of his timid nature. It wasn't long before he joined this pirate ship. When seeing corpses on the ground, his first thought was that Robin had killed these people. After all, Robin is a devil fruit capable user. No, Miss Robin wouldn't do such a thing. Sanji was the first to refute the past. The others looked at Robin. They also want to know who killed these people. Robin didn't say it was killed by a divine beast. After all, if it weren't for her, these people wouldn't bother Latias. For a while, the situation froze here, until a voice shouted from the scene. I killed it. Latias looked at the Straw Hats, and she even thought that they were with CP9. Directly released mist bombs to attack Luffy. Boom. Luffy used the ductility of the rubber fruit to jump tens of meters to dodge Latias' attack. You are mistaken. After seeing this scene, Robin knew that Latias had been misunderstood. Directly use Wawa fruit to form a wall to block the two of them. Latias looked at Robin. I want to hear her explanation. With Robin's explanation, Latias and the Straw Hat Pirates reconciled. And as Robin confided, only the Straw Hats knew that these people belonged to the world government. Moreover, Robin still has such a tragic life experience. The hometown was once ordered to slaughter demons, and the whole country was destroyed. The world government is a bunch of bastards. Robin, we will help you retaliate. Luffy said without thinking. After hearing this, Robin suddenly turned from tears to laughter. Although she doesn't believe that Luffy has this ability. You know, the one chasing and killing them this time is the General Aokiji. The general with the terrifying frozen fruit ability. Just when the Straw Hats wanted to ask Latias something, there was a sudden buzz and soaring in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a space was instantly opened. Straw Hat Boy and the Beast. This is the ability of Snubble Nomenman Fruit. It was Snubble who opened the door first, followed by Smoker who was promoted to Brigadier General. Smog. Luffy looked at Smoker and was stunned, while the expressions of the other Straw Hats were also slightly nervous. The powerful force Smoker displayed last time is still taking root in their hearts. At that time, Smoker only relied on the power of the smoke fruit. Just control Luffy, Sauron, Bucky, and Alrita. Fortunately, I haven't encountered it since I left the Great Route. Did not expect to meet here. They're all dead, Lion Snuggle, Otana Owl, Gabra. Snubble looked at ground instead. At this time, there's the corpse of CP9 on the ground. He froze for a moment when he saw the corpses. He didn't expect that in this short period of time, 3 of their CP9 members died. Did the Straw Hats do it? Kaku walked out from the space of Menmingguo. He looked ugly. He sensed that there was something wrong in the white light area and happened to meet Smoker. Since Smoker also needed it, he asked Snubble to bring him and everyone in CP9 back. That's when he realized that all 3 CP9s had been killed. He has a very good relationship with him, so he naturally wants to find the murderer retaliate. It seems that the identity cannot be hidden. Rob Lucci saw that Kaku had revealed his identity. Then there's no point in pretending anymore, aren't you, Day Foreman? Luffy was a little dazed when he saw Kaku and Rob Lucci coming out of another space of the door fruit. He had no idea that the 2 former foremen would now come out with Commodore Smoker. Stupid Luffy, they are obviously members of CP9. But Luffy's head is one-sided, Nami and the others are different. Quickly reminded Luffy. That's it, only then did Luffy realize that Rob Lucci was also their enemy. Quick battle. Rob Lucci saw that there were no residents around. But he also knew it would come sooner or later, immediately shouted to Kaku to let him fight quickly. It is good. Kaku directly picked up the dual knives and activated the Devil Fruit ability. Kaku is a Neoniu Fruit Giraffe form ability. He transformed into a giraffe form, becoming an upright walking giraffe. Holding 2 knives in hand, he attacked Sauron, Lanjiao, Vortex White Blade. With the blessing of Kaku's double knives and Shanglan's feet, he directly launched a 4-knife attack. Like a vortex, it turned into a large drill bit and attacked Sauron. 3-sword-style Demon Slash. Sauron drew out Yukino, Sandai Kidoru, and Dao Yuan 3 swords. He used the 3-sword-style sword technique Ghost Slash. The 2 sides fought back and forth. It's just that Sauron doesn't know about Kaku's Lanjiao swordsmanship. Fell into a disadvantage in the battle. Straw Hat Luffy, then I'll take care of you. Rob Lucci is the captain of CP9's team. The strength is extremely powerful, and he directly exerts the power of the animal department, the cat fruit, and the leopard form. Turned himself into a half-orc, then he rushed directly to Luffy. Using the malleability skill he learned through the finger gun, the flying finger gun, pulls. I saw the nails in his hand pop out like missiles. It was directly inserted into Luffy's lower abdomen. Luffy's blood spilled from his stomach. Before Luffy opened the second gear, it was not rival to face Rob Lucci. Sanji wanted to rush up and attack directly, but the next second. He was sanctioned by Smoker. White Horacio. Smoke's whole body turned into smoke and spread to where Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper were in front of him. In the next second, the smoke solidified into substance. The 10 hands that were finally repaired in his hand stabbed directly at Chopper. Chopper instantly lost his ability to fight. Halushi directly let Chauba lose his strength. Smoker threw them all to Snubble and the Marines he brought with him. Is this the power of the natural fruit? Smoker's battle made both Rob Lucci and Kaku look sideways. They didn't expect the natural fruits to be so powerful that they knocked down 3 of them. Smoker looked at Nami's Robin, who was restrained by Snubble and others. Eventually he went to Latias. In his opinion, mythical beasts are the most difficult rivals to deal with. Compared with the mythical beasts, Luffy's pirates are nothing short of mob. Smoker's palms were sweating. Thinking of the last time, the beast called Ho-Oh, the Hammer Red Dog. He was nervous about this fight with Latias. In the end, he broke through the psychological pressure. Take the initiative to shoot Latias, White Horacio. Smoker wanted to deal with Latias the same way he did with Sanji and the others. But that's when he turned into smoke and tracked Latias. Surprisingly, however, Latias' speed was so fast that he couldn't catch it at all. 10 times faster than his smoke, Dragon Breath. Latias spat out Dragon Breath, and a beam of blue light shot towards Smoker. Smoker had to back away. He was still impressed with Ho-Oh's moves last time. He elementalized to the side to avoid the sharp edge. Is this the power of the beast? Chopper lay weakly on the ground. He had recovered a little from Smoker's sea stone attack. When he saw Latias exhale dragon breath, Smoker had to flee in a hurry. It made him feel envious. Can't help sighing, if only he could become such a powerful animal. White smoke launcher. Smoker was only retreating strategically. He spotted Latias' attack gap. The white smoke launcher was used. I saw a burst of white smoke shells violently shooting towards Latias' body. Bang bang. Jiao hao. Bang bang. It's just that no matter how powerful the attack is, it's still useless. But Smoker was more than surprised, because the Latias in front of me is gone. It was gone in the blink of an eye. Could it be? Smoker suddenly felt a cool breeze in the back of his head. He turned to look. Latias stood imposingly behind him at this moment. Dragon Pulse. Ripples of light emerged from Latias' throat, and these ripples of light directly bombarded Smoker in the direction. Smoker was instantly dragged by this force for hundreds of meters, and finally crashed into a city wall. The sound instantly alerted the security of Dock No. 1. He sounded the alarm. In an instant, Bingshan, the boss of Carrera Company, also arrived here shortly after receiving the call. And this noise also attracted the surrounding residents, including his junior shipbuilder Frankie. What's wrong? Rob Lucci, Kaku, they are so good at fighting. Bingshan recognized Rob Lucci. To be precise, he recognized his outfit and the white dove on his shoulder. He soon understood that Carrera had spies. What kind of creature is this? Frankie is curious about Latias. He didn't expect such a strange creature to exist in the world. You don't need to hide your identity, Khalifa, you also come up to help. Rob Lucci didn't expect his identity, which had been lurking for 5 years, to be exposed in this way. This made him hate the beasts and the Straw Hat Pirates. He directly exerted 12 points of strength. Landfoot Leopardtail. Rob Lucci kicked Lanjiao Leopardtail. This attack directly hit Luffy, but Rob Ludge didn't give up, and then he used the finger gun, and made a second blow to Luffy and successfully knocked Luffy away out. The same is true for Kaku, who defeated Sauron with the Hazefoot, Kilin Shigur. With the arrival of Khalifa, the number of CP9 in the Navy increased. The atmosphere suddenly became bad. Chapter 70 Kyogre makes a move, defeats Aokiji, and floods the city of water. Which side looks like it's going to win? It must be the Navy's side. Navy numbers are much larger. The residents looked at the battlefield in confusion. At this moment, the capital of water is divided into 2 sides. On one side are CP9 Rob Lucci, Kaku, Khalifa, Snubble, and a group of naval soldiers with guns who just defeated the Straw Hat Pirates. On the other side are Nami, Robin, and a mythical beast. The rest of the people were a little out of breath. They are staring at each other. Second Flower Vine. Robin folded his hands and closed his eyes tightly. Immediately afterwards, 2 hands grew out of Khalifa's body, which stuck her joints. Death means gun, whip. Khalifa did not catch her without a fight. As a CP9 agent, she also has her own unique skills. Her fingers turned into springs and directly attacked Robin's hand in a strange posture. Fick. Robin had to let go of his hand in pain. Even the secretary is also a spy. Bingshan was stunned. He didn't expect that even the secretary was also a spy of the world government. Just at this time, Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Snubble took a beating on Latias. However, they haven't waited for the beating to proceed. Another statue shattered. A blue mythical beast appeared inside. Latios, the big brother, came out. Human, you dare to touch my sister. There is not much difference between Latios and Latias. The biggest difference is that the body is not red but blue. His eyes are much colder than those of Latias. When Latino's eyes fell on the 3 of Rob Lucci, they felt tremendous pressure. Boom. Latios unleashes Psychic. Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Snubble immediately felt tremendous pressure. Escape. This idea suddenly appeared in the hearts of the 3 of them at the same time. Snubble hurriedly opened the space door and wanted to leave through the space door. But in the next second, he surprisingly discovered that Latios blocked the space door. And used Zen Headbutt on them. Boom. It was as if the 3 of them had been hit on the head by a giant hammer. A little groggy, and Latias on the side also approached the 3 of them. Latios 2 mythical beasts. 1 person, 1 shot, Dragon Pulse sent all 3 of them flying. Along with Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Snubble were pinned down. Luffy and Zoro rescued Chopper, Sanji and others from the Navy. This is too powerful. Chopper's eyes were shining with golden light, the performance of 2 divine beasts. Let him pat his thigh directly and feel the excitement. Boom. Rob Lucci and 870 people crashed directly into the cabin. The entire cabin was shattered. The battle was won by these 2 flying creatures. What kind of flying creature is a mythical beast at a glance? The residents talked a lot, because of the reward order issued by the Navy. This led to a lot of people getting to know the Pokemon Kingdom. Know the existence of the beast. After all, each one is worth 300 million bounties. Such a terrifying number. How can people dare not be shocked? And right now it's off the island. A man and a woman came to the water capital on a warship. Boom. The explosion sound from the water capital reached their ears. Looks like a fight has started, Lieutenant General Guillaume. Then it looks like we have to hurry up, Lieutenant General Dalmesia. One man and one woman are Admiral Candidate Gion, and the other is Lieutenant Admiral Dalmesia. Unfortunately, General Qingqi hasn't arrived yet, otherwise our power will be able to annihilate these divine beasts 100%. Lieutenant General Dalmesia has some regrets. Aokiji is one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. Guarding the New World all the year round, he came a little later than them. This made Dalmesia a little regretful, but to hear such a fierce fighting sound. He was already furious and wanted to attack the beast. You know, this time he took the initiative to ask Ying to come to the capital of water to perform a mission. Not for other, just to retaliate for his former teacher, Zephyr. With the warship docked, the people on the island were instantly shocked. You know, this is a vice admiral, amazing character. It is rare to see a general, but this does not mean that the lieutenant general is easy to see. There are dozens of lieutenant generals in the Navy. That means each one is a big shot for water capital. Admiral of the Navy is here. When Bingshan received the news, he froze for a moment. He didn't expect that the Navy will come. This is something he didn't expect. He hurriedly wanted to go forward to greet him, but the 2 vice admirals ignored the iceberg. They came this time to carry out important things. The purpose is to destroy or capture the beast. Your divine beasts. Gion looked at Latios and Latios. There was some splendor in her eyes. She didn't expect that the beast was not as ugly as she imagined. On the contrary, it looks a little nice. Who are you? The Navy? Latios asked Gion back. It seemed to him that Gion did not respond to their words. They don't have to respond to each other's words. I am Vice Admiral Momotusa, Gion, of the Navy headquarters. When Gion heard what Latios said, he responded directly without hesitation. Gion, could it be that the map is waiting to be returned? Who else but her? When the people of the City of Water heard the name of Gion, they were shocked. It is possible for a general candidate to become a future general. And the person in front of him was a beautiful woman. In other words, the Navy is likely to usher in a female general. Alternate general. Robin was a little flustered after hearing this. She didn't expect that even the alternate general would come this time. In her opinion, the 2 mythical beasts should not be the rival of the general candidate Gion. Vice Admiral Dalmesia. Dalmesia saw that everyone was discussing Gion. Also revealed his own name, another lieutenant general. Bingshan did not expect that 2 lieutenant generals would come to the water capital at the same time. Frankie didn't expect that there were actually 2 high-ranking officials of the Navy here. The Pokemon Kingdom beast Latios, the Pokemon Kingdom beast Latios. Latios saw that the other party reported his name, so he simply revealed his name. Latios saw that the big brothers had signed up, so he just followed suit. Sure enough, it's a mythical beast from the Pokemon Kingdom, so it seems I've found the right person. Dalmesia looked at the 2 divine beasts, feeling rage in his heart. Without saying a word, he directly used the fruit ability. Transforms himself into the humanoid form of Dalmatians. This is precisely because he is a devil fruit ability user of the animal department, dog fruit, common species, and Dalmatians. Shave. Dalmesia is more expertly shaved. The speed was also faster, and he appeared in front of Latios in the next second. A pair of clawed hands reached directly towards Latios. Latios unleashes the Dragon Pulse and it's a close tie with Dalmesia. This is too impulsive. Gion glanced at Dalmesia. She was a little displeased with Dalmesia's style. But Dalmesia has already made his move, then she naturally has to make a move. She drew her sword, Kimpira, and engaged Latios in battle. At first she was able to gain the upper hand, but after Latios showed his speed advantage. Gion's attack has no advantage at all, but this attack is simply an incomparably gorgeous dance in the eyes of Sauron and others. Countless lights and swords appeared in midair. Zoro could only vaguely see the trajectory of Gion's sword. And this is in the eyes of ordinary people, but after image normal. It doesn't look like Gion is wielding a long sword and soaring in the sky. Even Gion's body shape can be seen, armed color hardening. Gion's swordsmanship has reached the level of a great swordsman. The Jinpaluodu in his hand was covered with a layer of black film, reaching the level of a black knife. Coupled with the power of armed color hardening, Gion waved the Kimpira directly towards the test. Latios struggled against Gion under such a contest condition. He used Mega Evolution. The color of Latios' entire body turned purple and his volume became larger. From 2.3 meters to 23 meters, the strength is also different from before. Latios under the Mega Latios contest condition. At this moment, he has the strength to crush Gion. And Latios on the side saw the evolution of Big Brother Latios Mega. He also carried out Mega Evolution decisively. He also grew tenfold in size. It's just that the female Latios is smaller than the Latios. Only 1.4 meters Latios that evolves into Mega Latios. The figure has changed from 1.4 meters to 14 abia meters. The power has also skyrocketed many times. Dalmesia in front of him has been able to suppress Latios with shaving and armed domineering from before. In the blink of an eye, it became Mega Latios completely suppressing Dalmesia. Even Latios see courage Mistball to attack Dalmesia. Mistball is an exclusive skill of Mega Latios, has his strongest attack power. Boom! Dalmesia was safely under attack by Mistball. His moon step directly fails. Mega Latios hit Mistball, smacked down directly from the air and fell to the ground. A piece of the hit chest was directly dented, vomited blood. Pure light. After Megalodios saw her sister succeed, he didn't hold back either, directly used his skill Pure Light. A blue light directly attacked Gion. Megalodios kicked hard. Gion flew upside down. It fell straight down from midair. This mythical beast can actually transform. This transform contest condition is simply amazing. The body swelled 10 times. How did they do it? Usopp, Chopper, and Luffy of the Straw Hats had a discussion. In particular, transform is discussed. Chopper also showed off his transform contest condition. Just compared to the Latios siblings in Soaring in the Sky, their transform contest condition can be said. Not worth mentioning. Not even Latios' toes could touch it. By the way, do you feel that it's getting colder and colder? Really? Usopp chatted with Sanji, and they soon saw the water capital that was freezing rapidly in the distance. This is Admiral Aokiji, he is here to catch me. There was some fear in Robin's eyes, but she did not choose to run away this time. She knew that there was no room for escape in front of Aokiji. As for why he was able to escape last time, maybe it was just because he was let go. Admiral, Aokiji. Hearing Robin's words, Luffy and Zoro looked towards the edge of the water capital. It was found that a man walking on the sea was indeed walking towards the capital of water. With every step he took, a layer of ice crystals appeared on the surface of the sea. Fully covered, he wears a green eye patch on his forehead, and his face looks like he is always sleepy. Everyone's eyes shrank sharply when they saw this man. Aokiji wearing an admiral's coat, not a character to mess with. Ice Ball. Aokiji jumped into the air. With a right hand, 5 icicles over 100 meters were released directly towards Megalodios. Fortunately, the two Pokémon are extremely fast. Dodged the icicle directly at Mach level speed. All the people and objects behind him were destroyed by the icicles. The navy or buildings that came into contact with were all frozen into ice sculptures. The strength of Admiral Aokiji. Under this trick, it has been vividly displayed. But at this moment, the entire water capital began to shake violently. How is this going? It seems to have come from underground. Could it be that there's something underground? Everyone panicked, because the shock was too great. It was as if the entire water capital was shaking. The entire island seemed to be collapsing in the next second. Only Megalodios and Megaladius looked calm, because they have already noticed it. Planetary Pokémon Ancient Pokémon Kyogre is about to be revived. The city of water is sinking. A whole third of it was swallowed by the ocean. Aokiji no longer has the mood to destroy Megalodios and Megaladius. He is wary of the bottom of the sea, the place where this vibration is generated. There was a freezing power in his hands. Just wait for the moment the creature jumps out of the water. Then freeze him. Boom, in an instant, the frozen thousands of miles of water surface of Qingqi was directly shattered. Countless ice crystals were blasted into the air. It's like it's raining hail. A huge blue creature soared out of the water. But this creature looked like a whale. It has a length of 300 meters. It's a giant sea beast. He is the ancient king of the sea, Kyogre. As he rushed out of the water, huge waves burst out from the water. Heading towards the capital of water, Baby Mouth. Aokiji saw this frightening sight. An icebird fly with a length of 100 meters was released from his hand. Shoot towards Kyogre. Organ Pulse. Kyogre waved his wing like pectoral fins directly, shooting out 4 beams of pure light. This is his exclusive skill, has a very strong power. Bombed directly towards the icebird and the green pheasant. The light beam, which is tens of meters thick and thousands of meters long, is divided into 4 beams that precisely penetrate the icebird of the green pheasant. Then bombed directly at the green pheasant. Boom. Aokiji protected his body with armed arrogance, but was still directly pierced through the abdomen by the light beam. After flying several hundred meters, it fell into the bottom of the sea. And with the exit of the green pheasant, the huge wave of 10,000 meters set off by Kyogre hit the water capital directly. In an instant, all the houses were overturned by the huge waves. Those with the fruit ability lose their strength instantly. Even the entire water capital has directly dropped by half its height. Is this God's punishment? Help! This shocking wave made everyone look at Kyogre on Soaring in the Sky. Kyogre's 300-meter posture is exactly what his primal reversion looks like. He glanced indifferently at the humans on the ground. It's just something he did casually. He is Kyogre, king of the sea. Is this an existence that the Navy can resist? Gion was finally rescued from the sea. When she saw Kyogre and Soaring in the Sky, she couldn't help asking such a question. The huge waves of 10,000 meters directly woke her up. At this moment, everyone saw a divine beast capable of destroying the world appearing on Soaring in the Sky. They were shocked that this mythical beast could fly as a sea creature. Shocked by the great divine power of this divine beast. There are also old people who found his footprints in ancient myths and legends. He is king of the sea, Kyogre. As the legend was read by everyone, people in the entire water city could hardly forget it. Once upon a time, there was such a beast here, king of the sea, Kyogre. Chapter 71. The world government issued a reward again, the big news that shocked the world. 20 days later, the news that the water capital was half submerged naturally couldn't be hidden. All the powers in the whole world already know that Kyogre, the king of the sea, has defeated Aokiji. No matter the new world, the great root or the 4 seas. And this incident has also made the Navy's attitude towards the Pokémon Kingdom gradually worsen. The Navy is no longer taking a hands-off approach to the Pokémon Kingdom. The bounties of some Pokémon have been increased again, and new Pokémon bounties have been added. And declare the Pokémon Kingdom the greatest hazard in the world. Divine beasts are the biggest threat that can destroy the world. Father God, a mysterious figure, and the suspected creator of the Pokémon Kingdom, is offering a reward of 3 billion Baileys. Those who provide information and confirm the news can get 500 million Baileys. Cobalion, the mythical beast of the Pokémon Kingdom of the West Sea who claims to be the sacred sword warrior, occupies the ice continent, and offers a reward of 300 million Baileys. Terrakion, the mythical beast of the Pokémon Kingdom in the West Sea who claims to be the sacred sword warrior, occupies the ice continent, and offers a reward of 300 million Baileys. Virizion, the mythical beast of the Pokémon Kingdom in the West Sea, which claims to be the sacred sword warrior, occupies the ice continent, and the group reward is 300 million Baileys. Zapdos, a member of the Pokémon Kingdom in the North Sea, once defeated the Vince Moke family, and offered a reward of 500 million. Articuno, a member of the Pokémon Kingdom in the North Sea, once defeated the Vince Moke family, and offered a reward of 500 million. Moltres, a member of the Pokémon Kingdom in the North Sea, once defeated Vince's Moke family and offered a reward of 500 million. Latios, who once defeated Vice Admiral Gion, offered a reward of 1.2 billion. Latios, who once defeated the Vice Admiral, was rewarded with a reward of 1 billion. Groudon, who once defeated King Shichibu Heike Lokdar, offered a reward of 1.5 billion. Kyogre, who once defeated the General Aokiji, offered a reward of 2.2 billion. With the issuance of the reward amount, it directly frightens all the forces of the Great Root. These rewards are too high. Moria looked at the Navy's reward newspaper. Combined with the previous rewards of the Pokémon Kingdom, the overall summer reward amount of the Pokémon Kingdom has exceeded 10 billion Baileys. Moving towards 20 billion Baileys, this is the size of the entire 4 emperors. And the reward for being the father of the mysterious man is 3 billion Baileys. This has surpassed the Emperor's deputy by a lot. Father God, is it Arceus that Nami said? Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was a little shocked when they saw the reward. Because the Straw Hat Pirates also have Chopper, Robin, and Luffy as 3 Devil Fruit capable users. Under the rescue of Sauron, Sanji and others, they managed to survive in the water capital. They guessed that this mysterious person should be Arceus mentioned by Raikou. This information is worth 500 million Baileys. Usopp was a little surprised. 500 million berries was a lot of money. You are not allowed to inform the Navy, otherwise I will really beat you. Nami came out from the cabin and said with a threatening face. She will not let down Raikou's trust, because of Raikou's appearance. Only then did Kokoja village be rescued from the dragon. Usopp won't talk anymore. Usopp, if you dare to speak nonsense, I will definitely beat you up. Chopper won't let you go. Seeing Nami approaching with a fist as big as a sandbag, Sanji, Ba and others were all in a hurry. He hurriedly grabbed Usopp so that he would not say such misleading words. And this turmoil has also caused the forces of all parties in the Great Airline. Realize the power of the Pokémon Kingdom. Unexpectedly, there are Pokémon Kingdoms all over the world. What kind of creatures are they? Hawkeye looked at his black knife with sharp eyes, and he had a premonition. They will soon meet these beasts. Does it have bases all over the world? The territory is larger than that of Nine Snake Island. Boa Hancock looked at the beast information on the news. When she saw that there were bases all over the world, and the scope is not small, she was a little shocked, and when they had expanded their territory to the Great Root, and has a lot of territory power, it just shocked her even more. I don't know if they will be afraid of the Tianlong people? Hancock looked at the intelligence of the Navy, which already regarded the Pokémon Kingdom as the biggest threat, even more important than the Revolutionary Army. This sentence is somewhat relieved. There is no need to refute the fact that the Navy is the running dog of the Tianlong people. In her opinion, the Pokémon Kingdom already has such great power. Then it is possible that they will not be afraid of the celestial dragons. But this is still an unknown to her. Father God, the Pokémon Kingdom, is another amazing force. Rayleigh, who was hiding in the Chambord Islands, saw information about the Pokémon Kingdom. Can't help being surprised. He never imagined that the Pokémon Kingdom would cause such a big disturbance on the Great Root. It actually let a divine beast forcefully defeat Admiral Aokiji. You know, this is the facade of the Navy. Even the 4 kings of the sea, no one dares to say that they can defeat Admiral Aokiji 100%. But the Pokémon Kingdom did just that. With the help of a whale-like beast, it is easy to do it. Thinking of this, Raleigh was a little shocked. I hope that as long as the beasts don't come to disturb my retirement life. After a long time, Raleigh put down the newspaper. In his opinion, no matter how fierce the beasts are, so what? Just don't come to disturb his retirement life. That's even going to the Navy headquarters, it has nothing to do with him. But Rayleigh still had hope in his heart. The beast can overthrow the Navy, and more importantly, overthrow the Tianlong people behind him. Rayleigh in the Chambords has seen too many tragedies caused by the Draconians. It was actually able to defeat the General Aokiji. Doflamingo was shocked by the information in the newspaper in Doris Rosa. He had no idea that these divine beasts would be able to defeat General Aokiji. You know, this is one of the admirals of the Navy. Not some cats and dogs. Dover, Beast Kaido asked us to capture the beasts for them, shall we still do it? Torre Pol, the second in command of the Don Quixote family, raised a question. When he saw the mythical beast in the newspaper, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Now he doesn't know whether he should agree to Kaido's deal. Although Kaido's deal seems to be very lucrative. But if you fight against the Pokemon Kingdom, you may lose more than money. The notice is cancelled. We can't do this. Doflamingo has his codename Joker in the underground world, and often leads dark transactions. These people, Kaido, asked them to capture mythical beasts for trade. Doflamingo is still hesitating. After all, with his information network, he quickly detected the location of several Pokemon Kingdoms. But the Pokemon Kingdom is very mysterious, and he can't make up his mind for a while. Now when we learn that a beast from the Pokemon Kingdom was able to defeat the Admiral. He chose to refuse. After all, their Don Quixote family is in the New World though. Not on the Great Route in the Four Seas. But who can guarantee that the Pokemon Kingdom will not come to the New World one day? No one can guarantee. Well, Dover, that's a wise decision. Toribel nodded and left tremblingly. In his view, the power of the Pokemon Kingdom is very scary. The Don Quixote family can't afford to provoke them. Mom, information about the Pokemon Kingdom. Kingdom of Talent, Charlotte Tepe Rospero, the eldest son of Charlotte Te Lingling, stepped forward. Take out the information. Charlotte Lingling has a total of 85 children. These children form the BIGMOM Pirates. Charlotte Te Rospero is already 50 years old as the eldest son of Charlotte Te Lingling. Intel of the Pokemon Kingdom, Charlotte Lingling opened her eyes under the huge recliner. A pair of breathtaking eyes looked at Rospero. As one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Te Lingling, who also controls all nations, has a bounty of 43,788,000 berries. All the children under his command have rewards, and the amount of rewards has already exceeded tens of billions. Show me. Charlotte Lingling picked up the information towards Pei Ross. She was a little surprised when she saw Kyogre defeat Admiral Aoki. But not many are surprised, she also has such strength. However, when seeing the huge size of Pokemon such as Groudon and Kyogre, Charlotte Telling suddenly drooled as she watched. The ground was instantly corroded, leaving large holes. Could it be, Mother is going to marry a new husband again? Perot looked at Charlotte Trelling's face with a dull look. Know that every time Charlotte Trelling responds like this, she gets an extra husband. Human or non-human, Charlotte Trelling has had 43 husbands so far. It's just that she doesn't know which beast she has her eyes on. These mythical beasts fit my Kaido's 100 Beasts Pirates too. Kaido drank the spirits from the gourd and looked at the latest newspaper. When he saw Kyogre defeat Admiral Aokiji, he was shocked. This is something that his subordinates, Plague Ember, Plague Quinn, and Droughtjack, cannot do. It would be great if I could capture 1 or 2 mythical beasts and stuff them into my 100 Beasts Pirates. Kaido's eyes were full of greed. He was fascinated by these beasts. In his opinion, these mythical beasts are very suitable for his Beast Pirates. It's just the same as Taylor made for his 100 Beasts Pirates. Any news from Doflamingo? Kaido confronted Quinn. Joker did not agree. Pandemic looked at Kaido. He knew that Kaido should be furious. Brother Doflaming really thinks he is someone in the New World. It seems that we haven't put enough pressure on him. Let him know how powerful our Beast Pirates are. Kaido hit the ground with a mace. In an instant, the sound spread to every place on Onijima. For a moment, everyone in the Beast Pirates on Onijima fell silent. They dare not provoke Kaido, the governor of the Beast Pirates, at this time. Otherwise, even Kaido's men would die on the spot. Zero asked for flowers. Once Kaido gets angry, the whole Onijima will be turned upside down. Who made Kaido lose his temper like that? Yamato, whose hands were handcuffed, looked in the direction of Onijima Kaido. Although Kaido is her father, she hates Kaido very much. This is all because Kaido restricted her freedom of life. And put bomb handcuffs on her. Kaido needs to be destroyed by me. Yamato wields a mace, and she is working hard to eliminate her father. Is the news true? Jesus felt like he had read fake news. Some time ago, many powerful Pokemon Kingdom beasts appeared in the world. Now there is a huge bounty on the Pokemon Kingdom. The most important thing is that one of the beasts actually defeated the Admiral Aokiji. The news is true. Red-haired Shanks came over. When he saw the newspaper in Jesus' cloth hand, he responded, because he had heard from the Pokemon Kingdom long ago. This is a rival that cannot be ignored. It's actually true. Laji Lu ate the big chicken drumstick in his hand and stopped immediately. He didn't expect the newspaper to be true. He also thinks it's fake news. It seems that the 4 Seas and the Great Route have formed a remarkable force. Navigator Bendick Snake stepped out. He wears sunglasses and looks like a homeless man. After defeating the Admiral, the power of red hair can no longer be underestimated. Beckman looked at the red hair with a serious face. The redhead nodded earnestly, without any frivolity on his face. According to his information, the Pokemon Kingdom is even more terrifying than what he saw in the newspapers. Where's Ace? No news yet. Whitebeard looked at Margao, since Ace went to the Great Route. The news was completely cut off, and now we can only hope that the intelligence network of the pirates can find Ace. Dad. Ace got caught, in the Navy. Margao looked at the information in his hand. It has the process of Kyogre defeating Aokiji, but there is also information that Ace was captured. It shows that Ace was taken away by Blackbeard after failing to fight with Blackbeard. As for the trace, it was in the naval headquarters Merida. Caught. Did Marshal Titch do it? Whitebeard grabbed the long knife Kong Yunky, his heart was full of anger. You must know that Ace is Roger's child and his son. Entering Maryford, there is no doubt that Maryford will definitely make a big fuss about Ace. He did it, and he calls himself Blackbeard now. Margot hesitated and decided to tell everything. Blackbeard. Marshal Titch, give me Whitebeard and wait. Whitebeard didn't call himself Marshal Titch's daddy. Originally, he wanted to listen to Marshal Titch's explanation to see if there was another reason. Now without explanation, Marshaltic kills Serd first, then takes Ace to the Navy. In his opinion, this was already the biggest betrayal of his Whitebeard. He never forgives. Boom, Whitebeard slashed at Soaring in the Sky. I saw a huge shockwave appeared in Soaring in the Sky. The whole sea is completely divided into two. It lasted for more than half an hour before subsiding. World's mightiest is our Whitebeard pirates, we have Papa Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. Whitebeard's knife directly ignited all the enthusiasm of the Whitebeard pirates. They chanted Whitebeard's name. The entire moonlight on Soaring in the Sky is not as shining as Lucas with the Whitebeard coming at this moment. New World, World Economic News Service, this is really big news. Morgans looked at the news sent by his newsbird and started laughing wildly. It records the legend about the Pokemon Kingdom. These are derived from a few words in ancient books. 800 years ago there was a kingdom of Pokemon. There's even a turf battle between Kyogre and Groudon. A legend that led to the destruction of the world. And there is a dragon-shaped beast named Rayquaza in it to prevent them from fighting. Boss Morgans, many of these are made up by us, can we really post them? One of Morgan's newsbirds looked at Morgans. In his opinion, publishing these false news will only attract the hostility of the Navy and the world government towards them. The public will not fully believe it. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. Do you know how much our newspaper sales have dropped? I must make a big news to increase the sales of our newspapers, or if the sales don't increase, I'll stew you. Morgans looked viciously at the newsbird, which could be said to be his confidant. But if it harms his interests, it will end in the same way. I don't know about this news, how many kilometers will be credited? When Morgans thought of the world-shocking news, his face was full of excitement. He was not a bird, but a devil fruit-capable person, a bird fruit and albatross-shaped fruit-capable person who could control the newsbird. It is precisely because of this that he can communicate with Newsbird, drive Newsbird to deliver newspapers, and do work for him. Chapter 72 Garp came to Windmill Village, Sanshung Mushroom revived. Windmill Village. Blackbeard has become Shichibukai, which means that Ace has been arrested, and the top war is about to start. Ron saw the newspaper and was a little surprised. Regarding the bounty, he had already expected it. After all, the Pokemon Kingdom is already very powerful now. There are mythical beasts in the 4 seas and even the great shipping routes. But Blackbeard became Shichibukai, and he was a little surprised that Ace was arrested. Ron realized that Whitebeard and the Navy were going to war, the top war. However, Ron didn't have much emotion, it's just that it's decided to go to war. Their Pokemon Kingdom is also going to join in the fun. Completely declare war on the Navy and the world government. Within this month, he made all the gods and beasts in the 4 seas, including the empty island, search for devil fruits. Until now he has gained something. Ho-Oh transported all the devil fruits he found back. There are 6 in total, plus the 3 devil fruits he already had. There are 9 devil fruits in total. Thinking of this, Ron plans to revive the Sanshung Mushroom. And planetary Pokemon Deoxys. Deoxys is an alien Pokemon. It was originally a Pokemon that was mutated after being stimulated by the DNA of an alien ray cosmic virus. But in this nautical world it was created by Ron. Not to mention the 3 holy mushrooms, this was originally a Pokemon created by Arceus. According to legend, Uxie in the 3 holy mushrooms bestows wisdom on humans. Mesprit in the 3 holy mushrooms gives human emotion. Azulf in the 3 holy mushrooms gave humans will. They are Pokemon in the lake. Uxie has the ability to erase the memory of the enemy, Mesprit has the ability to erase the emotion, and Azulf can control the enemy and let the enemy be slaughtered. They are region-level Pokemon. Ron can be resurrected directly. Ron began to perceive the location of the 3 holy mushrooms with his perception ability. Soon he, 530, confirmed the target location, Advanced City. Ron was a little surprised. He didn't expect the stone statue of Sanshung Mushroom to advance into the city. Even the stone statue of Deoxys is there. Then let's resurrect together. Ron spit out 2 rays of light, 1 white and 1 purple. The 2 lights of recovery moved towards the city of advancement. And in the distance, Carp has arrived near the Windmill Village. He saw 2 lights on Soaring in the Sky. It seems that this is the father god of the beasts. Cap frowned. He saw great power in the light, far bigger than the sacred pillar Wang Chang. This made him frown involuntarily, however, he didn't care too much, and now he came to the destination this time. It is to rescue the friends in Fengshi village from the sea of suffering. Dayton and the others must have been tortured to such an extent by the beasts. Cap's eyes darkened. If this is the case, he will be rude. No matter how strong Ho-Oh is, no matter how strong the beast is. He also wants to attack these beasts, but when he boarded the Windmill Village. It turns out that's not the case. Dayton, Carp found this rude old woman. He even caught fish here, looking like he is living and working in peace and contentment. Carp. Why are you here? Dayton pulled out his ears and looked at Garp. It's Lieutenant General Garp, it's really him. Everyone in Dayton's family looked at Garp. They didn't expect that Garp would come back at this time, back to the East Daxia Sea. Aren't you still rushing to buy and sell houses? Why are you still selling fish? Garp looked at Dayton and the others, something was beyond his expectation. He originally thought that Dayton should have lived a miserable life under the oppression of the Pokemon Kingdom. But I didn't expect it to be quite moist one by one. Also opened a fish shop, it's not those beasts. They occupied the entire back mountain, causing us to lose the source of hunting. The bandits under Dayton kept complaining, it seems that these pirates are wrong. When Garp heard it, it seemed that his guess was right, because they had indeed been bullied by the Pokemon Kingdom. It's not right, Garp, they will go hunting for food to exchange supplies for us, and there are a lot of berry. Also chased away a lot of bullies, I married my wife here. Hearing Carp's words, they refuted again, although they don't hunt, fishing in the river is also a good way to survive. And since the bullies and hooligans were driven away, they all began to live and work in peace and contentment. The quality of life has also improved compared to the past. Strangeness. Carp was a little embarrassed. He originally thought that Fengshi village would be extremely miserable under the brutal rule of the beasts, but after inquiring about it, the lives of these people seemed to have improved. Maybe it's Dayton and the others. Cap walked forward, and he went to the tavern, Makino's Tavern. He habitually kicked the door in, but the people around him looked at him with surprise. What's wrong? Garp was a little awkward, as usual. There must be a lot of drunks talking nonsense here and making a lot of noise. But no one here is yelling, even if it is louder. It didn't bother others either, it turned out to be Lieutenant General Garp. Makino looked at Carp, a little surprised. Seeing Garp's uncomfortable expression, she recalled what had happened during this period. Tell Cap all about it. What, regularly drove away the bullies, and gave you a lot of Baileys to spend here. Garp was completely stunned, and this was simply better than some of their navies. There was nothing like the dire straits that should have been. This made Garp feel like he was in the wrong place. Especially I heard that after this period of management, there are not many people who even drink and kick the door. He was a little embarrassed, it turned out that his own behavior was too barbaric. Let's go back. Garp glanced at the back of the mountain, he had heard the father god called Arceus. It is a jade-white alpaca, a Qilin-like creature. But he didn't see Arceus' true face. After seeing Dayton and the others living and working in peace and contentment, they had no intention of leaving with him. Cap can only leave here. Mythical beasts, let me let you go this time, but I won't do it next time. In Carp's view, the so-called father god is like this. He didn't show his domineering arrogance when he fought against the sacred Pillar King. If he didn't use all his strength, he would lose to the Holy Pillar King. As a naval hero, how can he be domineering, just because he is worried about the suspicion of the 5 old star Tianlong people? He didn't use it, after all, he was a strong man with a domineering look. Wu Laoxing and others are intolerable. On the back hill, Ron saw Garp leaving, and he didn't feel any fluctuations in his heart. He had sensed Garp's breath a long time ago, but he was too lazy to take care of it. As long as Garp, a human being, didn't come to mess with Windmill Village, he didn't bother to take care of it. If Garp came to Hushan, he would send Garp away directly. The strength of Windmill Village is still very strong. 3 holy beasts, Ho-Oh, not to mention him, Arceus. Propel City is also known as Imper. This is the submarine prison of the world's largest prison. It is located in the Windless Belt in the first half of the Great Route, and the defense is extremely strict. The prisoners in the prison are all serious criminals, and they are monitored by various jailer beasts and videophone bugs. Outside the submarine prison, there are a large number of large sea kings. These sea kings are often kilometers long, and it is precisely because of these sea kings that Impel is known as the Iron Defense. Director Magellan, you have diarrhea again, with the shout of a jailer sounded. Immediately afterwards, all the jailers on the 4th floor hid in all directions. It was Magellan they avoided, director of this prison. Magellan came to the toilet with his pants up. He is a poisonous fruit ability user. The body contains a large amount of venom, and because of the poisonous fruit, he needs to live in the toilet all year round. This is also the price of this powerful fruit. Director Magellan, do you have any further instructions? Deputy Director Hannibal walked behind Magellan's door in a gas mask. Today is the day Magellan arranges to advance the city's alert. The purpose is to guard against and advance the escape of prisoners in the city. And the intrusion of foreign enemies, there's none left. Magellan waved his hand directly, he didn't expect Hannibal to catch up here. No more, if foreign enemies break in, wouldn't Magellan have to be demoted, and the position of director belongs to me, Hannibal. Hannibal said it on his own, but when he said it, he realized that it was not good, he actually said what was in his heart. Hannibal, get out of here with me, don't you think that the city will fall again? Magellan wasn't too angry. Hannibal has always confided in his heart, he is used to it, but it is absolutely impossible to advance the city and lose it. You must know that the last time Jinjin City fell was also the only time it was lost, and it was more than 20 years ago. The legendary pirate Golden Lion cut off his legs and escaped from the city. And after these years of strengthening, the city of advancement has become impregnable. Not to mention the Golden Lion, even a fly cannot escape. Of course I don't think so. Propel City is still Iron Defense, but I really want to be the director. No, I'll go. Hannibal stepped out of Magellan's toilet. In his opinion, it is impossible for Jinjin City to let people escape from prison. On this point, he agrees with Magellan, but he also expects to be promoted. It's just that if there is no foreign enemy invasion, it will take decades for him to become the director. 6th floor underground, Infinite Hell. A new prisoner has been welcomed. Isn't this the King Shichibu Kaijinpei? I came here like this? Haha, the famous seaman Jinbei has come to impair. The prisoners in this Infinite Hell are the most powerful criminals in the city. The criminals inside are either death row prisoners or life imprisonment. Bored, they like to tease some new prisoners, Jinbei snorted coldly. He scoffed at the words of the prisoners. He was among the many Kibuhei who were forcibly summoned by the Navy headquarters to deal with Whitebeard. The only Shichibukai who rejected the request of the Navy headquarters. Because of this incident, the Navy threw him directly into prison. And it is also an Infinite Hell on the 6th floor underground. No room left, sir. One jailer against another jailer, Chief Saru. Daisy said. Indeed, there are no rooms left, because there are many stone statues in these rooms. Most of these stone statues are unknown stone statues, which were collected because Wu Laoxing called the Navy. And the Navy couldn't handle it. I was imprisoned in the 6th floor of Infinite Hell first. Just let him live with the stone statues, isn't there a precedent? Saludes said directly. Okay, off now. The guards and soldiers dare not violate it. Imprisoned directly into a house full of stone statues. Are these the stone statues of mythical beasts? Jinbei looked at the surrounding stone statues. He recognized these stone statues as stone statues of suspected mythical beasts. Because the Navy also entrusted their King Shichibukai to collect these stone statues. Don't look, these stone statues are just ordinary stones. A voice suddenly came from the opposite room. Shilu of the Rain. Jinbei looked at the detainees in the opposite room. It turned out to be Shiliu of the Rain, the former warden of the Advanced City. I didn't expect people like you to be imprisoned in Advanced City. Shiryu looked at Jinbei with a smile on his face. It's just that there is a fierceness and sarcasm hidden under the smile. It can be said that everyone imprisoned in Advanced City is not an ordinary person. Or it has great strength, or it was a big mistake. Some are the world government to hide some crimes. Some are against the Navy. Jinbei ignored Shiryu. In his opinion, these people are all vicious guys. No one is nice. Sleep well, or those jailer beasts won't let you go at night. That's right, these jailer beasts really like to torture prisoners. Jinbei soon heard the voices of the prisoners around him. He looked at the stone statue on the ground. Suddenly it felt like the stone statue was alive. However, Jinbei was also forced to collect some stone statues. None of the collected stone statues can be resurrected as a beast. Plus, he's exhausted too, soon fell asleep. At 10 o'clock in the middle of the night, Jinbei was awakened by a miserable howl. He looked out of the cell. It was found that many humanoid cows appeared, and they were minotaurs, the jailer beast, the fruit awakener of the animal department. I only heard the voice coming from the next door of the cell. The wailing continued. Bastards, a bunch of jailer bastards, I'm going to kill you all when I get out. Damn jailer beast, I will fight with you. There were endless screams and wailing. Jinbei broke out in a cold sweat. Seashaw Jinbei, you don't think Infinity Hell is a good place, it's the place where pirates suffer. There was a mocking smile on the corner of Shiliu's mouth. He looked at Haishia Jinbei, he couldn't wait to hear Jinbei's wail. VR. Jinbei was a little dignified, he found that the longer he could stay on the 6th floor, the more perverted he would be. He had long heard that Advanced City would torture prisoners. But he didn't expect that he was only on the first day of 1.3. Just hit it. The jailer beast's voice was getting closer. Jinbei held his breath listening to Jailmonman's footsteps. But the iron door was still open, the cruel cow jailer beast Minotaurus. It is approaching Jinbei, and not just one. Boom. The iron rod landed directly on Jinbei's face. Jinping didn't say a word. Jinbei, who was completely bound by iron chains, had no ability to resist. It can only be beaten by two jailer beasts with maces. Bang bang bang. The jailer beast beat harder and harder. There was even an afterimage in the end. Jinbei couldn't hold on anymore. He felt physical pain and exhaustion. His spirit could no longer hold on. Immediately fainted. At this moment, a light shone on the stone statue beside him. Is this a hallucination? Jinbei saw that the stone statue had come back to life. He thought it was a hallucination from the repeated hammering. But the next second, he didn't think so, because Shilu's annoying voice appeared in his ears again. It seems that the rumors about the beast are true. Jinbei looked at Shiryu's room. I saw that there was also this beam of light in Shiryu's room. The stone statues illuminated by the two beams of light peeled off their skins at this moment. Reveal what's really inside. They're the mythical beast Yuxi and the mythical beast Mesprit. Two of the three holy mushrooms. Yuxi directly used extrasensory to blow the prison door away. The same goes for Mesprit. In a blink of an eye, the two prison doors of the Infinite Hell were opened at this moment. Shiliu came out, and he looked at the gate of Infinite Hell. He suddenly had an idea. If he opened all the cells of the Infinite Prison and released all the prisoners, what would the Infinite Hell look like? Fun to think about. Chapter 73 Deoxys beats Magellan, 10 Devil Fruits. The 4th floor, the Burning Hell. What, you said that there is a pirate riot on the 6th floor of Infinite Hell? Magellan broke out in a cold sweat listening to Hannibal's words. Impossible, our keys are kept in a special place. How do they, a group of pirates, know, unless, could it be Shiryu? Magellan spoke to Hannibal of the phone bug. That's right, the director is the good deed of the former detention center director Shiryu, but the reason for the incident seems to be the resurrection of the Divine Beast. Divine Beast. Magellan feels that one head is too big, and this matter is actually related to the mythical beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom. He recalled his earlier conversation with Hannibal. At that time they were still saying that Advanced City was impregnable and that there was no way a fugitive could escape from prison. But under the gathering of various forces, it is very likely that Advanced City will be escaped by fugitives for the first time. And it's a terrifying 6th-tier pirate. Contact the Navy headquarters, I will go to the 6th floor to suppress them now. How dare Magellan continue to have diarrhea now? He directly turned into a poisonous dragon and marched towards the 6th floor. But he didn't know that the 6th floor at this moment had been ravaged by pirate cholera. Shilu of the Rain released all the pirates. Bondi Valdo, Douglas Barrett, Avalo Pizarro, Basque Chote, San Juan Wolves, Catherine Demai. Countless future world powerhouses all come from the 6th floor prison was released. Jinbei was also rescued. He looked at the chaotic scene, feeling confused. If all these powerhouses go out, then this part of the world will change. My evil king, Alvaro Pizarro, has finally come out. Does anyone want to go out and form a pirate group with me? The speaker was a man in a white and dark brown fur coat with horns on his head. He is the evil King Pizarro, captain of the 4th ship of the future Blackbeard pirates. Evil government king, do you think you can make us obey with your strength? Yes. The evil king looked at the pirate. He directly punched him in the head with his armed palm. Boom. The pirate's head blossomed instantly. In the world of pirates, there is no reason to speak, only bloody reality. Strength is king. What is that? Bondivaldo looked at the positions of Yuxi and Mesprit. He was assassinated by CHLPARPOL, the CPO organization of the world government, and was imprisoned for 30 years. He doesn't know the mythical beast, but it did not prevent him from attacking the divine beast. He grabbed a handful of rocks and headed towards Yuxi and Mesprit fling. Bondivaldo has the ability to multiply fruit, can multiply the speed and size of objects by 100 times. I saw that these stones were directly magnified by 100 times after being multiplied by the multiplication fruit. Speed like a bullet normal headed for Yuxi and Mesprit fling. Future sight. I saw Yuxi and Mesprit using future sight at the same time. Dodge all of Bondivaldo's attacks. Then the eyes of the 2 Sanshung mushrooms turned red. Look at Bondivaldo. What's going on? I'm actually floating. Bondivaldo floated directly under the confusion of 2 Sanshung mushrooms. It rose to a height of more than 10 meters, close to the ceiling of the 6th floor. Boom. Bondi Valdo fell straight from the sky. Is this a beast? Seems good. You can actually handle Bondi Valdo. You must know that he is a strong man from the old days. He was a ruthless character who once fought against Roger, the Golden Lion, and Whitebeard. Haha, Bondivaldo is going to be furious. For a moment, everyone turned their attention to the battlefield. They looked at the battle between the 2 Sanshung mushrooms and Bondivaldo. As for the reason for the fight, who cares? The whole body is armed with color hardening. Bondivaldo stood up and saw that his body was directly covered with a layer of black substance. This is the advanced technique of armed color hardened. And those who can arm their bodies and harden their bodies are undoubtedly the top powerhouses in the sea. Boom. Chain. Multiplied 100 times. Bondivaldo cast a shave and came directly in front of the 2 Sanshung mushrooms. Then multiply the chains that bound the prisoner 100-fold. I saw that the chain directly turned into an Orberg dragon waving directly in front of Yuxi and Mesprit. Future sight. The chain missed again, but directly connected the 6th and 5th floors. The bright light directly appeared on the 6th floor of Infinite Hell. And a brand new Sanshung mushroom floated out from the 5th floor. He is Azulf with blue hair. When she appeared, Sanshengu attacked Bondi Valdo at the same time. Swift X3. The attack of Sanshung mushroom is very coordinated. The 3 holy mushrooms shot out star-shaped beams at Bondivaldo at the same time. Beat Bondi Valdo back again and again, but the attack of Sanshung mushroom has not stopped. Extrasensory X3. At the same time, the 3 holy mushroom condenses an extrasensory attack on the gem on the forehead. A beam of confusion was formed and bombarded Bondivaldo. Bondi Valdo was directly broken by this force, and his armed color hardened. He fell to the ground with his A. This power is not simple. Shiryu of the Rain glanced at the Sanshung mushroom. He doesn't know much about the beast, but the 3 holy mushrooms can defeat Bondivaldo together. This level of strength is already very strong. You must know that Bondi Valdo's reward amount is not low. Magellan is up there. There are relatively few pirates watching the battle on the 6th floor. More pirates are attacking the 5th floor, and even the 4th floor. But Magellan had already arrived. He brought his army of jailers and the jailer beast. Jailer beast Minotaur, Mino Koala, Mino Rhinoceros, Mino Zebra. These jailer beasts are devil fruit awakened. The Minotaur held a mace. Minoan Koala is holding Knuckles. These jailer beasts are jailer beasts that scare pirates. It was originally managed by Sati Jr., but this time Hannibal and Magellan both came. Naturally they are responsible. Shiryu, did you release these pirates? Magellan looked at Shiryu. Compared to other pirates, they treated Shiryu better. Think about Shiryu's previous status as the warden of the City of Advancement. Shiryu didn't wear too many shackles, and the beatings of the jailer beast. But they did not expect that their tolerance caused such a big riot at this moment. Magellan, you'd better get out of the way, or I won't show mercy. Shiryu took back his own sword, Thunderstorm, lit a cigar and looked at Magellan. With the sword in hand, he is now a veritable strong man. You know he is a great swordsman. If you want to run, you have to step over my dead body. Hannibal picked up the blood-sucking long knife, which was 7 or 8 meters long. Threatening these pirates, Hannibal looks like a pharaoh, with a shirtless upper body and an Egyptian pharaoh face. Yes, Shiryu directly released the slash. Hannibal was a little helpless. Under Shiryu's swordsmanship, he could only flee in defeat. Hannibal, let the jailer beast deal with them, let's catch the god beast first. Magellan sighed, so many strong men, how can they be defeated? You can only follow the information from the Navy headquarters just now. Catch the beast first. Okay, scorching hellcar. After Hannibal set the long knife on fire, he kept waving the long knife. It looks like a hot wheel with flames. Extrasensory X3. Sanshengu repeated the same trick, and a powerful spirit shot at Hannibal. Hannibal fell to the ground instantly. There was a big hole in the chest. Died. Everyone looked at Hannibal. They didn't expect Hannibal, who was the deputy director of Infinite Hell. It was actually killed directly by the combined blow of the Sanshung mushroom. This power surpasses me. Jinbei also looked at Hannibal and was also a little shocked. In his opinion, the power of the 3 holy mushrooms completely surpassed him. Dragon. Magellan saw Hannibal die at the hands of Sanshengu after only one fight. He couldn't stand it any longer. Directly driving the poisonous dragon on his body, it bombarded towards the Sanshung mushroom. Protect X 3 inches. A shield appeared on Sanshungu's body at the same time, and this shield directly protected them. But Magellan didn't let them go. Magellan released more toxins to completely cover the outside of the shield of the Sanshung mushroom. He wants to slowly consume the power of Sanshung mushroom. Then catch it all at once. Did you lose? Douglas Barrett blows up a Minoan koala with one punch. These jailer beasts are not his rival at all. You know, he is called the heir of the devil. At the same time, he is also the hero and strongman of the third figure of the Roger Pirates. The strength is almost the same as that of the deputy captain Rayleigh. He has been able to judge that Sanshung mushroom will lose if he has no other cards. The strength of the divine beast is nothing more than this. The evil King Pizarro saw this scene. Laughed. Originally he still thought how powerful the god and god beast in the prison was. Looking at it now, it's nothing more than that. Magellan, your strength is still unabated. Shiryu told Magellan that he knew clearly about Magellan's experience. Has the same strength as the Admiral of the Navy. If it weren't for the side effects of the poisonous fruit, Magellan's future would be more than that. Murloc Karate Shawa Righteous Fist. Just when everyone thought Sanshung mushroom would lose. Jinbei rushed over and hit Magellan straight. Jinbei, you are courting death. Magellan stared at Jinbei with a camouflage face. He didn't expect that Jinbei would come to help the beast. These divine beasts saved me from the jailer beasts just now. Haishu Jinbei has to repay this kindness. Jinbei withdrew his fist and spit out such a sentence. Court death. When Magellan heard Jinbei's words, he directly stimulated the venom on his body. The venom rushed towards Jinbei. Next second, 3 poisonous dragons pressed Jinbei to the ground. Magellan is the director of the City of Advancement. In terms of strength, it is still a bit stronger than Jinping. With this strength, Jinbei can only be pressed to the ground and rubbed. Drug prison. Magellan used venom to form a prison and imprisoned Jinbei in the prison. Jinbei's body was covered with venom. The already exhausted body could only lie on the ground. Next, he will show the strongest attack to catch these 3 beasts. Giant Soldier of Poison, Judgment of Hell. Magellan spat out the words. Magellan, you actually used this trick. There was some haze in Shiryu's eyes. He was caught by Magellan's move. At the moment saw Magellan's nirvana. He directly drew his sword and beheaded the Mino rhinoceros, and ran frantically to the 4th floor. This power is really terrifying, Douglas Barrett, seeing Magellan's gesture. I don't care about sighing, although Magellan's move can't make him fall. But he has no reason to bear this move. He casually killed the Mino zebra. Jumped to the 4th floor. And just as he left, the purple venom on Magellan's body changed into a blood-red venom, and a skeleton-shaped titan appeared on his body. The toxin released by this titan can infect everything. As long as it is a living thing, those who are not strong enough will die within 3 seconds of contact. Boom. The poison directly covered the entire 5th floor. As long as the pirates don't have time to escape. Then he died directly under the fierce poison, without any room for struggle. And at this time, a crack suddenly appeared on the 5th floor. Deoxys directly blocked the Sanshengu. The body of Deoxys is together with the skeleton titan tackle. For a moment, the venom splashed. Magellan raised his head confidently. But he was stunned. When will there be another divine beast? Magellan was not the only one who had such doubts. See 447 thieves such as Shiliu who went up to the 4th floor and the evil government king also have such doubts. Could it be that there is still space on this floor? Douglas Barrett guessed the truth. He looked to where Deoxys had come from. Suddenly a long and narrow gap appeared in this place. One after another, normal appeared like dumplings. Embryo Ivankov, they're the Revolutionary Army. Shiryu looked at Ivankov and he recognized his counterpart. What to do, Ivan? Lightning looked at Ivankov nervously. They were the commander and deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army respectively. There are still a large number of Revolutionary Army subordinates behind them. Hey, that divine beast named Deoxys, can you really lead us out of the city by paying 10 devil fruits? Ivankov looked at Magellan and other strong men here. He didn't have many ideas either. He finally thought of a deal that Deoxys told him. Taking them out requires 10 devil fruits. He decided to agree to the deal. Of course can. Deoxys' voice is lilting, clearly happy. He was resurrected on the 5.5th floor of the advancing city, and encountered the Revolutionary Army as soon as he was resurrected. Immediately afterwards, he made a deal with the Revolutionary Army, and obtained 10 devil fruits on the condition that he took all the Revolutionary Army away. But the Revolutionary Army did not agree. He sensed that Sanshingu was in danger, and in order to quickly get to Sanshingu's location. There was no other way, so I had to directly use the exclusive skill Pokemon to rush in and destroy the S*******E paradise on the 5.5th floor. This is the 5th level of extreme cold hell. This time it can be said that the harvest has been quite fruitful. The Revolutionary Army alone can contribute 10 devil fruits to God the Father. Of course, the premise is to take the Revolutionary Army away safely. But Deoxys feels fine. You dare to be distracted while fighting with me. Magellan directs the skeletons to attack Deoxys, but he soon found that no matter how he attacked, neither party was affected by toxic at all. This is because he didn't know that Deoxys was a cosmic creature. It is mutated from a cosmic virus. He itself is a virus, or a cosmic virus. How can you be afraid of the poisonous venom of the mere poisonous fruit? Deoxys is orange and blue and has 4 forms. It looks like an alien, with a white round crystal on his chest, which is his brain. But the one on the head is not. Compared with Likongzo, his strength is only a little weaker. The difference is not huge. Attack form. The appearance of Deoxys has changed, the head has become more angular, and the footsteps have become sharper. Psycho Boost. Deoxys released the energy ball directly towards Magellan, and a force stronger than Magellan's before appeared on the scene. The energy ball in the hands of Deoxys keeps getting bigger and bigger. Get bigger with the Deoxys energy ball. The 5th floor is fully lit directly by Deoxys Pokemon Burst. Boom. There was a loud bang as Deoxys attack was unleashed. All the upper and lower floors of the 1st to 6th floors of the promotion city were opened up. Sea water is pouring into the advancing city. Chapter 74. Destroy the City of Advancement and defeat Douglas Barrett. Director Magellan. The remaining naval jailers were calling for Magellan. Deputy Warden Domino stood on top of a broken wall, gazing at the devastated city of Propel, which has been destroyed. Looking for the traces of Magellan. This divine beast B********** D ruined the City of Advancement. Magellan was sent flying to the top 1st floor. He looked at Deoxys, who was suspended in the air. When he used Psycho Boost on Deoxys, wrapped itself with all the venom, and at the same time used the armed color domineering hardening. But even then, he couldn't block Deoxys' attack. He felt weak all over his body. Magellan knew he had been pushed to the limit by Deoxys' contest condition. There is no room for fighting back. Not dead. Deoxys looked at Magellan, who was a little surprised. But it is not troublesome to get rid of Magellan. Just make up for one more hit, but when he acted, a fist waved towards him. Douglas Barrett, Bucky, who was imprisoned on the 1st floor, passed through the advancing city that had been opened up and down, and saw who the strong man waving his fist was. This person is Douglas Barrett, a powerful crew member of the Roger Pirates, a terrifying powerhouse known as the successor of the Ghost. Bucky's face kept trembling, and his expression was extremely exaggerated. You must know that Barrett had taught them a lot of trainee crew members before. They knew Douglas Barrett's strength was almost on par with Karen Riley. Deoxys, defend against contest condition, detected Douglas Barrett's attack. Deoxys switched to defensive contest condition. Deoxys' head became rounded, and his arms became strips instead of lines. Cosmic power. Deoxys has a purple halo all over his body, which can block the enemy's attacks to a large extent. Boom. Deoxys relied on physical strength to fight Douglas Barrett directly. Why are you doing this, Douglas Barrett? Ivankov, who was protected by the 3 holy mushrooms, and the Murloc Jinbei looked at Douglas Barrett. Ivankov was very puzzled why the legendary pirate of the Roger Pirates attacked Deoxys instead of escaping from the city. Doesn't he want to be free again? He is a lunatic. He will attack and kill any rival he thinks is powerful. He always does this. Bondivaldo survived from the ruins of the 6th floor. When he saw Douglas Barrett attacking the Deoxys, he looked surprised, remembering the scene when he fought with the Roger Pirates. Douglas Barrett challenged Whitebeard, the Golden Lion, Raleigh, and even Roger Tong. Draw with Karen Rayleigh, lose to Roger. This is why he has been staying in the Roger Pirates, just to defeat Roger and become the world's mightiest. Has Douglas Barrett finally found the new rival? It's scary. Shiliu had also heard about Douglas Barrett's deeds when he was the head of the prison. There are several cells on the 6th floor that I dare not go to. Douglas Barrett is undoubtedly one of them. He is a veritable legend of the old days. Ha ha ha, this power is what I'm looking for. You are a qualified rival. Accept my challenge from Douglas Barrett, beast. Douglas Barrett laughed maniacally. Since Roger died, he couldn't find a suitable rival. Now he's sure that the Deoxys in front of him is the rival he's been looking for. Devil form. Douglas Barrett's whole body turned blue. This is his exclusive move, the devil form. He fuses domineering energy with himself, and his strength and speed are greatly improved. Like a devil from hell, that's why he is called the heir of the devil. Douglas Barrett, Advanced City is about to be destroyed, all evacuate from Advanced City. Seeing Douglas Barrett in this form, Magellan felt extremely terrified. You know, more than 20 years ago, the arrest of Douglas Barrett was a big event. This is the Navy dispatched to the Warring States period. GARP, the two top naval forces, combined with the Demon Slaying Order, managed to capture Douglas Barrett and throw him into the 6th layer of Infinity Hell in the Promotion City. Now Douglas Barrett has successfully escaped from Advanced City. It's almost impossible to catch it again. Overlord looked domineering. Douglas Barrett has a domineering look. The next moment, the entire City of Advancement was directly covered by the red Overlord-colored arrogance. The powerful coercion oppresses everyone in the advancing city. Run. Help. In an instant, everyone had the idea of evacuating. It's just that there are no stairs upstairs. Only the strong can leave the advancing city, and the weak can only be buried under the advancing city. The revolutionary army around Sanshengu was also panicked. Calm down, the beast will take us away. Ivankov has no choice, there are too many people in their revolutionary army. If he really wanted to leave, only the executives like him and Lightning could leave. Everyone else will be buried in the advancing city, which obviously fails to achieve Ivankov's goal. He can only pin his hopes on the divine beast. The evil king looked at Sanshengu, and he had the idea of kidnapping Sanshengu. He has great ambitions and wants to become a captain, and a suitable crew member like Sanshengu is what he needs. He began to approach Sansheng Mushroom slowly, but in the next second, Sanshengu sensed the approach of the evil king. The 3 holy mushrooms unleashed their unique powers on the evil king. The power of the Pokemon of the lake, Uxie is the god of memory, erasing some of the memory of the villainous king. What am I going to do? The evil king was stunned, he forgot the idea of kidnapping Sanshengu. Mesprit is the god of emotions, who erased the emotions that the evil king now has. The evil king suddenly felt that his mood was very peaceful now. Just like a lake. Azulf is the god of will, and she directly imprisoned the evil king. The evil government king's eyes were blank, and he stood there blankly. Unable to move, during this time, he is a living dead. Until he was submerged and died by the seawater flooded by the advancing city. These 3 divine beasts also have such powerful power. Ivankov watched the 3 holy mushrooms subdue the evil king in an instant. Only then did they understand that the power of Sansheng Mushroom should not be underestimated. It's a bit slow. Jinbei has seen through the drawbacks of Sanshengu's power, that is, the speed is too slow if he meets the real Gaoshang. After being pre-empted, this ability cannot be used. The 3 holy mushrooms are the gods in the lake, and they directly isolate the seawater. This prevented Ivankov and others from being affected by the sea. As a Murloc, Jinbei can swim in seawater, not affected at all. But many devil fruit ability suffers, with the influx of seawater. They were directly covered by the sea, and the side effects brought by the devil fruit made them feel powerless. It can only be swallowed by seawater and die, and above Douglas Barrett and Deoxys kept colliding with each other in the promotion city. Fist to the flesh. Boom. The entire Propel City seems to be collapsing normal. Stone dust is everywhere in the entire city of Advance. Power is absorbed. Douglas Barrett was surprised to find that his strength was absorbed by the divine beast opposite. Physical strength is constantly passing away, the armed color is released. Douglas Barrett used the advanced technique of armed domineering, and the armed color was released. More and more stones fell in the entire promotion city. Boulders fell directly from high altitude one by one, and the stone wall became more riddled with holes. This is just the aftermath, the real attack is in front of Deoxys. A dark blue armed fist slams into Deoxys, it has a huge punishment fist of 100 meters. Deoxys was affected by Bawang color domineering, and his speed slowed down a bit. However, he already had a countermeasure, counter. This is an additional skill he possesses in defensive form. Able to return double physical attacks, the Deoxys took a hit from Douglas Barrett. Then there was a domineering attack than Douglas Barrett had just unleashed. An armed fist that was twice as strong emerged from Deoxys's face. The hammer hit Douglas Barrett's body hard, deadly breath, deadly power. The stone walls around Douglas were all turned into sifted powder. There are no pirates who have escaped from the city, or are still fleeing. Touching this force directly turned into a cloud of blood mist floating in the air. How did you do it? Douglas Barrett's eyes were full of horror, he hadn't expected it at all. The Deoxys in front of him was able to double his attack back to him. It's just pure skill. The Deoxys looked to Douglas Barrett. Douglas Barrett's body was covered with scars burned by flames, and with the double strength just returned, Douglas's body had even added many new wounds. It looked like a bloody man covered in blood. Skills? Then it's time for me to use my real power. Douglas Barrett was not discouraged. There is no despair at all, he has a whole card. His whole card is the ability of Devil Fruit, he is the ability user of Combined Fruit ability. And his Devil Fruit has awakened. Douglas Barrett uses his Devil Fruit awakening ability. All the stones in the promotion city became a part of his Combined Fruit. A giant mech of 500 or 600 meters, large bullet. A dark blue mecha appeared in the city of Advance. It's like a god. Normal. The 2-meter tall Deoxys is in front of this Douglas Barrett made jumbo made from Combined Fruit. Like a normal ant. Boom, Barrett slapped Deoxys across the face. Like swatting flies, normal ants, Deoxys dodges. He knew he still had to switch forms. Deoxys switched to speed form. I saw that his head became pointed, his arms became a colorful line, and his body was more streamlined than normal. In this form, his speed will get a huge boost, no matter how Douglas Barrett shoots. Can't catch his shadow either, boom. The 5th floor of the entire Propel City was directly smashed to pieces by Douglas. The 4-story building above fell directly, smoke billowed. Extreme speed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Deoxys directly used the extra skill Extreme Speed in the speed form. Severed Douglas Barrett's mechanical arm with lightning speed. Douglas Barrett's robotic arm was cut in half. The seawater flowed directly over his lower back. Finally Dynamax Cannon. Douglas Barrett knew he had no chance. Can only use the last attack. A powerful force of armed hardening emerged from the body of the giant mech. It burst out directly in the entire advancing city. Deoxys also used his exclusive skills at this time. Psycho Boost. A ball of energy ball burst out from his chest. It collided directly with Douglas Barrett's final Dynamax Cannon. Next moment, the entire advancing city was instantly dismembered to pieces. This is the largest prison that has not suffered any damage for hundreds of years. It collapsed directly at this moment, broken into pieces of stone. This is too scary, the city of advancement is actually shattered. Who's winning, Mythical Beast or Douglas Barrett? Pirates floating on rocks in the sea, gazing at the bottom of the sea. They are eager to know who wins and who loses. This terrifying power is simply terrifying. The San Juan Wolf, known as the giant battleship, looked at the bottom of the sea. He has a huge figure several hundred meters high. He still has lingering fears now if he hadn't escaped quickly. It will be buried at the bottom of the city's seabed. Douglas Barrett, a terrifying man, but the power of this beast is also extraordinary. Basque Shote, nicknamed the Big Wine Barrel, picked up the gourd wine behind him. Take a sip and make a sound. I think Douglas Barrett will win, but this situation looks like a lose-lose situation. It's best to be buried at the bottom of the sea together, so that we will lose 2 monsters from the enemies who escaped the city. Katrine Diemi is communicating with another pirate. The 3 of them formed an alliance. Establish or join a pirate group. Originally there was the villainous King Pizarro. However, the Pizarro taunt mythical beast did not escape, and was directly buried in the seabed. There are a few of them left, the huge battleship San Juan Wolf, the large wine barrel Basque Shote, and the effused hunter Catherine Diemi. They are all part of the crew of the future Blackbeard pirates. There is movement, it seems that there is still a winner. Shiryu stands on a piece of rubble, the Noah, still wearing the uniform of the warden. He was keenly aware of the movement under the sea. Just as he thought, a figure broke through the air directly. Divine Beast. The beast came out. It seems that the beast of the Pokemon Kingdom has won. Isn't even a monster like Douglas Barrett a rival of mythical beasts? This is too scary. The pirates saw the figure rushing out of the water. It was Deoxys. Deoxys took the ultimate victory. Douglas Barrett collapsed beneath the ocean floor. And then, Sanshengu also surfaced with the members of the Revolutionary Army. This is too powerful. Pokemon Kingdom. Ivankov looked to Deoxys, who had witnessed Deoxys defeat Douglas Barrett with a horrific gesture. The entire advancing city was shattered inch by inch. There is no perfect place. Deoxys defeated Douglas Bashi with an invincible attitude. Thinking of this, he couldn't help worrying about the Revolutionary Army. There may be more than one Pokemon Kingdom with such terrifying beasts. After all, he had already learned the news about Kyogre's defeat of Admiral Aokiji through the newly arrived pirates in the advancing city. He also thought the news was wrong. Looking at it now, it's almost real. Remember, 10 Devil Fruits, our Pokemon Kingdom will go to Bartigo to ask for them in a few days. The Deoxys have no intention of sending the Revolutionary Army home. In his opinion, the matter of rescuing the Revolutionary Army is over. All that remains is to do as Father Arceus has said. After waiting for a few days, go to Bartigo to collect the Devil Fruit. How do you know our headquarters? Ivankov was a little shocked. He had no idea that their headquarters, Bartigo, which had been hidden for many years, was exposed by Deoxys, and more importantly, the king of Pokemon the country actually knew. You know, the Navy and the world government have been looking for them for so many years, but they have not found them. How did the Pokemon Kingdom know? Ivankov was full of doubts. 3 Ga Chapter 75 Big News, the Pokemon Kingdom existed 800 years ago. Morgan's Economic News Press. Today, Morgan's has a big news release. The inside story of 800 years ago was revealed. East Daxia Sea, Kokoja Village. New Okagao, come and have a look, there's big news, our patron saint existed 800 years ago, and he belongs to a magical kingdom, the Pokemon Kingdom. Jianju stopped New Okagao and handed over the newspaper. Did Raikou-sama exist 800 years ago? New Okagao was taken aback when she saw the news in the newspaper. She did not expect that Raikou existed 800 years ago. She still doesn't believe it if it's about other creatures. But she believed that Raikou was resurrected from the stone statue. I am afraid that only the beasts in the stone statues can survive in the world for 800 years. East Daxia Sea, West Rob. No wonder Suicune is so strong, it turns out he was a creature 800 years ago. Kaya picked up the newspaper and went to Mary. Mary was still pruning the flowers at the moment. Unexpectedly, Suicune existed 800 years ago. Mary took the newspaper and was a little shocked, thinking that Suicune can spit water and release solid ice. He believed it, and only such a mysterious creature could live in the sea for 800 years. East Daxia Sea, Windmill Village. Arceus and the others have lived in the world of sailing for 800 years. Do you also believe this kind of words? In Makino's tavern, they were also discussing today's news. When Dayton walked in, she couldn't believe that those Pokemon in the back mountain had lived in the world of sailing for 800 years. Haha, Dayton knows you don't believe me, but how can you prove that Arceus and the others have not survived for 800 years? Everyone in the Makino's tavern refuted Dayton. Dayton was at a loss for words for a moment, mainly because the beasts in the back mountain were too mysterious. She couldn't be sure either, as everyone chatted more and more and they all looked affirmative. This made Dayton a little uncertain. Did Arceus really live 800 years? Grandpa, have you read today's news? Kai, the country of flowers in Shihai, picked up the newspaper and found green peppers. Are they divine beasts? Qingjiao subconsciously thought of the beast. In his opinion, they can only point to the beast. After all, these divine beasts made his liver hurt from anger. All his wealth in his life has been occupied by the mythical beasts of the West Sea. That's right, look at today's newspaper, it reveals a shocking secret. Kai showed Qingjiao the newspaper to read. Shocked, the Pokemon Kingdom existed 800 years ago. This series of news surprised Qingjiao a little, but not everything in the newspaper is true. He didn't pay much attention to it. 150. He looked down, and suddenly he saw that the city of Jinjin was broken. The one who broke the city was a Pokemon named Deoxys. Advancing the city, could it be Impel? Qingjiao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Pokemon Kingdom would make a big deal again. You must know that Advanced City is quite a powerful place. Known as the Copper Wall Iron Defense, not a single fly can see it. But now it was broken by a Pokemon from the Pokemon Kingdom. How could this not surprise him? Could Imper be a big prison under the sea? When Kai heard this sentence, he immediately thought of the big prison under the sea. You know, there is only one record of criminals escaping from the submarine prison. That is the legendary Great Pirate Golden Lion. He didn't expect that someone would escape for the second time this time. And not only escaped, but also smashed the city of Advance. It's just astonishing. It seems that these divine beasts really cannot be provoked. Qingjiao originally wanted to take back what was lost. Now it seems that he has completely dismissed the idea. The Pokemon Kingdom is so powerful after all. How could he do it to get back the treasure? Look kid, today's news. Kira picked up the newspaper and handed it to Kid. Impressively written on it was the news that Deoxys had broken through the city. Is this real? Kid was a little unbelievable. He originally thought that Shihai's beast was stronger. But I didn't expect the beasts in other places to be so strong. It can be said that this time he was completely stunned. However, it also rekindled his ambition. These days, he has been looking for Wushenju to fight against. In the process of his continuous construction of the West Sea, Wushenju agreed to his request. In the constant battle with the five gods, Kid's fruit ability has been improved. His current strength has improved a lot. He wants to go to the Great Route, to the New World. Captain Glacia, are we always going to build in the West Sea? Everyone in the Glacia Pirates looked at Glacia. They have some regrets, whether to continue construction in the West Sea now. Compared to Kid, their abilities are not very useful for construction. Or let's run away. A pirate from the Glacia Pirates made a suggestion. No, we have to stay here for now. Glacia picked up the newspaper. She decided to stay here. The fact that the divine beast smashed the city into pieces gave her a particularly big shock. Thinking that the Pokemon Kingdom is so strong, she decided to stay for a while to improve her strength. Wait for Wushenju and Shengzu King to relax their vigilance, and they, ABAE, will sneak away again. Otherwise, if they ran away blindly, Wushenju and the others would not be polite to them. This is the mythical beast that Captain Luo mentioned. It has survived for 800 years. Babo the White Bear showed the reward order to many crew members to watch. Then he gave the reward order to Luo. Luo was a little dazed when he saw the reward. He didn't expect anything other than the 3 holy birds that day. Other divine beasts are still so strong, especially as the report said. The destruction of the advancing city this time has a lot to do with the Pokemon Kingdom. A Pokemon named Deoxys did it. They succeeded in destroying the City of Propulsion, which is a prison with copper walls and iron defense. Maybe they can beat Doflamingo. Seeing this, Luo couldn't help but think of his enemy Doflamingo. If it's a divine beast, then it shouldn't be a troublesome thing to eliminate Doflamingo. Luo some hope that he can also have such a powerful force. To defeat his nemesis Doflamingo, Groudon has the ability to destroy the world. Vivi of the Kingdom of Alabasta looked at Groudon outside the palace. Groudon's presence gave Alabasta important confidence. Now they in Alabasta are no longer afraid of other pirates invading. Other pirates want to invade the Kingdom of Alabasta. You have to weigh whether they are Groudon's rival. This also made the pirates who wanted to land in the Kingdom of Alabasta to commit crimes disappear a lot. For Groudon to compete with Kyogre for territory. She didn't want to believe it. After all, Wei thinks that Groudon is just a big eater who likes to enjoy food. And no intention of destroying the world. But at this time, the captain of the kingdom's guard, Bell, walked in, and he said with a complicated expression. Princess Vivi, Groudon has collapsed another house. This is the 42nd time that Groudon has collapsed this month. Wei felt a little tired when she heard Bell's words. She suddenly felt that what the news said was true. Groudon really likes to destroying the world in order to compete for territory. It really seemed like something Groudon could do. Water Capital, Carrera Corporation. Bingshan was a little surprised looking at the newspaper in his hand. He didn't expect Kyogre to be the world breaker, also had a fight with Groudon. It even reached the point of destroying the world. Had it not been stopped by Rayquaza, this thing is really going to make them successful. Bingshan sighed, looked out the window, and looked at the sea outside the window. The sea is blue, but has experienced the Kyogre incident. He no longer dared to let his men go fishing at the bottom of the sea. After all, there's no telling if Kyogre is at the bottom of the ocean. You know, when Kyogre shows a powerful force to overwhelm the sea. They have all witnessed it with their own eyes. Just relying on strength alone directly raised the sea level of the water capital by half. Let the villagers of the water capital suffer from it until now. Look, the city of advancement has been destroyed, and it was done by the beast. Usopp picked up the latest newspaper and showed it to the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy looked at the message above. Advanced city has been destroyed. Will Ace be in there? Luffy has been looking for Ace all this time. But he wasn't sure if Ace was inside, but he had already made a plan to invade the city. Shouldn't be there, the Navy hasn't changed the execution time. Sanji looked at the message. When he saw that the execution time had not been changed, it was still 5 days later. He responded to Luffy. No, where is Ace? Luffy was a little confused, and everyone couldn't give an answer. Now Luffy wants to rescue Ace urgently, but none of them can help. He could only wait and judge where Ace was in action. Otherwise, it is very easy to fall into danger and rush to nothing. Robin, on the other hand, was a little surprised by the information in the report, as a scholar of historical texts. Also able to read the Z on the history text, when he looked at the fact that the Pokemon Kingdom existed 000 years ago. She felt it was true, he had seen it in Alabasta history texts. Robin wonders if the Pokemon Kingdom existed 800 years ago. Gradually, she began to think about it, and she wanted to see if it was true. Margot, is there any news? Everyone from the Whitebeard pirates surrounded Margot. Their news about Ace is still quite urgent, because the old man let it go. If he can't find it again, he will launch a full-scale attack on the Navy headquarters on the execution day. This may not be good news. Ace is not advancing the city. Marco showed the news in his hand to Diamond Josie and Foil Vista. Push City was destroyed, and the person who committed such a crime turned out to be a mythical beast, Deoxys. See this breaking news. Joes couldn't sit still. Ace isn't in Advanced City, so where is he? However, the Pokemon Kingdom is too powerful. It can not only establish a base in the 4 seas, but also break into the Promotion City, and even completely destroy the Promotion City. Josie and Foil Vista were a little shocked. They didn't expect a new beast to appear in the Pokemon Kingdom. And these beasts can also destroy the City of Advancement. Even ran away unscathed. It also said that they existed 800 years ago, and there were even Groudon and Kyogre, 2 mythical beasts competing for territory and causing the world to fall into crisis. Fortunately, Rayquaza stopped. Or the story of the destruction of the world. It's outrageous. The only one who can destroy the world is our father Whitebeard. Yes, you know our father Edward Newgate Whitebeard is the world's mightiest man. The executives of the Whitebeard pirates did not believe this. Morgan's economic news agency, the main revenue is newspapers. To this end he often spread unreliable news, come earn berry. But compared to executive, the pirates at the bottom are assigned letters. They even think this thing is what it is. There are good and bad beasts. Groudon and Kyogre can destroy the world, must be bad. Rayquaza is good enough to save the world, and he's better than Groudon and Kyogre. Show it to Dad. Marco gave the newspaper to Joes and Inns to Whitebeard. These beasts are making a lot of noise. Whitebeard was a little surprised. You must know that he has heard about the Promotion City. After all, the Golden Lion who was with him in the Rocks Pirates once cut off his legs and escaped from the city. This is enough to see how tight the city's defenses are. Even a big pirate like the Golden Lion will have to pay a price if he wants to escape and advance the Johto region. This made Whitebeard a little curious about Deoxys. But after reading the news later, he doesn't have much volatility. The existence of the Pokemon Kingdom 800 years ago looks like fake news to Whitebeard Newgate. Not to mention destroying the world. His current idea is to obtain Ace's information. Find out where Ace was captured, if it is really impossible to save through rescue means. Then he plans to attack the Navy headquarters. Let the Navy headquarters see how powerful their Whitebeard pirates are. Victory achieved in advance, save Ace. This is his only option. Thinking of this, Whitebeard handed the newspaper back and secretly studied how to do it. This was facilitated while minimizing personal injury. Although he is full of confidence in his own strength, he knows that his sons are far worse than these masters of the Navy headquarters. He didn't have much concern for his own safety. In his opinion, he is a remnant of the old era. What is it to die to save your children? Suffering from illness, he had no idea that he would be able to survive this trip for a long time. But with so many crew members in the Whitebeard pirates, all of them trust him as their father. He must leave a way out for them. Thief, ha ha ha, I really didn't expect the beasts to have so many legends. Blackbeard picked up the newspaper and glanced at it. He smiled with a mouth full of missing teeth. As the Kyuuhai under the king, he has long heard about the destruction of Jincheng City. But he felt no danger. Instead, I felt a boost. In his opinion, all the monsters who escaped from the city should be gathered under his hands. Then the strength of their Blackbeard pirates will also be improved by this. Captain, maybe Groudon really has the power to destroy the world. Lafitte under Blackbeard looked at Blackbeard. He had seen Groudon's strong physique and tall figure. It has extremely powerful power. He still believed that Groudon had the power to destroy the world. That's nothing more than Morgan's idea of deceiving us. He doesn't even have anyone's signature to expose it. Blackbeard didn't believe it. In his opinion, Morgan's words were too illusory. For example, the Pokémon Kingdom existed 800 years ago. How could this exist in his opinion? It's just a delusion. If it really exists, how can they not even find any clues? So it is very likely that Morgan's made up all this. As for Groudon and Kyogre destroying the world, this is even more impossible. Although the two divine beasts are strong, it is impossible to destroy the world. What's more, a Rayquaza was added. You know, the Navy never released Rayquaza information. Not even the mythical beast Rayquaza. How could it have really existed? In the whole report, in the view of Blackbeard Marshal Titch, the only thing that is credible is that the advancing city was destroyed. He already knew quite well about this matter through the Navy's intelligence network. It was done by a Deoxys beast. He wields immense power. Chapter 76. The war on the top begins, and the 5 old stars are shocked. Holy Land, Mary Joya. Morgan's Economic Society, dare to leak our secrets. The 5 old stars are sitting on the sofa in the tall building of the world government. They looked angry. For today's newspaper, they know that everything in the newspaper is true. What should we do now? The curly-haired old star leaned on a cane and asked the others. Let Sengoku suspend the publication of all newspapers, and let CPO member Stucci go and give Morgan's a little color. The 5 old stars with long beards said directly. In his opinion, Morgan's just lacked a lesson, even daring to meddle with the affairs of their world government. It is almost impossible to die. If it wasn't for the world government still using Morgan's, it's time for CP0 to arrest him and bring him into Push City. The 5 old stars with long beards frowned at the thought of this. He remembered that Advanced City had been destroyed. Propulsion City is destroyed. What should we do with the Pokémon Kingdom now? The Pokémon Kingdom doesn't know who the father god behind him is. If it's just a normal beast, it's okay, but if it's the legendary creation god, it's not something we can deal with. We can only ask Master IM to help. The blonde Wu Laoxing said directly. If it's just a normal beast, they can still deal with it. If they really are creator gods, according to legend, they're not rivals. It's a pity that Lord IM is still sleeping. It's time for us to activate the backup plan and open the Island of Gods. The 5 old stars have different opinions. Wu Laoxing in the kendo suit said a little angrily. I worry about defeat before fighting. I think these beasts are not that powerful, even the Navy. Don't forget, we also have the CP organization, and the Seraphim, and the Pacifist. That's right, let the warring states punish Roger's son first. Maybe the Pokémon Kingdom is not so difficult to deal with. The last 5 character Wu Laoxing echoed the sentence of Wu Laoxing in kendo uniform. Suppress the evil pirates first, and then take back the 4 seas. Just send an order to the warring states. This time, Whitebeard, the remnant of the old era, must be wiped out in Maryford. All the 5 old stars approved the order of the 5 old stars of kendo service. Directly dialed the number of warring states, Mary Ford. Warring States office, he took the phone and followed the instructions. What happened? Garp looked at Sengoku. Sengoku frowned. He knew nothing good happened. The 5 old stars let us focus on dealing with Whitebeard first, and then destroy the Pokémon Kingdom. Already expected. Cap sat back on the sofa and continued eating the donuts. Also, we want us to cover up the news in the newspaper. Is this true? Garp was stunned when he heard Sengoku's words. If not for that, he would have always treated the paper as a joke. The fact that there was a Pokémon Kingdom 800 years ago, that Groudon and Kyogre almost caused the destruction of the world, and that Rayquaza came to the rescue is simply too unreal. But with the words of the Warring States period, he believed it. But everything that the world government wants to cover up is true. Such as the Ohala incident, or the Frevens incident, or even many other things involving the Draconians or the world government. Various events tell them that these are true. The eyes of the two became dignified instantly. If these things are true, then the Pokémon Kingdom is just too scary. Not only has a history of 800 years, but also has the power to destroy the world. This made them suddenly feel a bit of coolness. Maybe we guessed wrong, but the Pokemon Kingdom is a dangerous force anyway. I will send lieutenants everywhere to guard it closely. Sengoku sighed and decided to forget about it. Now that the Navy is in troubled times, he has invited Shichibukai to come here. Discuss how to deal with the upcoming Whitebeard incident. That's right, the Navy has realized that Whitebeard is coming. As Whitebeard's ship approached the Great Route, Whitebeard's intentions were clearly revealed. That is, Whitebeard wants to save Ace from the war on the top. Ace. When Garp heard Kiwahai, he thought of Ace with a look of frustration on his face. He didn't want Ace to die in Maryford, but he was a Marine. Now the Navy is under threat from the New World, the Pokemon Kingdom, and the Revolutionary Army. He couldn't say anything about letting Ace go. Even though he knew he had said it, the old friend of the Warring States period in Wu Laoxing would not agree. Carp, why don't you attend this meeting, spend more time with him? Warring States sighed, he didn't know what Carp, an old friend, was thinking. It's just that this is a duel between them and Whitebeard. Since the 5 old stars temporarily prevent them from launching a war against the Pokemon Kingdom, then their navy can only take the head of Whitebeard to deter the New World. Let these pirates know that their navy is still strong. They even want to take the troops to the New World and put all the 4 emperors in prison. General Akainu, why did you break an arm? Really, who can hurt Admiral Akainu to such an extent? Who actually caused this? Akainu returned from Hasad Island, and many naval soldiers talked about it. This was the first time he had been on a warship returning to the Navy headquarters in so many days of recuperation. He looked behind him and the entire Punk Hazard Island was burning with flames. His heart was filled with hatred. He hates the Pokemon Kingdom. However, this hatred has also transformed into the driving force for his success. He has now successfully mastered the awakening ability of the Magma Fruit. He'll have to Ho-Oh pay the price this time. Let Ho-Oh know that Admiral Akainu is awesome. Maryford's meeting. Xingqi, Wang Yuan, Warring States, Lieutenant General Crane and others are all on the conference table. These are the top combat power of the Navy. The appearance of Aokiji surprised Blackbeard, Doflamingo and Shichibukai. They didn't expect that Xingqi was still alive. Let's get started. You should know what the Navy needs you to do this time, right? Warring States announced the start of the meeting. Looking at everyone in Kiwahai, this time Kiwahai joined Blackbeard. But there were only 5 people, and Clock Dar was wiped out by the mythical beast Groudon. Jinbei escaped after disobeying orders and being thrown into the castle. Right now only Doflamingo, Blackbeard, Hawkeye Mahawk, Hancock, Moria and Tyrant Bear are left in the 7 Wuhai army. Isn't it just to deal with Whitebeard? Of course it's good to say first, I can't fight to the death. Doflamingo saw so many generals here, as well as Marshal Warring States. Immediately, he didn't dare to be as presumptuous as before. But there is still some dissatisfaction with the Navy in words. After all, they were all forced to come here by the Navy, and it is precisely because of the lessons learned by Shichibukai Jinpei that they came to the Navy headquarters without exception. It's the same with the concubine. Boa Hancock also expressed her interest. She will also not work hard for the Navy. After all, strictly speaking, they all have their own forces. Kiwahai became Kiwahai only for the sake of profit. Just do your best, Lieutenant General. He responded that, in her opinion, these pirates would definitely not fight to the death for the Navy. But if they can't even exert their combat power, then their Navy also has a way to deal with it. That is to revoke their Kiwahei's name and launch a large army to attack. Compared to the big pirates in the New World and the Pokemon Kingdom, most of the Kiwahai are on the Great Route, but they are much easier to deal with. Thief, haha, then it seems that this matter is settled. The cherry pie here is delicious. Blackbeard laughed, but this sound made Hancock, Hawkeye, and Tyrant Bear feel a little uncomfortable. Blackbeard, you are Whitebeard's crew member, you must perform well in this battle. Crane looked at Blackbeard, she also looked down on Blackbeard. As a crew member of Whitebeard, but betrayed Whitebeard, such a pirate, whether it is the Navy or the pirates, can't get used to it, even though Blackbeard's betrayal has brought benefits to the Navy. Thief, ha ha ha. I will try my best. Blackbeard smiled and left, but there was a sinister look in his eyes. He will not help the Navy. His dream is to become One Piece. Get the legendary secret treasure. The Navy or Whitebeard are just tools for him to use. He has found the pirates who escaped from the city and absorbed them. Formed a new Blackbeard pirates. A meeting ends immediately. Shichibukai will be waiting at the Navy headquarters for the next few days. Waiting for the time when the top war starts, and at this moment, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. The leader, Dorag, saw the returning Ivankov and the Lightning Revolutionary Army. What happened? Drago looked at Ivankov. Ivankov seemed hesitant to speak. Ivankov told Drago what happened to the city. The Revolutionary Army has a total of 5 commanders. They are Bello Betty of the Eastern Army, Lindbergh of the Southern Army, Mori of the Western Army, and Crow of the Northern Army. And Ivankov, commander of the Great Route. At the moment, the Chief of Staff, Sabo, the commander of the Northern Military Region, Crow, and Executive Kurla, and other members of the Revolutionary Army are all present. When they heard the reward of the beast, they froze for a moment. 10 devil fruits are too many. Kurla was a little surprised. This is a devil fruit, not yin baisu. You know, the devil fruits of their Revolutionary Army are also not many. In their opinion, the mythical beast Dialga wanted 10 of them in one breath, which seemed like a big mouth for a lion. It actually takes 10. Yeah, too many. After hearing this, many Revolutionary Army soldiers also felt that it was too much. Seeing this, Chief of Staff Sabo said something to Ivankov. Can we discuss a little less? Sabo, as the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, knows all about the material reserves of the Revolutionary Army. Just a dozen devil fruits, it's really going to be taken by Deoxys. Then there are not many of them left. 0 for flowers, 0. I'll think of a way. Ivankov was a little helpless, and he regretted after agreeing to Deoxys. You know, these are 10 devil fruits, but after agreeing, he didn't dare to go back on his word. In that case, if he wants to repent, then it is certain that all these soldiers of the Revolutionary Army will be buried in Advanced City. Don't think of a way, give it to him. Dorag spoke directly. Commander-in-Chief, shouldn't you stop thinking about it? Anyway, they don't know where we are. Terry Kildeo, a soldier of the Revolutionary Army, said a few words to the Commander-in-Chief. In his opinion, no matter how powerful the Pokémon Kingdom is, he doesn't know the location of the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Can't find them, as long as they don't show up, not even a single devil fruit. They know where we are. After hearing what Terry Kildeo said, Lightning immediately corrected a sentence. I know, how is it possible? Did you say it? The Navy hasn't been able to locate our headquarters for 3 years? Soldiers like Terry Kildeo didn't believe it. We were not exposed, and we were surprised when he said it. Ivankov directly echoed Terry Kildeo's words. Ivankov's words as the commander of the Great Root. It still works. Soon the people under him stopped questioning. But doubts about the strength of the Pokémon Kingdom began to rise again. Our Revolutionary Army may not be their rival. I think they have bad intentions, otherwise why would they inquire about our location? That is, in their view, the Pokémon Kingdom has ulterior motives, and the material reserves of the Revolutionary Army have always been insufficient. One less devil fruit means one less chance for them to become a devil fruit capable user. Their strength is very strong, and there are several very powerful beasts on their face. Kyogre defeated General Aokiji. The words of the Revolutionary Army made the members of the Revolutionary Army under Ivankov upset. You must know that they also worked for the Revolutionary Army, and now Ivankov gave 10 devil fruits to save their lives. In their opinion, the words of the Revolutionary Army at the headquarters in Bardigo are wrong. This, Bardigo's Revolutionary Army fighters had no way to refute. Kyogre's defeat of Admiral Aokiji has been confirmed by many parties. Deoxys beat Magellan and Douglas Barrett back-to-back. Ivankov told the information he witnessed in the City of Advancement. Magellan and Douglas Barrett, 2 strong men who are infinitely close to the strength of a general. These words directly shocked the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army of Baldigo. You must know that they often collect intelligence on naval powerhouses. As for the information on the seas of the world, Magellan is the director of the Propulsion City. Naturally, the strength is not much, a proper general-level combat power. And Douglas Barrett is a member of the Roger Pirates. Possesses extremely powerful combat power. Did you actually defeat 2 more mega powerhouses? The Pokémon Kingdom is terrible. The Crow said something in a timely manner. Crow, is it possible that you also know the information of the Pokémon Kingdom? Ivankov looked at the Crow. He knew that the Crow normal would not comment on a certain force unless he knew some inside information. Can the chief speak? The Crow looked at Drago. During this time, he kept his mouth shut and did not tell about the defeat of Akainu. Now he can't control his mouth anymore. Say what you want. Drago didn't say much. The Pokémon Kingdom has already begun to emerge. This information can only make everyone in the Revolutionary Army more aware of the horror of the Pokémon Kingdom. Otherwise, if the Revolutionary Army is so arrogant, it is very likely that they will provoke the Pokémon Kingdom, the great enemy in the future. Drago has no intention of fighting the Pokémon Kingdom now. There is a mythical beast Ho-Oh in the East Daxia Sea. We saw him defeat Admiral Akainu and burn an arm of Akainu. Crow told what he had seen and heard in Rog Town, Donghai. Everyone, including Chief of Staff Sabo, Executive Kurla, Army Commander Ivankov, and Deputy Army Commander Lightning, were all shocked when they fought against the Revolutionary Army. They finally understood that Drago would readily agree to pay the beast 10 devil fruits. It turns out that Deoxys and Kyogre are not the only elite soldiers in the hands of the beasts. There is also Ho-Oh, which can suppress the Admiral head-on. And burn the mythical Pokémon with 1 arm of Akainu. In this way, there is also the Sacred Pillar King of the South Daxia Sea. He also eliminated General Zephyr, and his strength should not be underestimated. Chief of Staff Sabo added a beast, which means he has agreed to give 10 devil fruits. Just like what Dorag said, the Pokémon Kingdom has become a behemoth, and their Revolutionary Army can't afford to mess with history. Chapter 77. Warring States Execution of Ace, Resurrection of Hoopa. Windmill Village. Ron asked Deoxys to go to the Revolutionary Army to get the devil fruit these days. He originally thought that the Revolutionary Army would pester him, but unexpectedly found that Drago was very happy. It didn't take long to give Deoxys 10 devil fruits. Currently Ron's devil fruit plus these 10, there are 14 of them. This also means he can resurrect Hoopa, this cosmic Pokémon that can summon mythical beasts. The color of the light of recovery he spit out this time is golden. This is also a color that only cosmic Pokémon have. What a turbulent divine power. This divine power came from Father God. Is Father God going to resurrect some powerful beast again? Three holy beasts, three holy mushrooms, Ho-Oh and Deoxys all came to Ron's side. They looked at Ron. When they saw this golden beam of light, they froze for a moment, because the divine power of this beam of light had surpassed Groudon, Rayquaza and Kyogre. This means that God the Father is going to create a rather powerful beast. I don't know if it's the three dragons of the Tao, or Mewtwo, or the phantom god of the world. Deoxys looked at the beam of light in surprise. He knew that only the three dragons of Tao, Zekrom, Hyrum, Kyurem, or Pokémon such as Solgaleo, Necrozma, and Mewtwo can master such a great divine power. There is such a great power to revive Pokémon, it's Hoopa. Ron saw the surprised expression on Deoxys' face beside him. He directly told him the name of the resurrected beast. Hoopa, it's him, Father God, Hoopa has been resurrected. Deoxys is a bit shocking. You must know that Hoopa is a Pokémon that Solacean can summon planet-level Pokémon as a younger brother. Groudon is the most hated object, all because Groudon is the one who can't fly, 760, among many beasts. Every time you are called by Hoopa, you have to walk back by yourself. It can be said that in Groudon's mind, Hoopa is the only guy worse than him. Is the father going to revive Hoopa? This is too shocking. The three holy beasts kept talking. For them, the fact that Ron brought Hoopa back to life was a shocker. Because 800 years ago, the Pokémon Kingdom sent Hoopa to start a war. And this time they had the same premonition. Now wait for the top war to start. Ron cast his eyes on Maryford. He must let the whole world know how invincible their Pokémon Kingdom is this time. Aboard the Moby DK, the members of Whitebeard all embarked on a journey to the headquarters of the Navy on the Great Route. The Whitebeard pirates have a total of 16 teams, 43 pirate groups, and a total of 50,000 people. At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates are heading for the Great Route. This made it clear to all the forces in the New World what the purpose of Whitebeard was. I never thought that Whitebeard would go to the Navy headquarters for a crew member. Wangguo, Charlotte Lingling received information from Whitebeard. He looked in the direction of the Whitebeard pirates. In her opinion, Whitebeard can be regarded as going forever this time. After all, it was the Marine headquarters Maryford. There are 3 admirals of the Navy, as well as Carp and 2 monster-level powerhouses in the Warring States period. As long as there are these monsters, the Navy headquarters is impenetrable, with their strength as the 4 Emperor pirates. It is far less than the Navy. Mom, then we can wait for Whitebeard's defeat and engulf his territory. Charlotte Trelling's eldest son, Charlotte Tebaros Perot, gave a treacherous laugh. He had coveted Whitebeard's territory for a long time. Haha, that's right, we want to seize more territory and get more delicacies. Charlotte thought of the great gourmet country in the Whitebeard's territory in the New World. Because of Whitebeard's shelter, they couldn't get involved. But now Whitebeard has gone to the Navy headquarters to die. That also means that these sites are likely to become their sites. But apparently he wasn't the only one holding this idea. There are others. For example, Kaido, the 4 Emperors, is far away on Ghost Island. It seems that the New World will be dominated by our 100 Beasts pirates soon. Drought Jack saw Whitebeard set sail. I couldn't help but think about it. I really didn't expect that Whitebeard would die for a crew member. Quinn adjusted the mechanical arm with a smile on his face, but this smile made people shudder. This is our great opportunity. Our beast pirates can plunder Whitebeard's territory. Kaido picked up the mace and slammed the hammer at ground. Ghost Island was instantly filled with smoke and dust. In his view, since Whitebeard left the territory without authorization, then Beast Kaido will not be polite. He wants to take the opportunity to swallow Whitebeard's territory. Father, the red-haired boat is approaching. Margot saw the ships of the red-hair pirates approaching Whitebeard. In view of the fact that the relationship between the 2 parties is not bad, he reported to Whitebeard, let him come up. Whitebeard glanced at the red-haired ship in the distance. He decided to let the redhead come up. He knew the redhead must have been there to stop the fight. Long time no see. Basie, Shanks boarded the boat alone with the wine. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates saw Shanks coming alone. He gradually relaxed his vigilance. Red-haired kid, what are you doing on my Moby DK? Whitebeard looked at Shanks. Shanks' growth made him feel unexpected. Shanks was once an apprentice crew member of the Roger Pirates. But now he has grown into the 4 Emperors of the New World. The change is simply astonishing. I'm here this time to persuade you not to go. The redhead was silent for a while and finally stated his purpose. No, would you give up saving your son? Although Whitebeard had expected it, Redhair would say such a thing. But when he heard what the Redhair said, I still couldn't help but feel a little angry. In his opinion, the redhead's words were simply insulting him. He was not a person who would be afraid of the Navy and not save his crew. What's more, this is the captain of the 2nd team, Ace, who he single-handedly promoted. I have information. The Navy headquarters has set up a heavy ambush. Whitebeard, you are very likely to die this time. After a moment of hesitation, Shanks decided to tell the truth. He didn't want the order of the sea to be broken. Especially the New World Order. If Whitebeard dies, there is a great possibility that the New World will fall into chaos. A new world without Whitebeard checks and balances. The 4 Emperors Charlotte Lingling and the 4 Emperors Kaido are by no means good at each other. It will definitely turn the New World upside down. What are you talking about? How can there be something wrong with Dad? Even if Shanks is the four emperors, we will not forgive you for saying such things. Margot, Josie and others glared at Shanks. In their view, Curse is Curse Whitebeard. And Whitebeard is the soul of their Whitebeard pirates. Naturally, he didn't want Shanks to say such a thing. Redhead, you can go before I get angry. White-bearded Edward Newgate looked to the redhead. He knew that there were more news about the red hair, so what he said was definitely true. But this matter, he must do it. He couldn't accept the redhead's words. Whitebeard, Shanks wanted to say more, but Whitebeard said directly to Margot. Shanks, please leave. Go away, redhead. Margot has a blind admiration for Whitebeard. Although he was also worried about Old Beard's body, after all, Whitebeard's body was not as good as before. But he also believed that his father would be able to rescue Ace this time. Okay, I'm leaving. As the help who came this time, I will help you deal with the sneak attack of the Kaido pirates. The red hair knew that there was nothing to do, so he could only sigh and leave. But out of admiration for Whitebeard, he decided to stop Kaido. He has received the news that Kaido is sailing towards Whitebeard. Looked like he wanted to sneak attack. Thanks, red-haired brat. Whitebeard looked at Shanks leaving. He knew Shanks would keep his word. Now he has solved all his worries. The only thing left is to march into the Navy headquarters, Maryford. He already has a series of tactics to deal with the deadly attack on the Navy headquarters. Forcibly broke into the Navy headquarters. Execute Ace at 12 noon. Sengoku and Carp arrived at the execution scene at 9 o'clock. Ace had his hands bound. Kneeling on the execution platform, there are many scars on his body. But this is no worse than the pain in my heart. He would rather die in battle with the Navy. I also don't want to use normal as a bait as it is now as a bait for the Whitebeard pirates. Garp saw Ace lowering his head and not wanting to show his face. I feel a little distressed in my heart, just like Luffy. How is Ace not his grandson? It's just that as a naval hero, he has no way to rescue Ace. Unless he betrays the Navy that he has been in for a lifetime. It's time, turn on the videophone bug. Warring States said to Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel beside him. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel nodded. This time the Navy will conduct a worldwide trial on the son of evil, Ace. And this event will be broadcast live in the eyes of people all over the world. And then to restore the prestige lost by their Navy during this time. So opening the image phone bug is a must. At the same time, on the other side, they also placed projection phone bugs in the Chambord Islands and other places. Everything that happens at Navy headquarters happens around the world. With the video phone bug open, everyone in the Chambord Islands looked at the projection phone bug. When they saw the Navy making such a big battle, just to kill someone, they all froze for a moment. Who is he? Why can it cause people all over the world to broadcast live? Red Dog, Blue Pheasant, and Yellow Ape, these are the three major Navy generals, all of them have come out. More than that, they are all from the Navy, and there are at least 300,000 Navy soldiers. There are also Kiwahai under the king, they are all here. There is even the naval hero Garp, there are many onlookers. Trafalgar Law, Skulikman Arp, Roger Pirates Navigator Spark Jabba. Many people were watching, and they made a shocking sound zero. They had never seen such a large force from the Navy. It never occurred to him that the Navy would put so much effort just for the execution of such a person. Curious about who this person is, and at this moment, Warring States coughed. Then began to speak. I'm sure you are all curious, why so many Marines came to this execution. It's all because the person in front of you has a different identity than normal. Hina, the captain of the Navy known as Kuroken, looked at Sengoku. The matter this time is very confidential, and even Hina, the colonel of the Navy headquarters, has never heard of it. Shichibukai Hawkeye, Tyrant Bear, Hancock, and Mariah looked at Sengoku. This matter is quite confidential, and they are curious about the identity of the person on the stage. What kind of identity can make the Warring States period make such a big commotion? Only Doflamingo knows some clues about Ace on the execution platform. He looked at where Blackbeard should have been. Something meaningful, the instinct of a careerist told him. The disappearance of Blackbeard must be planning something unknown. Who exactly? Could it be hundreds of millions of pirates? It's just a few 100 million, how could it be at least 1 billion? It must be doing a lot of evil. Being able to execute the death penalty under the witness of everyone, I believe that he will die without regret. The Chambord Islands were crowded with people, and they all wanted to know the real identity of this person. In the eyes of all eyes, Sengoku finally spoke out. He is the offspring of the pirate king Gold D. Roger, Gold D. Ace, the root of evil in the Sea of Cholera, Ace. Following the words of the Warring States period, countless people were dumbfounded. They didn't expect such a big news today. The man in front of him turned out to be the son of One Piece, Gold D. Ace. The source of cholera throughout the sea. It turned out to be the son of the pirate king. That's really incredible. Apu looked at the man on the execution platform. He didn't expect this man to have such a shocking identity. Ace, the son of One Piece, do you want to be executed? Luo glanced at the execution platform. A little sad, when he saw that Doflamingo, the source of cholera, was still on the side of justice in the Navy. How pathetic he felt. The Navy ignores the real evil, but goes to arrest a teenager who has no idea what crime he has committed. Even if this person is the son of Roger the pirate. Is this man Roger's Kawako? Jabba Spark took a look. then shook his head. Relying on his own strength can't save Ace, and Jabaspark, who has been away from the Roger Pirates for so many years, doesn't want to be exposed and die for it. Didn't Roger's son die 18 years ago? Why is 3.7 still alive now? The three generals looked at Ace, and they knew that this man was not only a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, but also Roger's son. They knew it clearly in that year, when the Navy was sent to track down the posthumous son of Gord D. Roger. Unexpectedly, Roger's son survived. Is the root of evil? She. Doflamingo let out a unique laugh, and he looked at Ace. Even he didn't expect Ace in front of him to be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. He is still the son of Roger the Pirate. This shocking life experience directly surprised him. Roger's son? Hina really can't believe it. Hina looked at Ace on the execution platform. She didn't expect Ace to be the son of One Piece. She couldn't help feeling sorry for Ace. If Ace is not the son of Roger the Pirate King, he definitely wouldn't be treated like this. No, my name is Portgas D. Ace. I am the son of Whitebeard, and I have nothing to do with Roger. Hearing Sengoku's words, Ace struggle stood up. He hates Roger the Pirate King. That's why he changed his name to Portras. He now only thinks that he has only one father, that is Whitebeard, and he wants to make Whitebeard the new One Piece. Boom. Two executioners struck Ace's legs with their sword handles. This made Ace kneel again. You are not Whitebeard's son, you are just the executive of the Whitebeard Pirates, and your father is Roger. The Warring States period directly exposed Ace's other identity without being influenced by Ace. This also let everyone know another identity of Ace. He is not only the son of Roger the Pirate King, but also the executive and captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Countless eyes looked at Ace, and shock appeared in their eyes. Chapter 78 Against Whitebeard in the Navy, Hoopa summons the Divine Beast. It turned out to be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. The four emperors of the New World, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. In an instant, the Navy at the bottom and the civilians of the Chambord Islands were all boiling. They knew that Whitebeard regarded his crew as his sons. Now that the Navy has captured his son, that means Whitebeard will definitely come back with revenge. They will even force their way into Maryford. Whitebeard's son dares to catch him. Is the Navy going to start a war with the Whitebeard Pirates? Apu looked at the Navy in the projection, thinking with lingering fear. Will Whitebeard come? Luo glanced at the projected screen. It was unknown whether Whitebeard would come or not. Will there really be four emperors coming to save his crew? It wasn't just Luo who had such doubts. Shichibukai and even the Navy have such doubts. Warring States looked into the distance. He was not sure whether Whitebeard would come or not. But it doesn't matter whether Whitebeard comes or not. Their actions this time are sure to make money, if Whitebeard comes. Then the trap he set up will work. If Whitebeard doesn't come, then he can directly declare to the whole world. Executed Roger's son, Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain Ace. Let the prestige of the Navy rise to the peak again. Is the Pokémon moving? Warring States asked Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel behind him. Their Navy has sent a large number of Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals. Watch over the Pokémon Kingdom of the world. The purpose is to keep the Pokémon Kingdom from spoiling the situation. In order to prevent the enemy from the front and back. Marshal of the Warring States period, they don't have a situation, even if they want to, they won't be able to come. The Flying Squirrel responded that he had called. The 4 seas are calm. Nothing happened. Okay, then let's concentrate on waiting for Whitebeard. The only one who learned of the change was the Whitebeard of the 4 emperors. Sengoku finally let go of his heart, after removing the only variable. He relaxed a lot, now he only had to wait for the arrival of Whitebeard. Boom. What happened? Suddenly there was a loud bang in Maryford. It's the Whitebeard Pirates, they came and fired shells at us. Warring States 01 realized that it was the Whitebeard Pirates who came, and he gave orders instantly. Now get ready for Whitebeard, with the words of the Warring States period. Suddenly, the battlefield became noisy. They looked at the Whitebeard Pirates in the distance, picked up their guns one by one, and prepared to attack the Whitebeard Pirates in the distance. A wall was even raised to block the Whitebeard Pirates. Don't let them in. But at this moment, the center of Maryford. Ripples suddenly appeared in the lake water. As the ripples got bigger and bigger, 3 white whale-like ships appeared inside. Whitebeard of the 4 emperors appeared on it, as well as his team captains. Ace, Tulai has saved you. Whitebeard looked at Ace on the execution platform and said this sentence. Daddy, Ace murmured. He didn't expect that his father came to save him. But deep down in his heart, he didn't want his father Whitebeard to save him. Because he knew it was a trap. Seaquake, Whitebeard hammered the air with his arms. In an instant, the whole sea began to tremble. There were huge waves on the ground, and the huge waves began to cover Maryford. Tsunami. Whitebeard caused a tsunami. Is this the power of Whitebeard? He is worthy of the world's mightiest man? The Navy looked at Whitebeard as if seeing a natural disaster. They didn't expect at all that Whitebeard directly turned the sea into topsy-turvy with one move. If Whitebeard really did it, then the whole Maryford will be submerged by the waves. As expected of a strong man with the ability to destroy the world, it's really scary. On the Chambord Islands, Luo looked at the scene on the island, and when he saw that the entire sea was turned upside down by Whitebeard's move, he suddenly realized. If he was on the battlefield, he would be helpless against this move. The power of the shaking fruit is really terrifying. Tyrant Bear couldn't help but wince as he looked at the attack of Whitebeard Edward Newgate. With such a powerful devil fruit, it's no wonder Whitebeard is known as the world's mightiest man. Age of Theo. 2 icicles appeared on Aokiji's hands and directly affected the waves. Freeze the waves directly. The general has made a move. The Navy looked excited, they didn't expect the general to do it at this moment. And he stopped Whitebeard's Hyjun attack as soon as he made a move. Empty shocked. Days without wishes after seeing Aokiji seal the waves with Theo era. Instead, the air shock was used. Shocked the green pheasant directly into the air. Aokiji fell to the sea and directly sealed the sea with ice. Blocked. The Navy breathed a sigh of relief, but fortunately, the Admiral is still very powerful. General Aokiji directly stopped Whitebeard's Hyjun. It's terrible, Whitebeard pirates, have you ever seen the power of the speed of light? The yellow ape couldn't sit still anymore, it turned into a flash and went towards the Whitebeard, and released the 8-foot Chonguyu with a wave of both hands. But in the next second, he was firmly blocked by Marco, who had turned into a phoenix. Your rival is me, not Whitebeard. Marco stood in front of the yellow ape, said these words. Yes, yellow ape didn't mind either, and started fighting with Marco directly. As the king of fishing, he really didn't want to fight against a terrifying rival like Whitebeard. Go to hell. Diamond Joes, captain of the 3rd division of the Whitebeard pirates, lifted a piece of solid ice 30 to 40 meters from the ice and threw it at the Navy soldiers. The Navy soldiers looked at such a huge piece of solid ice and wanted to dodge crazily. At this moment, the red dog made a move, big eruption. A palm of lava was released from his left hand, soon to melt the ice. Akainu was missing a hand. Whitebeard looked at Akainu, he was a little surprised, he didn't expect Akainu, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. There will be one hand missing. Obviously, it wasn't just Whitebeard who saw it. Everyone around saw it. What's the matter? How did the admiral lose his hand? Everyone in the Chambord Islands was a little puzzled, they wondered why Admiral Akainu Sakaski lost a hand. The bottom navy of the Navy is also a little puzzled by this matter. However, they soon discovered that losing a hand did not affect Akainu's strength too much. The Navy quickly gained the upper hand, followed by the arrival of Little Ozzy, the descendant of young Guo Demon. He forcibly broke through the stone wall and led the crew of the Whitebeard pirates to the island. Followed by everyone from the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates are in an all-out war with the Navy. A veritable hand-to-hand combat, and in the depths of Maryford. Inside a manufactured prison, there is a stone statue. There is a lieutenant general guard outside his door. I really don't know what the Marshal of the Warring States period thinks, he actually asked me to guard a stone statue. Lieutenant General Mozambia was a little bored, especially after hearing the noisy voices outside Maryford. He was even more upset, knowing that he was a vice admiral. But he couldn't go to the battlefield, but stayed here to guard a stone statue. He felt that this was a great humiliation to him. Just at this time, suddenly, a ray of light shone on the stone statue. What is this? Mozambique looked at the golden light on the stone statue in surprise. But in the next second, the golden light stopped. The stone statue began to come to life. Is this a divine beast? The naval soldiers around Mozambique soon understood what it was. After all, there are beasts in the stone statue. It has been widely circulated in the Navy. But the Navy collected many stone statues, but none of the statues were successfully revived. This made the Navy gradually forget about the stone statue. Until now, the resurrection of the stone statue appeared in front of them. Only then can they be completely sure, there are really mythical beasts inside the stone statue. Hoopa. Retribution Hoopa is a small, pink and gray creature with a V on its stomach, a braid on top of its head, and 2 upward curving horns on the sides, each with a golden ring. This is too miniature, is he really a mythical beast? Mozambique saw the punishment for Hoopa and was a little dazed. This divine beast doesn't look very powerful at first glance. But the next moment he knew how wrong his idea was. Hoopa threw the shadow ball and the shadow ball went right through his heart. Mozambique fell directly to the ground, vomited blood and died. As a vice admiral, he died completely like this. Boom. Hoopa used psychic and directly destroyed the cage. Escape from this iron cage. Notify the Warring States Marshal. The Marines panicked. The surprise attack of the mythical beast Hoopa caught them off guard. They need to notify Marshal Warring States immediately. But they haven't waited for them to come and inform the Warring States. He was directly killed by the Pokemon Blast Wave released by Hoopa. On the battlefield, Whitebeard and Sengoku are very anxious about the current situation. Warring States is a little easier. After all, it is the Whitebeard pirates who are now in the set. Just at this time, Maryford's golden light caught their attention. Oops. Sengoku looked at Maryford, his face became ugly. This strange light represents that the beast will recover. This is already a recognized fact. That is, at this moment there is a divine beast resurrected. Boom. The body of a marine soldier fell from a height. There was a loud noise. This focused the attention of everyone present on soaring in the sky. What is this? It can fly, and it looks strange, so it can't be a divine beast. Both the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy were a little shocked. A creature less than 1 meter floated out of Maryford soaring in the sky. I am Hoopa, the beast of the Pokemon Kingdom. Today the Pokémon Kingdom will declare war on you and restore the Pokémon Kingdom's world totem status 800 years ago. Hoopa floats and soaring in the sky. As soon as he opened his mouth, he directly started group taunting. Declared war on us all, what a breath, arrogance. Hoopa's words directly annoyed the Navy and pirates present. They didn't expect the creature in soaring in the sky to be so arrogant. He actually declared war on them all directly. It seems that no matter the Navy or the pirates are treated equally. Is this the mythical beast of the Pokémon Kingdom? The tone is arrogant? Even Whitebeard frowned a little. He didn't expect the beast in front of him to act so boldly. He declared war on them all. This is simply insane. So the enemy is not only our Navy? Pirates are also the same. Warring states did not expect that the purpose of Pokémon is here to restore the glory of 800 years ago, although he doesn't know what the Pokémon Kingdom was like 800 years ago. But through clues, he was able to know that the Pokémon Kingdom should be the Totem Kingdom 800 years ago. Even the king of the world. But the current king of the world is the world government, but the Tianlong people. This means that the Navy cannot make concessions. It can only suppress the divine beast in front of it. The history of 800 years ago is indeed true. Carp looked at Hoopa in soaring in the sky, and confirmed that the news some time ago was true. It seems that the Pokémon Kingdom 800 years ago was quite a powerful force. But the Pokémon Kingdom does. Is it really doable? At the same time challenge the two forces of the Navy and the four emperors. Can a mere beast really do it? Is the history 800 years ago really true? That's right, there used to be a legend in my hometown that the Pokémon Kingdom existed 800 years ago. The current world manager is the world government, and I don't believe that divine beasts can move the world government. This is the Pokémon Kingdom's challenge to the world government. For a time, people in the Chambord Islands had different opinions. They understand that the Pokémon Kingdom is challenging the 870 world government. Especially people who chat more and more and learn about their hometown. When there are legends of the Pokémon Kingdom, they agreed with it. It seems that mythical beasts existed 800 years ago. A force that existed 800 years ago. Jabba Spark looked at the scene on the projection. He had also seen sights of some ruins on Ralph Drew. There is a portrait of a mythical beast on it. When he saw that the portrait of the divine beast was very similar to the portrait on the ruins in the newspaper's reward. He was still a little surprised. Now he has no doubts. Obviously, this is the former totem forces challenging the current totem forces. World government matters. Did all these mythical beasts come from 800 years ago? Luo didn't believe the above information before, but he was a little convinced by the reaction projected on the battlefield. If these mythical beasts really came from 800 years ago, then 800 years ago, it was stronger or weaker than it is now. This is an unknown. He looks at Hoopa in the projection. He wants to know, this character who can represent the Pokémon Kingdom. What a powerful force it has, 800 years ago. Akainu looks at Hoopa in soaring in the sky. He doesn't believe Hoopa's words at all. He doesn't believe that the world was actually governed by the Pokémon Kingdom 800 years ago. It seemed impossible to him. These are all the nonsense of the beast. It's so scary, the power of 800 years ago is challenging us. Kizaru looks at Hoopa in soaring in the sky. In his opinion, Hoopa is not so powerful. At least it's not just a mythical beast that can take down pirates, the level of the Navy. He tentatively took Hoopa's word for it, but even what Hoopa says is true. Nor can he do it, restore the status of the world totem. What is needed is not tone, but strength. It's better to be careful, these beasts are not easy to deal with. Aokiji glanced aside, a little contemptuous of the yellow ape. The yellow ape has never fought against a divine beast. Kyogre's power still scares him even now, such great strength and huge stature. It is very possible that he really lived that long. And experience a Pokémon Kingdom in his long years. Still very possible. I saved you, Ace, just when everyone was shocked by Hoopa. Luffy saved Ace directly. The occurrence of this incident made everyone unresponsive. But just when the Navy was going to pursue Ace, Hoopa turned on the transform, and he successfully transformed to become the Liberation Contest condition. The height reached 88 meters, with 6 arms hanging in the air. There is a hollow in the middle of the body, and there are 6 golden armbands on the hands, including the feet. Come out, beasts! Hoopa can summon up to 6 mythical beasts at one time. This time he summoned the divine beasts of the South Daxia Sea, the 5 sacred pillars, and the divine Pillar King. He summoned a beast out of thin air, so he didn't come alone. This scene directly stunned the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy. They had no idea that Hoopa could summon mythical beasts out of thin air. Chapter 79 The Holy Pillar King defeated Margao, and the 3 holy beasts appeared. As Hoopa calls, the 5 pillars emerged from Hoopa's circle. They are Rock God Pillar Regilock, Ice God Pillar Regice, Steel God Pillar Regiskilu, Dragon God Pillar Regisarago, Electric God Pillar Regieleki, and Pillar King Regigigas. The appearance of Wushan Pillar and Sacred Pillar King surprised everyone. They all looked at Hoopa and the 5 pillars that suddenly appeared. The 5 divine pillars emerged from Hoopa's circle, which is Hoopa's ability to summon divine beasts for his use. Only this time Hoopa wasn't manipulating their minds. Instead, let them act autonomously. Eliminate the enemy for God the Father. The momentum of the 5 divine pillars is very powerful. In addition, the Holy Pillar King made everyone look sideways. Just at this time, A rear admiral retaliates for the navy killed by Hoopa. He directly raised the knife and slashed towards Yanshenju. Die. The strength of the rear admiral is not bad, and he has the strength of a swordsman. But it's not enough to see in front of Steel God Pillar. Flash cannon. The 7 red dots on the forehead of Steel God Pillar flickered, and then a powerful light wave of the energy zone burst out. Shoot towards the rear admiral. Boom. The rear admiral was shot straight down the throat. This frustrated Sengoku's idea of letting Whitebeard consume his power in advance. Warring states also understand now. Ace is no longer the most important figure in this war. The important thing is the Pokemon Kingdom, these mythical beasts in front of you. As long as the beasts are caught, they can also boost morale. Marshal, I have your call. Zhang Guo looked at the lieutenant general beside him when he saw the 5 old stars on the phone bug. He knew that Wu Laoxing must have seen the battle as well. There must be instructions. Warring states, you are now launching an all-out war against the Pokemon Kingdom. Ace and Whitebeard don't need to worry about it. Our real enemy is the Pokemon Kingdom. If you can catch it, you can catch it, and if you can't catch it, destroy them all. Wu Laoxing told the warring states about the decision of the world government. This made warring states more certain that the beast in front of them was their real rival. Now unleash the pacifists and the navy to wage all-out war on the Pokemon Kingdoms. The warring states issued orders, and the Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel carried them out directly. The next moment, a dozen pacifists appeared on the battlefield. How come there are so many tyrant bears? Luffy leads Ace to Whitebeard's side. When he saw the pacifists pouring out, he was a little shocked. Tyrant Bear is the king of Kiwahai, and their Straw Hat pirates have suffered enough from Tyrant Bear. With so many Tyrant Bears, their combat power must be extremely terrifying. Boy Luffy, this is not a real person. Whitebeard looked at Luffy, he didn't expect it to go so smoothly this time. Luffy alone saved Ace. However, the moment he saw Luffy, he knew that things were not simple. The pirate who can make Shanks hand over the Straw Hat. It must be the object of Shanks' approval, not real? Luffy was a little surprised. From what I've seen and heard, they're just cold objects. I'm afraid they're a product of Vegapunk. Whitebeard spoke his guess. The pacifists attack. Zon Taomaru stood up when he heard the words of the Flying Squirrel. Let him use the pacifist to attack the mythical beast. He commanded the pacifists with great speed. A dozen pacifists unleashed lasers. A volley shot out towards the 5 divine pillars. Brilliant flashes illuminated the entire Maryford. Zap Cannon. The 5 gods all master the Zap Cannon trick. When seeing pacifists attacking them, they went straight to Zap Cannon. Attack these pacifists. Boom boom boom. 2 powerful forces collided in the air. The air wave instantly involved the navy and pirates who were still fighting into the battlefield. There are countless fragments of residual limbs. Members of the Whitebeard pirates, come back. Margot knew something was wrong when he saw this situation. He has seen Ace rescued and returned. He wanted to evacuate all the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. Die. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates saw their brother caught in the shockwave. Some survived by relying on their own strength. Attacked directly towards Yanshen Pillar. Ancient Power. Yanshenju released Ancient Power to directly kill the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. Give it a direct shot. What he said is true, both pirates and navy are the rival of the Pokemon Kingdom. It wasn't until now that Margao understood what Hoopa meant. Watching more and more members of the Whitebeard pirates attack the 5 gods pillar and die. Margao directly transformed into the form of a phoenix and rushed forward. The yellow ape didn't bother too much, he had already received an order that the enemy of this battle was the Pokemon Kingdom. Now that he can drag the Whitebeard pirates into the water, he couldn't wish for it. Crane Claw. Margao's beast claws in phoenix form were directly covered with a layer of armed arrogance and attacked towards the Yanshen Pillar. Your rival is me. The Pillar King unleashes Knockoff directly towards Margot. Knock off Margao directly to the ground. How is this possible? Joes was a little surprised. He didn't expect the first captain of their Whitebeard pirates. Even the admiral can beat the undefeated Margot with more than a dozen strokes. It was actually photographed directly on the ground by the king of the Holy Pillar. Pineapple Gravel. Margao spat out a mouthful of blood as a phantom beast, a person with the ability of the phoenix fruit. His strongest ability is resilience. It even reached the point of rebirth from the ashes. Pineapple Gravel is his method of using the revived Qing Yan to heal himself. He looked at the Holy Pillar King again. Never dared to underestimate this big guy again. Margot, I'll help you. Seeing that Margao had to fight again, the captain of the 3rd team, Xiao Zi, also rushed to help. He is a person with the ability to shine fruit, and he and Margao belong to the Whitebeard pirates that joined 30 years ago. It can be said that their relationship is quite good. See Margot frustrated at the moment, he immediately followed to help. Jose's body was completely crystallized and turned into a big diamond. The diamond part is the hardest contest condition in the world. Has extremely high attack and defense power, armed color domineering, flashing. Jose covered his body with another layer of armed domineering. Then used Shine Rush. Hit directly towards the Holy Pillar King. Boom. In an instant, the entire ground collapsed. The Holy Pillar King resisted Jose's attack, but ground couldn't take it. The layers began to crumble. The power is so strong. Margao saw that the King of Sacred Pillars took Jose's attack abruptly. He couldn't help being shocked. You must know that Joe's is famous for his extreme attack and defense power. The title Diamond Joe's represents invincibility, but at this moment, he was abruptly blocked by the Holy Pillar King. This too surprised him. Margot, come and help. Joe's watched Margot on soaring in the sky watching a play there. I couldn't help urging, obviously he was here to help. It is good. Margot swooped down from the soaring in the sky in human beast form. He used the unique move Phoenix Seal, and a strong shockwave attacked the Holy Pillar King. Only then did Joe's maintain his undefeated momentum, relying on the mutual cooperation of the two to attack. It was only then that the Holy Pillar King could be stabilized. This strength has not weakened at all. Garp looked at the Holy Pillar King. He knew that the Holy Pillar King still had an exclusive move that he hadn't used. That move was terrifying. Even he was defeated miserably by that move of the Holy Pillar King. Only now, the Pillar King probably isn't his rival anymore. Boom boom boom. The other side, the 5 sacred pillars confronted a dozen pacifists. The 5 sacred pillars were not greatly affected. On the other hand, the pacifists cause a certain amount of damage every time they bombard each other. Until now, it has been completely dilapidated. Some pacifists are left with only one hand capable of firing lasers. Obviously for the 5 sacred pillars, there is no way to fight back. Does he know how expensive a pacifist is? Senmomomaru wields a tomahawk, which he sees as a constantly damaging pacifist. You must know that one of these pacifists is worth the value of a warship. And now it's half lost. Billion Bailey just disappeared out of thin air. And the most irritating thing is that the opponent hasn't been hurt at all. Father, won't you stop it? Ace looked at Whitebeard, who uncuffed him. He's much more relaxed now. It can be said that these beasts helped him a lot. But when I saw Margot and Josie fighting with the Holy Pillar King, he was a little surprised because his father didn't stop him. Since the Pokemon Kingdom wants to step on us to establish prestige, let them come. Margot, Joes, including you Ace, none of you have experienced battles in the New World. This is a rare opportunity. Dad is still here if it can keep you safe. It won't be so in the future. Whitebeard said to Ace. He felt that his illness was getting worse. During this period of time, I have been thinking about how to let the other sons of the Whitebeard pirates survive after my death. This battle was exactly what he wanted, and he didn't want to die on the hospital bed. To die is to die in battle. I see, father. Ace looked at Whitebeard. He is not a person who is afraid of getting into trouble, he just encountered a sudden disaster. Seeing the divine beast at this moment, he thought of Groudon and the scene where Groudon unleashed an invincible attack. That scene shocked him. Hoopa. After liberating Hoopa, he breathed a sigh of relief. Recovered. Technically there are many Pokemon he can summon. Now he's going to call other Pokemon to fight. This time he summoned the 3 holy beasts and the 3 holy birds. The 6 golden iron rings continued to vibrate. He summoned a new beast. 3 holy beasts, Entei, Raikou, Water Army, 3 holy birds, Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno. As Hoopa calls, 6 mythical Pokemon suddenly appeared. It directly made Admiral Sengoku feel full of pressure. But he didn't dare to release the peak combat power directly. You must know that Whitebeard is still on the opposite side. If he dispatches top combat power, the other party may not. There will be no sneak attacks on the Navy. Although the other party is Edward Newgate with a white beard, he doesn't bother to do this kind of thing. However, he is also a pirate. Sengoku, as an admiral of the Navy, would not blindly believe in pirates. Kiwahai, you go up. Sengoku looked at the 7 Wukais. These Shichibukai have received a lot of benefits under the protection of the world government. Now is the time for them to pay. HMPH, let me go first. I really hope to get some corpses of divine beasts. It was Moonlight Moria who spoke. He is one of the 7 martial arts under the king, and his fruit ability is hidden. He glanced at the pacifist, then at the tyrant bear. Smiling grimly, if these pacifists weren't mechanical, but a living body, he'll figure out a way to get one over. Shadow Horn Gun. Moria condensed the shadow into a long spear tens of meters long. Then it aimed at Raikou, trying to kill Raikou with a single shot. It's just a shame he picked the wrong rival. Raikou dodged Mariah's attack by virtue of his agility and superb speed. Thunder was then released directly. Boom boom boom. I saw thunder suddenly came from soaring in the sky. Immediately afterwards, 7 or 8 lightning strikes directly towards Moria. Every thunderbolt was like a spear piercing his heart. In a blink of an eye, Moria was chopped into a scorched corpse. Died. This scene completely dumbfounded the Navy. They didn't expect that Raikou would directly put a king under Shichibukai. Moonlight Mariah was hacked to death. Waste. Doflamingo glanced at Moonlight Moria. The former Moonlight Moria was quite powerful, after being defeated by Kaido. Just collapsed. Now it is so weak, it's like losing the face of their king Chi Wuhai. This, the flying squirrel stood beside the warring states. You must know that Moonlight Moria is the Kiwahai recognized by their world government. Now it's broadcasting all over the world. A Shichibukai died without even being able to survive a move from the divine beast. Isn't this a big joke? If the other 7 martial arts are so weak, it's better to just abolish the 7 martial arts system. Lieutenant General he saw Moria's death in such a humiliating manner. Can't help but frown. In her opinion, What Moria lost was not his face, but the prestige of the Navy. And they were right. In Chambord Islands, many who have faith in the Navy immediately also lost confidence. Is this the Kyuhai under the king? It's really weak? Ha ha ha, this is the strength of the Navy. I think we can become pirates. With the strength of the Navy, it is estimated that even pirates with millions of Baileys like us can't catch them. There's a whole bunch of giggling going on in the Chambord Islands, as seen by residents watching the broadcast. Get it, Zhao? But it's not just pure complaints about the Navy. Are the beasts so strong? Just now, Margao can compete with General Huang Yuan. The same is true for Zhou's, who made a move with Admiral Akainu, although he was cracked. Doesn't that mean that the Holy Pillar King can stand up to 2 generals? 2 generals, the Pokemon Kingdom is a bit scary. Jabba Spark heard the words. Think about the intelligence gathered during this time. Guesses about these strengths. He was even more curious about how these divine beasts were summoned out of thin air. You must know that the 3 holy beasts Entei, Raikou, and the Navy are in the East Daxia Sea. The 3 sacred birds, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres are in the North Sea. As for the 5 holy pillars, the king of the holy pillars is in the South Daxia Sea. That is to say, this mythical beast that speaks the voice of Hoopa. It is the 3 holy birds, 3 holy clouds, 5 holy pillars and holy pillar kings summoned from the 3 sea areas. This is simply unbelievable. Let me settle the battle. Doflamingo saw that the admirals of the Warring States period were all looking at him. He knows that he gets the most benefits in the strict sense. Occupying Darius Rosa has also brought together many underground forces. He cannot lose this identity. In this case, he plans to pick a rival to attack. It's you. Doflamingo aimed at Suicune and planned to use the snapwire. In a split second, the thread in his hand is like a bullet from a sniped shotgun. Shoot at Suicune with extreme speed and explosive power. But at this moment, Entei rushed in front of Doflamingo's bullets. Flamethrower unleashed. The raging fire was unleashed towards Doflamingo's bullet wire. Although Doflamingo's elasticity is particularly high. But it's just a line. Curled directly under Entei's high-temperature flames, then turned into black dust. Shishishishi. UP*** D me off Entei. Doflamingo let out a strange laugh, and those who knew him quickly knew that this was a signal that he was going to attack seriously. Chapter 80 Deoxys defeated Garp. The world was shocked. Try this trick, 5-color thread. Doflamingo waved 5 almost transparent silk threads, strangling Entei directly, which is a more powerful move than snapping threads. Eruption. Magma suddenly burst out around Entei's body, and the magma directly turned everything around into a scorched black ball. Doflamingo's 5-color thread is no exception, straight away to start curling and falling. Coke turned into black. Lava, the same trick as Admiral Sokolsky. Doflamingo saw that Entei used the same lava move as Sokolsky. He was a little surprised. This was something he hadn't expected at all. The rumors are indeed true. Whitebeard looked at Entei's lava, and he also once received intelligence. Entei has mastered the lava move. He was a little surprised before. But looking at it now, the facts are in front of us. It must be true. Is that how your attack is? Entei looked at Doflamingo. His body was burning with flames. Like a ball of fire. While saying this sentence, it also means that he is going to use his real strength. Super Strike Whiplash. How can Doflamingo tolerate Entei's words? Directly wind dozens of silk threads into a threadball, and this threadball can easily cut through a building, and its power is astonishing. Sacred Fire. Entei spits out a dark blue sacred fire. This is Ho-Oh's exclusive skill, but Entei will too. Horrible flames crackled in the air. It burned directly on the string of Doflamingo's Super Strike Whip. This extremely tough threadball is under the sacred fire. Not worth mentioning, it was directly melted into crumbs quickly. It even went straight to Doflamingo's body. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. Shadow Riding Line. Doflamingo made a substitute doll out of balls of thread to take the blows for him. In the blink of an eye, the substitute doll was burned to ashes by the flames. Doflamingo watched this scene in shock. He chose to back down. The flame gave him the feeling that it was a talk of hell that would burn everything. Another Shichibukai has been defeated. Doflamingo's retreat made the Whitebeard pirates look sideways. You know it's Doflamingo. Unlike Moria, Doflamingo is powerful visible to the naked eye. But even so, it was easily defeated by Entei. On the other side, the 3 holy birds fought with the Vice Admiral and Hancock. Only a discerning eye can see that Hancock has a lot of water. Boom. With a loud noise, Marco and Joes were under the pressure of the Holy Pillar King. Finally couldn't hold on anymore. They started to back off. Diamond Chowzi also wanted to rely on his powerful physical strength 640 to resist hard. But in the next second, the Holy Pillar King used his exclusive skill, Crush Grip. The right arm of the Holy Pillar King suddenly grew bigger. Then he pinched Josie's body tightly. Joes originally thought that the diamond body could resist the attack of the Holy Pillar King. But he obviously thought too much. Click, click. Jose's bones were shattering. Daddy, Ace, Foil Vista and the others looked at Whitebeard. At this moment, the Vortex Spider Skyad had not had time to find a good opportunity to assassinate Whitebeard. Empty shock. Whitebeard couldn't bear it anymore and attacked the Holy Pillar King. Wide guard. The Holy Pillar King set up a protective shield to directly block Whitebeard's attack. Although the Holy Pillar King is only a sub-star level beast, but his strength is infinitely close to star level. Block it. Margao was a little shocked. He didn't expect Whitebeard's blow to be completely caught by the Holy Pillar King. He wanted to continue to use the Phoenix Seal and wanted to keep holding back the Holy Pillar King. But the next moment, the Holy Pillar King punched him. Boom! Margao was sent flying like a broken sack. It's terrifying. What an incredible strength. Seeing this scene, Huang Yuan couldn't help being a little surprised. Although Margao's strength is not as good as their three generals. But with Margao and Josie working together, their strength has definitely reached the level of a general. But at this moment, he was completely abused by the Holy Pillar King alone. That is to say, the Holy Pillar King has the strength of a general. Garp. Warring States looked at Garp. He knew that the naval hero Garp had lost to the King of the Sacred Pillars. But he also knew that Garp hadn't shown his real strength. Garp frowned, and had no choice to make a move now. He knows there are other Pokemon in the Beast Kingdom. He wanted to capture the Thief first and the King first, and directly attack the Hoopa who could summon the Beast. Fistbone Meteorite. Garp rushed towards Hoopa, and Akainu also made a move on Hoopa at this moment. Dogs bite Cinnabar, but at this moment, Hoopa summons a new beast. They are Deoxys, Groudon, 3 Sacred Swords, and Keldeo, the successor of Sacred Sword. Keldeo was a beast that Ron had only revived in the last few days. Reviving Keldeo cost Ron 3 Devil Fruits. He is a junior of the 3 Sacred Swords, a rising star. But he has mastered the more advanced Sacred Sword warrior skills. Coupled with his powerful performance, his strength far exceeds that of the 3 Sacred Swords. After Deoxys appeared, he looked at Capshay and directly changed into a defensive form. Then the skill counter was used. Cap's punch hit Deoxys in the chest. But in the next second, the power of the double Fistbone Meteorite burst out from Deoxys. How is this possible? Garp was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected it at all. Deoxys can turn the customer into the main. Return it to him with his power. Boom! Garp was sent flying like a sandbag to normal. Naval hero Garp was blown away in full view. Cap's prestige is both in the eyes of the Navy and civilians. Both are huge. When they saw this old age crushed the legend of the Rocks pirates. When Navy Cap was defeated by Deoxys in one fell swoop. This directly caused the confidence of the naval soldiers to drop to a freezing point. How is it possible that Yinpu was actually defeated by this divine beast? I know this mythical beast, his name is Deoxys, and he destroyed the City of Advancement. The divine beast is so terrifying. Could it be that he can really defeat Whitebeard in the Navy? This scene stunned everyone in the Chambord Islands. They didn't expect Garp to be blown away by Deoxys, a weird-looking beast. This simply shattered their filter on the naval hero Garp. You know, this is a naval hero, the soul of the Navy. The impact of Aokiji's defeat was far less severe than that of Kaplai. Isn't Garp the rival of that mythical beast? Blackbeard looked at Deoxys sullenly. He originally planned to lose both the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy. He will reap the benefits of the fishermen again. As a result, I saw this scene. He knows that if the Pokemon Kingdom is not eradicated, if he is not defeated, he will definitely not have the chance to obtain the Gen fruit. Blackbeard, I advise you to let go of the idea of fighting against that beast. You must know that he defeated Douglas Barrett, the terrifying guy who fought against Magellan. Shiryu of the Rain saw what Blackbeard was thinking, although he joined the Blackbeard pirates. But at present, he and Blackbeard are actually in a cooperative relationship. He is still investigating Blackbeard, unless Blackbeard can follow the grand blueprint he drew. Obtain the shocking fruit and become a real sea powerhouse. Otherwise, Shiryu would not be willing to accept Blackbeard as the captain. Douglas Barrett and Magellan. Blackbeard was a little surprised. These two people are really strong. Douglas Barrett has a strength close to that of a general, and so does Magellan. The two strong players who were close to the strength of generals were defeated by Deoxys. This is enough to see this strange-looking beast. How terrible it is. Boom! Garp, who was sent flying, fell to the ground. A deep pit of 7 or 8 meters appeared in the ground. Suddenly, Garp's momentum rose. There is a domineering arrogance lingering around her body. Garp, are you going to use all your strength? Sengoku looked at Garp, who fell to the ground. He didn't expect Deoxys to push Garp to this extent. Even Garp's domineering aura that he never showed in front of outsiders was released. Hey, Lieutenant General Garp's strength is really terrifying. Huang Yuan looked at Garp. When he saw Garp showing his overbearing arrogance, I couldn't help being a little surprised. It never occurred to him that Lieutenant General Garp still had this whole card. You know, it is estimated that only Garp has mastered this terrible power in the entire Navy. Boom! The stones of the ground began to disintegrate. Cap looks at Deoxys. This time he used the power of the Overlord Entanglement. The Deoxys in front of ABCI certainly won't be his rival. Garp, is this guy forced to this extent? This deterrent? Even Whitebeard noticed it, and shock appeared in his eyes. The entire Meriford was trembling with this astonishing overbearing arrogance. Cap's eyes were terribly serious. There is no Solacean in the old days. This is the only expression he has when he hunts down Roger, the One Piece, and rocks. Lieutenant General Garp is not down. Amazing momentum. It seems that Lieutenant General Garp's victory is in sight this time. Lieutenant General, Flying Squirrel, Doberman, Stolberg, Huashaoshan, and Ghost Spider looked at Carp in surprise. They are the 5 lieutenant generals who are responsible for carrying out the demon-slaying order. Their strength is the strongest among the lieutenant generals except for the alternate general and Carp. At this moment, I saw Garp releasing the domineering aura. They thought Carp would definitely win this time. After all, Carp's attack just now seemed to be a bit unpreparable. Didn't realize that Hoopa was actually summoning the beast at this time. Cap in its heyday now, Deoxys must be easily defeated. I never thought that execution could be so intense. Rayleigh came outside the projection of the Chambord Islands. He had planned to rush to the rescue, but he heard that Ace had been rescued. He also gave up the idea of rescue. He didn't expect it to happen suddenly. Such changes occur. The naval hero Carp was actually knocked out by a divine beast. Now, though, Cap is showing new strength. He wants to see if Garp can defeat this powerful beast. Fistbone Draco Meteor. Carp uses a Navy 6 style shave. Carp's footsteps kicked on the ground, and the whole ground sank directly. His fist is attached with the advanced technique of Bawang's domineering, Bawang color entanglement. The entire fist is wrapped in a raging domineering look. Overlord color entanglement can make Garp not touch the enemy. Achieve the ability to hit the enemy. It's like striking from a distance. This is an extremely rare skill. Only a very small number of people in the world can master the Overlord color coil for combat. Garp unleashes Draco Meteor, punching hundreds of punches in a second. Hundreds of fists with a domineering look were punched towards Deoxys. It's like Gatling firing continuously, but its power is a million times that of Gatling. Bang bang bang, Deoxys at the moment Cap arrived. He also switched forms at the same time. Deoxys switches to attack form. In this form, his attack power will be doubled directly. He swooped towards Garp, with a transparent energy ball brewing in his hand. This energy ball contains extremely strong power. Just standing next to the sphere can feel its shocking power. It's like a big nuclear bomb. This is Deoxys' exclusive ability Psycho Boost. After the energy ball is condensed, Deoxys releases the energy ball directly. After releasing the energy ball, the compressed power inside is released. It began to grow gradually, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1000 meters, until it reached 10,000 meters. Pirates or navies near the energy ball are directly vaporized by the energy ball's power. Not even a drop of blood remained. It's like normal disappearing into thin air. Garp's Overlord colored entangled power makes contact with the energy ball in the air. The two forces collided in the air. At this moment, many strong men in the entire Maryford. Hold your breath. Boom boom boom. A strong shockwave appeared at this moment. Aokiji tore the solid ice on the lake into pieces at this moment. A large number of pirates in the navy were shaken by the aftermath. In an instant, the situation changed. The two people at the center of the battle began to generate a large number of shockwaves. The sound of explosions continued. Thick smoke covered most of Maryford. Who wins and who loses? During the Warring States period, the 3 admirals of the navy, Whitebeard, and Rayleigh from the Chambord Islands all set their sights on this place. But it didn't take long. The result came out. Carp was thrown backwards by the force of the huge explosion, and his body was covered in blood. Carp has been fighting for many years. He has never been seriously injured, the only time he was seriously injured in the battle with the Rock's pirates. But, at this moment, Cap was seriously injured in the true sense. Behind Garp is Maryford, the Navy headquarters. It directly hit Maryford, and the whole Maryford was knocked out by Garp with a huge hole. In an instant, the smoke was overwhelming. Zongguo's face turned livid, and he already knew that this picture was spread to the Chambord Islands. To what extent will the prestige of the Navy be reduced? Quickly turn off the videophone bug. Warring States informed the Navy under his hand that he wanted to shut down the videophone bug. Marshal, it's not good, our phone bugs have been snatched away by the beasts. What was taken away? Zongguo looked at the Navy around him, and then at the 5 holy pillars and the 3 holy beasts who snatched the phone bug. The pacifists have been wiped out by the 5 sacred pillars. After the 5 holy pillars were eliminated, they received Ron's order. Snatch phone bugs, it's time for their Pokemon Kingdom to come into play. How can the Navy shut down the phone bug? People all over the world should witness this scene. The beast bastards of the Pokemon Kingdom. Seeing this scene, Zongguo couldn't help cursing angrily. But no matter how he is fiery wrath, the facts cannot be changed. This scene has been conveyed to the Chambord Islands. Carp lost again. I don't think Garp is the rival of the monster Deoxys at all. Deoxys is too scary. He was able to defeat Lieutenant General Garp twice. I'm looking forward to Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza, how powerful the Pokemon that can destroy the world should be. You really believe in this legend, let alone how strong Groudon and Kyogre are. There is no information about Rayquaza alone. I don't know if there is such a beast. That is, there is a lot of discussion in the Chambord Islands, but it can be seen with the naked eye that their confidence in the Navy has been wiped out a lot, and some people have even begun to think that the Pokemon Kingdom has defeated Whitebeard at the same time. The possibility of the pirate group in the Navy. Chapter 81 Keldeo defeats Hawkeye, and the Black Knife breaks in two. It was able to defeat Garp. Raleigh looked at Deoxys in the picture, he was a little shocked. He never expected that the Deoxys in the picture would be able to defeat Garp. Cap is a rather tough naval hero. At that time, the Roger pirates hadn't disbanded. Cap often led the Marines to hunt them down, but when he saw the Deoxys of the Pokémon Kingdom move out, defeated the naval hero Garp directly, this scene is almost like a scene in a dream. He couldn't believe it. Garp, has Veilstone finally fallen in your time? Whitebeard looked at Garp, who crashed into Maryford's direction. Said this sentence with some sadness. This sentence was said to Garp. Also explain to yourself, and it was at this time. Akainu confronts Groudon, and the three sacred swords found the foil Vesta and the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Joe Rachel Mahawk. Do you want to be my rival? Joracle Mahawk looked at Keldea. Keludia, who is more than 2 meters long, does not look tall to the eagle eye. Hawkeye has the strength of the Emperor's deputy level, close to the 4 emperors. He was a little surprised when he saw Keldeo challenge him. But think of the strength that Deoxys showed just now. This made him start to look forward to Keludia in front of him. I heard that you were the #1 swordsman in the world, and Keludia, the sacred beast of the Pokémon Kingdom, challenges you. Keludia is in the form of a foal, with red hair, 2 stacks of blue, a blue broomtail, and unique horns. As the apprentice of the 3 sacred swords, and also a sacred swordmaster who is young and out of blue, he can perceive the sword intent, and within a few days of his resurrection, he has been hearing that there is a so-called world's #1 swordsman in this world. The moment he saw Hawkeye, he had the desire to challenge the world's #1 swordsman. The beast of the Pokémon Kingdom, challenge me to swordplay? Hawkeye was a little surprised. He has accepted many challenges over the years, such as the red-haired Shanks, such as a certain green algae head. But it was the first time he was challenged by a divine beast. And what this divine beast is challenging is not other things, but swordsmanship. This puzzled Hawkeye. In his opinion, how could Keldeo, the mythical beast in the shape of a little pony, hold a sword, since he doesn't even have hands? But in the next second, Keldeo's gesture surprised him a little. A flash of golden light suddenly appeared on the sword on Kyrodeo's forehead, and the golden light began to spread, forming a 3-meter-long lightsaber. This move is a skill that must be mastered to become a sacred sword warrior, and it is also a move that Keldeo learned from the 3 strong sacred sword warriors. Sacred Sword, Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion. Are you going to challenge me with this sword? There was a hint of interest in Hawkeye's eyes, and his premonition was right. He really met the Pokémon Kingdom, and among the mythical beasts, there are even strong sword-wielding warriors. It's just that this sword seems a bit different from the sword Hawkeye imagined. I accept your challenge, Keldeo. Hawkeye hesitated for a moment, then decided to accept Keldeo's challenge. Not to mention the Navy, what the world government wants this time is to allow them to fight against powerful enemies in Kibuhe. Just talking about Hawkeye's status as a great swordsman, he has to express his approval to the challenge between swordsmen. This is the iron law among swordsmen. Hawkeye drew his sword. This is the famous 12 works of Supreme Kuei Dao Knife, Black Sword Knight. The great swordsman holding the Black Knife Knight can unleash stronger slashing attacks. It is the dream sword of all swordsmen. As a sacred sword warrior, please attack first. Keldeo let Hawkeye attack first. Sacred sword is a trick that can be hidden, but also can be released directly. Should I attack first? How arrogant. Hawkeye glanced at Keldeo. He didn't expect that the beast in front of him would let him attack first. In his opinion, this is simply a contempt for him, but since it is so, Hawkeye is also determined to let Keldeo have a taste of the power of his world's #1 swordsman. To let the world's #1 swordsman take the lead, this group of beasts is truly heavenly. Foil Vista looked at Cobalion, who was approaching Chaoyang. Can't help but think of the arrogant words uttered by Keldeo, the domestic reformer. In his opinion, Keldeo must be defeated. You must know that Hawkeye is the world's #1 swordsman, and even he can barely block Hawkeye's slash. Rose Flurry. Foil Vista's swords are 2 Western swords, wearing a 1-inch shirt and a top hat, with a black version. Rose Flurry is his signature sword technique. I saw him jumping to the height of Pikaruan. Waving a pair of swords, looking down, a large number of red rose petals are emitted. These petals are like sharp knives, can easily penetrate the heart of the enemy. The sacred sword on Pikaruan's head burst into a fight with Vista. On the other side, the battle between Hawkeye and Keldeo has also begun. Break! Hawkeye yelled and slashed at Keldeo with his sword. I saw the dark green sword light sweeping towards Keldeo. The power of this sword energy is enough to cut an iceberg in half. The imposing manner is extremely powerful, drawing the eyes of all the strong people around. It's better for Hawkeye to work harder. Warring States looked at Hawkeye. Doflamingo and Hancock were both preserving their strength. Only Hawkeye showed all his strength. Warring States looked at Hawkeye to fight a strange beast. He didn't even know the name of this divine beast. If Hawkeye could kill a divine beast, that will undoubtedly boost the morale of the Navy. A duel between swordsmen? Whitebeard saves Malcolm and Jazzy from the Pillar King. When he heard the conversation between Hawkeye and Keldeo, he was a little dumbfounded, and he was more inclined that Hawkeye could win. After all, Hawkeye is truly the #1 swordsman in the world. In terms of swordsmanship, even his white beard can't compare with Hawkeye. Sacred sword, put. Keldeo saw Hawkeye's sword attacking towards him. Unhurriedly used the sacred sword skill. Suddenly, the sacred sword above Keldeo's head was released. The golden sword energy bombarded Hawkeye. Boom. The sacred sword move released by Keldeo is as high as hundreds of meters. It directly bombarded the dark green sword energy that was much smaller than him. The dark green sword energy that Hawkeye swung was split in half by the golden sword energy. The remaining sword energy was still bombarding Hawkeye. After Hawkeye saw it, he subconsciously raised Hideaway to defend. But even so, Hawkeye was directly dragged by Keldio's golden sword energy for hundreds of meters. Finally, he hit the wall and stopped. This sword energy is so strong. Hawkeye looked at Keldio in disbelief. You must know that his swordsmanship has been cultivated to an extremely advanced level. But even so, he was directly broken by the sword of the beast in front of him. This let Hawkeye know that Keldio in front of him is a divine beast. But he is indeed a master of swordsmanship, totally a rival worth fighting for. Come out a strange beast, isn't even Hawkeye a rival? Warring States was a little dumbfounded seeing this scene. He didn't expect a strange beast that came out randomly. The sword energy released was actually so strong. Even the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Joracle Mahawk, is not rival. Defeated, how is this possible? Whitebeard was also a little shocked. He never expected that the world's #1 swordsman would lose. Still defeated by his most proud swordsmanship, and Picarian, who was fighting Foil Vesta on the side. Seeing that Keldio, who is an apprentice, has already won. He also couldn't bear the restlessness in his heart. He directly released the sacred sword, the same slash as Keldio. Although the power is quite different, it is enough to defeat a swordsman like Foil Vista. Foil Vista was slashed and wanted to rely on the western swords on both hands to defend. But he is not the great swordsman Hawkeye after all, and he has no way to completely defend against it. He could only take this slash firmly. There was a long and narrow knife cut on his body, and he lost his fighting ability immediately after losing too much blood. Beasta didn't expect at all that Pikaluong hadn't shown his real strength in the battle against him just now. Once his sword moves are released, he has only one way to lose. The other two of the three sacred swords, Terrakion and Virizion, went to the Vice Admiral to compete. It's a pity that these Vice Admirals with swords, whether they are titans or ordinary humans. In the hands of their two sacred sword warriors, they couldn't last a round or two at all. He was beheaded on the spot, armed color domineering twine. Hawkeye retracted the contempt in his eyes. He will use his strongest sword skills this time, with the upper arm color domineering wrapped around the sword. Unleash a powerful slash on the challenge beast Keldio in front of him. Black knife stockpile slash. The black knife in Hawkeye's hand suddenly blazed with emerald green flames, looking very powerful. Then a powerful slash was released from the black knife full of light. The sword energy soared into the sky. Hawkeye actually used his strongest move. Vista, who was lying on the ground, looked at Hawkeye, the captain of the 5th team of the Whitebeard pirates. He had heard that Hawkeye had a slash that could kill anyone with a single blow. This is the black knife stockpile cut. He didn't expect to be able to see it today. Boom! Hawkeye's sword energy attacked Keldio, and Keldio felt the mighty blow. Also started his coping style. Keldio shifted form and became the norm. In this form, Keldio's hair has turned orange, and he has 3 more colored feathers. Most importantly, his horns have changed and become a real dagger. At the same time, Keldio after switching the awakening form also means that Keldio has obtained his exclusive skill, Secret Sword. 0 for flowers. This is an exclusive skill that belongs only to Keldio. Possesses extremely terrifying attack power, Secret Sword. Seeing the oncoming stockpile cut, Keldio decisively released Secret Sword. An invisible sword energy slashed towards Hawkeye with wind pressure. The stone on the ground was directly split into a long and narrow gully by the invisible sword energy of the Secret Sword. In soaring in the sky, the bird that didn't sense the sword energy was split in half and fell down. The two sword chi collided in the air, but Hawkeye was shocked to find that the power of his stockpile was being absorbed by the Secret Sword. Secret Sword is absorbing his sword energy and growing stronger. After completely devouring Hawkeye's sword energy, Secret Sword slashed towards Hawkeye. Hawkeye is defeated. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard concluded the result of Hawkeye Mahawk. And just as Whitebeard judged, the Secret Sword slashed towards Hawkeye, and Hawkeye wanted to continue to resist with the black knife. But this time the sword chi was really tyrannical. Even the hardness of the black knife can't compare. Click. The black knife was directly divided into 2. It broke into 2 halves, and Hawkeye was knocked out of Merrifer directly by the remaining sword energy and disappeared into the ruins. This divine beast actually defeated the world's #1 swordsman. Momotu Gion looked at Keldio. She really couldn't imagine. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, was actually defeated by a divine beast with swordsmanship. Doesn't that mean that the name of the world's #1 swordsman is about to change hands? Hawkeye lost so thoroughly. 0 Foil Beasta was carried by the crew of the Whitebeard pirates for treatment when he saw that Mahawk the Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, was also defeated by the beast. His mood has eased a lot. It's not that he doesn't work hard, but that these divine beasts are too strong. It's a pity. This knife. Whitebeard glanced at Kong Yunki in his hand. Looking at Hideaway, who was broken in 2 again, I felt a little regretful. Kong Yunki is also one of the 12 craftsmen of the Supreme Quick Knife. If it fights with this divine beast, will it also be broken in 2? Unexpectedly, the Pokemon Kingdom has won again. This beast called Keldio is too powerful. You know, that's Hawkeye Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman. What is the #1 swordsman? Now he can only be ranked second. On the Chambord Islands, the Japanese people watched Hawkeye Mihawk lose the battle. Moreover, the supreme sharp sword Hideawaya in his hand was split in half by Keldio's sword energy. This scene really surprised them. You must know that the title of the #1 swordsman has been monopolized by Hawkeye Joracle Mihawk for decades. Now it is taken away by a divine beast. This thing is too embarrassing. No wonder they keep talking about it. Has the black sword been broken in two? I don't know who will win between the Red Dog and Groudon. Raleigh was a little shocked watching the battle. In his opinion, this battle is comparable to the battle at the Valley of the Gods decades ago. At that time, the Navy and the world government dispatched many strong men. The Roger pirates also joined the Navy against the then New World Totem Rocks pirates. But as it was at the time, the current Battle of Maryford headquarters is still a bit underwhelming. The real strong man has not been dispatched yet. Lei Li looked at Whitebeard, warring states, and the three major Navy generals. These are the real big plays, with the current members of the Pokemon Kingdom, who can compete with these powerful forces. Meteor Volcano. Akainu Sakazuki and Groudon were interrupted by the aftermath of Garp's fight with Deoxys. After seeing Garp's defeat, Akainu Sakazuki directly released the ranged skill pop Volcano. Sokolsky pointed his fist high at Soaring in the Sky. A huge lava pooled directly towards Soaring in the Sky. It became a huge lava mass hundreds of meters long. Then these lavas split directly into small lava fists one after another. Surround Maryford directly, turn Maryford into a sea of flames. This shocking scene directly made the residents of the Chambord Islands dumbfounded. Is this the power of an admiral? The power of lava is so terrifying. Could Groudon be rival? I heard he just beat a Shichibukai Sand Crocodile Lock Doll. How could it be Admiral's rival? Shichibukai is comparable to Admiral. The people of Chambord Islands saw this man-made volcano-like scene. Some were shocked. They didn't expect the Admiral to turn a large area into a sea of flames. Such a huge range attack can be said to be very shocking. However, they didn't see the disdain in Groudon's eyes. In Groudon's eyes, Akainu Sakazuki's move is only suitable for watching Leechwan. Chapter 82 Defeating Whitebeard, the Holy Pillar King was promoted to star level. Groudon gulped down the magma fireball that descended on Soaring in the Sky. After eating, I burped. Did he treat my popular volcano for dessert? This scene made Akainu's face turn black after seeing it. It never occurred to him that Groudon was devouring his shooting star volcano like a dessert. Akainu glanced at the gigantic Groudon. He originally thought that this beast should be much inferior to Ho-Oh. But look now. This might surpass Ho-Oh. After all, Ho-Oh didn't take his shooting star volcano with his mouth. And the other side, Whitebeard fought with the Holy Pillar King. The Holy Pillar King was a little upset with Whitebeard if it wasn't for Whitebeard's sneak attack. Let him lose the contest condition. How could he let Whitebeard rescue Malcolm and Josie? Thinking of this battle, I didn't perform well enough. It will lead to the disappointment of the creator God Arceus. How could the Holy Pillar King be reconciled? Now he directly commanded the 5 Sacred Pillars to launch a general attack on the Whitebeard pirates. Sacred Pillar King, do you think I, Whitebeard, will lose to you? Whitebeard didn't expect that the Holy Pillar King in front of him would be after he used the air shock attack. Also continued to follow up, and also brought 5 Sacred Pillars. He has long seen the power of these 5 Holy Pillars. Although powerful, but it's not that their Whitebeard pirates are unstoppable. Crew members of the Whitebeard pirates teach these arrogant beasts a lesson. Thinking of the executives Marco, Joes, and Vista on his own ship, they all suffered a big loss at the hands of the beast. Especially Vista was almost killed directly by Cobalion. Whitebeard's tolerance for the mythical beasts of the Pokemon Kingdom has reached its limit. He began to let the Whitebeard pirates attack the powerful enemies of the Holy Pillar King. Little Ozzy, the descendant of young Demon Oz, directly attacked the 5 Sacred Pillars. Little Ozzy has a height of 40 inches 497 meters, but in the eyes of the 5 Sacred Columns, Little Ozzy is simply a living target. They used Lock-On directly on Lil Oz, and then launched a bombardment attack. Bang bang bang. Freezing Beam, Ancient Power, Flash Cannon, Zap Cannon, Dragon Breath. A series of attacks continued to attack Lil Ozzy. Due to the Lock-On skill, none of the attacks on Lil Oz failed. This directly made Ace rage. Great Flame Ring Entei. Ace jumped directly into the air and fired a huge amount of Pyro Ball towards the 5 God Pillar. But in the next second, the Dragon God Pillar moved. Dragon Pillar uses the exclusive skill Dragon Energy. A powerful aura surged in front of Dragon God Pillar. Immediately afterwards, the pink light beam directly penetrates the Great Flame Ring Entei. Smack Ace down. With just one move, Ace, the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates, was directly defeated. Ace dragged his scarred body and wanted to fight again. But in the next second, Thunder God Pillar activated Thunder Cage. Directly trapped Ace in the same place when he wanted to fight and escape. It was directly paralyzed by the electricity around the Thunder Cage. After several attempts, Ace slumped on the ground. He can't escape this cage at all. This group of beasts. Luffy saw this scene and wanted to support the Whitebeard Pirates. Originally, he still had a great affection for the Pokemon Kingdom and the mythical beasts. Because the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates were more or less saved. But now seeing his brother Ace stuck in place by Smackdown, he couldn't help wanting to attack the mythical beast, help Whitebeard pirates. Luffy, don't go, this is the battle of the Whitebeard pirates. Ivankov walked to Luffy's side. After saying such a sentence, this sentence also woke up Luffy. This is a battle between two forces, not his, or the Straw Hat Pirates. His goal this time is to save Ace, and now Ace is saved. It can only be said that the Whitebeard pirates decided to go to war with the Pokemon Kingdom. He just needs to keep Ace safe. After thinking about this, Luffy began to completely become a bystander. Watch Whitebeard battle the Pokemon Kingdom, empty shock. Whitebeard continued to use the air shock towards the Holy Pillar King. The strong shock wave directly attacked the Holy Pillar King. The Pillar King used Wide Guard, completely blocked Whitebeard's attack. Pokemon Kingdom, if you want to shake the world, if you use our Whitebeard pirates as a stepping stone, this strength is not enough. After saying these words, Whitebeard walked directly towards the Yanshin Pillar. He also mastered the 6 naval moves. Strictly speaking, many powerful people in the New World have mastered this kind of moves. It's just that the Navy has mastered more people through systematic training, and the first move is also from the Navy. That's why it's called Navy 6. Shockwave. Whitebeard punched Yanshenju with a punch, and the violent shockwave directly shook Yanshenju. The Yanshin pillar began to crumble gradually. His hands and feet were all broken into pieces of gravel. Sure enough, Daddy Whitebeard is the fattest. The strongest man is Daddy Edward Newgate. Seeing this scene, the Whitebeard pirates instantly gained popularity. Warring States saw the attack shown by Whitebeard. It is inevitable to look sideways, this is still the Navy and pirates present. For the first time, it caused substantial damage to the beasts of the Pokemon Kingdom. But only Whitebeard frowned and muttered to himself. Strangeness. He noticed that the Yanshin pillar that his men had just destroyed was constantly healing. And the fact is the same, as the beard's electric waves continued to attenuate. Yanshin pillar recovered as before, restored its original appearance. Immortal. This made everyone present stunned. They didn't expect that the divine pillars still had this function. This is completely immortal. But Whitebeard realized that this was not an immortal body. It's just that this rock god pillar can recover from injuries through ground. But this is also quite scary. Under the environment where the earth is, Yanshenju is equivalent to possessing an immortal body. Enormous. Pillar King Regigigas knew, in his form. Can't have much influence on Whitebeard. He began to grow huge, and his body was directly raised to 500 meters. Like a towering mountain. This is the real body of the Pillar King Regigigas. It can become so big. The change of the Holy Pillar King Regigigas directly stunned everyone. They had no idea that the Pillar King Regigigas could grow so huge. A full height of 300 meters, plus a weight of 260,000 tons. It's almost like a big mountain. This is what Regigigas, the Pillar King, really looked like. Sacred Pillar King Regigigas is a huge Pokemon. He used to drag the huge continent with a rope, and he dragged the Shikui land. If it was only 4 meters high, how could the Holy Pillar King be able to drag the Shikui land? This is his full body form, but he has been possessed by Arceus in prison before. But recently Ron used the power of the remaining Devil Fruit to give the Holy Pillar King a complete form. The current Holy Pillar King has broken away from the sub-planet level, and has transformed into a planet-level beast. Not good. Whitebeard looked at the gigantic Sacred Pillar King and suddenly felt uncomfortable. If it is said that he didn't feel much pressure on the King of Sacred Pillar before. So now, he felt great pressure on the Holy Pillar King. And Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, could feel tremendous pressure. This is enough to show how powerful the gigantic Holy Pillar King has become at this moment. Megaton Punch. The Holy Pillar Dynasty uses a Megaton Punch in the direction of Whitebeard. Whitebeard originally wanted to use the Junjen fruit to resist. But it was too late, he can only escape with moon steps. And the land where he was after he escaped, it was directly beaten into ruins by the Holy Pillar King. A Tianking with a depth of tens of meters was formed. This, even if it's Papa Whitebeard, he wouldn't be rival. Bramink, the captain of the 6th team of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the captain of the 7th team, Raikou, looked at each other. For the first time, they lost faith in Papa Whitebeard. The current Holy Pillar King is really too strong. It's so powerful that it's even a little outrageous. Overlord Color Winding. Whitebeard twined the domineering look on the weapon Kong Yunki. He will do his best this time, and he must never let the Navy and the world see him as the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard's joke. His Kongyum cut is full of domineering look. Wrapped in domineering aura, a terrifying aura appeared from Yunki, a huge Naginata. There is stillness and death in it, one knife, air shock. Whitebeard is also a great swordsman. He didn't feel intimidated by the huge Sacred Pillar King. He has killed many Sea Kings, and the Sea Kings are often 5,000 meters, and the top is 5 meters. A Sea King is a small island. Only the 300-meter-high Holy Pillar King is in front of these Neptunes. Can only be called a little guy. The Holy Pillar King not only defeated Garp, but now also wants to defeat Whitebeard? Warring States glanced at the Holy Pillar King. The gigantic Holy Pillar King contained a terrifying aura. It's like a giant volcano about to erupt. The feeling that the entire island will be destroyed once it erupts. Thief haha, it seems we have a chance. Blackbeard watched the battlefield from the back of the huge battleship San Juan Wolf. when he saw the Pillar King of the Pokémon Kingdom take on Whitebeard. He was keenly aware of the opportunity. No matter who wins or loses, he has a chance. As long as you make up the knife to Whitebeard, you can get the ability of the shaking fruit through the dark fruit. Then he can realize the ambition in his heart. Become the new 4 Emperors of the Sea. Let's fight, fight, fight more intensely. Blackbeard showed his toothless mouth and smiled. Crush grip. The Holy Pillar King looked at the huge energy bursting out of the extremely small Whitebeard's body. He used his exclusive skills again. However, after breaking through the sub-star level, his strength multiplied several times. The Whitebeard in front of him will never be his rival Zero. Whitebeard slashed at him. Countless shockwaves gathered on the tip of the knife. The power of the vibration directly shocked Meriford. The waves are directly overwhelming. After seeing it, Aokiji immediately froze the sea waves. The Devil Fruit ability user possessed by their navy. It is more than the Whitebeard pirates. What's more, the beasts are not afraid of seawater at all. He can only do this in order not to increase casualties in vain. Whitebeard's shockwaves converged into a shock ball. This vibration ball condenses at one point, making Whitebeard hold Kong Yunch like holding a giant lollipop. This vibrating ball is fully 100 meters in size. But the Holy Pillar King didn't even think about it. He directly enlarged his right hand and grabbed it hard. Zzzzz. The hands are in contact with the vibrating ball. There was a violent friction sound. Both Whitebeard and the Sacred Pillar King are competing. Who will be the first to fail? Whitebeard is still defeated. Seeing this scene, Warring States quickly came to a conclusion. He felt a little bit sad about this. Whitebeard is the most powerful pirate in the old days. They are all suppressed by the Kingdom of Beasts, so how fierce the battle after their navy will be. But the good thing now is the Whitebeard pirates spent part of the Pokémon Kingdom's combat power for the navy. Now the navy can really fight to the death with the Pokémon Kingdom. Boom. Not long after the Warring States period came to a conclusion. Sure enough, Whitebeard couldn't hold the shockwave. A powerful wave directly appeared in the mid-air of Meriford. Meriford, the headquarters of the Navy headquarters. The huge building of this headquarters began to crumble. A lot of stones and bricks fell. This made the hearts of the Navy even heavier. There is no doubt that the battle in front of him is definitely the top battle in the world. Daddy. Members of the Whitebeard pirates went to catch Papa. They have seen it. After all, it was Whitebeard's exhaustion and defeat. This also means that the soul of the Whitebeard pirates was completely defeated. The entire Whitebeard pirates lost to the Pokémon Kingdom. The Holy Pillar King didn't look at Whitebeard, who was lying on the ground. He came this time just to show his strength. Now the goal has been achieved. He is satisfied. If he can satisfy God the Father. Ace breathed a sigh of relief seeing that the Holy Pillar King hadn't been wiped out. The Holy Pillar King left with the 5 God Pillars. Only then did Ace realize that the Pokémon Kingdom is only for promoting force. Let the world see that even Whitebeard is not the rival of the Pokémon Kingdom. That's all. This made Ace feel a little humiliated, but helpless. A sense of powerlessness welled up in my heart. Dad, take a break, let's go. Marco watched the Pokémon from the Pokémon Kingdom leave with a sigh of relief. Feeling powerless again, the goal of the Whitebeard pirates has been achieved this time. But it was achieved through being physically and mentally humiliated. This made him very unhappy. The remnant of the old era, I'm still old after all. Whitebeard didn't challenge the Sacred Pillar King again. He knew that it would count as one more battle with the Sacred Pillar King. The same is true, the Holy Pillar King in front of him. If he was young, he would still have an equal share, 0.1. But now that he is suffering from illness, Whitebeard is no longer the rival of the Holy Pillar King. Whitebeard actually lost. How did this Holy Pillar King become so huge all of a sudden? The strength has also improved a lot. He is the 4 Emperors. The Pokémon Kingdom has so many mythical beasts. Can the Navy really win? This scene made the pirates who had previously ridiculed the Navy particularly uncomfortable. As the gateway to the New World, Chambord Islands has many pirates staying here. When they saw that the pirate was in danger, they are extremely happy. After all, they are the pirates who want to become the 4 Emperors and even the One Piece in the future. But now I see the 4 Emperors, even Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest 4 Emperors. They were all defeated by the Pillar King of the Pokémon Kingdom. They become unacceptable. A remnant of the old days? Rayleigh looked at the figure of Whitebeard's fiasco and said the last word to him. He also had some feelings. As the mate of the Roger Pirates, why not him? The old era has ended, and now is the new era. When Rayleigh saw the straw hat on Luffy's head, he was a little helpless. If it was the past, he would definitely think that the new era lies with this straw hat kid. But now, when the Pokémon Kingdom is born, everything becomes unknown. Attack all now. Flying Squirrel, Huashaoshan, Doberman, Strawberry, Ghost Spider, etc. will start to beat up the beasts of the Pokémon Kingdom. This time, there are 300,000 people in the Navy headquarters. In their thinking, they can pile up dead beasts as long as they rely on people. Hoopa. When Hoopa saw this scene, he started to summon the beasts again, the 3 holy clouds, Tornadus, Thunderous, Landorus. 3 holy mushrooms, Uxie, Mesprit, and Azulf were all summoned by him. Chapter 83 Flying the Warring States, destroying Meriford, and exposing Blackbeard. Another 3 unseen beasts. The flying squirrel looked at San Shengyun in surprise. San Shenggu and the others had already heard about it in Jinjin City. But it was indeed the first time that San Shengyun saw him. Tornadus, destroy all enemies who offend the Pokemon Kingdom. Tornadus looked at the flying squirrel, and he used the air cutter in the next second. Countless sharp blades attacked frantically, and wind blades attacked Yushu and the naval troops around him. Shish, the flying squirrel used the armed color domineering to cover the whole body in advance. Not frustrated, but the marines around him were swept by the air cutter. One by one fell to the ground. Many of these marines suffered cutting injuries from air cutters. One hit kill. Killing so many of our sailors, I want your life. Lieutenant General Rage, the flying squirrel, looked at Tornadus, and he picked up the long knife and attacked Tornadus step by step. But the next moment, Tornadus switched to the Spirit Beast form. Tornadus in Spirit Beast form is a raptor eagle, and Tornadus is an air slash directly. A sonic boom sound suddenly appeared in the air. The throat of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was cut directly by this air slash. The head fell to the ground. Admiral Flying Squirrel is dead. With the sound of panic from the Navy soldiers. Only then did Doberman and the others see that Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel ended up dying as soon as he fought these monsters. Doberman raises his katana, wary of Thunderous, but Thunderous raised his hands, and Soaring in the Sky appeared on Soaring in the Sky. Slash toward Doberman. Boom! A thunderbolt directly split Doberman into a corpse. The ghost spider wanted to come forward to support him, and he had 6 long knives behind him. These 6 long knives probed Thunderous. At the same time, he also held 2 knives in his hand, in a sense. He is an 8-sword swordsman, Quick Zon Ranwu. The ghost spider wanted to use swordsman-level swordsmanship towards Thunderous. But at this moment Thunderous directly switched to the form of a spirit beast. A dragon form floating above Soaring in the Sky, Thunderous spit out shockwave. An oval mine body exploded in front of the ghost spider. Ghost Spider 01 was killed instantly and was blown to pieces. This, Stoloberg panicked, he didn't expect 3 colleagues to die like this. He also intends to run away now, but how could Landorus let him go? Landorus, the beast of the Pokemon Kingdom, come to clean up you naval scum. Landorus directly switched to the Spirit Beast form. Landorus in Spirit Beast form directly turned into a colorful tiger. He rushed directly towards Stoloberg. Click, Stoloberg's neck was bitten off. Died at the scene. They're all dead. The Navy soldiers didn't expect it to be just like this for a while. Of the 5 lieutenant generals who executed the entire demon-slaying order, only 4 died. There is only Hua Xiaoshan left. Hua Xiaoshan saw the Sansheng mushroom approaching. He pulled out the samurai sword in his hand, and dropped the cigar in his mouth to the ground. But he didn't have any intention to pick it up. His heart is full of despair now. San Shengyun alone has dealt with the 4 vice admirals. 3 divine beasts, Sansheng mushrooms, suddenly appeared in front of them. What a terrifying power he should have. The Sansheng mushroom shot at the energy ray towards Hua Xiaoshan. In the next second, Hua Xiaoshan felt that his expression could not be changed, and then his body could not move. In the end, he even forgot how to use his tricks. This is the ability of the 3 holy mushrooms Yuxi, Mesprit, and Azulf to deprive memory, deprive emotion, and deprive freedom. Zen Headbutt. Hua Xiaoshan hit Zen Headbutt. In the next second, he collapsed to the ground, completely brain dead. With Sanshenggu, join the battlefield with Sanshengyan. Cooperate with the 3 holy beasts who have been fighting continuously on the battlefield. The entire battlefield is facing a one-sided battle. The Pokemon Kingdom has a lot of advantages. Damn Blackbeard, now we can only let the bear out. Don't forget that this battle is a battle between the top powerhouses. Warring States thought of Blackbeard if it wasn't for him to play and disappear. The situation will not be so embarrassing, now he can only let the Tyrant Bear. This voluntary dedication Chi Wuhai will definitely use all his strength. Come fight the Pokemon Kingdom. With Sengoku calling the shots, Tyrant Bear acted. He really didn't have the idea of releasing water. The meatball fruit can cause great damage, it can also bounce off the slash and send everything flying, and it can even eject the target's pain and fatigue from the target's body. Cooperate with the strong body of the Tyrant Bear, its power and terror. Pressure Cannon. Tyrant Bear sent a shockwave from the pad in its hand and attacked Tornadus at an extremely fast speed. But this speed was no more than that in Tornadus' eyes. Hurricane. Tornadus flapped his wings and used Hurricane. The Tyrant Bear was directly rolled up by the hurricane that was swept away by the tornado. Immediately afterwards, Thunderous cast Discharge directly to Thundershock in Soaring in the Sky. Landorus even lifted a boulder and slammed directly towards the Tyrant Bear. Tyrant Bear suffered 3 successive blows in a row. Hydro Pump. Seeing that Tyrant Bear was restrained, Suicune released Hydro Pump to directly bombard Tyrant Bear. Immediately afterwards, the Tyrant Bear began to discharge continuously, and then thick smoke came out, and the mechanical body was also exposed. This is a robot. Tyrant Bear has undergone a mechanical transformation. The rest of Kiwahai were a little shocked seeing this scene. They didn't expect that Tyrant Bear's body tissue had so many mechanical parts. There is no doubt that it must have been done by the Navy. What a tragedy, crime of tyranny. Doflamingo knows something inside. He actually already knows that Tyrant Bear is about to become a complete cyborg. What the hell are the Navy's researching? Whitebeard couldn't help frowning when he saw this scene. He didn't expect the Tyrant Shang, one of the kings of the seven martial seas, to become a reformed person like this. This scene intensified his dislike for the Navy and the world government. Why does the king Shichibukai tyrant bear have a machine in his body? These mythical beasts can change from humanoid form to animal form. The Navy's troops are too bad, they clearly have an absolute advantage in numbers. Everyone in the Chambord Islands saw this scene. They couldn't help being a little surprised when they saw the machinery contained in the tyrant bear's body. But what is even more surprising is that these mythical beasts can also switch forms. Although Keldeo and Deoxys have also switched forms, they do not switch many. The change is not too big, but the Sanshunyan in front of him can switch from the humanoid form to the beast form. In their eyes, they were very surprised, and what was even more surprising was that the strength of these divine beasts had multiplied a lot after switching forms. It directly suppressed so many naval soldiers. Ghost Dog. At the same time, Admiral Akainu Sakaski unleashes his extremely fierce move, the Ghost Dog. A hound-shaped pillar of lava blasted directly in front of Groudon. This column of lava and fire is terrifying. The boiling magma is like a live volcano that has just erupted, incinerating everything. But Sokolsky didn't know that. Ancient beast Groudon is a mythical beast living at the bottom of volcano lava. Lava is nothing more than habitat, or food, to him. Groudon opened his mouth, waiting for Sokolsky's Ghost Dog. Could it be that he wants to devour Sakaski's Ghost Dog? Kiwi to Groudon. He didn't expect Groudon to still hold this kind of doctrine. However, he is not optimistic about this. It must be known that the Ghost Dog attacks as a single target, but it is much stronger than the Shooting Star Volcano, which attacks in groups. It is by no means something that can be easily swallowed like a volcano shell. This divine beast actually did such an irrational thing. Sengoku looked to Groudon. He had no idea that Groudon was planning to catch lava with his mouth. Is it true that Admiral Akainu, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, is a parallel importer? Although the Warring States period is not very optimistic about Akainu's character, but in terms of strength alone. As Admiral, Sokolsky deserves his name. Groudon. How can I have a premonition that he will succeed? Whitebeard looked at Groudon, a huge mythical beast comparable to the Holy Pillar King. When seeing Groudon pick up lava with his mouth, he was a little surprised, but he had a premonition in his heart. Groudon was able to successfully swallowed lava into the body. Lava, that's a temperature stronger than my flame, can this beast really do it? Ace is a little surprised to see Groudon trying to swallow Akainu's lava. But he still responded with a skeptical attitude, in his opinion, although the beast is strong. But it didn't force the Admiral to attack with the lava, and it was still not so powerful. But the next second, Ace froze, because Groudon really swallowed Akainu Sakaski's lava attack. Even burped. Belch. Groudon opened his mouth, and lava poured into his stomach. Then digested quickly, with a trail of smoke coming out of his mouth, after his belch was over. The smoke also escaped. This scene directly shocked everyone present. How is it possible? He really did it. Aokiji was a little shocked. He didn't expect Groudon could really do it. You must know that this is the full blow of Admiral Sakaski. The Ghost Dog, Groudon swallowed it so easily. This was beyond his expectation. Although his relationship with Akainu is not good, but as a colleague for many years. Aokiji still knows the strength of Akainu, which is quite strong. I was actually swallowed by Swallow. Whitebeard stood up, although he had this premonition. But when the premonition came true, he still couldn't help being surprised. After all, this is the full blow of the Admiral, and it can swallow the full blow of the Admiral. This ability is no less than defeating an Admiral. This couldn't tolerate Whitebeard not daring to calm down. Notify Kizaru and Kuzan to attack. Sengoku saw Akainu's decline in the face of Groudon, so he had to send all 3 generals to defeat Groudon. I didn't expect that Admiral Akainu wasn't rival. Shiryu looked at Akainu from the corner, and Akainu's face was ashen at the moment. Obviously did not accept the result that the lava he released was swallowed. As the warden of the city of Advance, Shiryu has a great deal of respect for Admiral Akainu Sokolsky. The strength is very well understood. In his opinion, Akainu's strength is quite terrifying. And the Groudon in front of him was able to swallow the attack of the Red Dog. It can be said that his strength may have surpassed Akainu. It's time to act. Blackbeard Michel Tyke has no interest in winning or losing this fight. His gaze was fixed on Whitebeard all the time. At this moment, Margao is organizing the crew to return to the voyage. There is no doubt that this is the best time to attack Whitebeard. But at this moment, the Red Dog's face was ugly, and he angrily directly used the ability to awaken the magma fruit. In an instant, the entire Maryford was assimilated by the lava in his body. Most of Maryford has become a living volcano. This is exactly the ability of Akainu's magma fruit awakening. Big eruption, countless lava surges on the ground. Akainu, after fruit awakening, mastered magma ability. Turned into a true volcano eruption, and it's the power of a giant volcano eruption. In addition to subconsciously protecting the position of the Navy headquarters and the Navy soldiers. Volcano lava has appeared elsewhere. Is the natural fruit awakened? When Whitebeard saw it, he was a little surprised, and he quickly used the shaking ability of the shaking fruit to disperse the magma. As far as he is concerned, he can defend against these magmas with armed domineering. But for his crew it was fatal. At this moment, the Holy Pillar King also set up a shield to protect the other beasts in the Pokémon Kingdom. Boom! First a small volcano erupts. The magma pervaded the entire Merryford, and even a large amount of magma appeared on the sea. Although these magmas are solidified into volcano stones after being exposed to water. But the amount of water evaporated from the 947 is staggering. Volcanic ash caused by volcano eruption is also pervasive and soaring in the sky. Boom boom boom. This was followed by a large volcano eruption. Still kind of continuous. Warring States was a little shocked seeing this scene. He didn't expect that Akainu had mastered the power zone of Fruit Awakening. He quickly let the Navy retreat. In his opinion, this time the Red Dog is likely to win. Soaring in the sky, ground is filled with a huge amount of lava. Soaring in the sky began to rain lava. Ground to roll out with waves of lava. Akainu looked at the horror scene he had created. Fully turned most of Merryford into ruins. He looked over to where Groudon was. He originally thought that Groudon would be in pain in this scene. After all, Groudon's position is his main attack location. Groudon's body was encased in a pillar of molten lava. But Groudon had a look of enjoyment on his face. He was enjoying the falling lava rain. The lava in the lava pool and the column of magma fire going straight to his head didn't do any decent damage to Groudon at all. Why is that? Akainu's face turned black. It seems that no matter how resistant Groudon is to lava, he should still suffer a certain amount of damage. After all, this time is 10 times the lava attack. Hit. As a result, Groudon was fine, and his eyes were full of contempt, as if mocking him for not experiencing himself. Is this your attack? It's a pity that I used to be a beast living at the bottom of volcano's lava. This temperature is too low for me. Groudon looked at Akainu, although the Akainu in front of him used the Fruit Awakening ability. But in his opinion, it's not worth mentioning, since the other party gave him a scald bath. Then he naturally has to pay back to the other party. Precipice Blades. Groudon took the Precipice Blades, and a golden light appeared in Dew's throat. With the golden light flashing, the whole earth began to shake. Groudon's target is Akainu, who is also Merryford. He had long been displeased with the Navy headquarters, and the tyrannical desire for destruction in his heart was fully released at this moment. In an instant, the ground was changed and countless stone thorns protruded from the ground. Go straight to Akainu and Sengoku. Does he want to destroy Merryford? Seeing this, the Warring States guessed Groudon's idea, and he began to transform into the human fruit, phantom beast, and Buddha form, and his height soared to 80 or 90 meters. With the golden light shockwave shaking in his hand, he wanted to block the attack of Groudon's Precipice Blades. But in the next second, he was directly sent flying by the stone spurs that suddenly appeared on the ground. Boom! Merryford, the headquarters of the Navy, which symbolizes the power of the Navy, collapsed into ruins at this moment. At the same time, the San Juan Wolf, this huge battleship, was pierced through the body, which also meant that the hidden Blackbeard was exposed. Blackbeard Marshal Titch. Whitebeard was annoyed when he saw Michel Titch standing on top of the huge battleship San Juan Wolf. He gave up on the return voyage, but directly waved from Yunch and rushed towards Michel Titch. Chapter 84. Kill Red Dog, kill Blackbeard. That's what happened. The naval headquarters has been destroyed. This is Groudon's work. The Marshal of the Warring States period didn't block him even when he used the Buddha form. On the Chambord Islands, the people looked at the picture in the video. Merryford, the naval headquarters that has stood for hundreds of years. At this moment, it was directly smashed into powder by the beast Groudon of the Pokémon Kingdom using a trick called Precipice Blades. The flag of the Navy also began to disappear. This opened the eyes of everyone in the Chambord Islands. Even the Warring States Admiral is not the rival of the Pokémon Kingdom. I think the right of the Navy to manage the world is in name only. There are still 2 generals in the Navy who have not made a move. After these 2 generals make a move, you will know what real strength is. For a while, the people of the Chambord Islands became hot again. It's just compared to before. Their support for the Navy has plummeted to freezing point. And Rayleigh saw the horror of Merryford. It shocked him a little. He was more looking for the trace of the Red Dog. He found Akainu on a molten rock thorn. At this moment, Akainu was panting, and he avoided the attack of Precipice Blades. He didn't expect that even after the Devil Fruit awakened, he is still not the rival of the beast in front of him. This also made Akainu understand the strength of the beast in front of him. It's not just to the extent of defeating the King's Kyuhai. Instead, at least at the general level, even better than Ho-Oh who beat him last time. The power is much stronger. This made the contempt in Akainu's eyes disappear. Since the fruit ability is useless to you, then I have no choice but to use swordsmanship. Akainu looked at Groudon seriously. He personally mastered a variety of fighting techniques. Not only has the powerful natural fruit ability, but also masters superb swordsmanship. And amazing physical skills and domineering, precisely because of so many forces combined. He just stood out as an admiral among many vice admirals. Originally, he thought he could become an admiral of the Navy in the future. But since Donghai and his party came into contact with Ho-Oh, his martial dream was shattered. The Navy won't make a man with a broken arm an admiral. Nor will the world government. It's all caused by Ho-Oh. Also caused by the Pokémon Kingdom. It also makes Akainu the mythical beast of the Pokémon Kingdom. Even Groudon. Everyone hates it to the bone. Precipice Blades. However, before Akainu attacked Groudon, Groudon started chasing Akainu. Boom boom boom. Precipice blades lock on the location of the red dog. Started a stalking attack on the red dog. Admiral Sokolsky began to evade exhaustedly. He knew that the attacks of these divine beasts would directly break elementalization. If forced to fight, he must be the one to die. Hainai didn't expect that Admiral Sakaski would be chased by a beast and run away desperately. Hina looked at Admiral Sakaski. Before Sakaski unleashed the power to destroy the world, he thought that he would be able to suppress and even capture the mythical beast Groudon. But I didn't expect it. Sokolsky's attack had no effect on Groudon. It was followed by a move by Groudon that directly broke the Marine headquarters Maryford. Now he is being chased by Groudon and running around. This Groudon is too strong, he has the strength of a general. Zhongguo's heart surged with anger and blood, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now he was trying to block Groudon's attack. Had to transform the big Buddha form to deal with Groudon's precipice blades hastily. But it is also because there is no preparation at all. This got him kicked out by the precipice blades. It's finally calmed down a bit now. He saw two generals, Qingqi and Wang Yuan, rushing to Groudon's position. I feel better. Now Sengoku's eyes are on Hoopa. He knew that the power of the Pokemon Kingdom hadn't been fully dispatched yet. And Ho-Oh, Kyogre, Latios, and Latios, in case these Pokemon sneak attack midway. He could only lead the Navy and guard Hoopa, light speed kick. Relying on the shiny fruit, the yellow ape came to Groudon's side ahead of time. He used the speed of light kick immediately. A violent flash flew from the air. Go straight to attack Groudon, and at this time, precipice blades finally hit Sokolsky. Groudon grabbed Sakaski directly. Boom. Lightspeed kicked Groudon. This completely D Groudon off. Groudon opened his mouth wide, and the red dog in his hand was slowly lifted by Groudon. He shouldn't, he's going to read Akainu. Warring States looked towards Groudon's direction, and when he saw Groudon's actions, his heart felt cold. If Groudon really does, if an admiral is directly swallowed by a divine beast, then this scene was conveyed to the whole world, and the Navy's little prestige was left. Will be completely lost. No, Sokolsky saw Groudon's huge mouth. It's full of fangs. For the first time he felt panic. His intuition told him that the Groudon in front of him was real. Crack. Groudon put the Akainu directly into his mouth and bit it down. This scene was stunned, everyone present. This divine beast actually ate the admiral. This is too scary. The Chambord Islanders were noisy. They didn't expect Groudon to eat people, and the food is the admiral of the Navy. What a horrible fellow. Rayleigh looked at the scene in the picture. When he saw Groudon swallow Akainu, he couldn't help feeling a cold sweat. Fight against such a big guy who can swallow people. There is no doubt that extremely strong willpower is required. Groudon's fangs snapped at a Akainu bite, but it seems that it doesn't feel very delicious. He vomited and threw it out. The red dog that was thrown away turned into two pieces. This is the first admiral to die in the Navy headquarters. Groudon ended up without swallow Akainu, but even so, this scene is extremely frightening. This made the angle between the yellow monkey and the green pheasant unavoidable. Groudon rinsed his mouth with lava. He looked at the two generals in front of him. There is no doubt that the two generals in front of them are also enemies of the Pokemon Kingdom. Ace. Just at this time, Luffy let out a heart-piercing scream. And in front of Blackbeard, Ace's body lay down. It was delivered to the door by Ace on his own initiative. Blackbeard killed Ace with dark water and gained the ability to burn the fruit. Unfortunately, it's not the Junjen fruit. Blackbeard looked at Whitebeard Edward Newgate. He originally wanted to take Whitebeard's shaking fruit ability. But the appearance of the Pokemon Kingdom interrupts everything for him. Now in order to deal with Whitebeard, he can only absorb the ability of burning fruit. Marshal Titch, you're damned. Whitebeard Edward Newgate looked to Blackbeard. His eyes were full of grief. He didn't expect that Ace Mingming would be rescued. In the end, he died at the hands of Blackbeard. He began to attack Blackbeard with the power of the shaking fruit. However, Blackbeard also started to use Ace's skills. Fire Punch. As a member of the second team, Blackbeard is quite familiar with Ace's moves. Blackbeard used the Fire Fist to attack Edward Newgate. The two forces collided, and there was no doubt that Blackbeard was defeated. But fortunately, he still has other players. Shiliu, Vanoka, and members of Lafitte launched an attack on Whitebeard together. Whitebeard consumed a lot of physical strength in the battle with the Sacred Pillar King. Coupled with the onset of illness, he collapsed. Whitebeard fell completely in the battle with Blackbeard. The white beard of the four emperors came to an end. Blackbeard Marshal Titch, he can actually use two kinds of fruit abilities. Warring States looked at Blackbeard in surprise. He didn't expect that Blackbeard not only killed Whitebeard and Ace at this time, but also suddenly was able to use two kinds of devil fruit abilities to attack. This is different. Hoopa. Just at this time, Hoopa acted. As a cosmic Pokemon, he is still summoning the beast. This time he summoned Rayquaza, Kyogre, Ho-Oh, Love Cloud, Latios. Hoopa summoned all the beasts that Ron had. There are still divine beasts. Hoopa summoned the beasts one after another. Everyone in the Navy was shocked. Kirby watched Hoopa's continuous summoning of beasts and felt full of pressure. And then, Hoopa summoned all the beasts. The warring states also understood, and now it is the final battle. The beasts started to find rival respectively. Groudon chose Sengoku. Kyogre chose Aokiji. Rayquaza chose the orangutan. Ho-Oh chose Blackbeard. After choosing rival each other, the beasts began to attack. Did you choose to provoke us? Blackbeard Marshal Titch did not expect to have a share. When seeing Ho-Oh chasing him, he was a little dumbfounded. He knows how powerful these beasts are. Just Groudon, Deoxys, Sacred Pillar King and others. It has extremely powerful attack power. Marshal Tick wanted to escape. And Ho-Oh started chasing him. Finally Ho-Oh chose to take action against Fanoka. This person is sniped shot of the Blackbeard pirates. His gun kept loading and firing at Wong. This also led Ho-Oh to make him his primary target. Fire Blast. Ho-Oh spit out violent flames from his mouth, showing a big character and attacking Fanoka. While Vanoka was still loading the bullet, burn Fanoka directly. Turned into a corpse. Blackbeard, how did you provoke the beast? Shiryu of the Rain looked at Blackbeard, knowing that they came out of the city. None were hunted down by divine beasts, but at this moment, he suffered, which made him uncomfortable. It is suspected that it was brought by Blackbeard. How could I know? There was fine sweat on Blackbeard's forehead. Although he didn't get the shaking fruit, but he didn't want his ambition to disappear here. He began to raise his hand to use Ace's signature skill, Flame Ring Fire Pillar. I saw a raging pillar of fire heading directly towards Ho-Oh. But in Ho-Oh's eyes the fire was nothing. Ho-Oh spit up the flames directly smashed the pillar of fire, and the remaining flames attacked Blackbeard. Blackbeard uses the Dark Fruit's ability, Dark Water, to defend. But although Dark Water can offset part of the attack. But when most of the attacks hit him, the side effects of the Dark Fruit appeared. Double pain appeared in his body. It's like being put on the grill and grilled normal. On the other side, the Holy Beasts also arrived at the same time. They intercepted the Blackbeard pirates. Meanwhile Entei directly kills Basque Chode with Eruption. Suicune kills Poison Q with a Freezing Beam. Raikou killed Lafitte with Thunder. In just an instant, the Blackbeard pirates lost 3 members. How dare you do that? Blackbeard was a little shocked, only for a moment. The pirate group he formed reduced the number of members to 3. But he dared not stop. Stop running away. He could only run desperately and choose to escape from Merriford. Thunder Slash. Shilio thought it was useless to run away. He chose to launch a counterattack against the beasts. A slash with lightning slashed towards the 3 holy beasts. There was a fierce thunder light on the sword energy. However, Entei sensed Shilu's counterattack, directly released the exclusive skill Sacred Fire. This is a skill exclusive to Ho-Oh and Entei. The faint blue flame burned towards Shiryu. There was a continuous explosion sound in the firelight. The flames directly engulfed Lei Zan's sword energy. This flame can't be extinguished. Shiryu panicked completely. He didn't expect that the flame could not be extinguished. He began to flap the flames on his body, but the more you slap your body, the more flames you get. In the end, Shiryu had no choice but to jump into the bottom of the sea. However, at this time, Raikou uses Zap Cannon on Shilu. He directly killed Shiryu on the spot. Even Shiryu is dead. The rest of the Blackbeard pirates were a little desperate. They didn't expect that even Shiryu died at the hands of the beast. You must know that Shiryu is a strong man with great strength. No less than Blackbeard. Yang Yan, Blackbeard released a large number of pillars of fire, and he wanted to fight to the death. But unfortunately, he was wrong. Ho-Oh unleashes massive amounts of sacred fire straight away. The flames directly enveloped all members of the Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard Marshal Titch, Catherine Butterfly, Hello Wong. All wrapped in flames. The 2 let out a terrific wail. But the wailing continued, but they could not be rescued. In the end, the 2 died on the shore. Whitebeard is dead. It turned out to be because of His Majesty Shichibukai Blackbeard Marshal Titch. On the Chambord Islands, everyone saw the scene in the picture when they saw the death of Whitebeard and Ace. They are a little silent. This Whitebeard of the 4 emperors is considered an absolute strong in the New World. Died at the Marine Headquarters Maryford at this moment. Whitebeard, I didn't expect you to end like this. Jabba Spark looked at Whitebeard's body. He never expected that Whitebeard would end in such a way. Blackbeard Marshal Titch looked like a careerist at first glance. Eradicated by the Pokémon Kingdom, it was expected. It's just that Jabba Spark is still looking at the screen on the phone bug. Now he is eager to know how powerful the other beasts summoned by Hoopa are. Can you take down the yellow monkey, the green pheasant, and the 2 admirals? Soaring in the sky. Rayquaza and the orangutan looked at each other. Huang Yuan frowned. He was still quite afraid of the beasts. If it's Groudon who can't fly, he still has a lot of confidence. But his confidence in Rayquaza, the mysterious flying beast, is not so high. And Huang Yuan became more and more familiar with this divine beast. Suddenly he realized what this divine beast was. Rayquaza. He remembered the newspaper Lee some time ago. It says Rayquaza stopped Kyogre, Groudon. Then the story of saving the world. The above image is not much different from this mythical beast. Huang Yuan realized that the beast in front of him was not easy to mess with. And it is most likely Rayquaza, the mythical beast that prevents Kyogre, Groudon from fighting. This is difficult for the old man. Huang Yuan has already made up his mind. If this divine beast is too powerful, he will have to run away even if he pretends to be seriously injured. After all, life matters. Chapter 85. Aokiji and Azalea are defeated one after another, the end of the navy. The Yada mirror. Thinking of this yellow ape, he planned to test it out first. In the hand of the yellow monkey, a piece of light shining like a mirror was accumulated, and it attacked Rayquaza in a zigzag way. As the Yada mirror continues to refract light, Flash's power is also increasing. Just when this group of light increased to a rather huge level, Rayquaza cast Dragon Pulse directly, spit out a large amount of waves from the mouth and shattered this piece of Flash. It's really amazing. When Huang Yuan saw Rayquaza's performance, he knew that this Rayquaza was quite powerful. You know, his Yada mirror cannot be broken by normal people. And this Rayquaza smashed his Yada mirror so easily. These beasts are terrifying. Doflamingo's eyes turned cold, and he couldn't help expressing emotion in his heart. If only he had fought against the Pokemon Kingdom before. Then his fate is probably not much better than that of Akainu and Blackbeard. Thinking of this, Doflamingo decided not to provoke the Pokemon Kingdom as much as possible in the future. Rayquaza and the orangutan attack each other, but in fact, it was Rayquaza who hit, and Azalea was beaten and ran. Never miss it. It can be said that the yellow ape clearly demonstrated. What exactly is weakness? 8-foot Chonguyu. Kizaru saw Rayquaza keep chasing him, released the 8-foot Chonguyu, and the yellow ape directly turned into a ball of light and jumped to a higher altitude. With hands crossed, two groups of golden flash appeared on the fingers. After condensing the two flashes, they gradually grew, and reached a certain level as they grew. Immediately afterwards, countless light bullets flew towards Rayquaza. Bang bang bang. Rayquaza directly swept his tail and smashed into broken stars. Is it possible that General Huang Yuan can win? This made Vice Admiral John Jando have a glimmer of expectation for the yellow ape. John Jando is Lieutenant General Titan, to see the Navy in such decline. If Huang Yuan can reverse the decline, then it's just too good to be true. But just when they want to, the yellow ape turned into another flash and slipped behind him. Roar. The behavior of the yellow monkey directly angered Rayquaza. In this way, the god of taunt soaring in the sky, Rayquaza intends to show the yellow ape what is called extreme speed. Just look at Rayquaza and his terrifying speed. He ran towards the yellow ape. Why is the speed suddenly so much faster? The yellow ape no longer dared to attack while running. He started to back away. It turned into a flash and appeared tens of meters away. But Rayquaza had expected it. Rayquaza unleashes Hyper Beam towards Kiwi. Boom. A 667 pillar of fiery light emanated from Rayquaza's throat. Burst directly towards the yellow ape. In the blink of an eye, he came in front of Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan subconsciously used the ability of Shining Fruit to turn it into a sword to fight back. Sword from the sky. Huang Yuan is a real great swordsman. There was a large golden light trembling with a sword cut. His strength was not inferior to Jian. With the flexibility of Shining Fruit, his ability is even more than that of Akainu. His sword light scattered countless particles, swung with all his strength and collided with Rayquaza's Hyper Beam. Boom. The yellow ape attacked hastily. Rayquaza was not defended very well, which caused him to be knocked more than 10 meters away. It's almost time to call it a day. Huang Yuan didn't intend to fight anymore. He started to retreat. But how could Rayquaza let him go? Dragon Ascent. Rayquaza used his strongest move, which is also his exclusive skill. Rayquaza rushed directly towards the yellow ape like a raptor poised to go. This speed, this power, how is this possible? Huang Yuan was completely dumbfounded. He just wanted to take a job. The beast in front of him actually increased his speed and strength at the same time. It looked like he was going to kill him. He really wanted to ask how much the Pokemon Kingdom paid for Berry. It was actually worth the death of the beast in front of him. Sword from the sky. Huang Yuan once again condensed a Tiankongyun sword, and he blocked the two swords in front of him. Fend off Rayquaza's defenses. The sky full of golden light particles formed a light screen to block in front of him. This is formed by the condensing of tens of thousands of light particles and possesses powerful defensive capabilities. Kizaru thinks that Rayquaza should have no way to break. Just when he thought everything was safe, Rayquaza rushed straight over. Boom. As Rayquaza turned into a golden dragon, he rushed towards the golden particle wall of the yellow ape. Only then did Huang Yuan feel the power of Rayquaza's move. Dragon Ascent directly broke through the yellow ape's defense. And directly threw the yellow ape out. Boom. Huang Yuan fell directly to the ground hundreds of meters away. Spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Rayquaza on soaring in the sky in disbelief. He didn't expect that Rayquaza could unleash such a powerful attack and speed. This made Huang Yuan instantly understand that the previous Rayquaza probably didn't show his real strength. The yellow ape was defeated, but he also tried his best. This scene surprised the warring states. This time the yellow ape finally didn't touch the fish. But he soon realized, ABFC, that this was not the time to think about it. Azalea was defeated by this mythical beast on soaring in the sky. Completely shattered his strategy. According to his idea, there's no Rayquaza of soaring in the sky. But now it has come, coupled with the previous successive defeats. He knew that the current navy was bound to lose. The most important thing now is to contact the way of retreat. Fortunately, before that, he had already contacted the world government. The world government said that it would send the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, Steel Bones, to come to support him. For this incoming admiral, Warring States is still very confident if anyone can be accompanied by age, he will be stronger. Then only the monster Garp and the Steel Bone are empty. When the Warring States period was thinking about these things. The battle between Aokiji and Kyogre begins. It's you again, Kyogre. Aokiji looked at Kyogre in front of him. Last time he was seriously injured, he didn't see clearly what Kyogre looked like. But now he sees clearly. The Kyogre in front of him is huge. And also fly. With such a terrifying body shape and the terrifying power of the tsunami caused by the waves last time, the power is so powerful that it can directly cover an island. This made Aokiji no longer dare to underestimate Kyogre. You must know that there is a terrifying scar on his chest. This scar was caused by Kyogre last time. This makes Aokiji dare to underestimate Kyogre. Frozen time capsule. For Kyogre, Green Pheasant is not convinced. He didn't use all his strength last time. He was killed by Kyogre just because of his lack of preparation. But this time he won't underestimate Kyogre in front of him. He wants to defeat the beast in front of him. Aokiji gathers the power of the frozen fruit in his whole body. He concentrated all the power of the frozen fruit on his left leg. With all his strength, he kicked it directly. A large number of ice crystals directly and quickly conducted towards Kyogre. It was as if a chain of ice crystals was constantly spreading towards Kyogre. Kyogre saw chains of ice crystals coming. He also used a freezing attack to fight back. Ice Beam. As an ancient Pokemon, how can Kyogre not have ice-type skills? I saw an ice crystal energy ball formed in his mouth. Spit directly towards the frozen time capsule of Aokiji. He'll freeze the power too. Xingqi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the creature in front of him actually possessed the power of freezing. But in his opinion, he is the one with the ability to freeze devil fruits. I feel that I will not lose to the opponent's freezing power. The 2 ice forces collided in the air. They don't give in to each other. But soon Aokiji's frozen time capsule was subdued by Ice Beam. Ice Beam hit Aokiji's body. The Green Pheasant was directly frozen. How is this possible? The Admiral saw that Aokiji, who was a user with the ability to freeze fruit, was frozen in ice by the ability to freeze. This is simply impossible. But Kyogre, the beast in front of him, really did it. And also sealed the whole Green Pheasant with ice. Thaw. Aokiji said silently in his heart. His frozen surface began to thaw rapidly. After he was successfully thawed from the ice, looking at Kyogre's eyes, he was a little surprised. Such a thing had never happened to him, as a frozen fruit devil ability user. But it was frozen by ice and became an ice sculpture. This seemed to him to be extremely ridiculous, but it firmly appeared on him. Age of Theo. Aokiji decides to try again, and he unleashes his strongest freezing move, Age of Theo. As long as it is frozen by this trick, the frozen items can be frozen for up to a week. He never believed that Kyogre in front of him could beat him, a frozen fruit capable user, in terms of freezing. Ice crystals began to spread on the ground, started to spread at an extremely fast speed. As long as the objects around him are all frozen by his freezing ability. Without exception. Many navies are far away from Aokiji. This is a lesson of blood. You must know that the most ice-covered sea pheasant was the most, but the sea area between several islands was frozen. The whole thing was frozen for a week. Kyogre looked at Aokiji, he understood. This human actually wants to compare his freezing ability with this ancient Pokemon. In this case, he will fulfill the man in front of him. Let him know how powerful the ancient Pokemon Kyogre is. Sheer Cold. This is an advanced skill of the freezing type skill. Able to deal extremely high freezing damage, there is also a high probability of freezing. He wants to show the man in front of him, Kyogre, the ancient Pokemon beast of the Pokemon Kingdom. How powerful it is. Z, with Kyogre playing Sheer Cold. Ice crystals began to condense below him. These ice crystals are spreading around. Spread in the Age of Theo, who started to move towards Aokiji. Invasion with Sheer Cold's freezing ability. The freezing power of the Theo era was killed and the armor was removed. Seeing that Sheer Cold's attack was spreading to him. Even if Aokiji no longer wants to admit it, he knew that the strength of the divine beast in front of him was far superior to his own. Thinking of this, he started to back away. Ice crystal. Gather into an ice blade. Begin to cut the power of freezing that spreads over. How is it possible? General Aokiji actually lost in terms of freezing ability. Hina looked at the battle between Aokiji and Kyogre. It is obvious that Aokiji lost to Kyogre. This can be said to be another piece of bad news for the Navy. You know, the Navy in this battle was originally to deal with Whitebeard's 300,000 soldiers. But now the Pokemon Kingdom has entered by accident. And caused massive casualties to the Navy. This makes them unacceptable at all. Casualties have reached tens of thousands. It can be said that most of them died in the aftermath of the battle between the beasts and the strong. And the Navy was directly beaten. This looks like a unilateral massacre by the Pokemon Kingdom. With such strength, even Tianlong people should not be afraid. Hancock had long been out of the fight. She's already seen that the Navy is not the rival of the Pokemon Kingdom. In addition, except that she deliberately released water. Basically, Kiwahai was completely defeated. In this scenario, even if she used hard power to defeat one or two divine beasts, it will only be deliberately targeted by the Pokemon Kingdom. Of course, the most important thing is that she has a good impression of the Pokemon Kingdom. This is the most important reason. I didn't expect Rayquaza and Kyogre to defeat rivals so quickly. You old human being will lose to me soon. Groudon walked up to Sengoku. In his opinion, Rayquaza and Kyogre both directly cleaned up rival. If he defeated the warring states too slowly, wouldn't that be embarrassing in front of Rayquaza and Kyogre? Especially old rival Kyogre, the last thing he wanted was to lose face in front of this guy. Rayquaza, this beast is not a normal beast. Sengoku heard the word Rayquaza from Groudon. He figured it out quickly. The Morgan's newspaper was right. It is very likely that there were mythical beasts 800 years ago. These mythical beasts in front of them are likely to have lived for 800 years. Rayquaza. So hear that? This Groudon called the Green Dragon on soaring in the sky Rayquaza. It's all right. Kyogre and Groudon are fighting for territory to destroy the world, and Rayquaza prevents the two beasts from saving the world. No wonder this divine beast can defeat General Yellow Ape. As soon as I saw it, I felt that this divine beast was not ordinary. Since Rayquaza has it, is it true that there was a Pokemon Kingdom 800 years ago? You must be real, otherwise when have you heard of such a powerful beast before, and these beasts came out together? Actually, I think this beast Hoopa is the most powerful. Obviously he summoned so many beasts. Everyone on the Chambord Islands started talking. They are talking about who is the strongest beast. But at the same time, it is also talking about newspaper news becoming true. The mythical beast above really exists. Rayquaza is also real. It seems that the truth 800 years ago is true. Raleigh believed it. He didn't believe it before, although he had said a word on the stone tablet of Ralph drew before. But there has never been a beast before. All of a sudden, the mythical beast appeared. No one can accept it, but now he believed it, because these mythical beasts really existed. And the strength is even more terrifying than imagined. Rayleigh looks to Rayquaza. He now has some doubts, if Captain Roger is still alive in this world. Will he be the rival of these mythical beasts? It turned out to be Rayquaza. It seems that I lost a lot. Huang Yuan was seriously injured, and he knew that the beast in front of him was Rayquaza. Think of the legend of Rayquaza. He immediately understood that this legendary beast was not easy to provoke. After all, he can even mediate disputes between two divine beasts. But he also felt that this Rayquaza didn't seem to have the power to destroy the world. Although it is said to destroy the island, Huang Yuan feels that this Rayquaza is still very easy to do. Big Buddha form. Warring states stood just the breath. When he heard Groudon's words, he was a little humiliated and angry, since he became the Admiral of the Navy. Very few people have ever said that to him. What's more, he is also powerful. Although it is a bit worse than Carp, it is only a first line. He also has a domineering aura. His normal is rarely used. This time, in order to save the Navy's last bit of face, he decided to use the domineering color and domineering together. Golden Light Palm. The golden light of the Warring States period in the form of a giant Buddha is shining, and it is bombarded with a palm. It seems that there is a huge golden shockwave. The power is very impressive. Seeing that the Warring States period is so ignorant of current affairs, Groudon decided to have a good fight with Sengoku. Chapter 86. Slaughtering the Celestial Dragons, going to marry Joa. Warring States attacked with one palm. Didn't do much damage to Groudon. Instead, it was knocked out by Groudon. Just at this time, Groudon used Precipice Blades on Sengoku. Warring States wanted to resist the power of the Precipice Blades with the Golden Light Palm wrapped in the Overlord color. But the result was tragic. He was directly knocked out by the Precipice Blades again. So far, the entire Navy has been defeated. Navy lost. The people of the Chambord Islands looked at this scene in a daze. It's been too long. The Navy has deterred the whole world in the Great Sea Route for too long. They have not imagined until now that the Navy will face the situation of defeat. Just when everyone thought it was a battle to the death between the Navy and the Pokemon Kingdom. The Pokemon Kingdom has dispersed, and all the beasts of the Pokemon Kingdom have rushed to another place. Is this direction the Holy Land of Marijoya? What are they going to Marijoya for? Doubts appeared in everyone's mind. They wondered what the people of the Pokemon Kingdom were doing in the Chambord Islands. Marijoya has a world government and Tianlong people, don't they think? Warring States came back to his senses when he saw these beasts walking towards the Chambord Islands. He was dumbfounded. Apparently these divine beasts had no intention of stopping the war. They may want to challenge Marijoya's world government this time. He hoped the feeling wasn't right, but even if this is the case, the Navy at the moment is powerless to stop it. In the New World, the 5 old stars of God's Island saw this scene. Eyelids twitch. Master IM fell into a deep sleep, and it will take some time before he can recover. What should we do now? Wu Laoxing with mustache couldn't help yelling. You must know that there are many celestial dragons living in the Holy Land of Marijoya. There are even people from their family, once broken into by these mythical beasts Pokemon. Then what they are facing must be a one-sided massacre. The Navy's combat power is really too weak. Now we can only let Steel Ji Yukong lead the CPO to rescue as many celestial dragons as possible, and let them come to the Island of Gods. It can only be this way. The 5 old stars were all anxious. But no matter how anxious they were, there was nothing they could do. Although Mary Hoya has a huge amount of wealth, but they can only choose to give up. After all, the Navy is already one of the strongest combat forces they rely on. After all, CP9 is only an espionage department. Compared with the naval power, it is undoubtedly much worse. San Marie Joya. Although, the battle at the Navy headquarters is in full swing. But in the eyes of these Tianlong people, it is nothing. Celestial Dragon Charles Ross Saint, he is a celestial dragon who does all kinds of evil. He was riding on the slave's back, and the slave could only crawl with difficulty. He didn't dare to violate anything, there were a large number of dancing girls behind him. The dancers wear shackles around their necks. They're tools in the hands of Lord Charles Ross, and they will be eaten as wild dogs when they're used up. As usual, he came to the fringes of Marie Joya to play. There are cities here, it looks extremely lively. The residents looked anxiously at the Tianlong people coming down from the mountain. They feel a special panic. You must know that once the Tianlong people come down, then there is no good thing, and things that ignore human life often happen. But whether they want to meet Charles Ross Street, none of them had a choice. The moment I saw Charles Ross Street come down, those who do business or work hard can only kneel on the ground with trembling legs. Greet the Draconians. Someone was just a few seconds late. Saint Chardos shot straight away. Boom. The man who didn't kneel down could only be killed by a headshot. But the gunshots rang out, but no one dared to look sideways at his corpse. They were worried about offending Charles Ross Street. Doing so will only cost them one more life. A group of untouchables dare to disrespect me. Saint Charles Ross looked at the dead man's body with a very disdainful tone. There are many guards around him, many of them are spies from the world government. There is even the escort of the rear admiral. Shooting a civilian was nothing to him. He does it just for the thrill. You know, he watched a bloody duel between a murloc and a lion in the Colosseum during the day. But these gores are definitely not of any interest to him. It's not as fun as punishing these civilians at the bottom of the mountain. Saint Charles Ross has devil fruits here. A man in a black suit next to Charles Ross saw a devil fruit. He snatched it directly and snatched it over. What is there to be happy about getting rubbish like a devil fruit? Saint Charles Ross curled his lips with a look of disdain. Saint Charles Ross has a snot bubble and wears the unique costume of the celestial dragon. Wearing a resin bubble, he looks like a child with cerebral palsy. But the identity of Tianlongren makes others dare not disobey him. He has a lot of disdain for devil fruits, because he had several in his carry-on case. These devil fruits are regularly transported by heavenly gold into the holy land of Mary Joya. But none of them Tianlong people have the slightest interest in this. Because they are the highest people in the world. With the protection of CPO, there is never the possibility of encountering danger. In their view, eat this unpalatable fruit, it is of no use at all. Perhaps we can experiment with explosives on a few slaves. Saint Charles Ross remembered feeding 2 devil fruits to the slaves a few months ago. Then the slave started to bleed from 7 holes. This made him a little interested in devil fruit. So he waved his hand. The devil fruit was stored in a box. There are 5 other devil fruits like Char Ross. That's mine. Several merchants are still in struggle. As someone who can do business in Marie Joya, they are all bloodthirsty businessmen. They went back and forth between Chambord Islands and Marie Joya. Obtained treasures through Mary Joya's internal channels. Sold to Chambords and outsiders. This devil fruit was bought by him with a lot of money. If you still dare to resist, solve them all. Bang bang bang. Several spies raised their guns and shot these businessmen directly. For a short period of time, the merchants are all dead. The slave glanced at the merchant's body. His eyes were full of emptiness. He was once a mighty pirate. It was because he offended the Tianlong people that he was captured as a slave mount. It was now his 2nd month as a slave. Follow the facts discussed by others before. Soon, he will be directly destroyed by the Tianlong people. Turned into a corpse. Go on, I'm going to visit the Chambord Islands. Saint Charles Ross didn't take a second look at the merchant's body. In his heart, these corpses were just the price of defying him. As long as the Tianlong people are still the most noble existence in the world. Well, he, Charles Ross Street, can always do that. These untouchables did not dare to resist at all. Just at this time, the 3 god birds have landed on the island. They came to the holy land of Mary Joya. The holy land of Mary Jo is located at the pinnacle of the Redland. There is a world government on it. It was a very tall building. There is the existence of CP organization, but when they were still at the foot of the mountain. They met the celestial dragon Charles Ross Saint, when the dragon man Charles Ross saw the 3 holy birds. A greedy look appeared in his eyes. What is that bird that can only emit flames and soaring in the sky? Catch him for me. Charles Ross Street is not in the habit of reading newspapers. He doesn't know what the bird and soaring in the sky is. I also didn't watch the broadcast of the war on the top. It's just that he was surprised to see Moltres, so he wanted to catch Moltres on soaring in the sky to watch. He wants the guards around him to capture Moltres on soaring in the sky. Master Charles Ross, I'm afraid that the beast can fly, we can't catch it. The man in the black suit didn't expect it to be so long. Saint Charles Ross asked him to catch the birds in the sky dragon. Especially since it looks like Moltres. the mythical beast with a reward of 500 million berries. Part of the Pokémon Kingdom, where can he catch it? But he was also full of doubts. How come the Pokémon Kingdom, the mythical beast that the Navy offers a bounty will appear in Marijoa? This is simply too abnormal. If you can't catch it, how dare you disobey the Tianlong people? Saint Charles Ross is like a naughty child. He heard that this man who had just joined the guards not long ago dared to go against his ideas. A direct shot him in the heart. Boom. The man in the black suit fell directly to the ground. There was regret in his eyes. He didn't expect to die so easily beside Tianlongren. He just said something wrong. Go. Charles Ross looked at the men in black suits around him. They looked to Charles Ross Street and never dared to violate again. Some looked at the man in the black suit with pity. In their eyes, this man is simply a dead wimp. However, they also know that they may die at any time by the side of the Tianlong people. It can only meet the requirements of Tianlong people as much as possible. They are members of CP7, they are proficient in Navy 6. One by one, start using moon steps to jump towards Moltres in soaring in the sky. A finger gun was released from his hand, some took up knives. Boom. Moltres saw these people. At first he didn't care. But when he saw that these people dared to take the initiative to attack him, he spit out raging flames directly, burned these people into charred corpses. This Moltres actually killed the Draconian's guard, he died. I don't know what kind of cruel method the Tianlong people will use to teach him. When the villagers saw this scene, their hearts trembled. In their view, the celestial dragons are the gods of Marijoa. Every month, a large number of slave ships come to Marigaea. They have been used to the methods used by the Tianlong people to punish slaves. 0. Asking for flowers. Those methods are simply chilling. Although Guantien is empty, Moltres above have the ability of eruption flame. It is also said to be a mythical beast of the Pokémon Kingdom. But they are still not optimistic about Moltres. In their view, Moltres is far from the rival of these CP organizations. What's more, after hurting the Tianlong people, and the Navy will come to help. Think of the terrifying power of the Admiral, they are more timid. Unbeknownst to the villagers, the Admiral had failed at Maryford. Although the Navy has installed a projection phone bug. But only Chambord Islands, most of the other places are not installed. Call more CP organizations, I must get this Moltres. Charles Ross was not surprised but delighted. It seemed to him that this Moltres was capable of flamethrower. On the contrary, it made him feel more unique. He looked at Articuno and Zapdos beside Moltres. He now wants to catch the other two birds as well. If the other two birds do not have such special abilities, he was going to pluck the feathers of these two birds and throw them into the pot. Taste the flavor of the beast. I'll notify CP5 Chief Spandine right now. The guards around Charles Ross immediately called the phone and notified Spandine. Spandine is the leader of CP5. There are many powerful members of CP5 under his command. These are espionage, combat masters. In his opinion, Spandine would definitely be able to take down these mythical beasts if he personally led the team. Quickly let him roll over here. Charles Ross Saint got mad. In his opinion, in case these members do not come in time, let the three birds fly away. So what to do? 0-0. It was not easy for him to find such a fun toy. Yes, Lord Charles Ross. The guard didn't dare to neglect, and finished the phone call in a cold sweat. Spandine, who received the call, had a ferocious expression on his face. It's not enough for these beasts to kill my son Spandam, but now they even come to Marijoa to make trouble. Spandane was the father of Spandam who was killed by the Five Gods Pillar. After he heard that the beast broke into Marijoa, he immediately contacted the CPO chief, then began to lead the team to the foot of the mountain to capture the beast. In his opinion, these divine beasts are rampant if they collide with the Tianlong people. The Tianlong people pursued it, so even he, the CP5 chief. It is also very likely that he will be dismissed from office and sent to prison. Spandane rushed to the foot of the mountain in a hurry. But he didn't know that Moltres was waiting for him at the foot of the mountain. Moltres at the moment looked to St. Charles Ross. Looking at Charles Ross Street to be precise, devil fruit in the back chest. In fact, they all dispatched to Marijoa. It's not just to attack the world government. It's also about collecting devil fruits. If we say which place has the most devil fruits, then there is no doubt that the world government has the most devil fruits. Especially the celestial dragons in the holy land of Marijoa. In the heavenly gold that they collect every year in their hands. Finally, there are so many devil fruits. Over time, their total number of devil fruits has already reached a terrifying level. This is why the beasts came to the holy land of Marijoa. Because God the Father told them that they sensed the aura of a large number of devil fruits in the holy land of Machoa. Ask them to plunder, resurrect new beasts, and expand the Pokémon Kingdom. Compared to Maryford, Marijoa is a real treasure trove. But they didn't expect either. As soon as I arrived here, I sensed several devil fruits. Die. Moltres saw several guards guarding the devil fruit chest. He went straight to wing attack. I saw his wings turn into two wings of light, matching the raging fire burning on his body. Directly cut off the two guards who were still guarding from the air. These two guards did not evade because they were afraid of the Tianlong people. But he didn't expect to be directly killed by Moltres. 6 devil fruits. It never occurred to Moltres. Such a harvest has a total of 6 devil fruits. The Tianlong people are scared, this bird is finished. But Moltres' move scared the other residents, because of Moltres' slaying. Jean-Charles Ross received astonished, he fell off the slave. You must know that he seldom walks. In fact, most Tianlong people like to ride human slaves to travel. This is a symbol of their dignity, and when Charles Ross Street went down, he was interested in Moltres because of the offense. Turned to hate for Moltres. Kill this bird for me. Charles Ross Street takes a shot at Moltres, and the guards around him also began to cooperate with Charles Ross to attack Moltres. This also made Moltres' eyes turn cold. He only now knew that the Tianlong talent in front of him was the chief culprit who organized the attack on him just now. In this case, let them know the horror of the beast's anger. Chapter 87. Kill Charles Ross, Spandane, Devil Fruit. Flame Vortex. Moltres controls the Flame Vortex. The body of one guard after another was burning. These guards who dared to shoot were directly burned into scorched corpses by the floating vortex flames. The Tianlong people stood at the back, but it was still unavoidable. Touched by the heat of the flames. Fortunately, there was a rear admiral in front of him to help him block it. Navy, take your knife and kill him. Charles Ross Street, looking at the rear admiral. It seemed to him that the Moltres in front of him would be resolved later. But only the Major General felt it. The horror of Moltres before me. Just relying on the aura of the flames, the Major General can overwhelm him. But he dared not disobey the orders of St. Charles Ross. He could only move forward with a knife. Whirlwind. The Major General swung his sword out and directly slashed at him. A light blue slash struck Moltres, but the next second, Moltres released a stronger wind, kill directly. Air Slash. As a flying Pokémon, Moltres will naturally use Air Slash. With the sound of sonic boom resounding in the air. Air Slash slashed directly at the Major General. The sound of sonic boom appeared in the air. Until this time, only then did the Major General realize that the Moltres in front of him was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Click. A tooth-piercing voice appeared at the scene. The Major General was directly chopped into 2 pieces. Charles Ross Saint saw the remaining wind pressure coming towards him. He subconsciously blocked it with his arms, but the next moment, his arm broke directly in 2. Bright red blood flowed out. The Celestial Dragon is injured, the Admiral is coming. It's over, we will be affected too. Suddenly, all the villagers panicked. They didn't expect the Moltres in front of them to attack. 063. Directly beheaded a Major General. Just kill the Major General. Also cut off an arm of the Celestial Dragon. You know, if the Tianlong people are slightly injured, they will attract the Admiral. Not to mention a broken arm. This is even more of a top priority. You actually cut off one of my arms, you are finished. I will pluck all the feathers of you, a broken bird, and then use a knife to cut you bit by bit. St. Charles Ross picked up his severed arm and burst into tears. This is the first time he has encountered such a thing, and he has done a lot of killing of civilians. But it was the first time to be hurt. What's more, an arm was cut off. Such a serious injury. It's over now. Spandane saw this scene. He had just come down the mountain. His eyes were horrified. He knew he could catch this Moltres whether he could catch it or not. His career in world government is coming to an end. If you can catch it, you can get a lighter sentence, but if you can't catch it, the Charles Ross in front of him will definitely vent all his spite on him. Spandine, catch this bird quickly, or you will know the consequences. St. Charles Ross saw Spandine, and he must vent his rage now. If Spandine's handling didn't satisfy him, then he will definitely let Spandine know how tragic the result will be. Yes, Lord Charles Ross, Spandane dared not neglect. He knew that Charles Ross Saint was telling the truth. Although his side against Charles Ross Street wants him to fight hard. There was some dissatisfaction with threatening his move. But he has nothing to do. Who is Charles Ross Saint is a Tianlong person. Let's go together and catch the beasts above. Many members of CP5 have the strength of Commodore. The bounty offered by the beast in front of him is only 500 million berries. They were confident in capturing Moltres. The surrounding people originally wanted to escape. After all, Charles Ross Saint suffered such a serious injury. It was about to provoke such a powerful figure as the 3 generals. But when they saw CP5 coming, they didn't dare to run again. If Charles Ross Street is not happy with them, then wouldn't they become the fish in the pond that hurts the fish in the pond? These few members of CP5, most of them are devil fruit capable users. But they are all animal devil fruits. Some become wolves, some become tigers. One by one, they used moon steps to attack Moltres in soaring in the sky. But just when they thought they could do damage to Moltres on soaring in the sky with their shaved attacks, Moltres' body suddenly burned with shocking flames. Makes the air dry. Burn up. Moltres was not polite, and Moltres, covered in flames, tackled these CP5s. Every CP5 is turned into a pyro by the flames. Sir, save me. They wailed terribly. This voice made everyone feel a chill. They didn't expect the beast in front of them to be so powerful. The members of CP5 were burned to ashes by the flames just by meeting each other. Spandine, you too. Charles Ross Saint felt the panic. He only has a broken hand now, but he saw Moltres' eyes in soaring in the sky. He felt like the Moltres wanted his life. This made him a little apprehensive. He wanted Spandane to fight himself. It was the first time Spandane had been pointed at a gun like this. But whoever called Charles Ross is a draconian, he dare not violate it. Go directly to Moltres on Soaring in the Sky. Spandane is the leader of CP5. Of course he has real strength. His strength is probably in the category of Lieutenant General. In addition, he has mastered the extremely profound armed color domineering in the Navy 6 style. He was technically the stronger Vice Admiral. He jumped into the air with moon steps. Attack directly on Moltres. Land feet, Spandane rolled up the vacuum and attacked Moltres. His kick was fast and ruthless, all because he already had a strong hatred for the beast. You must know that his only son, Spandam, was killed by a divine beast. How could he have no hatred for Moltres, a mythical beast? A sharp vacuum wave flew towards Moltres, but his attack was in Moltres' eyes. Compared with those previous CP5 attacks, it is also only qualified level. Moltres is ready to go. He played Sky Attack. Compared to Wing Attack, Moltres' entire body turned into a meteor flash. A vacuum bomb attack that directly hits Land's feet and breaks Land's feet. Tackle landed on Spandane. Boom! Even Spandane covered his body with armed domineering color. It also cannot defend against Moltres' Sky Attack. Spandane fell to the ground. There was fear in his eyes. But Moltres was not the first to kill him. Instead, look to Charles Ross Street. I am a celestial dragon, the noble of the world's gods, you can't kill me. Charles Ross saw murderous intent in Moltres' eyes. It was the first time he saw someone showing killing intent towards him. This left Charles Ross struggle wanting desperately. He doesn't want to die. You dare to call yourself a god, you should die. Moltres looked at Saint Charles Ross, who dared only call himself a beast. In his eyes, only the priest and creator God Arceus is the only true god. This hideous Charles Ross Saint dared to call himself a god. This is a taunt to the gods. You can't kill the celestial dragon, otherwise you will attract the 3 generals. Aren't you afraid of bringing disaster to the Pokemon Kingdom? Spanda had several broken ribs, and he knew that Moltres in front of him had murderous intentions for the celestial dragons. He thought it was because Moltres didn't know that killing the Draco would attract the Admiral. He threatened Moltres, knowing that if the Draco lived, he could still heal the living. But if the Tianlong people die, then he can't even think about surviving. 3 generals, if you dare to come, let them come. Moltres was a little disdainful, knowing that the 3 generals had already been severely taught by the beast bosses. He didn't believe that the 3 generals dared to come to Marie Joa to act wildly. He was not the only mythical beast who came to Marie Joa. If they dare to come, then it will be their death. You are so arrogant, don't you know how powerful the 3 admirals of the Navy are? The fire explosion is not afraid at all. He also wanted to make 2 more excuses. But Moltres moved directly. Heatwave, this is a skill attack caused by flames following the wind at the same time. This skill does no less damage than Flamethrower. Even more powerful than Flamethrower. The raging fire spewed on Charles Ross Saint and Spandane. The 2 were burned by the raging flame. The slaves' eyes regained their brilliance. They didn't expect that Charles Ross, the celestial dragon, would have such a day. You will regret this. Spandane was caught in the flames. He thought Moltres would regret it. However, the flames are gradually engulfing him. Until he was burned into a charred corpse. Dead, the celestial dragon is dead. It's really dead. It turns out that the beast dared to kill the Tianlongren. So what if you dare to kill? You must know that killing a Tianlongren will only make you die too. The Navy and the world government won't let him go. The surrounding residents saw this scene. I just felt a sharp sense of panic. They didn't expect Moltres to actually dare to do it. One must know that he is a celestial dragon. How could Moltres in front of him dare to do it directly? They will escape before the 3 futures. Fortunately, the 3 generals did not come until the 3 holy birds flew away. But they saw some ships coming near Mary Joya and they climbed aboard. Did you know? The celestial dragon was killed? XD1BJ? Several villagers who swam up could not help but say. Could it be the work of a divine beast? How do you know? The villagers stared blankly at the businessman. The businessmen state their reasons for coming here. It turned out that they wanted to see what would happen when the beasts came to Mary Joya. And these villagers also learned about what happened to Meriford from the merchants. The 3 navy generals, Huang Yuan and Aokiji, were defeated. Akainu died in battle. Even Sengoku suffered a lot of injuries. Even Garp, who was a naval hero, was also defeated. It's almost like fake news, and in the repeated guarantees of these people. Only then did the villagers understand. It's true what they say. They understood everything, why the beasts are not afraid of the 3 generals. It turned out that the 3 generals had already been defeated. The winner is the Pokemon Kingdom, watching more and more beasts rushing to Marie Joya. The villagers looked forward to it, after these noble draconians were pulled down from the altar. What a disaster it will be. Slave Colosseum, on this high platform are full of celestial dragons who claim to be a noble race. They are all members of the Tianlong people, and beside every celestial dragon, there are slaves serving them. Saint Roswald is one of the draconians. He is the head of the Roswald family. He likes captain slaves. He holds a scepter in his hand, and there are countless ribbons on his body. I don't know, when will the transformation of Q High Bartholomew Bear be completed? I was the first to agree with Wu Laoxing that I want to lease it and use it as a slave. Saint Roswald wore sunglasses and laughed. It has long been news that Bartholomew Bear voluntarily accepted the transformation under the hands of Vegapunk. In their group of Tianlong people, and his favorite as the captain's slave, and Bartholomew, as the king of the present-day Sorby Kingdom, was also the captain of a pirate group, and even the world-renowned King Shichibukai. The more famous the slave mount, the more it can represent the power status of a Tianlong person. This made the holy city of Roswald couldn't help but now want to sit on the tyrant bear as a mount. Master, we have to wait. According to Vegapunk, we have to wait for a while before the Bartholomew can be fully mechanized, so as not to hurt the master. Lum bowed his head and said to Saint Roswald, he used to be the captain of a big pirate with 1 billion Baileys. But now he is a slave of Saint Roswald. He thought about resisting, but what he wore around his neck was a slave collar. The function of this collar is once the slave has made a decision to resist. That would just explode. The power can directly cause a vice admiral to die on the spot. Such terrifying power has killed several powerful pirates. And the Tianlong people don't care. Anyway, there are plenty of slaves. If it is not enough, go to the infinite hell to catch a few. Lum didn't want to die in vain, so he could only obey the orders of Saint Roswald. As time went on, he became even more violating Roswald's saint. That's good, urge Vegapunk to do it as soon as possible. Saint Roswald is the head of Roswald, with great power. He was able to push Vegapunk to speed up the process. Good host. Lum agreed. But at this moment, 2 flying creatures suddenly appeared and soaring in the sky. It directly shocked the Tianlong people. It can fly, and it's big enough. I want him to be my mount. No, it's mine. I'm a celestial dragon. You have to let me in 2.4. Whoever is not a celestial dragon here, it is really impossible to let our slaves fight. Whoever kills the slave, then the winner will get the creature on soaring in the sky. The noise resounded continuously, and it's all because they saw the jet-setting siblings in soaring in the sky. Latios with Latios. At this moment, the 2 beasts looked towards the Colosseum. It is said that the Colosseum is actually fighting with real people. In the Colosseum, there are many fragments of broken walls. Those who fought were vicious, but they don't have much expectation for living. Because even if you win, there is no reward. He couldn't escape from this cage, so he could only continue to fight. Until the death of exhaustion, the slave warriors after countless battles. His eyes were already numb. They know that even if they are injured, there will be no treatment. All the Draconians want is the spectacle of blood. The bloodier the better, if not well presented. They will be shot directly by the guards placed by the Tianlong people. It was dark. Why are there divine beasts here? What are those guys in the navy doing for food? Roswald Saint after seeing Latios and Latius in soaring in the sky. I couldn't help but frowned, but I heard the words of the jumping juniors around me. He suddenly felt that if he could obtain this flying creature as a mount, then it will definitely make the juniors around you envious. He had this thought, if only he could get a divine beast as a mount. Thinking of this, he said to Lum, catch him, you can do it yourself. Master, is this true? Lum didn't expect that he would escape from the sky. Real, Saint Roswald said directly. After Roswald finished speaking, Lum was full of joy. But he didn't see Roswald's cold eyes behind him. Chapter 88 Tianlong people suffered heavy casualties, and the steel bones shot empty. For Roswald Street, if Lum is useless, the only outcome is to be abandoned. Was directly executed, he has no intention of giving things away. That's right in the eyes of Saint Roswald. Lum is just a simple tool. Many Tianlong people watched the battle between Lumu and the beast on soaring in the sky as if they were watching the excitement. They felt as if they were watching slaves on both sides killing each other in this arena. Armed color domineering. Lumu took out a long sword, he is a swordsman. He attached the long sword to the armed color domineering. He hasn't used domineering for a long time, he's a bit jerky about fighting. Is this the celestial dragon? Latius looked at the entire Colosseum. He felt an extremely dirty breath from these Tianlong people. It was at this time. Lum jumped sharply and swung his long sword to attack Latius. Latius, the younger sister, didn't notice, but Latios, the big brother, has noticed. He started to deploy flying quickly, and used telekinesis to directly levitate a celestial dragon in the Colosseum, directly blocking Latius. Lumu didn't react and stabbed with his sword. Tianlongren was killed by Lumu with a sword. Bold slave, how dare you kill the celestial dragon? This be ****** D slave, I'm going to tear him into pieces. The Tianlong people below saw that the Tianlong people were directly suspended. And was killed by Lum. They now want to kill Lum. After all, no matter if it is any slave, if he dares to stab a Tianlongren, it is a death sentence. And now Lum, it's not stabbing, instead, he directly assassinated a celestial dragon. This makes these Draconians feel rage even more. They didn't care if it was Lum's mistake. This. My freedom, damn you. Lumu didn't expect a celestial dragon to be killed by him like this. He didn't dare to take revenge on these Tianlong people behind him. They just took revenge like these beasts in front of them. He regained his ferocity of being a pirate and stabbed towards Latios vigorously. But the next second, his slave collar flickered. Boom. Saint Roswald directly pressed the detonation button of the slave collar. In his opinion, a slave dared to kill 01 Tianlong people. At this moment, it has no effect. Loom's head was blown to pieces and fell. The slaves around saw it but felt it, but no one complained for Loom. Their lives are also in the hands of Saint Roswald. Slaves, it's time for you to contribute to the celestial dragons, kill the two beasts on soaring in the sky. Roswald Street gave a direct speech. In his opinion, the two divine beasts on soaring in the sky have no reason to live. No matter what, it is a dead end to attack Tianlongren. Whether it's humans, animals, or mythical beasts. Everything is the same. Saint Roswald is the head of the Roswald family. His words are especially useful. Finish with his words. The other celestial dragons send out their slaves one after another. Their slaves are all pirates with at least hundreds of millions of Baileys. They're all very robust. These pirates all wear slave collars around their necks. In order to survive, several pirates. Tonto attacks Latios in soaring in the sky. But Latios has no fear. They swooped down and launched an attack on these navies. Dragon Pulse. Latios roared. The violent fluctuations directly rushed towards these navies. Pirates after coming into contact with Latios Dragon Pulse. All were directly sent flying out. Dozens of slave pirates are just like making dumplings. Falling from soaring in the sky onto the ground. Notify the navy. When Saint Roswald saw this scene, he was no longer complacent. He panicked. The Latios in front of him was too scary. Just one shockwave injured dozens of pirate slaves. This is the case for the pirate slaves who are physically fit. If they were replaced by these delicate and expensive Tianlong people, wouldn't they die immediately? I will inform the Admiral of the Navy now. The Tianlong people around him immediately asked for the phone bug from the Navy headquarters. But it is very bad. On the other end of the phone bug, there was still no connection. How so? Saint Roswald did not expect that the phone number of the Navy headquarters, which had always been forwarded, would not be able to get through. But under the crisis, he has nothing else to do. He called the World Government CPO. The call was answered quickly. Now, come to the Colosseum, there are beasts here. Saint Roswald's tone was terrified. The CPO on the other end of the phone answered quickly. And taking action, Saint Roswald was relieved. However, Latios was already coming their way. Latios has figured it out. The master of all this is the Tianlong man in front of him. You can't kill me. I can get you out of here safely. I promise. I am the servant of Saint Roswald. Rhodes Washung's tone was very relaxed. I can't see the domineering appearance of the previous power trip at all. He is stalling. He wants to drag on enough time. Only in this way can we wait for the arrival of the CPO. At that time, he will be able to eradicate these two beasts. You're useless for nothing. Latios ignored Rodziva Saint's words. He directly bombarded Rodziva Saint with a dragon pulse. Rhodes Washung was directly blasted into blood clots. Fell to the ground. This looks very miserable. He killed Saint Roswald. This is the head of our Roswald family. How dare he? Isn't he afraid of the three admirals of the Navy? Hurry up and tell Wu Laoxing to get rid of these gods. For a while, the Tianlong people no longer had the peace they had before. But they are surprisingly rage. In their view, if the beasts in front of them dared to kill them, the Tianlong people would die. But they forgot. No one has come to rescue them yet. Latios flew straight at their position, then used Dragon Pulse to hit these draconians. One after another, Tianlong people died on the spot. The Tianlong people gradually developed a heart of fear. Forgive me. You can go. I will never trouble you again. One after another, the Tianlong people finally learned to beg for mercy. This may be the first time in their lives they really felt the fear of death. Especially after seeing that many Tianlong people of the same race as them around them fell directly into death. Their hearts of fear grew even bigger. The Latios in front of him is just like the devil normal. But no matter how they begged for mercy, Latios went straight to the fight. Kill them all one by one. There are so many celestial dragons dead. Aren't the beasts afraid of the revenge of the draconians? It's good to kill. The more you kill, the better. These Tianlong people are nothing but rubbish. The smell is unbearable. The death of the slaves to the draconians. Feeling astonished and joyful, these Tianlong people in front of them are evil spirits from hell in their eyes. They suffered countless inhuman tortures in this dark Mary Joa. One slave in particular showed a sinister smile of revenge. He was originally a pirate hunter, but he set foot on Marie Joya. The Tianlong people took a fancy to his physique and shot his wife dead. And put a slave collar on him. Let him keep fighting in this Colosseum. He originally thought that he would never see the death of this Tianlong man. But until today, the arrival of Latios can be said to have avenged him. He is extremely grateful to the beast, after a moment of fighting. It can be said that there is no one in 100. There were still a few draconians left, looking at Latios with fear on their faces. Latios killed more than 500 draconians, just like killing chickens and ducks. Very decisive. After killing them so far, it can be said that these celestial dragons were so frightened that their legs went limp from Latios. The head with the resin bubble was full of tears and snot. It can be said that there is no face of the world's nobles. But now it's their turn. Latios was slowly approaching them. They were completely panicked, however, fortunately at this time. CPO appeared. How could it be that so many celestial dragons died? The CPOs who came wore various masks, when they saw that the Tianlong people were so seriously injured. They were shocked. You know, after the world government becomes the world totem. The death of several celestial dragons is a big deal. But now more than 500 people died in one breath. This is simply unimaginable. They had already thought of waiting for Wu Laoxing to know about it. How outraged it would be. CPO, get rid of them. Kill them. Retaliate for the Draconians. Several Tianlong people crawled to the back of the 3 CPOs. They were a little panicked by these 2 divine beasts. The CPO has a strong sense of discomfort in his heart. It was the first time he saw such a fearful expression on the noble Tianlongren. But I took a look at the hellish Colosseum on Earth. He suddenly understood that it was inevitable for Tianlongren to show such an expression. The Tianlong people are here, so can we escape? Can the beasts win? The slaves were whispering under the arena. They have little confidence in the beasts. They have been trapped in Mary Joa for a long time. Don't know much about the beast. What I understand is that the beast is a very powerful force. But how powerful it is still unknown. The CP0s stepped towards Latios' position with monthly steps. They have extremely strong fighting power, although it is much worse than the Admiral of the Navy. But it is much stronger than the Vice Admiral, Latios. I want to go again, but at this moment Latios made a move. Latios is the exclusive skill mist ball as soon as he makes a shot. An energy ball bombards directly towards the CPO through a brief condensation. CP0 was blown out directly, and its body was broken in 2. This scene made the slaves and the Tianlong people see it clearly. Even the CPO is not rival, the Tianlong people panicked. They didn't expect that even the CP0s weren't rivals. Thinking of this, I am afraid that I will die, they panicked. And the remaining CPOs also looked at the CPO that was broken in 2 in shock. They obviously didn't think of it either. These 2 beasts are so powerful. After Latios saw that his sister Latios' attack skills worked, he also quickly used his exclusive skills, Pure Light. Under the dazzling light, it has a powerful attack power. The 2 remaining CPOs were caught off guard, was directly hit by Latios. Hit the Colosseum. It directly knocked out a huge gap in the Colosseum. All dead. The celestial dragons panicked. They don't want to die, but now there is no way to save their lives. But at this moment, a voice resounded. Divine Beast, stop. An old man with a mountain-shaped hairstyle and an unusually strong figure stood up. He wears a cloak of justice. His eyes were extremely fierce. It's the Steelbone, we are saved. The Steelbone is empty. The Tianlong people showed joy visible to the naked eye. If the CPO is just an ordinary strong, then Steelbone Kong is an extremely powerful powerhouse. You know, Steel Gu Kong was the last admiral of the Navy headquarters, and he is also the current world government chief marshal. This identity, after all, matches extremely powerful strength. And so it is. The strength of Steelbone Kong is exceptionally strong. He is currently fleeing Marie Joya with a group of Draconians. 977 This is the order of Wu Laoxing, this group of goddamn beasts. He actually defeated the Navy and destroyed Maryford. The Navy is a bunch of waste. If it weren't for the Navy, how could we Tianlong people be attacked by the beasts? The Tianlong people behind the Steelbone Hollow complained. They were also attacked by divine beasts. Fortunately, there's a Steelbone hole. Defeated some mythical beasts and rescued them from their hands. I saw a bloody scene in the Colosseum in front of my eyes. This made them terrified. This is the bloodiest scene they have seen. CPO. You protect them. Cyborg Kong looked at Latios and Latios. He wanted to defeat the 2 of them the same way he defeated the previous beasts. Rescue these Draconians, but he didn't think of it. Latios and Latios didn't bother with the steel frame at all. These few Tianlong people were directly massacred. I'm from the Wu Laoxing family, let me go. Saint Charmarco saw Latios approaching him. He didn't expect that the beast was so terrifying that it defeated the 3 admirals of the Navy and destroyed the headquarters of the Navy. He also wanted to beg for mercy and even revealed his identity. He is a member of the 5 old stars who serve in Kendo. But whoever he is, Latios killed him directly, boom. A mouthful of dragon breath directly spit out several Tianlongren into blood mist. How dare you kill a celestial dragon in front of me? Steel Gu Kong never thought of it. Latios in front of him killed the Draco directly in front of him. Thinking that the people who died in front of them were still members of Wu Laoxing's tribe. Steelbone Kong directly swung his fist towards Latios in front of him. This punch made an explosion sound directly. There is great power in the fist. Steelbone, broken. Cyborg is an empty title. This title is precisely because of the steel and iron bones of Steel Gu Kong. At this moment, he punched Latios directly. Latios was sent flying. Cyborg Kong directly punched Latios' defense. Latios saw that the stronger big brother was broken. She also understood immediately. The power in this normal form is no cyborg hollow rival. HMPH, a group of weak beasts dared to kill the Tianlong people. Steel Gu Kong expressed disdain for Latios and Latios in front of him. Know that it's just pure physical strength. He didn't use armed domineering or other fighting skills. But the next second, Latios and Latios, both mythical beasts have started mega evolution. Their shapes change. The whole body has become huge. The strength is also constantly rising. Why did the momentum suddenly become stronger, and so did the body shape? Steel Gukong was shocked. He didn't expect these two divine beasts. The aura of the body is constantly growing, and Gang Gukong sees two divine beasts whose strength has skyrocketed. He no longer dared to look at Latios and Latios with contemptuous eyes. This time he's going to be serious. Chapter 89. Hoopa defeats Cyborg Kong and destroys the world government. Latios and Latios after Mega form. Their figures have skyrocketed. Facing the menacing Steel Bones Kong, they chose to use their exclusive skills to attack. Mist Ball. Latios used Mist Ball. The energy ball directly impacted towards the steel skeleton. On the other side, Latios uses Luster Purge, but when these two moves hit Steel Gu Kong's body, they were blocked by Steel Gu Kong's armed domineering aura. Served as one in the Navy headquarters, 40 or 50 years of Naval Admiral. Steel Bone Kong's strength has reached a terrifying level. He looked at the two beasts. The fist in his hand turned a silver-white metallic color. It is also the domineering color of this Orbird-like color. Only when the steel bone is empty can it be called the steel bone. Kill them. Retaliate. Tianlong people have confidence. From their point of view, Steel Bone Kong will definitely win the battle this time. But at this moment, Liberation of Hoopa is here. The noise from the arena caught him. That's why Liberation Hoopa came here. Hoopa. Hoopa looked at Steel Bone Kong. He could keenly perceive Latios and Latios teamed up. It's still a lot worse than the steel skeleton, so he's going to make a move. This is the creature that summoned the beast. Cyborg Kong looked at Hoopa and frowned. The danger was too unforeseen at this moment, in his opinion, although this Hoopa can summon the beast. But just interrupt Hoopa's release move before Hoopa summons the beast. But he didn't think about it. The real combat power of this Hoopa is actually quite terrifying. Liberation Hoopa has more than just the ability to summon mythical beasts. His real combat power is also quite strong. Liberate Hoopa levitating above, soaring in the sky. He uses Power Split. A ray of light was released on Steel Bone Kong's body. My strength is draining. Steel Gu Kong was surprised to find that the power here was weakening. He didn't expect Hoopa to have such weird abilities. It can actually deprive him of his power. That's the scary thing about liberating Hoopa. After using Power Split, the power of the steel skeleton will be equally divided. Those who are weak will be strengthened. The stronger side will cut. Not good. Steel Gu Kong felt something was wrong. Feeling a great deal of power lost, he knew that he could no longer defeat the beasts in front of him. He can only escape. He wanted to take the Tianlong people away from here. You know, among these Tianlong people, but there are many clansmen of 5 old stars. If these clansmen are allowed to die here, then even if he is the commander-in-chief of the whole army, cannot avoid being punished. Guard split. Liberation Hoopa roared, another purple light. It enveloped Steel Bone Kong's body. It's not just that Cyborg Kong's attack is evenly split with Hoopa. Even the defense was equally divided with him. Immediately afterwards, the passing particle flash appeared on Steel Bone Kong's body. These flashes began to surge towards the liberating Hoopa. ZZZ with these flashes absorbed by liberated Hoopa. Liberation Hoopa has the same defensive strength as Cyborg Kong. The arrogance of the armed color has weakened. What's going on? Could it be that he did it too? Steel Bones Kong wanted to lead the Tianlong people out of this place. But watch Hoopa in hot pursuit. He knew not to get rid of this beast. It is impossible for him to lead these Tianlong people to escape here. Steel Bone. Operator broken. Seeing this, Steel Gu Kong could only confront the Hoopa in front of him head-on. Although he felt that the strength of his body was weakened. But at any rate, it didn't weaken too much. He thinks he's still good enough to deal with this Hoopa in front of him. Boom. Cyborg Kong's fist collided with Hoopa's fist in the air. Bumped together. The whole Mary Joya. Instantly a puff of smoke rose. This is an attack with all their strength. All the rubble on the ground floated up. It's almost like the end of the world is normal. Impossible. How can his power be the same as mine? Cyborg Kong looked at Hoopa. There was a look of horror in his eyes. He didn't expect that the body of the divine beast in front of him was exactly the same as his. Is it possible that what he just said is true? My strength and defense are equally distributed with him. Only then did Steel Gu Kong recall what Hoopa had just said. Power split, guard split. Doesn't this mean that the Hoopa in front of him is another him? So he decided to try to defend. The two exchanged blows. At the same time took a step back. The steel frame is empty to be sure. This Hoopa in front of me is really another self. It's time to end, human. Hoopa looked at Cyborg Kong. He is like normal, an abyssal demon god from another dimension. Launched an attack on Cyborg Kong. This time he is going to use his exclusive skills. Hyperspace Fury. Hoopa's 6 palms hit the steel bone like a storm. Cyborg empty under Hoopa's Hyperspace Fury, can only bear silently. The two were evenly divided on offense and defense. In addition, the steel bone can only be wound with the armed color. This puts the Hoopa against the Cyborg empty Hyperspace Fury. Has an extremely powerful offensive. Ultimately, Cyborg empty under Hoopa's Hyperspace Fury started to retreat steadily. It was directly knocked into the mountains in the distance. Boom. Steel Bone Kong directly smashed a mountain. Steelbone is empty, so what shall we do? If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't have saved these Tianlong people. Without the protection of Steelbone Kong, these Tianlong people finally felt panic. There is no such thing as a power trip before Cyborg failed. They are quite afraid of the beasts. If the beasts in front of you. There is no word of slaughtering these more than 500 Tianlong people. They don't feel so panicked yet. However, the divine beast already had a record of massacres. Obviously, these divine beasts have no room for letting go of their Tianlong people. They feared the gods and beasts. Some have even begun to urge the CPO to attack Hoopa in front of them. The CPO is bold enough to move forward, but in the next second, Hoopa grabbed them one by one. Then push hard. These few CPOs died in the hands of Hoopa in an instant. And the CPO really knew the power of Hoopa. How terrible. Don't kill me, I'll give you whatever you want. I'm a celestial dragon, I don't want to die like this. The Tianlong people saw the beasts approaching them step by step. They want to offer Hoopa a favor to get Hoopa to stop. But there was nothing they could do, because in Hoopa's view, the things promised by these celestial dragons already belong to the Pokemon Kingdom. Regardless of whether these Tianlong people give it or not. The Pokemon Kingdom will get these devil fruits and give them to God the Father. The Draconians see Hoopa unmoved, they know they're finished. With a face full of terror, the sanction of the mythical beast Hoopa. Eventually, Hoopa used Psyshock to take out the Draconians. And this isn't just a few of their divine beasts slaughtering the celestial dragons. Groudon, Rayquaza, Kyogre, all the beasts are in action. Not just in action, still plundering the devil fruit in the hands of Tianlong people. The number of devil fruits is increasing in the hands of the beasts. Kyogre also finally hit the tall buildings of the world government. Only the CPO exists on the high-rise at the moment. According to their account, the 5 old stars are not here, this is in the new world. Organ Pulse. Nothing was expected. Kyogre directly destroyed the citadel of the world government, the authority. I saw the tall buildings of the world government. The 4 lasers directly used by Kyogre attacked one after another. Under the constant attacks, the world government castle was destroyed by Kyogre and became a ruin. This large castle covering tens of thousands of meters covers the entire holy land of Marijoya. Citadel that controls many of the CPO powerhouses. At this moment, it finally ushered in the end. This scene directly shocked the people in the Chambord Islands. As well as the Navy headquarters, they all saw it. Steelbone Commander, did you also fail? Warring States looked at this scene with some surprise, he didn't expect it. Even if the Commander-in-Chief Steelbone Kong went to Marijoya for rescue. But it also failed in the end. This made Sengoku a little worried. Worrying about the future arises. The castle of the world government has been destroyed, what shall we do next? Aokiji looked at Marshal Sengoku. The Navy used to obey the world government. But the citadel of the world government has been wiped out. This made him no longer know. Now it's time to listen to someone. Wait, did you hear the phone bug? Lieutenant General, he stood up. He heard the voice of the phone bug, and this voice was heard by everyone in the Navy. During the Warring States period, I only thought of the deposed king of Maryford. Also buried phone bugs. He started digging through the ruins looking for the phone bug. It didn't take long to find the phone bug. There are some 5 old stars on the phone bug. The Warring States period began to discuss the future trend of the Navy with Wu Laoxing. Retire to the New World and wait for preparations. Wu Laoxing responded with such a sentence. This made Sengoku begin to announce orders to the entire Navy. Back to the New World, don't you want Maryford? This sentence made Shinji a little surprised. He didn't expect that even the 5 old stars were afraid of the Pokemon Kingdom. That's right, that's all the information I received. Warring States also felt a little regretful to hear this information from the 5 old stars. But there was nothing he could do. After all, Wu Laoxing had already spoken accurately. They now know of the crisis of the world government. However, they are still in the New World now. They have prepared a series of measures to return to the Pokemon Kingdom for revenge. But not now. Now it's time to let the Pokemon Kingdom run rampant for a while. Has Steelbone Kong been defeated? Carp has long since returned to the team. Although Deoxys hit him badly, but he has an extremely powerful physique. After leaving the fight, after a period of rest he recovered. When he heard Wu Laoxing's decision, he wasn't too surprised. After all, this battle was fought like this, it just stinks. Now able to escape most navies, it is already considered lucky but not lucky. The world government has been destroyed, I never thought the Pokemon Kingdom could do this. The commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, Drago, looked in the direction of the world government, which was full of flames. Their Revolutionary Army has always aimed to overthrow the world government. But he didn't think of it. Even their Revolutionary Army has not found a good way to overthrow the world government. But it was done by the Pokemon Kingdom, although the world government has not been completely eliminated. But it ignited a fire in the holy land of Marijoya, where the world government is located. And the castle was completely destroyed. Dorag can already imagine that after this battle. How dangerous is the world government and navy? Thinking of this, he took the crow and left here. The future policy of the Revolutionary Army may change because of the sudden appearance of the Pokemon Kingdom. The battle is over, Old Jackson. This is the red-haired ship of the 4 emperors of the New World. When Shanks came to Maryford, he felt a little regretful when he saw the standing body of the Whitebeard. He didn't expect that Whitebeard was still dead, and Zongguo and others looked at the red hair. They actually knew that the red hair would not come so early. Redhead has been working on maintaining the balance between the New World and the Navy. They saw the Redhead's somewhat shocked expression. They are also quite understanding. After all, this matter seems unbelievable enough even to the Navy. The Pokémon Kingdom just sent a mythical beast, then summoned a basket of divine beasts to wipe out the entire regiment of the Marine Headquarters Maryford. What happened? Beckman found a pirate and asked about the situation. At this time, they definitely don't intend to trouble the Navy. After all, the Navy is miserable enough. If you provoke the Navy, only rely on the combat power of Carp, Sengoku, Kizaru, and Aokiji. It has been able to match a 4 emperors. What kind of beast can wipe out the entire Maryford? Beckman was a little dazed. He didn't expect the so-called ending to be like this. Just the appearance of a divine beast. Let the entire Maryford be wiped out. Hooba! What a terrifying beast! Shanks heard the marine soldier's explanation from the side. He finally understood what was going on, but when he heard this, he was also a little shocked. You must know that this is not something that a group of 4 emperors can do. That is to say, the power of the current Pokémon Kingdom is huge. It has already surpassed a group of 4 emperors. And much more than that. That's hard for redheads to take. Wang's good. He began to believe in the legend 800 years ago. If it weren't for 800 years ago, there would be mythical beasts appearing on this continent. How could there be so many powerful beasts suddenly appearing in this sea? But no matter how you think about it, the red hair has made a futile trip this time. The beasts won. The slaves looked at the mythical beasts and soaring in the sky. Especially the base of the world government that was destroyed. This is something they didn't expect. It's just a split second. The world government was directly destroyed. It's just incredible. It seems that this sea will not stop in the future. Raleigh looked at the situation of the world government Mary Joa. I couldn't help feeling a little worried. In his view, the Pokémon Kingdom destroys the world government. This is not a good sign. You must know that these are just a group of mythical beasts. Not human beings. If the Pokémon Kingdom also wants to do evil, then its ending will be even more tragic. It's a pity that I didn't find the information Father God needs. Deoxys continued to torture the Draco. This is what Ron asked him to do. He did this mainly to ask the truth about the fall of the Pokémon Kingdom. But these Tianlong people don't know what's going on. And seeing these Tianlong people really don't know. Deoxys wiped them out straight away. Besides, the gods and beasts are constantly looking for devil fruits on the island. No doubt, in the hands of these Tianlong people, possesses a large number of devil fruits, because the gods and beasts wiped out most of the dragon people. The slaves were grateful, also started to collect devil fruitly for the beasts independently. In the secret room, a large number of Tianlong people were found. These dragon people, the beasts were not polite and killed them directly. With more and more devil fruits, the number of devil fruits has also reached a rather terrifying level. Even Ron in the void, some people couldn't help showing a look of surprise. There are so many devil fruits. Chapter 90. The top war is over, and 100 devil fruits are harvested. A whole 100 devil fruits. Ron couldn't help being a little surprised when he looked at the devil fruit he had collected. He didn't expect to have 100 devil fruits. This is a huge amount. This means Ron won't be short of devil fruits for a long time. The gods and beasts reaped the holy land of Marieoa. They left here one after another. It's just that Groudon, the 3 holy beasts and other Pokémon can only walk back. Ron had no intention of keeping an eye out for the beast here. After all, if there are too many left, it is bound to give up the base of the 4 seas. But if there are less, it is necessary to prevent the Navy and the world government from counter-attacking. Under these 2 considerations, Ron intends to first occupy the world as impenetrable as gold. Wait for more beasts. Then take the holy land of Mary Jo Wan as another base for him. As for the Marine Headquarters Maryford, it still doesn't look good in Ron's eyes. Because Maryford, after a big fight, it has turned into a sea of flames. The devastated Maryford now does not have the style of the Navy headquarters in the past. 3 days later, the Navy headquarters moved from Maryford to the former Navy G1 branch in the New World. And renamed New Maryford. Marines are dealing with the wounded. Warring states looked at these wounded with great grief. Such a battle directly reduced the number of the Navy by 3/10. Nearly 100,000 people died, and it also forced them to lose contact with the admirals of the 4 seas. This made them directly lose the deterrent power of the 4 seas. The most important thing is that they never dare to set foot on the Red 10 continent again. They don't know when the Pokémon Kingdom will send Hoopa again for a slasher. And he has also heard what Garp said. There is still an extremely mysterious beast in the Pokémon Kingdom that has not been shot. That Arceus is called the Father God by many gods and beasts. Thinking of this Warring States period makes my head ache even more. It's just Arceus' little brother of the beast. It directly smashed the entire Maryford. If Arceus made a move, wouldn't the Red Earth continent be cut in 2? We can only wait for the 5 old stars to make a decision. The Warring States period has nothing to do, and now the deterrent power of the Navy is not as good as that of the Pokémon Kingdom. But he knows that the world governments still have a whole card. Otherwise, it would be a force that has ruled the entire nautical world for 800 years. It's too ridiculous to have such strength. New World, Temple Island. This is an island covered by thick fog. The 5 old stars stayed here with serious faces. Their hearts are full of hatred. You must know that thousands of Tianlong people were killed this time. If they hadn't prepared earlier, the celestial dragons in the holy land of Mariehoa will be wiped out by the Pokemon Kingdom. They hate the Pokemon Kingdom, but now is not the time to talk about these things. What should we do now? If Lord IM wakes up and finds that Mary Joya has been destroyed, then he will definitely be furious. Wu Laoxing with the mustache was a little worried, and he was very scared when he thought of it. To know the rage of IM last time, just wipe an island from the world. Now is not the time to worry about such things. We must take back the Red Earth continent before Lord IM recovers. Then what should we do? It's not like you don't know the power of those beasts. Don't forget, we still have Seraphim, but it's a pity that Vegapunk hasn't graduated from the Research Institute yet. The 5 old stars talked a lot, and in the end the 5 old stars in the Kendo uniform said directly. Now we know that the strength of the Navy is not enough, and we must expand our forces immediately. That's right, they all lost to the Pokemon Kingdom. Kendo suits the words of the 5 old stars. Let everyone agree directly, you must know that they are only the first defeat. Relying on the influence of the world government and Navy. It is easy to recruit new combat forces. For example, a man named Yi Xiao wanted to join their Navy. It's just that they were concerned about the expansion of the Navy's strength before, so they didn't agree. Let's start now, expand the army around the world, and recruit new strong men. Agree. Agree. The words of the blonde 5 old stars were unanimously approved by all the 5 old stars. In their view, the Navy only has such strength now. It is indeed time to expand the army. Amazon Lily, in Snake Island. Hancock watched the news coming from overseas, said when it was learned that the slave who escaped from Marie Joya. When Tianlong people were killed by divine beasts like slaughtering pigs and sheep. The astonishment on her face could no longer be concealed. She didn't expect that the Tianlongren would suffer retribution so soon. And the beasts of the Kingdom of Beasts. Even such a terrifying Tianlong people are not afraid. But it is true, you must know that these beasts directly caused a big mess in Merryford. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it completely turned the whole of Merryford upside down. Perhaps I can join the Pokemon Kingdom after I leave Kibuhe, but I don't know if they need people. Hancock realized that the current Navy and world government could no longer manage the first half of the Great Route in the whole world. This also means that she no longer has to be managed by the Navy and the world government. Now she is looking for a new place to go, and maybe the Pokemon Kingdom is a good choice. It's scary. Pokemon Kingdom. Doflamingo, Shichibukai Doflamingo on the island of Doris Rosa, watched the information. When it was learned that the Pokemon Kingdom had killed so many Draconians. He also began to realize that if he had dared to do right with the Pokemon Kingdom in Merryford, the Pokemon Kingdom will not take into account his status as a celestial dragon. After all, the Pokemon Kingdom killed thousands of Draco. It seems that we have to step up our connection with Kaido. Toribel raised his scepter and spoke to Doflamingo. In his opinion, the Pokemon Kingdom has great ambitions, and the possibility of invading the New World may not be impossible. Now only by relying on the cooperation partner Kaido, can we have a certainty in the invasion crisis of the Pokemon Kingdom. Toribel, you were right, it's just that Kaido's price is a bit high, and you actually want a mythical beast. Doflamingo winced at the thought. He had already met the horror of the beast in Merryford. But although he panicked those Groudon, Rayquaza, Kyogre, Deoxys, Sacred Pillar King, these powerful beasts. But for sacred beasts like Sanshungyan and Sanshengu, he didn't care too much. You must know that he hid his strength in the Merryford battle. His devil fruit has long since awakened. After the thread fruit awakened, it mastered extremely powerful power. He had a hunch that he could catch a not-so-strong divine beast. But is it worth it to befriend Kaido? Doflamingo doubts this. Dover, although the beasts are strong, they are extremely scattered, and they are still making friends with Kaido on the Great Route all over the world. The benefits we get are not limited to these. Toribel said in a persuasive manner, he has never seen the Battle of the Beasts. In his opinion, among these divine beasts, none of them should be able to defeat Kaido, the 4th Emperor of the 100 Beasts Pirates. After all, this is recognized as the world's mightiest creature. It is good. Doflamingo agrees. Poulter's words moved him, on both sides of the Pokemon Kingdom and the 4 Emperors. He still chose Kaido, the 4 Emperors and 100 Beasts Pirates. What a frightening swordsmanship. Hawkeye returned to his island, and he saw the Black Sword Knight, one of his 12 great swords. There is some melancholy in my heart. He didn't expect that he would be so powerful in swordsmanship. He actually lost to a divine beast. The divine beast crushed him with just the horn on its forehead. Hawkeye looked at his chest. There is a long and narrow scar on the chest. He no longer wants to stay on the Great Route. He now has a new rival. That rival is the mythical beast Keldeo, but just when he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a swordsman with a green algae head. Zoro of the Straw Hat Pirates, why is he here? Hawkeye stared at Sauron in a daze. He didn't expect a member of the Straw Hat Pirates to be here. At this moment, Sauron is attacking this group of baboons, but in the blink of an eye, Sauron is about to lose to this group of baboons. Hawkeye stared at the baboons. The baboons naturally knew Hawkeye, the owner of Krygon Island. In addition, Hawkeye often practices swords in this forest. They, Abby, were scared away when they saw Hawkeye. Hawkeye Mahawk. Sauron was a little startled. He didn't expect to meet Hawkeye Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman here. However, he doesn't care too much now, but when he saw a message in the newspaper that only his buddies could understand, he suddenly understood. This is the message Luffy gave. They will meet again after 2 years of practice. Thinking of this, a covet sense of strength welled up in my heart. He remembered what happened during this period of time and failed to help Captain Luffy. He knelt down directly to Hawkeye. The world's #1 swordsman, Joracle Mahawk, please teach me swordsmanship. Sauron wants Hawkeye to teach him swordsmanship. The world's #1 swordsman, he. Hawkeye sneered. He thought it was Soren's humiliation to him. But anyone who has read the newspapers knows that Hawkeye lost to a divine beast in the Navy headquarters. But seeing Soren's normal face, he suddenly realized that Sauron probably hadn't read it. So he said lightly, I am no longer the #1 swordsman, I lost to a divine beast, don't you know? Hawkeye, lost to the beast. Sauron looked at Hawkeye, who was taken aback for a moment. He never imagined that the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, was in front of him. He actually lost to a divine beast. Which beast? This changed Soren's goal. He wanted to know who this mythical beast had defeated Hawkeye. He wants to beat the opponent. His name is Keldeo. Hawkeye said the name of the beast, and his face was moved. Apparently, this incident had a considerable impact on him. But he saw that after Sauron heard the name, he didn't show any worries or tensions, only when he looked high-spirited. He suddenly became interested. Let me teach. It's easy to teach you swordsmanship, as long as you promise me to defeat this beast. Joracle Mahawk came up with this idea. That is to let Sauron in front of him defeat Keldeo. If he can teach such a disciple, it can be regarded as regaining the face of the broken knife. Okay, I will definitely beat him. Sauron didn't hesitate. It was his dream to become the world's #1 swordsman. Now I heard Hawkeye's request. He agreed directly. I didn't expect such a big event to happen on the Great Route. Wan Guo, 4 Emperors Charlotte Lingling heard that this matter actually developed like this. She was shocked. It never occurred to her that the Pokemon Kingdom, which she hadn't seen much before. It was such a shocking arm at the first shot, directly clean up the Navy headquarters. This is too surprising. However, our top priority now is to win Whitebeard's territory as soon as possible. That guy Kaido has been arguing with us a lot. This time we must win the Fishman Island, you know. Mama Dao, I really like the desserts from Fishman Island. As she spoke, Charlotte Trelling drooled, and the ministers were flustered. You know, just a few days ago, Charlotte Trelling almost ate one of her sons as a snack. It's all because of Charlotte Trelling's craving disorder. Seeing Charlotte Trelling would produce cravings again. They hurriedly delivered the produced desserts to Charlotte Trelling. It's all about stopping Charlotte Trelling's dreaded cravings. I have defeated so many masters, including Zhang Guo and Garp. When Kaido saw this information, he almost thought it was false information. However, this information was obtained by Kaido from Doflamingo. But it is true that there is no danger. Thinking of this, Kaido couldn't help laughing wildly. He had long wanted to take the beast under his command. After all, his subordinates are all animal-type fruit-capable users, with a small number of phantom beast fruit ability users. This is why Kaido loves animals. In his opinion, animals with powerful physiques, divine beasts are the real strong ones. Although he was captured by the Sengoku Garp and other navies in the early years. But that's just being young, and the reason why the navy didn't kill him. It's also mainly because I don't want to bear the devil fruit. If you give him a devil fruit, sinking into the bottom of the sea, even the strongest creatures will die there. Doflamingo, what are you thinking over there? Kaido looked at Droutjack. This is the big board executive for him to contact Doflamingo. There's a lot of flamenco stuff. Droutjack will be responsible. Doflamingo agreed, but I don't know if he has such strength. Haha, he will. After all, the rewards we give are very rich. Kaido doesn't have the habit of paying on credit. He asked Doflamingo to help catch the beast as a reward for 5 devil fruits. Certainly not zoological. They are all inferior superpower fruits. In his opinion, as long as he can catch a divine beast or provide information. Let his hands go down and grab it. As long as it is caught, it is something that can be agreed. Let's revive the mythical beasts of Murloc Island now. The king can be described as Choi Hideki thick. He hasn't recovered his divine power yet, but the divine power needed to resurrect a region-level beast is also small. All you need is a beast and a devil fruit. The 4 land gods Pokemon are Tapu Chuangku, Tapu Depan, Tapu Mu and Tapu Fini. In addition, there is a star-level Pokemon, the sea god Lugia. This Pokemon wields the power of the sea. The power is quite terrifying. Ron intends to resurrect all 5 Pokemon. It takes 9 devil fruits to think of these 5 Pokemon. Ron felt a little distressed, you know, the 100 devil fruits he got in Marijoya. It was just in hand. This will use up so much, a total of 9. He doesn't feel pain anywhere, but think about it, these Pokemon will be resurrected sooner or later. Good steel is used on the blade. Ron didn't feel bad anymore. Spew out the light of recovery directly towards soaring in the sky. This light directly made everyone in the world see clearly. They have already understood that the mysterious power of the ancient Pokémon kingdom will continue to revive the beast again. It's just that they don't only know Arceus, the father god of this mysterious Pokémon kingdom. What kind of beast is going to be resurrected this time? Chapter 91 Hody Jones of Murloc Island, Tapu Fini Revival. Fishman Island. This is a place located 10,000 meters below the seabed of the Holy Land Marijoya. At the same time, it is also a necessary place to reach the New World. There are many Murlocs and mermaids here. It has the reputation of underwater paradise. Since no one controls the pirates, there have been more pirates here. A blue-haired mermaid with a human upper body and a fish lower body is patrolling outside Murloc Island. He is the Shark Star of Murloc Island, and beside him are Huang Xing and Xing Xing. All three are the royal family of Murloc Island, sons of Neptune, the god of the sea. Fortunately, there is seawater outside our dragon palace. If you want to break through, you have to see if I can pierce his coating. Huang Xing expressed his deepest thoughts. He was very dissatisfied with the foreign pirates. They will recklessly affect the law and order on Murloc Island. That's why he said such cruel words. He is different from his elder brother Shashing. He wears 2 swords behind his back and is a 2-sword swordsman. Compared to these pirates, I'm more worried about the new Murloc pirates. The third brother, Turner Xing, is a strong man with a long knife on his back. He expressed his concerns. But while the three of them were talking, with a few Murlocs, they came in front of them. Compared with mermaids, Murlocs have 2 legs. But the face tends more towards the fish form. Long time no see, Prince Sharkstar. Here comes Hody Jones, the great white shark, the captain of the new Murloc pirates. There are 6 Murloc executives, and a 300-meter-long sea beast that has been tamed, the North Sea monster Kurakan. It turned out to be Hody Jones. Sharkstar looked at the person in front of him, his expression slightly changed. He didn't expect this criminal who was wanted by the Fishman Island to appear in front of him openly. Sharkstar quickly took the spear to protect the front. The mermaid guard behind them also rushed over. Haha, I really want to kill you. I can do it long ago. You don't need to be so afraid of me. Hody Jones looked at Sharkstar and the others. Smiled. The conflict between him and Sharkstar was all because of the beast. There are legends of mythical beasts on Murloc Island. Legend has it that there is Lugia, the legendary god of the sea, and 4 guardian gods who guard the Fishman Island. And Hody Jones worships the boss of the evil dragon, so he formed the new Murloc pirates. He was completely imitating his idol. Originally, he heard that the evil dragon had a good life in the East Daxia Sea and suppressed the hateful humans, so he wanted to follow the boss of the evil dragon. But when I heard a story from a Murloc who escaped by chance, the evil dragon was killed by the beast Raikou because of humans. He felt disgusted. He now loathes mythical beasts, all mythical beasts. But the mermaids like Neptune took the legends of the island as their faith. It disgusted him even more, so he has already started planning a big event. He wants to pull Neptune down from the throne of King of Dragon Palace. Let yourself climb up, and then step on Neptune's head and ask him where the god of Dragon Palace City has gone. For this reason, he has been preparing troops. Now he has 6 major troops: Sea Beast Troop, Snipe Shot Troop, Carapace Troop, Air Troop, Thousand Needle Troop, and Toxic Troop. Each of these troops has thousands of people. Hody Jones believed that he would be able to change hands of Dragon Palace. Just tonight. Who is afraid of you? We are the princes of Dragon Palace City. How could we be afraid of you, a wanted criminal? Crashing Star couldn't hear this, and drew out his long knife to intimidate Hody Jones. But such a threat is obviously useless to Hody Jones. Hody Jones hits the water with a punch. This is Murloc Karate. It's the same as Murloc Jinbei's Karate. Hody Jones punched the water polo directly and knocked the Crashing Star into the air. You dare to hurt my third brother. Huang Xing wants to stand up for Crashing Star. But in the next second, the deep sea monster Kulagan directly appeared in front of Emperor Xing. Roared out. Doll. A strong wave directly sent Huang Xing flying. Enjoy the prince's life. You don't have long. Hody Jones shook his head and left. In his opinion, although the 3 princes competed with others in the palace, it was okay. But under the battle of life and death, they, members of the new Murloc pirates, are more powerful. After all, they are pirates, blood-licking guys. Let's go. Sharkstar shook his head, beckoning his brothers to leave. Let's go like this. Emperor Xing was a little annoyed. In his opinion, Hody Jones was fine. That is to say, the body is stronger. Emperor Star, we can't beat him. We have to go to Father Neptune. Sharkstar spoke his mind. The Hody Jones in front of them is indeed not something they can deal with. After all, this is the pirate who has cultivated his physique to the top in the entire Murloc Island. Only Shichibukai Jinpei, who was still there some time ago, can defeat the Hody Jones in front of him. The patrolling mermaids saw the return of Sharkstar, Huang Xing, and Crashing Star. They let go straight away, but they didn't notice a hidden Murloc swimming in. This Murloc is Geo. He is an invisible Murloc. The body has black and white. He is one of the executives of the new Murloc pirates. This time he received orders from Hody Jones to sneak into Dragon Palace City. When everyone in Dragon Palace City didn't notice. Open the protective cover of Dragon Palace City. By that time, Hody Jones will attack Murloc Island with a large number of members of the new Murloc pirates. Directly change ownership of the Dragon Palace Kingdom of Murloc Island. Kick Neptune off the throne. Shark Star, Emperor Star, and Crash Star completed today's inspection. All they have to do now is to go to Dragon Palace City. But on the way to Dragon Palace City, there's a place called Hard Shell Tower. This is the shelter for Princess Bakesing to avoid hunting. Ever since Vander Daken X touched Princess Bakesing, he didn't wash his hands directly, but used the ability of the target fruit to fling at Princess Bakesing. Fling non-stop throughout the day except for a few hours to eat. This made the people in Dragon Palace City miserable. However, Vander Daken X is extremely good at escaping. Plus it has devil fruit abilities. It can be said that it is extremely difficult to deal with, and he has not been caught for nearly 10 years. That be ***** D. Vander Daken. Crane Shing loves his younger sister Bai Shing very much, seeing knives, guns and other things constantly flying and soaring in the sky. I can't wait to kill Vander Daken directly, but Vander Daken didn't know exactly where. Hey, back to Shirao Shing. Sharkstar glanced at Shira Shing with some regret. Shirahoshi also looked at the three big brothers from one of the few windows. Mikaro, when do you think I can go out? Shirahoshi looked at his only pet Mikaro, which was a shark wearing red clothes, and he was Shirahoshi's pet. This is also Shirahoshi's only confidant partner in his 10-year shelter career. But Mikaro is just a shark after all. He couldn't answer Bai Xing's words. Bai Xingjian was in a state of distress, and could only look at the outside of the shelter. Looking forward to one day being able to leave the shelter. The three shark stars came to Dragon Palace City. At this time, they ran into Mrs. Sha Li, who was the half-sister of the evil dragon. But she is not as tyrannical as the dragon normal. She is a fortune teller and her predictions are 100% accurate. What's the matter, Mrs. Charlie? Sha Xing looked at Mrs. Yuanli, who was extremely cold and gorgeous, with a pipe in her mouth and a tight purple cloak. Dragon Palace City, a big event is about to happen. If it is not handled properly, it will usher in destruction. We have to find the statue of the patron saint. Mrs. Charlie directly said what she predicted. In his crystal ball prophecy, he saw several murlocs with invisible human faces start to burn, kill and loot Dragon Palace City. Until a beast resembling the land god of Dragon Palace City appeared. Dragon Palace City ushered in a turning point, however, when she wanted to take a closer look at who it was. But it was found that it could not be seen. Dragon Palace Island is about to be destroyed. Let's hurry up and notify father. Sharkstar was shocked when he heard this. The destruction of Dragon Palace City was a huge crisis. Although Dragon Palace City is only a part of Murloc Island. But Dragon Palace City is the core area of Fishman Island. This is why Fishman Island is also called the Dragon Palace Kingdom. And Dragon Palace City was destroyed. This also means that their three brothers, including King Neptune, will be affected. That's why they're nervous. Let's go now. Mrs. Sha Li is also very urgent. In fact, she not only saw the defeat of Dragon Palace City, also saw King Neptune mortally wounded. These scenes all indicate that the Fishman Island is about to usher in a big crisis. The four of them came to the inside of Fishman Island together. King Neptune and his ministers lived on Fishman Island. Minister Zuo is an old catfish merman wearing a scholar hat. The minister on the right is a seahorse mermaid with a sword on his waist and a trident in his hand. What? Dragon Palace City is going to be destroyed. Why don't you invite Jinping? Neptune was very anxious. You must know that the most powerful combat power of Murloc Island is undoubtedly the former Shichibukai Murloc Jinpei. But after saying this, he suddenly froze for a moment. Murloc Jinbei has been away from Murloc Island for 10 days. I don't know where I went. This also means that the disaster must be borne by the Fishman Island itself. King, don't worry, there are ways to avoid disasters, as long as you find the idol. Mrs. Charlie said. Find the idol. Neptune was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to save the Murloc City in Madame Charlie's prophecy. It turned out to be to find the statue, but the statue has long since been lost. You must know that it was originally placed in Dragon Palace City. But all four statues suddenly disappeared a few months ago. This is also something that puzzles him. This is how to do all. Looks like the idol has been stolen for months. The left and right ministers all panicked. They had heard about Maryford. Know that these idols may be living things. This is also the reason why they have confidence in the idol. But the idol is gone. This time it is the most important thing. They don't even know where the idol has gone. So the whole Dragon Palace City began to jump up and down. They began to search for the idol. No matter if you dig the ground 3 times, you must find it. 0 for flowers. 0, but they don't know. The idols were stolen by Hody Jones of the New Murloc Pirates. And put it outside the Fishman Island. Boss, are you sure this is alive? No matter how you look at it, it's just a broken rock, which means it's harder. Executive Das and Bodhidharma of the New Murloc Pirates raised their hands and feet in front of the 4 statues. This is exactly what they stole from Dragon Palace City a few months ago. At that time, they broke up with the mermaid because of the beast. Then simply do nothing and endlessly steal the idol directly. But these statues, they don't know how to use them now. And there has been no movement for several months. HMPH, do you really believe that this stone statue will come back to life? Hody Jones laughed. He hated humans, especially hated everything about humans. This also caused him not to read the newspaper. At the same time, he does not pay attention to the affairs of the Navy headquarters. That is to say, the pirates under him often told him that there was a resurrection of the stone statue. He only occasionally listens to it, but he didn't believe it. He stole this stone statue only to discuss the Murlocs. It's written in the paper that, and said they were part of the Pokémon Kingdom 800 years ago. Yes, they also defeated the 3 admirals of the Navy. Several executives started discussing, but Hody Jones was upset. It's just a pile of broken rocks. You are really stupid to take those human information as real. Only a small trick like human beings can deceive you. Hody Jones lashed out at the 2 executives, Dharma and Das. The 2 saw Hody Jones really lose their temper. They also had no choice but to say no more. Zero, since Hody Jones said it was fake news, so be it. You know what our purpose is today. Hody Jones looked at Dharma and Das with fierce eyes. I know, destroy Dragon Palace City and occupy Murloc Island. Das said quickly. It's good to know, this time we must not lose the chain. Jinbei finally disappeared. This time we must kill Neptune. He is not worthy to be our king. Hody Jones said what was on his mind. This also made the surrounding Murlocs all agree. Speaking of which, his army has a total of 5,000 people. These people are Murlocs who agree with Hody Jones' philosophy. And there are still a lot of them, which is how Hody Jones can pull so many new Murloc pirates. As soon as Geo opens the protective cover, we will be right. Hody Jones looked towards Dragon Palace City not far away. Why Dragon Palace City can allow humans to live? This is all because Dragon Palace City has a set of protective covers. This protective cover is constantly able to withstand attacks. It can also prevent water from flowing into Dragon Palace City. Now Hody Jones only needs to wait for the Dragon Palace City to open. Just after Hody Jones waited for 3 hours, the protective cover of Dragon Palace City was finally opened. This is what Geo did. He directly strangled the throat of a mermaid in front of him. The Chain of Gods and Hidden Hyphenation Point 66 songs. Geo became invisible and became an invisible Murloc. Immediately afterwards, he directly locked the throat of a mermaid. Then strangled to death. The mermaid didn't see Joe. By the time he found out, it was already too late. He has become the soul of Geo's men, and Geo also started to open the protective cover. In an instant, countless streams of water squeezed into Dragon Palace City. Strictly speaking, there are not many humans in Dragon Palace City. After all, Murlocs and mermaids are not friendly to humans. But even if there are fewer humans, facing the waves that broke the sky, they were directly washed to the bottom of the sea by the waves. Nothing that can breathe. They ended up suffocating to death at the bottom of the ocean. Miss ha ha ha, everyone, rush to kill me. Hody Jones had a savage grin on his face. With a big belly, he headed towards Dragon Palace City. And following his actions, the 5 executives, together with the 6 major troops, marched towards Dragon Palace City. He only left a few people to guard the lair, but he didn't expect that not long after he left. A white flash landed and soaring in the sky, after shining on the bodies of these 4 gods. The 4 statues all began to wake up separately. The idol is coming back to life. I knew that Hody Jones was unreliable. What shall we do now? The pirates of the new Murloc pirates who were left behind were filled with infinite fear. But no matter how scared they are, the first beast has been revived. He is Tapu Fini, the land god, and with his presence a thick mist appears on the scene. That's exactly what Tapu Fini makes, and there's always a fog that comes with him. These Murloc pirates picked up sharp knives and wanted to try their skills on Tapu Fini. But the next second, Tapu Fini uses a hydro pump. The Murloc pirate was hit in the chest by the card reader's hydro pump before he could draw his sword. A sharp hole attracts sharks to eat, turned into a corpse. This scene directly made the other pirates of the new Murloc pirates look stupid. Chapter 92 Defeat Hody Jones. Princess Shirahoshi is shocked. What kind of monster is this? It seems to be the land god. Isn't this a legendary creature? It actually exists? These Murlocs were all infused by Hody Jones, and the land god would not exist. These stone statues are just an ordinary stone idea. This also caused the Murlocs to feel a strong sense of panic about the appearance of Tapu Fini in front of them. And Tapu Fini was looking at the Murlocs. Unlike other divine beasts, he is a divine beast that was assigned to this region 800 years ago. One of the 4 land gods of Murloc Island. When he saw that these Murlocs were even attacking him with knives, he kills the Murloc with a single hit with the hydro pump. No smell of any other Pokemon, Tapu Fini sensed his surroundings, including the entire Murloc Island. He found no breath. The god of the earth forgives us, it's Hody Jones's fault. Yes, it's all Hody Jones's doing. These Murlocs watched as this Murloc was pierced through the heart by a hydro pump. Tapu Fini looked reticent again. They feel a sense of panic. They dare not admit that they have anything to do with the theft of the Patronus. Tapu Fini did notice, though. The position of their patron saint of the 4 directions is not quite right at the moment. According to the normal position, because it should be on Murloc Island. Now, you move these 3 stone statues back to their original places, or you will be punished by God. Tapu Fini was not kind to them. He directly let the Murlocs of these new Murloc pirates find a way to move the stone statue back to Murloc Island. Otherwise he would not be polite. This is also because of the 3 land gods other than him. Not good at water, move them back to Murloc Island. This will allow them to recover better. Yes, Lord Land God. The Murlocs all fell at the feet of Tapu Fini, when they realized that the Tapu, 633, fins in front of them had great power. And the other 3 land gods may also recover, they dare not offend again. Hear that Tapu Fini is willing to forgive them, they hurriedly lifted up the idol. They have a team of 50 people and they are strong. The statues are very heavy and they were carried out by nearly 100 people at that time. But there is no way now, the land god Tapu Fini looks on. They could only lift the stone statue up in 2s and 3s. Blue veins break out. Back to Fishman Island. Tapu Fini did not say much, according to Father God Arceus. The reason for reviving them is to turn Murloc Island into their base and build the Pokemon Kingdom. After all, this is the gateway to the new world. It would be a pity if this place is not guarded. Yes, Lord Land God, the Murlocs had venomous veins, but they dared not put down the stone statue. You know, just now Tapu Fini directly killed a Murloc. Reached the level of spite. What's going on here? The seawater is pouring in. Did someone open the protective cover? Dragon Palace City Neptune and others also realized it. Dragon Palace City is in crisis. Just as prophesied, the seawater poured back. After that, there will be cannon fire. Let's go out together now, I want to see who is the one who dared to commit murder in Dragon Palace City. Neptune crossed his hands, he has many titles, Neptune, God of the Sea, Neptune, Great Knight of the Sea. He is the well-deserved top powerhouse in Fishman Island today. But compared to Jinping, it is much worse. Following Neptune, the 3 Sharkstar brothers walked out of Dragon Palace City. He soon saw the culprit of the incident. That's what you did, Hody Jones. Neptune's eyes trembled, and he looked at Hody Jones. At this moment, Hody Jones is pulling the head of a mermaid, his eyes are full of tyranny, and there is a cruel smile on his mouth. If it is said that the evil dragon loves his subordinates very much, then Hody Jones is against the Murlocs of the same race. It is also extremely cruel, in his opinion. Even the Murlocs and mermaids of the same race. It is a dead end to stop him, you guessed King Neptune. Hody Jones looked at Neptune, he didn't panic, there is no Murloc Jinbei here now. In other words, Hody Jones is the strongest in Fishman Island. How could a most powerful Murloc be afraid of Neptune? Killing my people, are you underestimating the name of Neptune, the sea god? Neptune didn't pay much attention to Hody Jones, if only a Hody Jones. How could he be afraid? You must know that he is also the great knight of the sea who has been famous for a long time. Has a powerful mermaid jujitsu. The Hody Jones in front of him is certainly not his rival. But how could Hody Jones be alone at this time? Come out, my crew. As Hody Jones yelled, Hody Jones' crew was all around. He has a crew of 6, they are both holding a warhammer. Daruma, who is short in stature, is in charge of spying on information. Carlos Musi, the king squid merman with many arms. Moraiman Hammond in a top hat. A blue-ringed octopus Murloc holding 2 knives. And Joe, who is still invisible. In addition, there are countless Murloc troops. Superior. Hody Jones didn't hesitate at all, he greeted the younger brother to go first. Baozang went directly to Huang Xing, the second brother of the 3 Neptune brothers. Both of them were holding 2 double knives. They played back and forth for a while. Just when everyone thought that Wang Xing could compete with Baozang just like this. Suddenly Baozang spat directly at Wang Xing, then he directly used his signature moves. The Sword of Toxic. The toxin of the blue-ringed octopus was directly rubbed on the sword, and then directly stabbed towards Huang Xing. Caught off guard, Huang Xing's arm was directly cut by this sword. Then it went black, it's no longer the rival of the leopard. Baozang, you be **********. Sha Xingjian fell to the ground at Wang Xing. Wanting to fight, he took the trident in his hand and wanted to go towards the hidden stab. But in the next second, Toss walked over with a sledgehammer. Your rival is me, Toss hammered Sharkstar mercilessly. Shark-Shape can only dodge, but Toss's hammer was so powerful that Sharkstar's trident was quickly dropped by Toss's hammer. Then it hit Sharkstar's body, it directly smashed Sharkstar out. Be fast and be ruthless. On the other side, the crashing star also lost because he lost to Mu Shi. Neptune watched the tragic defeat of his 3 sons. Now he finally realized it. The prophecy is true. It's a pity that they couldn't find the statue of the land god after searching for a whole day. Now all this can only be faced by the royal family of Dragon Palace City. Murloc Jiu-Jitsu Mega Waterflow. Neptune unleashes a mega giant jet of water. The water column hit Hody Jones directly. Hody Jones hit the water. But it is obviously not as powerful as the Sea Knight Neptune. Is the father going to win? Inside the hard shell tower. Shirahoshi looked outside and saw that Neptune was finally going to win the battle. She wiped away the tears that had appeared in her eyes. As long as Neptune wins this battle, then the Dragon Palace City will definitely be saved. Joe do it now. Hody Jones relied on his amazing physique to resist Neptune's huge water attack. But he didn't panic, because he still has a hole card. He let Geo sneak into the Fishman Island early. What he wants is not just to simply open the protective cover. Instead, let Geo sneak attack Neptune at the right time. Geo picked up a knife and broke away from the mimetic environment directly. He manifested his body shape and saw him slashing directly at King Neptune, who hadn't expected someone to attack him. For a while, Neptune was bleeding profusely and could no longer maintain the mega water flow. And Hody Jones saw that Neptune had stopped attacking. He launched an attack on Neptune. Water Heart Group Sharks. Hody Jones grabs water and throws it into Sharks. Bite towards Neptune. Neptune, the great knight of the sea, was directly defeated by Hody Jones. It's not glamorous to win though. King, the left and right ministers also came here. They saw King Neptune lying down. They are a little uncomfortable. Have you found the idol? Neptune was seriously injured and was still watching the statue. After all, Mrs. Sha Li said that only the statue can save Dragon Palace City. Save the Fishman Island. Idol, not found. Minister Zuo wiped the sweat from his forehead. Indeed, they did not find the idol. Not even a weird stone was found. Is it true that what Mrs. Sha Li said, our Dragon Palace City is going to perish? The minister on the right looked at Hody Jones unwillingly. King Neptune's defeat, with the defeat of the entire mermaid army. Let him know that right now, no one in Murloc Island is Hody Jones' rival. It's just that he knows Hody Jones' character, Murloc Island under Hody Jones. It will only make the Murloc Island decline. Are you still worshipping those broken stones? Ha ha ha. To tell you the truth, those idols were stolen by me, and now they are outside of Murloc Island. Hody Jones didn't expect that Neptune and the others were still expecting the statue to save them. He couldn't help laughing, his sharp mouth full of fangs looked extremely terrifying. It's just a few broken stones. After Geo assassinated Neptune, he came to Hody Jones' side. In his opinion, this battle of the new Murloc pirates. It can be said to be complete, not only defeating King Neptune. Also defeated the Mermaid Guard. Watching the snipe shot troops, the Mermaid Guards were captured by gunfire. Joe thinks they will be sitting on the throne of the royal family soon. At that time, the entire Murloc Island will be taken over by their new Murloc pirates. By the way, Shirahoshi, where is that monster? By the way, he was imprisoned under the Hard Shell Tower. Now I will open the Hard Shell Tower and let Vanderdyken kill this monster. By the way, Odahime's death is also my fault. Yes, that human pirate was hired by me to burn down the signature box. After Hody Jones laughed, he was still not happy. When he was a child, he saw Shirahoshi summoning the Neptune. 0. This incident caused him a great psychological shadow, and now he wants to destroy all of them in front of Neptune, and then execute Neptune. What? Princess Odahime's death turned out to be Hody Jones's fault, that be ****** D. No wonder that human wanted to destroy the signature box, it turned out to be related to Hody Jones. The mermaids started talking, however, Neptune and Sharkstar, three brothers. But the eyes were full of hatred. Sha Xing realized that Odahime's death had nothing to do with human beings. Neptune did not expect that the man in front of him was the murderer of his wife. But it's all in Hody Jones' view. They were all roaring incompetently, and he was already winning. No one can stop him from taking the throne. Rule the Murloc Island with bloody and violent means, and then form the largest Murloc pirates. Go and defeat the humans outside Murloc Island. Captain, our team members guarding the lair are back. The shield of Murloc Island is also closed. Bodhidharma saw the distant scene with his amazing eyesight. I saw their team members came back. Those are all staying to guard the lair, and they are also arranged in case their plan fails this time. But they all came to Fishman Island. This is a strange thing. Come here, just let them enjoy the victory of our Murloc pirates. Hody Jones didn't care. If it was Hody Jones in the past, he would definitely punish him severely. But now Hody Jones ushered in the victory. Hody Jones, who was in a good mood, didn't care about the actions of these pirates. No, they seem to be carrying something. These things are idols. Why did they move all the statues here? The members of the new Murloc pirates were talking about it. They saw that what these Murlocs were carrying was the idol. And it is still being transported step by step to Hody Jones' eyes. God, what are those guys doing? Hody Jones was furious. He didn't expect that these subordinates who stayed to watch the beast moved his most hated idol into Murloc Island. It was simply against his decision. Boom, the 50 Murlocs were finally tired of moving. They decided to lie down and rest for a while. At this time, Hody Jones was only 200 meters away from them. You guys, did you do it on purpose? Hody Jones roared at them. This made the Murlocs panic, but after a Murloc uttered a sentence. They cheered up. The God of the Earth will bless us. The God of the Earth will protect us. You can't hurt us, Hody Jones, you evil pirate. The Murlocs shouted anxiously. This scene stunned the surrounding members of the new Murloc pirates. They all thought the Murlocs were crazy. You know, these people know that Hody Jones hates divine beasts the most. Are these people looking for death? Go to hell? As the other Murloc subordinates thought, Hody Jones was really annoyed. He wanted to hit the Murlocs in front of him with a punch and wanted to kill them. 4.5 Anyway, after they have occupied Murloc Island, they will have endless desires for Murloc subordinates. But in the face of Hody Jones' fury, although these Murlocs looked shocked, but still shouting for the land god to save me, this annoyed Hody Jones even more. Moves were used. Sea Drum, a powerful shockwave appeared in Hody Jones' hands. But just when he thought he could easily clean up these past wastes, A creature whose body resides in a violet shell appears on the scene. He is Tapu Fini. Tapu Fini sees Hottie Jones take a shot at his current men. Directly release the skill. Hydro Pump, boom. A strong stream of water emerges from Tapu Fini's hand. Then hit Hottie Jones. It directly knocked Hottie Jones out. His eyes were full of disbelief and panic. It's actually a land god. The land god actually exists. Countless people felt the shock. Especially the appearance of the new Murloc pirates, land god Tapu Fini. Let them all feel aghast. This caused the morale of the new Murloc pirates to drop drastically. As a Murloc of the new Murloc pirates who watched the land god stone statue since childhood, they are full of fear of this unknown god. Now the presence of the land god Tapu Fini brings this fear directly to everyone. The land god actually exists. Neptune looked at the land god, and he also had a hint of horror. In fact, although Mrs. Shaw Lee said that there is an earth god, he had already taken precautions. But the appearance of Tapu Fini still shocked him. Do gods really exist? How beautiful is he? Shirahoshi's nervousness in the hard shell tower was relieved, and he looked at Tapu Fini to get his inner thoughts.